Chapter 1. The Beginning: A Youth's Misadventure in Prison. In the year Dao Yuan 9780, as spring graced the land. Reflecting on the fragments of life, they appear elusive, yet fate has long been predetermined. Qian Duoduo opened his eyes wide, but darkness enveloped him. His body felt as if it were sinking into the depths of water, flailing his limbs in vain, unable to grasp anything. After an indeterminate period, a resounding thud echoed as he collided with something soft, finally landing at the bottom. Regaining his senses, he squinted through the faint light beneath him, only to discover a youth of around 15 years clad in an orange robe, lying below, with Qian Duoduo's emaciated behind pressing upon his head. The youth lay motionless, seemingly crushed by his own weight. Qian Duoduo sprang to his feet, his voice trembling. "Ah, where am I? Who are you?" No response came from the youth, nor was there anyone to answer. Bending down, Qian Duoduo poked the youth with his index finger, but received no reaction. He extended his hand beneath the youth's no breath, no air inhaled or exhaled. Dead? Did I cause this? He felt the youth's neck astonishingly. It was warm. Qian Duoduo sat back, realization dawning upon him. It appears I have indeed killed him. I have taken the life of someone my own age. He trembled uncontrollably, retreating until his back pressed against a wall, eyes wide as he gazed at the youth, hoping for any sign of movement, any indication that he might rise again. Before his fall, Qian Duoduo had been a 13-year-old orphan from Yusha village. A mere mortal, he had lost his mother at 3 and his father at 5. Lazy and greedy, he had resorted to thieving chickens, slaughtering dogs, and fishing for sustenance. He was willing to commit any act to survive. Just moments before, he had been fleeing the village's ferocious dogs after stealing grain from a landlord, only to find himself in this unfamiliar, strange new world. Clenching his teeth, Qian Duoduo surveyed his surroundings. It was a stone cave, encircled by natural rock formations, with signs of having been hewn. Ahead, light filtered through, revealing a faint window above a door. The light streaming in illuminated the youth's face. Qian Duoduo picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it at the youth, striking him on the neck. The youth showed no reaction, his face growing paler, serene as death. Qian Duoduo's legs trembled even more violently. Those who die unjustly surely have ghosts. This boy's spirit is undoubtedly watching me, perhaps standing right beside me. But truly, it is not my fault. I know not how I arrived here. A sense of dread beat within him like a great drum. He tugged at his hair, gazing upward at the cave's ceiling, which was a single solid rock with not a crack in sight. He pressed against the stone wall and rushed to the window, pounding on the door with all his might, shouting, "Let me out! I didn't steal anything." Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Qian Duoduo screamed, "Has that youth come back to life, or is it his ghost?" Before he could turn around, a powerful force yanked him around to face the source. Before him stood a gaunt, blackened old man, suspended in the air. A ghost. Qian Duoduo's legs quaked, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. The old man, with a fierce glint in his eyes, cursed, "Who is this insolent brat? You've crushed my disciple." With that, flames erupted from his right hand, aimed directly at Qian Duoduo's head. Even from 3 feet away, Qian Duoduo could feel the intense heat of the flames, knowing that if they touched him, his fate would be sealed. Enveloped by an inexplicable force, Qian Duoduo found himself unable to move, resigned to close his eyes and await his demise. He sighed inwardly, never expecting to escape starvation, to avoid being bitten by dogs, only to meet his end by fire. After a while, he realized the flames had not descended upon him. He opened his eyes to see the gaunt old man furrowing his brow, alternating his gaze between Qian Duoduo and the youth on the ground. "Old man, what do you intend to do?" Qian Duoduo blurted out. "I am Lu Boli," the old man declared, the flames flickering on his withered palm, eventually extinguished. "Close your eyes." Qian Duoduo complied, and just as he did, a searing heat enveloped his brow, as if he had been scorched by fire. Just as he was about to open his eyes to investigate, he heard Lu Boli's stern voice command, "Do not open them." Despite not complying, Qian Duoduo felt a flash of golden light before him. "All right," Lu Boli instructed. Qian Duoduo opened his eyes to find the old man scrutinizing him from head to toe. Simultaneously, A plethora of new information flooded his mind. From now on, you shall be known as Jin Buhuan. Lu Beli's gaze pierced through him. I am Qian Duoduo, not Jin Buhuan, he protested, overwhelmed by the information that had invaded his thoughts. This Jin Buhuan was a 14-year-old prodigy, a remarkable talent in cultivation, and a 9th-level inner disciple of the Lingling sect. Yet, despite Jin Buhuan's brilliance, he was still someone else. Qian Duoduo was determined to remain true to himself. You are Jin Buhuan. Lu Boli pointed at the youth on the ground. Hurry and change into his clothes. The reason he had not killed Qian Duoduo immediately was that he noticed the uncanny resemblance between Qian Duoduo and Jin Buhuan, both in age and appearance. After much deliberation, he decided to let Qian Duoduo impersonate Jin Buhuan for the time being. Lu Boli, a 5th-grade artifact master, possessed the skill of soul fusion. He compelled Qian Duoduo to merge his soul with that of Jin Buhuan. Consequently, Qian Duoduo acquired a portion of Jin Buhuan's memories, and, with it, his identity. Realization struck Qian Duoduo. This youth on the ground was indeed Jin Buhuan. No, he tightened his patched garments. I will not wear the clothes of a dead man. Though his own attire was tattered, at least it still bore warmth. Refuse? Then you shall soon become a corpse as well. Change now. A cold glint flashed in Lu Beli's eyes as he waved his withered hand, and Qian Duoduo found himself enveloped by a force, transported beside Jin Buhuan. A mere mortal daring to oppose him was something Lu Boli had not anticipated. With a flick of his finger, Jin Buhuan's orange robe and undergarments slipped off, revealing long, gaping scars across his chest and abdomen, still red and swollen, a sight most unsettling. Under the threat of death, Qian Duoduo turned his back, shedding his ragged shirt and donning Jin Buhuan's undergarment, which fit him perfectly. Just as he was about to put on the orange robe, Lu Boli halted him. Tie it on. A purple belt appeared before Qian Duoduo, featuring a flat golden hook. The belt felt somewhat heavy, and the hook, seemingly crafted from gold, was fashioned into the shape of a golden toad. The toad's tongue extended, curling at the tip, fitting perfectly into the buckle of the belt. Securing the belt and donning the orange robe, before Qian Duoduo could utter a word, Lu Boli waved his hand, causing Jin Buhuan's body and the tattered clothes Qian Duoduo had discarded to vanish without a trace. Shortly thereafter, Lu Boli too dissipated into a wisp of smoke before Qian Duoduo's eyes. Qian Duoduo stared, bewildered, when suddenly a long, thin face emerged from the corridor outside. Spotting Qian Duoduo through the window, the face first displayed surprise, then elation, exclaiming, Jin Buhuan has come back to life. We still have hope. Before Qian Duoduo could comprehend, the elongated face dashed away, disappearing from view. In his mind, Jin Buhuan's memories began to surface. For the hatred of my father's murder, I, Jin Buhuan, shall seek vengeance, even if it means obliterating the Jin family from existence. However, for the sake of my mother, I must bide my time, endure humiliation, and survive. Just as he absorbed this, the door behind him creaked open and footsteps echoed. Ah, he truly lives. What a resilient spirit, one voice marveled. Senior brother Anquan, Jin Buhuan's cultivation has faltered. He is now at 0 level, another voice remarked. Qian Duoduo dared not turn around, uncertain of what they were discussing. Why does he seem a bit daft? A hand gripped Qian Duoduo's shoulder, twisting him around. 3 robust youths, resembling fierce tigers, stood before Qian Duoduo, each exuding an indescribable energy. The one gripping his shoulder was the elongated face he had just seen. The hand of the thin-faced youth lingered on Qian Duoduo, sending shivers coursing through him like ants crawling over his skin. Senior brother Anquan, how peculiar. Jin Buhuan's injuries have healed completely, yet his cultivation remains absent, the thin-faced youth remarked, furrowing his brow as he spoke to the well-built youth in the center. Dressed in a blue robe, senior brother Anquan chuckled. No matter. According to the rules, Jin Buhuan's opponents can only send out a first-level cultivator. We still have a fighting chance. Senior brother is correct. The individual beside him quickly concurred. This person had yellowed skin, drooping eyes, and wore a gray robe. Fighting 0 against 1 is still a challenge. The thin-faced youth stared at Qian Duoduo. Jin Buhuan, why has your cultivation vanished? Chapter 2. Whether to fight or not to fight, one must fight. Qian Duoduo maintained a look of shock, scarcely daring to blink. Hu Qingyin, it seems he has lost his memory, senior brother An Xuan remarked to the thin-faced youth. You should explain tonight's events to him, ensuring he wins at all costs. Turning to the youth with yellowed skin, senior brother An Xuan instructed, Kang Shinjun, informed Jin Baiyong that Jin Buhuan has unexpectedly lost his cultivation and that they should send someone else to fight. With hands clasped behind his back, senior brother An Xuan took a few steps toward the door, pausing to add, Jin Buhuan, I care not whether your amnesia is genuine or feigned, nor do I concern myself with the authenticity of your cultivation loss. Our prior agreement remains in effect as long as you can help me win this prison battle. I assure you, I will facilitate your escape from this prison. Prison? I have fallen into a prison. Qian Duoduo grasped the meaning of that word, inwardly lamenting. A prison is a place for confining criminals. As senior brother An Xuan departed, Hu Qingyin seized Qian Duoduo by the collar, whispering fiercely, Tonight, you must win at all costs. If you lose, I will suffer financial ruin as well. What's going on tonight? Qian Duoduo squeezed out a faint voice from his throat. Hu Qingyin stared at Qian Duoduo, and after a moment, asked, You really can't remember? Qian Duoduo shook his head. Good. Remember this, I will only say it once. Tonight is the second round of the prison duel. You will represent us, that is, the faction of Brother Zhu Anshuan, and fight against Jin Baiyong and his group. The second round? What about the first? The first round? Hu Qingyin chuckled in exasperation, smacking Qian Duoduo on the head. 3 days ago, you lost the first round. You almost got killed. What is a prison duel? The prison duel is the arena within this jail. We are one side, and Jin Baiyong is the other. Each side sends one person to compete. The duel is best of 3, and if you lose this second round, we will be utterly defeated and owe Jin Baiyong and his group 10,000 gold coins. I would also have to lose 1,000. 1,000 gold coins is several months' worth of my cultivation fees. Do you understand? Hu Qingyin glared at Qian Duoduo, demanding an answer. I understand, Qian Duoduo nodded, though his heart was still filled with confusion. Hu Qingyin grabbed Qian Duoduo and patted him on the back, a surge of warmth flowing from his palm into Qian Duoduo's spine. He still could not believe that Jin Buhuan had suddenly dropped from level 9 to 0 and needed to check Qian Duoduo's true condition with spiritual energy. Ah, that hurts. Qian Duoduo cried out. Your cultivation is indeed gone. Hu Qingyin withdrew his hand. This is somewhat troublesome. You may not be able to defeat someone at level 1. After pondering for a moment, he grew impatient. I don't care. If you don't win tonight, I will personally end you. Jin Baiyong and his group have long wanted to kill you. If it weren't for us deliberately opposing them, you would have been dead several times over. If you let brother lose face, he won't be able to protect you anymore. We cannot afford to lose 3 rounds in a row. As Hu Qingyin left, Qian Duoduo immediately lay down on the ground. His heart was filled with despair. I've fallen into this prison, and tonight there's a life-and-death duel. You won't win tonight. Lu Boli suddenly appeared again. How do you know? Qian Duoduo retorted. The sequence of events had left him exhausted, but the words of the thin, dark old man Lu Boli ignited a rebellious spirit within him, prompting him to sit up. You are a mortal, while they are cultivators, beings akin to immortals in your eyes. And you? Qian Duoduo looked back at Lu Boli. Who I am is of no concern to you, but you owe me something, Lu Boli said, his expression darkening. The sight of this mortal youth left Lu Boli feeling helpless. He had finally encountered the talented Jin Buhuan, intending to nurture him as a disciple, but before he could even take him under his wing, he was abruptly crushed by Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo was taken aback. What do I owe you? You killed my disciple, you must compensate me. Compensate? How do I do that? Just give me a disciple. How you compensate is not my concern. Lu Boli rolled his eyes. I've only got this worthless life, do you want that taken from me? Where would I find you a disciple? Qian Duoduo was also growing anxious. Why would I want a worthless life of yours? Qian Duoduo knelt on the ground and bowed to Lu Boli, Master. From now on, you are my master. Old man, I owe you a disciple. Lu Boli rolled his eyes, thinking that this boy was quick-witted and rather cunning. Qian Duoduo lay back down on the ground. Old man, your disciple has a life-and-death duel tonight. As my master, you should take care of this. After saying this, he felt a great sense of relief. Matters of fighting and risking his life were beyond his understanding. It was only right to leave it to his master. Lu Boli twirled his beard thoughtfully. As long as you wish to win, I will find a way. You? You have the ability to help me win? Qian Duoduo looked at Lu Boli, whose thin frame was not much more robust than his own. With a flick of his hand, Lu Boli lifted Qian Duoduo into the air, making him spin around the room like a flying insect. As a fifth-grade artifact refiner, how could he allow a disciple devoid of cultivation to look down upon him? Old man, I believe you now put me down, Qian Duoduo exclaimed as he landed back on the ground, panting heavily. I want to win. Call me master. Lu Boli suspended Qian Duoduo in midair, struggling to control his desire to crush him. What kind of master are you, being so fierce? I'll just call you evil master. You bowed your head and acknowledged me as your master. You cannot go back on that. An evil master is still a master, Lu Boli said, a glimmer in his eyes. There's no time to teach you cultivation, but I will train you to endure pain more than your opponent. Try it out. Can I choose something else? Qian Duoduo asked with a bitter smile. Lu Boli shook his head. Just bear with it. As he flicked his fingers, Qian Duoduo felt a wave of warmth strike his chest, followed by pain in his back, head, arms, and thighs. Qian Duoduo felt like a chicken skewered on a grill, unable to move under the scorching heat. His eyes widened in fury, glaring at Lu Boli, wishing he could curse him for being an evil master, if only his mouth weren't sealed. Lu Boli diligently roasted Qian Duoduo, treating him like a piece of equipment, carefully refining and strengthening his entire body with the fire from his palm. After an hour, Lu Boli stopped and lowered Qian Duoduo to the ground. Rest for a bit, then we will continue. 2 hours later, Qian Duoduo lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, his body numb, staring wide-eyed and asking, Am I about to die? Lu Boli had slapped him several times to make him appear slightly plumper, resembling Jin Buhuan more closely. You won't die just yet. The prison duel starts in an hour. There's prison food over there. Fill your stomach first. Lu Boli pointed to a corner of the wall, where a lump of black substance lay on the ground. Crawling to the wall, Qian Duoduo gently touched the cucumber-sized mass, finding it soft and elastic. Pork? Beef? Qian Duoduo swallowed hard. Carefully picking up the lump of meat, he brought it close to his nose, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Chicken? It must be chicken. He extended his tongue to taste it, the tender, fragrant meat melting into his throat and settling warmly in his belly, invigorating his very soul. It turned out to be a sizable chicken leg. After swallowing 3 large gulps of saliva, he finally sank his teeth into the meat, feeling them sink deep within, letting out a satisfied sigh as he bit down, the taste of chicken lingering on his tongue. Having tasted something previously unknown, he savored each bite. The piece of chicken was the size of a bird's egg, soft yet not greasy, lean yet not tough. It felt as if it contained a divine elixir, and Qian Duoduo rolled it around on his tongue 3 times before swallowing it. A warm current flowed through his abdomen. Such deliciousness existed in this world. Before long, the chunk of chicken transformed into a white bone in his hand. Despite gnawing at it 3 times, Qian Duoduo continued to search for any hidden morsels of meat and sinew. Stop gnawing on the bones. Have some ambition. If you want to eat chicken, win 2 rounds of the prison duel and get out of this jail. There's plenty out there. Lu Boli couldn't help but voice his thoughts, wondering if this disciple had emerged from a rock, famished. The reality was that Qian Duoduo had never had a full meal since he could remember. Lu Boli tossed Qian Duoduo a wooden sword. This is Jin Buhuan's treasure. Use it. The wooden sword was a low-grade common artifact, and he had carved 9 lines on both sides to reduce weight and increase sturdiness. Qian Duoduo picked up the wooden sword and waved it. The material felt somewhat special, considerably heavier than ordinary wood. Evil master, where did you hide this earlier? Qian Duoduo suddenly thought to ask. Facing imminent death, he felt no fear of Lu Boli, the fierce master. Lu Boli pointed to Qian Duoduo's waist. It's hidden on you. On me? That's impossible. What about Jin Buhuan? Also on you. Evil master, that's not a funny joke. Lu Boli raised an eyebrow, snorting as he slowly vanished into thin air. Do I need to lie to you? His voice echoed from Qian Duoduo's waist. Where are you? In your waistband, inside that golden toad. Qian Duoduo grasped his waistband. Say something again. If you don't win tonight, I will personally end you. This evil master had learned a line from Hu Qingjian's sharp tongue. Qian Duoduo felt a wave of dread. Get out, quickly. How did you get in there? Lu Boli ignored him. Qian Duoduo reached inside his robe, gripping the belt hook tightly and shaking it. Come out. I'm about to burst. Chapter 3. Clueless yet determined to fight. What an outrageous situation. Lu Bolu was about to erupt in anger when suddenly, he whispered, Shh, someone is coming. After a while, Qian Duoduo heard footsteps outside the door. In his peripheral vision, he noticed a square-faced figure pressing against the window, peeking in before the door creaked open. The square-faced figure, clad in a gray robe, entered stealthily, silent as a shadow. Yet, Qian Duoduo could sense something crawling over him. Has my cultivation vanished? The square-faced figure suddenly leaned in close and growled, startling Qian Duoduo into a shiver. With his left hand, the square-faced figure seized Qian Duoduo, who caught a whiff of a chilling aura of death. Just as the square-faced figure raised his right hand, a voice called out from outside. Gong Sunzheng, are you resorting to underhanded tactics? Gong Sunzheng relaxed his grip with his left hand, causing Qian Duoduo to tumble to the ground. With zero cultivation, am I even worth my effort? He scoffed. I was sent by senior brother Jin Biong to check if you have been lying. Gong Sunzheng clapped his hands. Whether you've lied or not will soon be revealed during the trial. Why sneak around? Hu Qingyin stepped forward to inspect Qian Duoduo's body. Once she confirmed he was unharmed, she pushed Gong Sunzheng towards the exit. Leave. Senior brother Jin Biong fears you might use deceitful methods to have Jin Buhuan consume pills to conceal his cultivation. Why can't I check? Gong Sunzheng, refusing to budge, attempted to probe Hu Qingyin's reaction with a different excuse. A petty person always thinks that everyone else is like you. Get lost, Hu Qingyin exclaimed angrily, forcefully shoving Gong Sunzheng out. Prepare the gold coins. When you lose, pay up without hesitation. Gong Sunzheng retorted while grappling with Hu Qingyin. After expelling him, Hu Qingyin approached Qian Duoduo and said, Jin Buhuan, you must win. You must infuriate that scoundrel. Get me something to eat. Qian Duoduo replied. Hu Qingyin, surprised that he could negotiate, quickly agreed. All right. Moments later, he tossed 2 chicken legs through the crack of the door. Like feeding a dog? The chicken legs bounced to the ground before Qian Duoduo. After consuming the 2 chicken legs, warmth spread through his limbs, and he reveled in this bliss, momentarily forgetting Lu Bolu and Jin Buhuan. In the imminent life-and-death battle, worrying about dying would be futile. If he survived, he could ponder later. Lu Bolu, feeling a mix of apprehension and anticipation, refrained from disturbing Qian Duoduo, completely oblivious to the capabilities of his starving disciple. However, conserving strength was paramount before the trial. An hour swiftly passed, and chaotic footsteps echoed from outside. When the door opened, Hu Qingyin stood there, declaring, Come out. The trial is about to commence. Qian Duoduo, grasping a wooden sword, rose and stepped outside. Before him stretched a long corridor, slanting upwards to the right and downwards to the left, flanked by cell after cell. Following Hu Qingyin, Qian Duoduo headed left. People began to emerge from the corridor, clad in blue or gray robes, with few in orange. Regardless of color, they all wore the same uniform, adorned with a copper coin on the cuffs and collar. After navigating 3 turns, they arrived at a sunken chamber with the words Correction Facility inscribed on the door. In the center stood a square platform surrounded by a circular spectator area. The audience was clearly divided, with Zhu Anquan seated prominently on the left and Kang Shinjun beside him. The moment Qian Duoduo stepped in, every gaze fixated on him, scrutinizing his orange robe. Indeed, he has fallen to 0 level. A voice resonated from the crowd opposite Zhu Anquan. The speaker, dressed in blue with a pale complexion and a hooked nose, continued, Zhu Anquan, your desperation to win knows no bounds. However, I shall indulge you. Let us see how the 0-level Jin Buhuan can triumph. Remember, should his cultivation unexpectedly recover during the contest, surpassing the first level of qi condensation, you, Zhu Anquan, will face defeat. Zhu Anquan snorted and declared, Jin Buhuan is a prodigy of your Jin family. Previously, Jin Biong addressed him as senior brother with such reverence. How is it that you now lack confidence? A jolt of realization struck Qian Duoduo. Jin Biong and Jin Buhuan belonged to the same family, possibly even cousins. Internal strife could be ruthless. Jin Biong dismissed the concern with a scoff. When Jin Buhuan was at the 9th level of qi condensation, not just me, but even the inner disciples would call him senior brother. A fledgling phoenix pales in comparison to a mere chicken. Enough with the banter. Let us commence. He clapped his hands, prompting a robust young man in a gray robe to rise and stride toward the platform. Qian Duoduo felt a shiver as he observed the imposing figure, who was easily twice his size. Jin Baiong, you are despicable, Hu Qingyin shouted, pointing at the sturdy youth. He is clearly at the second level of qi condensation, yet now he is at the first level. Who is being despicable? Gong Sunzheng interjected, jumping up beside Jin Baiong. Just yesterday, Jin Buhuan was at the 9th level. Now he is at 0. Who is more despicable? Laughter erupted from the audience. Cheating, as long as it remained undetected, was not considered cheating. Zhuan Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Hu Qingyin shoved Qian Duoduo forward, urging, go, remember, it's only a contest of victory and defeat, not life and death. A life lost still counts as a loss. Ascending the platform, Qian Duoduo took one step at a time, while Yin Qiming, towering over 8 feet, stood significantly taller than him. As Qian Duoduo approached, Yin Qiming bowed slightly and murmured, Senior Brother Buhuan, I am forced into this. He clearly did not believe Qian Duoduo was at 0 level. Qian Duoduo managed a wry smile, mused about his own confusion regarding how he ended up here. They took him for Jin Buhuan. In truth, he was Qian Duoduo. With the life and death battle about to begin, he was still clueless about his first move. I am as well, he replied earnestly, returning the bow. Quit stalling, let us fight, Gong Sunzheng urged from below. Yin Qiming rubbed his hands together, and a wooden sword materialized, hovering in midair. He formed a hand gesture and pointed at Qian Duoduo, causing the wooden sword to flash with light and shoot toward Qian Duoduo's face. Panic surged through Qian Duoduo. The opponent was indeed employing a mystical technique. The wooden sword was flying straight for him, threatening to pierce his head. In a moment of urgency, Qian Duoduo ducked to the right, narrowly avoiding the sword that whizzed past his left ear, sending a chill down his spine. Just as he thought to catch his breath, a cold wind brushed past him from behind. Turning, he saw the wooden sword curving midair, aimed at his neck. How could the sword maneuver like that in the air? Before Qian Duoduo could comprehend, the wooden sword was less than 3 feet away. There was no way to evade it. Instinctively, he raised the wooden sword in his right hand to block. Bang! The two swords collided. Qian Duoduo felt as if he had been struck by a boulder, nearly losing grip on his wooden sword. Stumbling slightly, he steadied himself, only to see Yin Qiming's sword rushing toward him again, aimed directly at his heart. Jin Buhuan is finished. He is going to lose, Gong Sunzheng shouted, witnessing Qian Duoduo's evident disadvantage. The crowd erupted in jeers, invigorating Qian Duoduo's fighting spirit. Focusing all his attention, he gripped the wooden sword tightly and swung with all his might at Yin Qiming's blade. Bang! The clash was more intense than before, sending vibrations through Qian Duoduo's arm. Yet, he did not take a single step back, maintaining a firm grasp on his wooden sword. This pain was trivial compared to the torment inflicted by his harsh master. What kind of celestial being is this? Qian Duoduo thought, finding his composure restored. Yin Qiming called back his wooden sword and softly asked, Why does Senior Brother Buhuan not strike? In his heart, Qian Duoduo recognized that the imposing figure before him had lost the initial fear. He was beginning to believe I was truly at 0 level. If I strike, you will simply fall over, Qian Duoduo retorted, swinging the wooden sword in his hand. Yin Qiming, startled, took a step back and pointed his sword toward the center. Realizing that Qian Duoduo's sword had not been launched, but was merely a feint, he chuckled. Could it be that you have genuinely fallen to 0 level? Then I shall not hold back. With that, he began to swing his arms, the wooden sword slicing through the air with a fierce whistle, descending towards Qian Duoduo's head. Chapter 4. You are a madman. This time, his strike was far more ferocious than before. Previously, Yin Qiming had held back, wary of a counterattack, but upon gauging Qian Duoduo's strength, he unleashed his full power in the assault. Bang! The moment the flying sword came within reach, Qian Duoduo managed to track its trajectory and blocked it with his wooden sword. Yin Qiming ceased his chatter and relentlessly pressed the attack. His flying sword darted through the air like a monstrous venomous bee, striking at Qian Duoduo from various angles, stabbing, slashing, and slicing. In response, Qian Duoduo remained undeterred. Employing a single tactic, gripping the sword with both hands, he focused entirely on defending against the onslaught that, of course, should he fail to block even once, There would be no second chance on the platform. The swords clashed continuously. Below, Gong Sun Zheng grew impatient, loudly scolding, "Yin Qiming, are you not ashamed? You are using the first level of qi condensation to battle a 0 level, and yet it's such a struggle. What a waste of a hulking fool." On Zhu Anquan's side, under Hu Qingyin's direction, the crowd shouted in unison. "Jin Buhuan, victory is assured. Jin Buhuan, victory is assured. Jin Buhuan, victory is assured." After dozens, even hundreds of clashes, Yin Qiming began to sweat profusely. His fingers, which had been forming hand gestures, trembled slightly, and the speed of the flying sword began to wane. He was equally perplexed. Despite his relentless tactics, all were effortlessly countered by Qian Duoduo. "Surrender already!" Qian Duoduo, still vigorous, suddenly let out a loud roar, leaping forward to deliver a mock strike towards Yin Qi. Startled, Yin Qi instinctively retreated a couple of steps, only to realize it was yet another feint. His face flushing with embarrassment, Gong Sun Zheng berated him with greater fervor, calling him a worthless fool. Meanwhile, Hu Qingyin led the crowd in a chant, "Surrender, surrender, surrender." Qian Duoduo continued to close the distance to Yin Qi. Drawing nearer by the moment, on the platform, the diminutive Qian Duoduo pursued the towering Yin Qi. "Don't come any closer." Yin Qi growled, his eyes narrowed. "I want to approach, yet I can still strike you." With less than a yard between them, Qian Duoduo discerned the fear in Yin Qi's eyes. Suddenly, Yin Qi grasped the wooden sword tightly, bellowing, "I'll fight you to the end." Emulating Qian Duoduo's stance, he swung his sword forward. He was desperate. Qian Duoduo was too close, and his change of tactics was slower than Qian Duoduo's. After such a lengthy bout, he was struggling to maintain control over his flying sword. Qian Duoduo resembled an unbreakable walnut, nearly exhausting his strength. "Come." Qian Duoduo awaited this very moment. He advanced rather than retreated, his wooden sword thrusting upward, aimed directly at Yin Qi's throat. "What does it matter if we distinguish between victory and death? I cannot recall. All I know is that losing means death. Even in death, I shall drag my opponent to the grave with me. After all, I have nothing to lose. Who fears whom?" Yin Qi's wooden sword lunged towards Qian Duoduo's head. While Qian Duoduo's sword aimed for his throat, at that instant, the spectators below ceased their clamoring. All Qian Duoduo could hear was Yin Qi's heavy panting, as the two swords drew perilously close. Fear flickered in Yin Qi's eyes. He redirected his wooden sword to block Qian Duoduo's. "You are a mad man," he cursed. Qian Duoduo had no intention of backing down. The tremendous force from his wooden sword pushed Yin Qi back 2 steps. Just as Yin Qi prepared to counterattack, Qian Duoduo's second strike arrived, aimed for mutual destruction. After a flurry of 7 or 8 strikes, Yin Qi found himself cornered at the edge of the platform. "Yin Qi, if you lose, I'll have your head," Gong Sun Zheng screamed. The muscles in Yin Qi's face twitched as he gripped the hilt of his sword, thrusting it violently towards Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo sidestepped, and Yin Qi's wooden sword came hurtling towards his eyes. "No dodging, no dodging," Gong Sun Zheng shrieked in madness. Should Yin Qi fall to Qian Duoduo's strike, Zhu Anquan would also be deemed defeated. Yet, Yin Qi was ultimately afraid of death. He tilted his head, evading Qian Duoduo's wooden sword. As his sword struck Qian Duoduo's left shoulder, Qian Duoduo's sword pierced his forehead. With a cry, Yin Qi tumbled off the platform. He had lost. "Worthless, worthless," Gong Sun Zheng rushed over, kicking Yin Qi's head with force. Amidst the throng, Jin Biong stood up, stroking his chin, and addressed Qian Duoduo. "Your strikes remain merciless as ever. However, there is a third match. Let us see if you can endure to the end." With that, he departed with his group. Hu Qingyin, brimming with excitement, turned to Zhu Anquan and exclaimed, "See, I told you we wouldn't lose. It's 1-1 now. If we win the next, the money will be ours." He waved at Gong Sun Zheng. "Gong Sun, are you enjoying this? Be sure to come prepared with money for the next match." Gong Sun Zheng's face turned pale with anger, choosing to ignore his boastfulness. Zhu Anquan pointed at Qian Duoduo, who was nursing his wound, and instructed Kong Shenjun, "Go fetch some medicine." Kong Shenjun promptly nodded, proclaiming, "Brother, you are truly benevolent." He swiftly leapt onto the platform, handing Qian Duoduo a pouch of medicine, leaning in close, his expression neutral as he whispered, "This medicine costs 10 gold coins. Remember to pay me back." Qian Duoduo opened the pouch, applying the powder to his wound. Instantly, it ceased bleeding and the pain diminished significantly. Zhuan Chuan nodded at Qian Duoduo, declaring loudly, "As I said, win the prison duel, and I will set you free." Qian Duoduo followed Hu Qingyin out of the correctional facility, returning to his cell. Hu Qingyin closed the cell door, then reopened it, stating, 3 days from now, at this very hour, the third prison duel. You must win. Send some chicken legs my way. Qian Duoduo seized the opportunity to negotiate. Hu Qingyin chuckled, "You've got some nerve. But fine, if you ensure Jin Baiyong and Gong Sun Zheng leave in disgrace, I'll see to it that you receive some spirit chicken legs in just a short while." He tossed 10 spirit chicken legs through the gap in the door, identical to the previous large spirit chicken legs. With footsteps fading away, Lu Boli emerged. Earlier, Qian Duoduo's life-for-a-life tactics had frightened him immensely. Consuming these chicken legs will ensure victory in the duel 3 days hence. And freedom? Seeing Qian Duoduo savoring the spirit chicken legs, Lu Boli, who had recently worried for him, now felt a surge of frustration and coldly inquired, "Are you really that confident?" Qian Duoduo suddenly recalled that the success of this match was partly due to Lu Boli's relentless training. Without it, he might have faltered against Yin Qi's onslaught. For the impending life-or-death duel, Qian Duoduo remained uncertain of how to prepare. With a flick of his hand, Lu Boli made all of Qian Duoduo's large spirit chicken legs vanish. "Hey, you wicked master, stop fooling around. Return my chicken legs. They are my lifeline," Qian Duoduo exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden disappearance. "I'll keep them safe for you. Your life is now in your own hands." With a snap of his fingers, a scroll appeared before Qian Duoduo. "You must master the first level within 3 days, or you might not survive." "What did you call me?" Qian Duoduo picked up the scroll. "Mischievous disciple." Qian Duoduo chuckled. The old man was holding a grudge. He had called him a wicked master, and now he was being labeled a mischievous disciple. He glanced at the scroll's cover, which bore the words Jian Guang Technique of the Refining Spirit Sect. Categorized under the Condensing Qi Realm, Celestial Technique? Qian Duoduo asked, intrigued. "Indeed. This technique belongs to Jin Buhuan. It suits you perfectly." Qian Duoduo opened the scroll, which began with, "The Jin Guang Technique is our sect's ultimate skill. Divided into 10 levels. Each level corresponds precisely to the first stage of condensing qi. Mastering a level allows one to control external objects, transforming spiritual energy into a coin. It can be used for both offense and defense. With assassination capabilities, upon reaching the 10th level, 10 coins can be converted into an ingot, wielding the power to move mountains and seas." Qian Duoduo's heart raced with excitement. "This is so incredible. Am I about to become a celestial being?" Chapter 5. Little Prodigy, have you become useless? Lu Boli, who had just made the chicken legs disappear, suddenly reminded Qian Duoduo of the earlier question. "Wicked Master, do you really keep it in your belt?" "Indeed." Lu Boli closed his eyes while grooming his beard, appearing indifferent. "What about Jin Buhuan?" "The same as me." With a flick of his hand, the corpse of a youth along with Qian Duoduo's tattered clothing materialized on the ground. Qian Duoduo's eyes widened in disbelief. The belt was barely 2 fingers wide. How could it possibly conceal such items? With another flick, the boy in garments vanished once more. "Is Jin Buhuan a corpse? Won't it stink?" Qian Duoduo sensed a faint odor. Having a dead body concealed on oneself meant he would be a walking coffin, a mobile grave, which filled him with dread, causing him to shiver. "Fear not. Even if your clothing rots and smells, he will not." "How do you know?" "I have spent many years there. Naturally, I would know." Qian Duoduo was baffled. How could such a small, flat belt hide a person for so long? "Wicked Master, who are you? Where do you come from?" Qian Duoduo blurted out, "Don't concern yourself with me. Focus on your own well-being. You, a mere mortal, have entered the world of cultivation. You must hasten to become a cultivator. Otherwise, every chicken leg you consume may be your last meal." Qian Duoduo's incessant reference to Wicked Master left Lu Boli feeling exasperated. Yet, recalling how he had once used him as a cooking utensil and slapped him, he also felt a degree of guilt, realizing he had indeed been somewhat cruel. Lu Boli's words struck a chord with Qian Duoduo, but they rang true. Taking a deep breath, Qian Duoduo continued flipping through the scroll, where the Jin Guang technique unfolded layer by layer. The first, second, and third levels were all depicted with illustrations. Starting from the 4th level, both text and images increased in complexity. Each page bore dark smudges, indicating it had been perused countless times. The illustration for the first level depicted a peculiar movement, accompanied by a special breathing method. It appeared not too difficult. Qian Duoduo mimicked the posture, inhaling and exhaling for merely 4 or 5 breaths before a wave of soreness surged from his legs. There was not a trace of the spiritual energy the technique described. Stealthily stretching his limbs, Qian Duoduo resumed the posture, striving to sense the energy within him. However, aside from the air he inhaled and exhaled, he felt no sign of spiritual energy. Sighing, he inquired of Lu Boli, "Is this book a fraud?" Lu Boli, eyes still closed and head down, replied, "No, it is genuine. This is the foundational technique of the refining spirit sect. Everyone receives a copy. Everyone receives a copy. If I cannot master it, one tea that make me quite foolish." Qian Duoduo felt heat rising to his face as he prepared for the Jin Guang technique once more. Concentrating solely on his body's responses, ignoring the aches in his hands and feet, he had no idea how much time had passed when footsteps echoed from outside the door. Qian Duoduo relaxed his body, lying on the ground, while Lu Boli concealed himself back within the golden toad. The footsteps halted at the door, and after a moment, a fist-sized object rolled into the cave. "Prison food, more chicken legs." Qian Duoduo exclaimed with delight, rushing over to retrieve them. Swallowing a spirit chicken leg ignited a warmth within him, reminiscent of the spiritual energy described in the scroll. Another one, Lu Boli, having reappeared without Qian Duoduo's notice, tossed another spirit chicken leg into his arms. After throwing it, he vanished once more. Consuming 2 in succession heightened the stirring of spiritual energy within him. Qian Duoduo hastily assumed the stance of the first level of the Golden Light technique. Uncertain whether it was due to having eaten his fill or having executed the movements correctly, he felt a certain relief from the previous soreness with each breath, even experiencing a flicker of comfort. After several hundred breaths, just as he contemplated relaxing amidst the warmth swirling in his abdomen, a sudden coolness emerged, coursing through his body along the meridians. Spiritual energy. Qian Duoduo's heart surged with joy as he focused inward on this energy. Wherever it flowed, it felt like ants crawling, both ticklish and refreshing. A delightful warmth mingled with coolness, akin to having consumed an abundance of celestial fruits. Alas, this energy seemed rather frail. Before it could complete a full circuit, it dissipated. The acupoints it had not reached felt parched and disheartened, like grass deprived of water. Lao Lu, I have spiritual energy now," Qian Duoduo exclaimed, patting his waist. "Is my talent not worth something? You needn't summon me with such gestures anymore." Lu Boli appeared directly in front of him, his gaze flickering with a hint of fire, as if he could see the spiritual energy coursing through Qian Duoduo's very bones. Albeit scant, he too felt a tinge of worry. There were too few sources of spiritual energy in the prison. If Qian Duoduo were a disciple from a wealthy family, with ample heavenly materials and earthly treasures at his disposal, gathering spiritual energy to break through the first level would be a matter of mere moments. Do not fret. Once the seed is sown, the sprouts will follow. With one, there will be 10,000. Yet, Qian Duoduo was so elated that he paced the cave, declaring, "Just let me feast, and I shall reach the first level. With more sustenance, I will ascend to the second, and with yet more, the third and 9th levels shall be within my grasp. It is no daunting task." Shoo! Someone approaches. Lu Boli transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished into the Jin Chan just then, a face as pale as exquisite jade pressed against the window, 2 predatory eyes piercing through like those of a wolf. This beautiful countenance bore a resemblance to Jin Byong. "Dear brother, you still draw breath? But it seems you have no spiritual energy left. Surely, you Haven Tea become utterly useless. You are the little prodigy of the Jin family, beloved by all, blooming like flowers before the eyes of men. A prodigy like Jin Buhuai, who appears but once in a millennium, destined to cultivate into a great practitioner of golden elixirs and transform into an immortal." Deske. The handsome face continued to sneer, his words laced with bitterness and a hint of malice, an unpalatable concoction. Qian Duoduo remained still as stone, pretending this handsome visage was a rabid dog, allowing its barking to echo around him. The handsome face twitched, ceasing its tirade, its wolfish eyes scrutinizing Qian Duoduo from head to toe. "Feigning ignorance, are we? I'll ensure you cannot escape my clutches, Jean Buke, nor will you keep your life intact. This striking face belonged to Jean Buke. Qian Duoduo recalled memories of Jean Buhuai, gradually flipping through recollections until the knowledge of their deadly rivalry chilled him. Jean Buke murmured softly, "Dear brother, do not perish. You still owe me 30,000 gold coins. I await your repayment." To this, he threw his head back in triumphant laughter. Qian Duoduo observed tears of mirth welling in his eyes, a clear sign of his ecstatic delight. "Buke, in 3 days, the final duel in the prison fight will yield results that will surely bring you joy." Jean Buke's head bobbed beside him, revealing Jean Biong. "Indeed, seeing Jean Buhuai drop from level 9 to 0 has already brought me great satisfaction. Should you wish to elevate my spirits further, I could arrange for your family to be well taken care of. And your father could become an elder within the clan. It is not impossible." Jean Buke's words brimmed with confidence, though his voice dipped slightly, just a touch. "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, esteemed senior brother," Jean Biong exclaimed, growing animated. "Here, take this as a token of my appreciation. I guarantee, with my head as collateral, that this will be the last time you see Jean Buhuai." No need to speculate. What Jean Biong referred to was undoubtedly a substantial sum of gold. Chapter 6. Master, I must win. Jean Buke's handsome face reappeared at the window, beaming with a smile. Once the radiant little prodigy, he now struggled through life, filling his elder brother's heart with profound sorrow. "I shall retreat into seclusion for a few months, yet I cannot shake thoughts of you. Go spare you further suffering. Let us cease the prison meals from tomorrow. Fewer meals will hasten your arrival in the blissful realm." "Would that not be delightful?" Jean Biong interjected. "The esteemed senior brother is quite considerate. I shall make the arrangements." Qian Duoduo suddenly turned, fixing his gaze on that handsome face. "You cannot stop my meals." Despite knowing that Lu Boli had hidden spiritual chicken legs, the mere thought of being deprived of food ignited his fury. His furious outburst startled Jean Buke, who quickly recovered with a laugh. "Now that is more like it. A worm must still wriggle before being crushed. If you quietly succumb, it would be as if I had stepped on air, devoid of amusement. Do you recall that competition in the outer sect? You were at level 4, I at level 5, yet you managed to defeat me. As the young patriarch of the Jean family, I was nearly rendered useless by you, that wild child prodigy. Thanks to you, I suffered the greatest humiliation of my life. You are the greatest demon in my dreams." Jean Buke's face radiated with a glimmer of light. "Before I enter seclusion, I must conquer this inner demon and solidify my cultivation, preparing for the inner sect competition. Then I shall steadily establish my foundation, attain the golden elixir, and inherit my father's throne to effectively lead the Jean family. As for this spirit-refining sect, it is a formidable mountain behind the Jean family, tended by a cohort of prodigious senior brothers and sisters. It is beyond my scope." A pair of crisp claps resounded outside the window. Self-induced by Jean Buke, who felt his speech had been nothing short of brilliant. "Biong, I leave the matter of vanquishing the inner demon to you." Amidst Jean Biong's eager affirmations, the two gradually distanced themselves. "Lao Lu, I wish to win." After sitting quietly for a while, Qian Duoduo spoke softly. He pondered. Jean Buhuai, as a prodigy, reached the 9th level of qi condensation yet could not triumph over Jean Buke. As a mere mortal bearing the name of Jean Buhuai, I cannot even compete with Jean Biong, let alone Jean Buke. Yet, despite the odds, I must fight with all my might. The only ally I can rely on is Lu Boli. Concealed within the Jean Chan, his abilities surpassed theirs. At this moment, Lu Boli had not emerged from the Jean Chan, yet Qian Duoduo knew he could hear. Not a wicked master, but old Lu? Why the sudden shift to Lao? After a while, Lu Boli floated out. Qian Duoduo bowed deeply. "I am but a mischievous child. Master, please do not hold my transgressions against me." Lu Boli regarded him, pausing for a long moment before responding. "Speak of this after you successfully cultivate to the 1st level. And if I cannot cultivate successfully? Cannot cultivate?" Lu Boli chuckled. "In the realm of cultivation, if you do not possess the skills of an immortal, you must ask yourself, who can aid you? Who can rescue you? Only those who help themselves can be saved by heaven." His implications were clear. Failing to reach the 1st level means one remains a mere mortal. And a mortal cannot be saved, no matter the effort. Understood. Qian Duoduo assumed the stance of the 1st level of the Golden Light technique, and not long after, he summoned a wisp of spiritual energy, guiding it along the pathways depicted in the technique, attempting to open each acupoint one by one. However, the spiritual energy flowed like a thin stream, while the acupoints were like boulders obstructing its path. Resisting every effort, Qian Duoduo counted. To achieve the first level of qi condensation, he needed to open 18 acupoints. Yet, the spiritual energy within him could not even penetrate a single one. Worse still, the frequent invocation of spiritual energy left him quite hungry. If Jin Biong truly denied him prison meals, the remaining 9 spiritual chicken legs would merely suffice to satiate his hunger without providing enough energy for him to reach the first level of qi condensation. What to do? Qian Duoduo glanced towards Lu Boli within the Jinshan. Lu Boli remained suspended, eyes closed in meditation, his gaunt visage as tranquil as a still pond, untouched by the slightest breeze. If I cannot cultivate to the first level, he would not extend a hand to assist me, would he? With this thought, Qian Duoduo clenched his teeth, maintaining the stance of the golden light technique, utilizing his meager spiritual energy to wash around the acupoints in circles. Water drips through stone. I can do it, Qian Duoduo silently chanted in his heart. After a considerable time, he suddenly heard a creak, and upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to see the prison doors swinging open. Today marked the festival of founding the sect, allowing inmates 2 hours of freedom. That a voice, aged yet commanding, echoed from the cave's ceiling, beyond the boundary of 100 feet from the prison gate. Any trespassers shall be executed. Those who fail to return on time shall face death. Those who attempt to escape shall bring annihilation upon their clans. The festival of founding the sect? Freedom? Qian Duoduo pondered the meaning of these terms. When Lu Boli's voice gently reached his ears, an opportunity has arisen. Quickly, rise and take a stroll outside. His tone carried a hint of mirth, yet Qian Duoduo remained somewhat perplexed, still struggling to rise from the ground. Lu Boli urged him again, impudent child, today is the spirit refining sect's festival, allowing the inmates to stretch their legs. Let us procure some food nearby. Follow my lead. There are formations both inside and outside the prison. With a sudden jolt, Qian Duoduo sprang to his feet. Had I known sooner, I would have anticipated a festive feast. A delightful vision flashed before Qian Duoduo. A plump chicken strutting with 2 deliciously fragrant legs, boldly parading at the prison entrance. With a sigh of relief, Qian Duoduo stood up and made his way outside. Crossing the prison threshold, he found a considerable number of people already gathered. Among them were familiar faces from the audience the previous night. He did not see Zhuan Chuan or Jin Biong. Perhaps such minor matters as freedom did not necessitate the presence of these outer sect disciples. The path outside slanted upward to the right. From that point, natural light cascaded down, as if accompanied by a free-spirited breeze, carrying the refreshing scent of new leaves. Kang Shenjun and Gong Sun Zhang stood with their arms crossed, leaning against the stone wall. Positioned at the entrance of the prison, Qian Duoduo, clutching his belt, hastily exited the prison gates. Before him loomed several majestic peaks, shrouded in ethereal mist halfway up their heights, with snow-capped summits piercing the azure sky. The clouds above billowed, obscuring the highest points of the mountains. On the slopes, towering trees reached for the heavens, and fragrant grasses carpeted the ground. Countless splendid pavilions, adorned with golden roofs and red walls, nestled against the mountainsides, built in locations that gathered energy and sheltered against the winds, exuding opulence and breathtaking beauty. The air was suffused with a marvelous spiritual aura. What else could this place be if not a realm of immortals? Qian Duoduo stood there, utterly entranced. As a mere mortal, he had never dreamt of encountering such a wondrous locale. Regaining his composure, Qian Duoduo glanced back. The prison was a vast cavern within the mountains, its ceiling emblazoned with 2 crimson characters that read prison, etched into the rock as if carved by sword and axe. In an instant, Qian Duoduo descended from the clouds back to reality. It was not the time for leisurely admiration of the scenery. He recalled the rules regarding freedom, noting that within a mere 100 zhong, what could possibly be found? In just 2 short hours, what could one accomplish? The surroundings were filled with cultivators, their senses far sharper than any canine. Emerging from the prison were about 100 individuals, among them the likes of Yin Qi, who had been defeated by Qian Duoduo the previous day. This motley crew comprised men and women, young and old, clad in gray, blue, and orange robes, none of whom Qian Duoduo recognized. Yet amongst them, Perhaps there were those who knew Jin Buhuan. Should he speak, it would be easy for Qian Duoduo to reveal his identity as anything but Jin Buhuan. To be on the safe side, Qian Duoduo donned a sorrowful expression and distanced himself from the others, moving 100 steps to the east. Suddenly, Lu Boli whispered at Qian Duoduo's waist. Chapter 7. A Taste of Initial Spiritual Energy. A millennia-old creature moving further away from the crowd, Qian Duoduo reproached Lu Boli in hushed tones. What are you doing? Silence, Lu Boli commanded in return. Follow my lead. Qian Duoduo's heart raced, yet he maintained an impassive facade. Complying with Lu Boli's instructions, after walking 100 steps east, he reached what was likely the farthest distance allowed for freedom. Beyond lay a thick iron chain that separated the prison from the outside world, inscribed with patterns that subtly aligned with those on the ground, emitting flashes of electrical light. A mere touch would reduce a person to dust. Outside the chains was a medicinal garden, filled with herbs unfamiliar to Qian Duoduo. Even from a distance of 20 or 30 steps, the rich fragrance of the herbs wafted into his nostrils. These meticulously arranged plots, abundant in spiritual energy, were indeed a splendid method for cultivating herbs. Thriving without fear of theft in a moment of distraction, Qian Duoduo thought he saw the foliage in the garden rustling, but upon closer inspection, nothing was amiss. He merely felt that the herbs had thinned considerably. To the south, 60 steps away, Lu Boli's voice caused Qian Duoduo's belt to tremble slightly. To the south stood a thicket of shrubs, rising to half a person's height. From beyond the shrubs came a clucking sound. Could it be a chicken? Do chickens in the realm of cultivation cluck as well? Qian Duoduo felt an irresistible urge to breach the boundary and investigate. Straining his ears, he listened intently, yet the enticing clucking ceased. All right, Lu Boli concluded, and fell silent. At this moment, Qian Duoduo felt an overwhelming curiosity, eager to discover whether he had succeeded in acquiring food. The 2 hours seemed interminable, and the 100-zhang area felt vast. In the final quarter of an hour, an elderly voice resonated above the prison, signaling the return of the prisoners to their cells. Qian Duoduo suppressed his excitement, following the crowd back into the prison. Bang! As the cell door slammed shut, Qian Duoduo urgently called out in a hushed tone, Lu Lao, come out quickly. Upon Lu Boli's appearance, Qian Duoduo glanced at his hands, which were empty. Qian Duoduo swallowed hard. Urging, hurry, show me. With a flick of his fingers, a plant resembling a thick white block appeared in Lu Boli's grasp. A giant radish. Qian Duoduo asked with glee. Lu Boli's ability to summon objects silently from thin air left him thoroughly impressed. Lu Boli stroked his beard, declaring, 300-year-old spiritual ginseng. Regardless of its age, let me have a bite. Forget the age. Just let me gnaw on it. Qian Duoduo patted his belly. You must consume it all, or you'll explode. It's over for you. Just eat the roots to advance to the first level of qi condensation. That's a lie, Qian Duoduo thought, skeptical that these roots could be more beneficial than a chicken leg. Nevertheless, with the spiritual ginseng in Lu Lao's possession, he had no choice but to heed his guidance. Qian Duoduo accepted a long root and took a bite. The root was crisp, sweet, and melted in his mouth, transforming into a powerful warmth that surged into his abdomen's dantian. Once it settled in the dantian, a surge of energy arose, rushing through his spiritual veins. Qian Duoduo immediately felt as if he had entered a furnace. Enveloped in warmth, as though nestled within a rainbow cloud, having sneakily sipped from a pitcher of celestial wine, the sensation utterly intoxicating. Why aren't you practicing yet? Lu Boli urged. Old Lu was truly annoying. Despite his words being accurate, couldn't he allow him a moment of languid bliss? Qian Duoduo thought to himself, deliberately emitting a lazy grunt, feigning drunkenness, and rolling on the ground twice before finally adopting the posture for the first layer of the golden light technique. With each breath, he guided the spiritual energy along the designated pathways. The spiritual energy coursing through him felt entirely different from before. If previously it was akin to ants, now it was a long, growing serpent, a massive creature drilling through the spiritual veins, swiftly traversing each acupoint and unblocking them in a mix of surprise and delight. Qian Duoduo let out an unrestrained groan as he reached the last few acupoints that had remained blocked. The cool spiritual energy showed no signs of slowing down. Boom! The energy shattered the final barrier, returning to the dantian, sending a tremor through Qian Duoduo's body. He felt as if he were gliding on clouds. His body light and his sensations heightened. According to the ancient texts, this was the reaction of reaching the first layer of the golden light technique, indicating that he had indeed attained the first level of qi condensation. Suddenly, the first breath of energy born from the dantian surged forth, breaking free from its established pathways and heading towards his navel. Had the energy gone awry? Qian Duoduo's abdomen felt as though it had been sliced by a sharp blade. The pain searing, this time, Qian Duoduo's cries echoed in anguish. Lu Boli sensed something was amiss as well, his fingers poised to act, but the uncontrolled energy had already surged into the golden toad, causing the pain to dissipate. Within Qian Duoduo's abdomen, the ginseng continuously generated spiritual energy, forming a complete circular flow once more. What just happened? Qian Duoduo wiped the sweat from his brow. Initial spiritual energy. Lu Boli contemplated aloud. The first breath of spiritual energy that cultivators experience on their path to immortality is known as initial spiritual energy. Why did the golden toad suddenly consume your initial spiritual energy? Examine if anything seems different. What seems different? The energy keeps increasing, and the flow grows thicker. Suddenly, Qian Duoduo felt he had glimpsed a new area. This space was within the golden toad, Tinjiang Square, where Jin Buhuan, the little divine child, lay motionless in a corner. Surrounding him were fresh herbs, a dead spiritual chicken, 9 spiritual chicken legs, and a bundle of worn clothing he had discarded. This astonishing discovery prompted Qian Duoduo to exclaim, Lu Lao, take a look inside the golden toad. He inwardly questioned whether this was merely an illusion. In the blink of an eye, Lu Boli appeared within the space. I see you, Lu Boli said. I see you too, Lu Lao. Qian Duoduo's eyes widened, realizing he was not actually seeing with his eyes, but rather perceiving through the space between his brows. Lu Boli lifted his left foot. Can you see me? Am I raising my left hand or my right? You are raising your left hoof. Lu Boli, standing on his head, inquired further, impudent disciple. What am I doing, malicious master? You better bury yourself in the earth. Qian Duoduo replied with a grin. At this moment, the terms malicious master and impudent disciple had become playful nicknames between them. Lu Boli held the spiritual ginseng in his left hand and the spiritual chicken in his right. Which do you wish to eat, the left or the right? Certainly the right. Can I have both chicken legs at once? Qian Duoduo's gaze fixated on Lu Boli's right hand. The spiritual chicken was considerably larger than those in the village. Explaining the thickness of its legs, the chicken's claws and beak shimmered with golden light, resembling sharpened blades. Lu Boli materialized before Qian Duoduo, observing him with the same astonishment and admiration that Qian Duoduo had shown towards the spiritual chicken, intermingled with expectation. Having concealed himself within the golden toad for thousands of years, no one had ever gained its acknowledgement or seen within it. You are not merely a little divine child. You are a little monster, Lu Boli murmured. Am I a monster? Where have I gone astray? You are the true ancient monster. Though he thought this, Qian Duoduo refrained from voicing it aloud. Lu Boli secretly rejoiced, grateful for his intervention that allowed Qian Duoduo to triumph in the second prison duel. Had Qian Duoduo lost and perished, the one person capable of controlling the golden toad would have vanished from under his nose. Even as a 5th-tier artifact refiner, he couldn't fathom the golden toad's mysteries. Other storage devices could only contain lifeless objects. Only the golden toad could accommodate his soul. At this moment, the spiritual energy within Qian Duoduo's body surged like the tides of spring, converging into a rushing stream, each wave washing over his spiritual veins. Though his stomach was no longer hungry, his eyes remained greedy. When would he get to eat the chicken? Qian Duoduo blinked eagerly. Inquiring of Lu Boli, Qian Duoduo's rosy cheeks and steaming hair left Lu Boli incredulous that he was still hungry. Now? Qian Duoduo, with a steely resolve, confirmed. His disciple expressed a desire for a whole chicken, which was hardly a challenging request. In an exuberant mood, Lu Boli wasted no time. He returned to the golden toad, gestured with his fingers, and proceeded to pluck the feathers, eviscerate, sever the head and feet of the spirit chicken. With a sweep of his palm, a flame materialized, and the spirit chicken was laid upon it, sizzling away. To roast such a large spirit chicken in its entirety was undeniably extravagant, a display of wealth. Nevertheless, it delighted me immensely. Under Qian Duoduo's gleeful gaze, The chicken skin gradually turned a luscious golden hue, and a layer of chicken fat began to ooze out, even within the confines of the golden toad. The aroma wafted to Qian Duoduo's nostrils, far richer than that of a mere chicken leg, magnified tenfold, 100-fold. Very well, Lu Boli emerged with the roasted spirit chicken, its fragrance surpassing Qian Duoduo's expectations, and presented it to him. Holding the roasted delicacy, Qian Duoduo's hands trembled slightly, unable to fathom that such bliss could befall him. "Eat," he exclaimed, opening wide as he sank his teeth into the chicken leg, only to sorrowfully discover that this delectable meat was stuck in his throat. Chapter 8. Stepping onto the path of immortality, starting with play within him, the ceaseless flow of spiritual energy seemed to occupy his esophagus and stomach, rendering the chicken meat unable to descend. After much effort, the meat in his mouth was transforming into a ball, yet he still could not swallow it. Lu Laoqian, Duoduo called out gently. Lu Boli had now returned to the golden toad, striking a peculiar pose, seemingly engaged in practice. "Finished eating?" Lu Boli inquired, concealing his elation under the guise of cultivation, pondering how to interact with Qian Duoduo and begin his teachings. "I can't swallow," Qian Duoduo admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "Is it undercooked?" "No, overcooked." "Neither. My stomach is full." Qian Duoduo wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Oh, then I shall put it away for now." "No. Try using your spiritual awareness. You should be able to store the spirit chicken in the golden toad." "Can I do that?" Qian Duoduo hesitated, then, focusing on the chicken leg, he silently chanted for it to be collected. The spirit chicken vanished. "Is this possible?" Qian Duoduo was astounded. "If I can store it, can I also retrieve it?" Gazing at the spirit chicken, he activated his spiritual awareness, and it reappeared in his hand. Hey, the golden toad is responding to my commands." Qian Duoduo grinned widely. "Shoo," Lu Boli admonished him to lower his voice. "The golden toad possesses storage capabilities. It's crucial to keep this a secret. Wealth should not be flaunted to avoid calamity. This truly remarkable. Such treasures are rare in the realm of immortals. While there are many items capable of storage, few match the golden toad's vast capacity and the ability to accommodate soul bodies." "Soul body? What is a soul body?" "I am a soul body, merely a spirit without a physical form." Lu Boli pointed to himself. "Most importantly, the golden toad has never had a master until now. You are the first. This may be linked to your initial spiritual energy, isn't that so? You have resided here for many years, so your words must carry weight." It was indeed no easy feat for Qian Duoduo to acquire this initial spiritual energy. He had endured excruciating pain, practicing day and night. Naturally, the golden toad would reciprocate for the initial spiritual energy he had provided. Qian Duoduo shifted the spirit chicken into the golden toad, then brought it forth repeatedly, reveling in the experience. Growing weary of the spirit chicken, he turned his attention to the corpse of Jin Buhuan. Could such a large entity also be moved? With a flicker of his spiritual awareness, he indeed managed to relocate Jin Buhuan's corpse outside. Yet, in its former place, a faint mist lingered, reminiscent of morning fog over a pond. "What is that mist?" Qian Duoduo inquired of Lu Boli, who was resting in the golden toad. Lu Boli cast a glance at Jin Buhuan's soul. He concealed a detail. Moments ago, he had fused a portion of Jin Buhuan's soul with Qian Duoduo's, granting Qian Duoduo the essence and memories of Jin Buhuan's spirit, so thin. If Jin Buhuan's soul resembled Lu Boli's, Qian Duoduo would indeed feel apprehensive. Its frailty offered him some comfort. Severe injury, low cultivation, accidental death. Lu Boli enumerated 3 reasons. Can he, like you, survive as a soul body? It is challenging. His soul is too weak. It is currently in a dormant state. What happens if I attempt to remove him? The soul would scatter and return to the underworld. Despite not harboring any fondness for Jin Buhuan, having inadvertently caused his demise, Qian Duoduo held no animosity towards him and deemed it unnecessary to slay him a second time. The golden toad had ample space. It could remain there. Furthermore, while practicing the golden light technique, he had unintentionally drawn upon Jin Buhuan's experiences, which had facilitated his swift breakthrough to the first level. Rubbing his head, Qian Duoduo resolved not to meddle with Jin Buhuan's soul. Having entered the first level of qi condensation, Qian Duoduo needed to solidify his progress. The ancient text indicated that the first level of the golden light technique allowed for the external projection of spiritual energy, enabling the manipulation of objects from a distance. He mused, if Lu Laoqian can ensnare me like a spider's web, and Yin Qi can make a wooden sword fly through the air, isn't that precisely the manipulation of objects from a distance? Extracting the 2 claws of the spirit chicken from the golden toad, Qian Duoduo was astonished to find they were the size of his palms and surprisingly heavy. When the claws clashed, they produced a sound akin to metal striking stone. As he dragged a claw across the rock, it carved a deep groove. These spirit chicken claws were heavier and far more entertaining than the wooden sword on the ground. Serving as formidable tools, if he were to jab someone, it could pierce a large hole. If aimed at a throat, it would surely claim a life. Contemplating this, Qian Duoduo tossed the claws to the ground, inhaled deeply, and, following the illustrations in the ancient text, formed hand seals before pointing at the chicken claw. With a surge of energy, Qian Duoduo immediately felt a stream of spiritual energy within him rush towards his right index finger, bursting forth from his fingertip as an invisible beam of light. With a loud crack, the chicken claw trembled, connecting with the spiritual energy. Clenching his teeth, Qian Duoduo held his breath as he lifted his index finger, causing the chicken claw to rise, hovering slightly above the ground, inching upward before plummeting back down, rising. Ha! Qian Duoduo rejoiced inwardly. If it can rise an inch, it can rise 10. If it can rise 10, it can rise 100. With a determined flick of his finger, the chicken claw soared. 1 inch, 2 inches, 9 inches. He lost track of time, managing to elevate the claw to chest level. At that moment, the river of spiritual energy within him began to dwindle. This time, he was genuinely hungry. After all the exertion, a layer of grime coated Qian Duoduo, and he could detect a foul odor. Alas, there was no water in this cell. Bathing was out of the question. He retrieved the roasted spirit chicken and devoured 2 legs, satiating his hunger. The river of spiritual energy within him replenished itself, flowing along the pathways of his cultivation technique. Qian Duoduo resumed his playful manipulation of the airborne chicken claw, first moving in straight lines, then accelerating and abruptly stopping. He had it turn, describing circles and spirals, then dive to pierce the ground before ascending again. The chicken claw gradually became obedient, akin to an extension of his own fingers, allowing it to flit about his cell like a large bee. I am already an immortal. Qian Duoduo felt an immense sense of pride. During his free time, Lu Laoqian had undoubtedly employed this very skill to pilfer spirit ginseng and spirit chickens. Of course, his methods were far swifter than mine. As Qian Duoduo played, he grew increasingly exhilarated. The chicken claw dashed about, producing a sound akin to the slicing of wind. In the meantime, he had consumed the entire spirit chicken and gnawed through the root of a spirit ginseng. Exhausted from the fun, he even took several naps. Upon awakening, he continued to play. Rascal, you still have another chicken claw. Why not try controlling both simultaneously? At some point, Lu Boli had emerged. Qian Duoduo regarded his practice as play rather than cultivation, which secretly pleased Lu Boli. Point 2. No problem. Recalling the content of the ancient text, Qian Duoduo remembered there was indeed a technique for multi-directional control, extending his middle finger and forming the appropriate seals. He pointed at the second chicken claw, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that caused the second claw to rise into the air. Just as he was about to revel in his success, he noticed that the spiritual energy on his index finger had waned, causing the first chicken claw to lose control and fall to the ground. Qian Duoduo's face flushed with embarrassment. As an immortal, how could he not manage 2 chicken claws? Yet, with both his index and middle fingers channeling energy, the force was divided, leading to diminished control. The 2 chicken claws bobbed up and down, tumbling about chaotically on the ground. What is happening? Why has the spell failed? Qian Duoduo retrieved the ancient text, scrutinizing it word by word. With a slap to his thigh, he realized the truth. Multi-directional control was a concept belonging to the second level of the golden light technique, attainable only at the second level of qi condensation. Since he was currently at the first level, it was only natural he struggled. Qian Duoduo bit into the main stem of the spirit ginseng. As it entered his stomach, the river of spiritual energy within him began to swell. Assuming the posture for the second illustration and synchronizing his breath, Qian Duoduo propelled the spiritual energy along the meridians of the second level of the golden light technique. This level of meridian was not only significantly longer than the previous one, but it also lacked the familiarity and foundational practice amassed over many days. Each acupuncture point felt akin to digging a long new channel in the earth, consuming vast amounts of physical, mental, and spiritual energy. After enduring several breaths, waves of soreness surged throughout his body, and beads of sweat began to drip from his grimy chin. If you're tired, take a break. Lu Bolie's voice floated from the Golden Toad, light and casual, as if he knew Qian Duoduo was nearing his limits. Why should an immortal look down upon others? Qian Duoduo cast a disdainful glance at him, resolutely insisting to persist, to endure, until his limbs lost all sensation and a haze clouded his vision. Only then did he cease, gasping for breath, as he meticulously examined his internal state. Although he remained far from breaking through to the second layer of the golden light technique, the river of spiritual energy at the first layer had indeed widened and deepened. Qian Duoduo manipulated a chicken claw, feeling that it had become somewhat lighter and swifter, even managing to penetrate 3 additional inches into the hole in the rock. Truly, his efforts had not been in vain, nor had his sweat been shed without purpose. Reflecting on this, Qian Duoduo's spirit surged, and no matter how lengthy the path or how deep the riverbed, I shall conquer it. One acupoint at a time. After resting briefly on the ground until his strength was restored, Qian Duoduo commenced his practice of the second layer of techniques. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching the prison door. From the rhythm, it seemed to be Hu Qingyin. Chapter 9. Do not fear, my disciple, I shall teach you 3 ultimate techniques. The door swung open, and indeed, it was Hu Qingyin who entered. Upon seeing Qian Duoduo's flushed face and drenched brow, he was taken aback. What are you doing? He inquired, astonished by the change in Qian Duoduo's aura. You have restored your cultivation to the first level? Hu Qingyin circled around Qian Duoduo twice, exclaiming, Excellent! This evening marks the 3rd round of the prison duel. I have heard that Jin Baiyong intends to unleash a powerful move. I was initially worried, but observing your condition, I feel a sense of assurance. What powerful move? Qian Duoduo queried, his heart racing. Jin Baiyong had promised Jin Buke that he would eradicate Qian Duoduo. This tormentor of the heart. Hu Qingyin hesitated for a moment before revealing. I have heard that a 3rd-level qi condensation practitioner will be sent to face you. 3rd-level qi condensation? Isn't that against the rules? Qian Duoduo felt a wave of icy anger wash over him, nearly speechless. Last time, Yen Qi had just advanced to the 2nd level and had forcefully been pushed to the 1st. This time, it seemed they would employ even more ruthless measures. Hu Qingyin speculated. The rules of the prison duel dictate that practitioners of the same level must face one another. Since your cultivation is only at the 1st level, Jin Baiyong and his faction can only dispatch a 1st-level practitioner. During the last match, Qian Duoduo was at 0 level, and since Jin Baiyong had no 0-level practitioners, they were permitted to send a 1st-level one. Seeing Qian Duoduo seething with anger, Hu Qingyin encouraged him. What are you afraid of? Did you not descend from the 9th level of qi condensation? Everything you desire, I have provided for you. You must win against them. This victory or defeat is worth 2,000 gold coins. With 3 hours remaining until the duel, Hu Qingyin urged, practice diligently. With that, he turned and left. Once the footsteps faded, Qian Duoduo lay back on the ground. Faced with a vicious dog, he could still contend. But with 3 approaching, escape seemed impossible. Yet, locked in a prison cell, where could he flee? Lu Bolie emerged. Do you not wish to win? Qian Duoduo shook his head. I do not want to. I am too exhausted, a 3rd-level qi condensation practitioner. I have only just entered the 1st level. I will surely be no match for him. Even divine beings are still human. They simply possess knowledge of celestial arts. When you were at 0 level, you could defeat those 2 levels above you. Now that you are at the 1st level, why would you fear a 3rd-level practitioner? Furthermore, he is bound to showcase only 1st-level abilities due to the sealing of his meridians. As he descends, you ascend. The hope of victory is indeed substantial. Qian Duoduo sat up, recognizing the truth in Lu Bolie's words. Lu Bolie stroked his beard, adding, moreover, do not forget that I am here as well. Qian Duoduo rose to his feet, bowing deeply to Lu Bolie. Elder Lu, please teach me. As the saying goes, in a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. A timid heart yields defeat. Although Yen Qi possessed celestial arts, a higher cultivation, and a more robust physique, his fear ultimately diminished his capabilities, leading to his loss. as long as you remain focused. Absorbing every attack from your opponent, you shall stand undefeated, regardless of who they may be. Lu Boli's eyes widened slightly as he spoke. Qian Duoduo nodded. Even if he is a third-level practitioner, reduced to match your first level, his endurance may be slightly greater. Yet, you too have ways to counter endurance. Qian Duoduo's eyes brightened. What methods? Spirit Ginseng.it is a high-grade medicinal herb with a complete plant costing thousands of gold coins. Far beyond the means of a mere servant disciple, indeed. Within the Golden Toad, Elder Lu has pilfered several roots of Spirit Ginseng. With them, there is no need to worry about the longevity of spiritual energy. You also possess two ultimate techniques. Seeing Qian Duoduo reinvigorated, Lu Boli prompted, I have ultimate techniques? Qian Duoduo asked incredulously, pointing to himself. Your ultimate techniques? Lu Boli softly affirmed. Yes, yes. After hearing Lu Boli's guidance, Qian Duoduo could not help but exclaim. He grasped the wooden sword and the spirit chicken claw, resuming his practice point 3 hours later. With a creak, the door swung open. Hu Qingyin stood outside. Let us go. The third round is about to commence. The corridor outside was bustling with spectators. The final prison duel attracted anyone capable of movement to witness the spectacle. Upon entering the correction facility, the stands were filled with people, engaged in hushed conversations. Jin Biong confidently occupied the same position as before, flanked by Gong Sunjiang. As Qian Duoduo stepped in, Gong Sunjiang pointed at him, whispering something to a fierce-looking youth behind him. Hu Qingyin led Qian Duoduo to stand before the platform. And Zhu Anchuan rose, instantly silencing the murmurs in the stands. In our Lingling sect, cultivating the spirit and martial prowess is paramount. Wherever one may be, we shall determine superiority through combat. The prison duel is an open event within our confines. The first 2 matches concluded at 1 apiece. Today is the final round. After conferring with Brother Biong, all spectators may place bets on the outcome. Zhu Anchuan announced, gesturing toward 2 boxes atop the stands. One representing Jinbu Huan, the other Renronged. As he spoke, Gong Sunjiang nudged the fierce-looking youth, and they approached the opposite end of the platform. This youth, with bulging eyes and thick brows, was a mountain of muscle. Tough and robust. Jin Biong rose, bowing to the crowd. Welcome, everyone, to place your bets. Bet on Renrong to win. Welcome to wager on Jinbu Huan's victory. Zhu Anchuan retorted, unwilling to be outdone. As the shouts of Zhu Anchuan and Jin Biong echoed. The crowd surged toward the elevated platform, where they registered their bets and tossed gold coins into the boxes, the clinking of coins resonating throughout the correction facility, raising the temperature in the venue. The audience settled back down. Qian Duoduo and Renrong made their way to the platform in unison. Upon reaching the stage, Renrong lifted his chin, casting a glance at Qian Duoduo, rolling his eyes without uttering a word, and swinging his right fist toward him in a brutal strike. What a savage! Qian Duoduo was taken aback and quickly raised his wooden sword, swinging it to intercept the massive punch. Thud! The wooden sword collided with the fist, and it felt as though Qian Duoduo had struck a large tree stump. Renrong's expression remained entirely unfazed. Renrong smirked disdainfully, unleashing a flurry of punches like hailstones raining down upon Qian Duoduo's head. With Spirit Ginseng in his mouth, Qian Duoduo dared not lose focus, gripping his wooden sword tightly, parrying the blows while continuously sidestepping and retreating. In the stands, Gong Sunjiang repeatedly shouted, Renrong, go for it. Renrong, give it your all. Meanwhile, Hu Qingyin led another group, chanting, Jinbu Huan, certain victory. Jinbu Huan, guaranteed win. Gradually, the cacophony of voices became inaudible to Qian Duoduo. In his eyes, there were only Renrong's massive fists. The movements of that hulking shoulder, the shifting of his legs, and how he could possibly fend off the incoming attacks. Renrong's fists were heavy and powerful. Should they land upon Qian Duoduo, he would surely be thrown from the stage. Submit now, Jinbu Huan. Renrong's fists grazed Qian Duoduo's scalp. I am a third-level Qi condensation practitioner. Even with 2 of my meridians sealed, defeating you remains effortless. After sparring for a quarter of an hour, Renrong remained relaxed and unperturbed. Having unleashed dozens of punches, he continued to taunt. I have witnessed your match against Yin Qi. Do not think you can outlast me. I am a physical cultivator. My body is my treasure. You seem unable to wield a flying sword. I am even less afraid of close combat. Qian Duoduo remained unfazed. He speaks his words. I shall fight my fight. I will consider myself a bee, buzzing in his ear. What he says, I do not comprehend, nor do I wish to. Another quarter of an hour passed, and with a loud shout, "Hey!" Renrong brandished a massive wooden hammer. Its head larger than his own head by 2 folds. With a whoosh, he swung the enormous hammer towards Qian Duoduo's head. Chapter 10. I will strike you unawares. Is he anxious? Or is his fist pained? Internally, Qian Duoduo rejoiced, as the spirit ginseng in his mouth gradually dissolved, transforming into streams of spiritual energy coursing into his meridians. His meridians swelled, eager for the ongoing combat to dissipate the pressure. With a swift sidestep, Qian Duoduo evaded the wooden hammer and maneuvered to Renrong's side, thrusting his sword. Renrong deftly swung the hammer, using its body to block the attack. Back and forth they exchanged blows, unknowingly engaging in hundreds of rounds. Qian Duoduo purposefully exaggerated his breathing, feigning exhaustion. In truth, he observed beads of sweat forming on Renrong's brow. Even as a physical cultivator, the continuous swinging of the heavy hammer was taking its toll on his stamina. Indeed, upon witnessing Qian Duoduo's labored breaths, Renrong's spirits lifted once more, and he resumed his relentless assault with the hammer, as fierce as before. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of the wooden hammer colliding with the wooden sword echoed, and Qian Duoduo shouted, I will fight you to the end. Having spoken, Qian Duoduo formed a sword gesture and pointed towards Renrong's neck. Startled, Renrong believed Qian Duoduo was about to unleash a flying sword, and hurriedly shielded his upper body with a hefty wooden hammer. However, after a considerable pause, he realized that no sword had been released. When he lowered the hammer to look, he saw Qian Duoduo standing at a distance, gasping for breath. From the audience, Gong Sunjung scolded, Renrong, you great oaf, do you have the courage of a mouse? He can't even wield a flying sword. Charge forward. At once, Hu Qingyin led a chorus of voices, chanting, Renrong, Renrong, the great oaf. Renrong, Renrong, the great oaf. The derisive laughter and insults from the stands turned Renrong's face a deep shade of fury. He retracted the wooden hammer, clenched his fists, and charged forward once more. Qian Duoduo observed this, noting the slight tremors in his hands and feet, a testament to the emotional turmoil that had depleted much of his energy. Behold my sword. Qian Duoduo bellowed again, directing his sword gesture towards Renrong. Renrong hesitated momentarily but continued his advance. Go. As he closed the distance to Qian Duoduo, approximately 4 to 5 feet away, Qian Duoduo's wooden sword shot forth like a sharp arrow, aimed directly at Renrong's throat. By heavens! Renrong's eyes widened in shock, a curse escaping his lips. None anticipated that Qian Duoduo would truly launch the wooden sword. They had all assumed he could only wield it as an ordinary person would. The mocking laughter and jeers from below ceased abruptly as everyone turned their attention to how Renrong would evade this unforeseen attack. Renrong twisted his robust frame, his right fist positioned sideways to strike the wooden sword. The punch collided with the sword's body, altering its trajectory while simultaneously slicing into his flesh due to the sword's keen edge. This last-minute maneuver left him injured as his spiritual energy had failed to coalesce at the point of contact with the flying sword. With a grim expression, Renrong brought his fist to his mouth, licking it with his tongue just as he prepared to speak. Go! Qian Duoduo's voice rang out once more. Accompanying his shout was a flash of golden light that shot forth, targeting Renrong's face. This was a spiritual chicken claw, meticulously prepared by Qian Duoduo, heavy, sharp, and capable of piercing rock with ease. Renrong trembled in fear. After his punch had sent Qian Duoduo's wooden sword flying, it remained suspended in the air, unable to return to its master. He had not anticipated that Qian Duoduo could launch items with spiritual energy, and that this was not merely wood but a piece of metal. With no other option, he was compelled to block it with his bare fist. A scream, foreseen by all, erupted as the chicken claw embedded itself deep into Renrong's right hand, its sharp claws penetrating his fleshy palm. In the stands, a surge of spectators rose to their feet. In an instant, they witnessed a flash of golden light followed by Renrong clutching his right hand, howling like a slaughtered pig. Go! Qian Duoduo shouted again, and the second chicken claw shot forth, aiming straight for Renrong's throat. This time, even Zhu Anquan could no longer remain seated. He leapt to his feet. If Renrong were to be killed by Qian Duoduo on stage, it would mean his defeat. Do not evade. Do not evade, Gong Sun Jing's voice rang out from below, tinged with desperation. It was uncertain whether Renrong heard the cries. Instinctively, he raised his left hand to protect his vital areas. Unsurprisingly, the second chicken claw struck his left hand. As Renrong flailed his arms, hopping about the stage, Qian Duoduo had already circled behind him and delivered a powerful push, sending him crashing off the stage. Renrong fell like a massive wooden stump, thudding to the ground below. Mastering the wooden sword and spiritual chicken claws were the two paramount techniques imparted to Qian Duoduo by Lu Lao. After exhausting Renrong's stamina and patience, the sudden execution of these techniques indeed secured victory. Qian Duoduo felt a surge of elation. Though his master was somewhat harsh, he possessed true skill. Jin Buhuan has triumphed. Hu Qingyin proclaimed loudly, pumping his fists in the air, leaping with joy. Beside him, Kong Shinjun appeared dazed, standing vacantly in the middle of the two. Zhu Anchuan smiled and gave Qian Duoduo a thumbs up. Jian Buyong's complexion fluctuated between shades of green, white, and red. Gong Sun Zhang retreated a couple of steps, lowering his head and remaining silent. After a while, Jin Buyong exited the correction facility, followed by those who had bet on Qian Duoduo's victory, jubilantly heading to claim their rewards. Qian Duoduo descended from the stage, filled with a sense of vindication. Hu Qingyin approached, cradling a treasure chest, and patted Qian Duoduo on the shoulder. The chest rattled, filled to the brim with gold coins. Their recent winnings, Zhu Anchuan, beaming with delight, stepped forward. You've helped me win the prison duel. I shall fulfill my promise. Tomorrow morning, I will escort you out of jail. Back in his cell, the door slammed shut with a clang. Qian Duoduo swallowed the last morsel of spirit ginseng, gradually calming from the euphoria of victory in the duel. Tomorrow he would be freed from prison, but what lay beyond? Who would he be? Jin Buhuan or Qian Duoduo? Where would he go, and what would he do? Qian Duoduo was torn between the desire for freedom and the fear of what awaited him outside. These thoughts spiraled through his mind, leaving him in a state of confusion. Noticing him sitting there in a daze, Lu Boli materialized, teasing him. This place is splendid, with food and drink. I truly do not wish to leave. Qian Duoduo couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, I can even cultivate celestial arts here. And I have a free master. This is truly a place to relax in this realm. Reaching the 5th level of Qi condensation made one a brother, while reaching the 9th level meant having a strong backing. Zhu Anchuan was not necessarily safe, considering that Jin Buke was lurking. Recalling the visage of that fair face like jade and the predatory gaze akin to a wolf, Qian Duoduo shivered. I am the heart demon of the young master of the Jin family, and staying here in this prison, I will eventually be purged. Qian Duoduo let out a burp, awakening from his dismal reverie. Lu Lao, what should I do? Whatever you suggest, I shall follow. Lu Boli slowly stroked his beard. Pondering before he spoke, once you enter the world of cultivation, adhere to its rules. Who says a golden toad cannot become an emperor? Who says a wild chicken cannot transform into a phoenix? Qian Duoduo shook his finger. Stop. I do not wish to become an emperor or a phoenix. I merely want to lie down and do nothing. That is quite an elevated aspiration. Lu Boli perceived Qian Duoduo's rebellious spirit. To persuade him, he needed to employ some tactics. Quite elevated. Lu Boli feigned seriousness. Consider this. Your pursuit of idleness must be one that can be achieved anytime and anywhere, not one that is disrupted by the slightest stir or conflict. Indeed, Lu Lao, you are correct. Idly enjoying a chicken leg without a care is not the kind of idleness I seek. I know my disciple is an ambitious youth. Even in idleness, he must pursue a higher standard. Lu Boli raised his thumb in approval of Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo felt his assessment was astute. Despite Lu Boli's somber visage, his eyes were keen. Every place has its own rules, and every village has its own sayings. Lu Lao, do you know the intricacies of this world of cultivation? I dare not claim to know everything, but at least I am aware of a substantial portion. Lu Boli's modest demeanor endeared him to Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo recalled Jin Buke's harsh words. What are condensation, foundation establishment, golden elixirs, and nascent souls? A smile crept onto Lu Boli's face. Qi condensation is the foundational realm of the cultivation world, divided into 10 levels. Following Qi condensation is foundation establishment, then golden elixir, and thereafter nascent soul. After mentally processing this information several times, Lu Boli restrained himself from advising Qian Duoduo to emulate Jin Buhuan and devote himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. Such admonitions would surely provoke a rebuttal from Qian Duoduo. Instead, he aimed to guide him towards making specific decisions on his own. Qian Duoduo, since you inquire about what to do, my suggestion is to first set a goal for yourself. Chapter 11. The miserable Jin Buhuan goal? Qian Duoduo pondered, reflecting on whether he had ever had one. He considered earnestly, and it seemed he had not. All he had ever thought about was eating this meal and then the next. Like an ant scurrying around food in the world of cultivation, he needed a grand goal, at least as substantial as the house of the village landlord, built of bricks and tiles. Weather-resistant, a goal of merely having chicken legs for every meal would certainly not suffice. Qian Duoduo shook his head. Being well-fed and clothed seems a bit trivial. He reconsidered. He remembered that Jin Buke was at the 9th level of qi condensation. He was a demon in the cultivation world. If Qian Duoduo fell below the 9th level, he would be oppressed by him. My goal is to reach the 9th level of qi condensation, Qian Duoduo declared with determination. A commendable goal, practical and capable of resolving issues. Lu Boli thought to himself, stifling a chuckle as he nodded solemnly. However, to achieve the 9th level of qi condensation, remaining in prison would not suffice. First, we must leave. Once outside, master, you must assist me. Qian Duoduo understood that whether cultivating the golden light technique or winning 2 prison duels, he could not succeed without Lu Lao's guidance and encouragement. We shall aid one another. Lu Boli regarded Qian Duoduo calmly, his heart quietly racing. This 13-year-old boy, capable of claiming the allegiance of the Golden Toad, had a future that Lu Boli could scarcely predict. Very well. Qian Duoduo thumped his chest. Aren't you a soul? When I am able, I shall help you find a physical body, one as good as mine, where you can eat well and sleep soundly. Lu Boli seemed momentarily frozen, and after a lengthy pause, he cleared his throat and said, Young man, a good body is not as easily obtained as a delicious chicken leg. However, I appreciate your kind intentions. The notion of a physical body struck a chord within him. He had been concealed within the Golden Toad for thousands of years. To reclaim his corporeal form was his fervent aspiration. Yet, Qian Duoduo was utterly unaware of the formidable power his casual words wielded. He contemplated that upon his release from prison, he would cultivate under the illustrious name of Jin Buhuan, and this thought brought him a sense of tranquility. He began to delve into the memories of Jin Buhuan, witnessing the astonishing feat of ascending from rank 0 to rank 9 in a mere 3 years, and he also experienced the myriad joys and sorrows encountered during Jin Buhuan's time in the spirit refining sect. Jin Buhuan's father was a member of the Jin family's collateral line, characterized by his honest disposition, yet he endured relentless torment within the clan. His passive acceptance did not yield him peace. When a high-tier crafted item went missing from the family, the clan's grand elder, Jin Buke, the father of Jin Buhuan, wrongfully accused Jin Buhuan's father of theft. The clan, lacking discernment of right and wrong, imposed severe familial punishment upon him. Jin Buhuan's father steadfastly denied the accusation of thievery, but the grand elder resorted to brutal measures, leaving him grievously injured. Before his demise, Jin Buhuan's father grasped his son's hand and urged his mother to guide him on the path of cultivation. To become a formidable individual. At that time, Jin Buhuan was merely 8 years old. He comprehended that his father's death was the result of the Grand Elder's machinations, an adversary responsible for his father's murder. To ensure her gifted son embarked on the journey of cultivation, Jin Buhuan's mother resolved to fight against fate. The Jin family was a subsidiary of the spirit refining sect and traditionally sent youths of appropriate age to participate in the selection each year. Those with promising talents would be retained as disciples or servants. However, during the first year, Jin Buhuan's mother was unaware of the selection process, and it concluded without her knowledge. With no one to confide in, she poured out her anguish at the family gate, her heart-wrenching cries earning the sympathy of the collateral line. They united, compelling the clan leader, Jin Yongqiang, to declare that no one would obstruct her son the following year. In the second year, Jin Buhuan, along with other young members of the Jin family, arrived at the spirit refining sect, yet he was inexplicably eliminated during the selection due to alleged violations of the rules and uproar on site. In truth, Jin Buhuan had hardly spoken a few words since arriving at the sect. By the third year, Jin Buhuan's mother returned to her family home, inquiring among relatives until she learned of a notable figure named Tang Honggong within the spirit refining sect. A young man already esteemed as the master of a mountain, by lineage, Jin Buhuan's mother was considered a cousin of Tang Honggong. Nevertheless, the branch of Tang Honggong's family had long ceased communication with her own. After some investigation, Jin Buhuan's mother discovered that Tang Honggong was on the verge of achieving great perfection in foundation establishment and was about to challenge the Golden Core realm. She sold their house and offered herself as a servant to a wealthy family, using all her savings to procure a breakthrough pill, which would enhance her son's success rate by 20%. With the pill in hand, she brought Jin Buhuan to Tang Honggong's cave dwelling. Faced with this unfamiliar yet earnest cousin, the remarkably intelligent and youthful Jin Buhuan, and the breakthrough pill that she had painstakingly acquired, Tang Honggong could not help but relent, penning a recommendation letter for the sect's selection. With this letter, Jin Buhuan faced no further objections and smoothly entered the sect to commence his cultivation. As they parted, his mother imparted 3 words to him. Endure, endure, endure. He pinned his aspiration to become a Golden Core cultivator, allowing his mother, who had sold herself into servitude, to regain her freedom. Under his care, his mother would lead a life of abundance and tranquility. Jin Buhuan's mother urged him to address Tang Honggong as uncle. Yet Tang Honggong never acknowledged this title. With his burgeoning spiritual energy and remarkable talent, Jin Buhuan devoted all his time to cultivation, surpassing numerous disciples in less than 2 years and breaking into the inner sect. At this juncture, Tang Honggong personally arranged for this prodigy to reside in the Qingtong district's Bingshan cave, in close proximity to the Master's dwelling. This was a sign of recognition, a high affirmation for one of the top 10 inner sect disciples. It also represented an attitude, one of protective patronage emanating from his recommender. For the direct line of the Jin family, this stance posed a significant threat. The spirit-refining sect boasted 5 spiritual mountains, each overseen by a master. Among them, Tang Honggong of Mingyuan Mountain was the youngest. According to sect rumors, he was the most likely candidate to ascend to the Golden Core realm within the century. Achieving Golden Core status within 100 years would grant him the sect's supreme inheritance, positioning him as a potential successor to lead the spirit-refining sect. The Jin family dared not harbor ulterior motives against Tang Honggong. However, they still devised plans concerning Jin Buhuan. Their strategy relied on Jin Buke, who was 6 years older than Jin Buhuan and the direct heir of the Jin clan leader. When Jin Buhuan entered the sect, Jin Buke paid little heed to this insignificant child. With a deceased father and a mother enslaved, impoverished to the bone, what was there to fear? Within the spirit-refining sect, every time Jin Buke encountered Jin Buhuan, he would hurl insults at him. This continued until the outer sect competition at Mingyuan Mountain, where the unexpectedly fortunate Jin Buhuan, having quietly reached the 4th level of qi condensation, drew the lot against Jin Buke, who was at the 5th level. Jin Buke believed he would triumph effortlessly, only to find himself thoroughly defeated by Jin Buhuan, who was 6 years younger and a level below him, a resounding defeat. Not only did he lose the contest, but he also suffered a blow to his dignity. When word of this reached the Jin family, both the direct and collateral lines were thrown into an uproar. It was akin to an ant vanquishing an elephant. Jin Buke, who enjoyed the finest resources from the Jin family, had been bested by Jin Buhuan, who had received none. The direct line began to suspect Jin Buke's aptitude and requested that a more promising heir be selected for focus training. Conversely, the collateral line argued that the direct line was squandering the family's resources and called for a redistribution of benefits. After confirming the accuracy of the news multiple times, the clan leader, Jin Yongqiang, was equally incensed in Jin Buhuan's memories. The clan leader roared, "Fool, a stupid fool. Not even a pig is this foolish." Ultimately, the upheaval instigated by Jin Buhuan culminated in a redistribution of benefits within the Jin family. The direct line relinquished 20% of their profits to the collateral line. Among the direct line, Jin Buke's family yielded 30% of their profits to others. The clan leader decreed that if Jin Buke failed to reach the 9th level of qi condensation within 2 years, his status as the direct heir would be revoked. Jin Buke's family expended considerable resources to procure various pills, forcing him to consume them like meals. They assigned 2 servants to monitor Jin Buke, forbidding him from drinking, gambling, or slacking off. Each morning, upon awakening, a servant would loudly inform him of Jin Buhuan's current level of qi condensation. Chapter 12. Let us flee. All these developments reached Jin Buhuan's ears, and he understood that none of it pertained to him. The Jin family's profit redistribution bore no benefit for him. The pressure Jean Buque faced was of no concern to him. Whether Jean Buque remained the direct heir or not would not change his own fate. In his memories, Jean Buhuan remarked, "The only aspect I find slightly amusing is having someone regard me as a rival. It will amplify my motivation for cultivation. Though this Jean family member is not my opponent now, nor will he ever be." Ultimately, Jean Buhuan's recollection concluded with, in the year 977 of the Daoyuan calendar, "During winter, Elder Li summoned me to venture beyond the sect to the Qifeng mountain range in search of mines, with a reward of 2,000 gold coins. Upon completion, I intended to purchase a high-tier mundane artifact and a first-grade pill to prepare for the Ghost Head secret realm, striving for silver liquid foundation establishment. However, Elder Li suddenly turned against me, launching an attack. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance, exerting all my strength and employing traps I had previously set to slay him. Seizing his pills, treasures, and miscellaneous items, among which was a peculiar golden toad belt, I realized that Elder Li's aggression was instigated by Jean Buque's machinations. Severely wounded, I fled back to the sect, only to be branded as the murderer of the elder and imprisoned, compelled to participate in the prison fights. After perusing Jean Buhuan's memories, Qian Duoduo felt a bitter taste rise in his mouth. "Master, this is dire. The Mingyuan mountain master, Tang Honggong, is Jean Buhuan's uncle. Yet, I am not Jean Buhuan. I am Qian Duoduo. Should we flee?" Qian Duoduo cast a pitiful glance at Lu Boli. Deep down, he harbored a genuine fear of Jean Buque's relentless pursuit of Jean Buhuan. "Flee?" Lu Boli chuckled. "Where would you run? You think you can outrun someone who can soar through the skies with just your 2 legs? Besides, if you flee, whether or not you killed Elder Li, you will still be seen as his murderer. You cannot escape this heavy burden." Qian Duoduo stood up. "Fleeing is inappropriate. I will embrace my identity as Jean Buhuan. Jean Buhuan is I. Indeed, and no fleeing. What is there to run from? You and Jean Buhuan bear striking resemblances. The formation did not reveal you are not Jean Buhuan, and neither will your uncle. If he poses any questions, simply claim you suffered severe injuries and cannot recall." Lu Boli's words instilled a measure of confidence in Qian Duoduo. He mused, "It is indeed my master. The rationale is so reasonable." The following day, the prison doors swung open, revealing the sallow-skinned Kong Shinjun. Qian Duoduo found it odd. It should have been Hu Qingyin coming for him. "Jean Buhuan, come with me," Kong Shinjun drawled lazily. Qian Duoduo scrambled to his feet and approached him. Kong Shinjun pinched his nose. "Keep your distance. Follow behind me." He found Qian Duoduo's odor intolerable. Yes, they followed Kong Shinjun outside. Upon passing through the prison gate, Qian Duoduo felt a terrifying energy sweep over him, not sparing even a single hair. This, he realized, was the formation Lu Lao had mentioned. Qian Duoduo believed that should this energy wish, it could reduce him to mere fragments in an instant, far more thoroughly than he could shred a chicken leg. This time, as he exited the prison gate, Qian Duoduo sensed spiritual energy, finally perceiving the electric chains outside, which were, in fact, a vast net of spiritual power laid over the prison. Whoever dared to escape would be annihilated instantly. Kong Shinjun ambled ahead, never once glancing back. Yet Qian Duoduo knew that every move he made was under Kong Shinjun's vigilant perception. He was aware that Qian Duoduo had merely reached the level of qi condensation, and thus felt no trepidation towards any unusual behavior. Upon exiting the chain-bound area, Qian Duoduo felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders as a rich aura of spiritual energy rushed towards him. He had finally set foot on the liberating grounds of the refining spirit sect. This land was replete with countless treasures unknown to him and an abundance of delectable delicacies he had yet to taste. Following closely behind Kong Shinjun, he navigated through several winding paths before coming to a halt in front of a towering edifice. A massive stone at the entrance bore 3 fiery red characters, Guardian Sect. After waiting outside for a moment, an aged voice resonated from within. "You too may enter." This voice was reminiscent of the one that had echoed above the prison on the day of the sect's founding ceremony. Upon entering the room, an oppressive aura, even more formidable than that of the prison, enveloped Qian Duoduo. In the center of the hall sat a gaunt old man with entirely white hair and sparkling eyes. Clad in a blue robe, Kong Shinjun bowed respectfully to the old man, addressing him as Elder Bai. Qian Duoduo hastily nodded and bowed in agreement. Elder Bai gestured with his chin. "You are Jean Buhuan?" His gaze seemed to pierce through Qian Duoduo's very soul. Yes, Qian Duoduo replied, sensing that Elder Bai was far more powerful than Jean Buke. Fortunately, the elder's gaze did not linger on Qian Duoduo's waist, and thus he seemed unaware of the secret of the golden toad. His heart raced, each beat hammering against his chest like a mallet against stone point. 3 months ago, you accompanied Elder Li of the Outer Sect on a mission. Following Elder Li's demise, you returned to the sect. There are accusations against you of being an internal traitor, colluding with outsiders to ambush the Elder. What do you have to say for yourself? I did not commit any treasonous acts, Qian Duoduo replied, his body chilled with fear. The weight of such a grave accusation against Jin Buhuan was daunting. Kang Shenjun interjected sternly, "Are you implying we have apprehended the wrong person?" Elder Bai cast a sidelong glance at him, causing Kang Shenjun to immediately fall silent. When Elder Li was attacked, did you see the assailant? Elder Bai continued to question Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo shook his head vigorously. Jin Buhuan had lied upon returning to the sect, claiming he had encountered an ambush from a rival sect. Do you believe the assailants were from the Balance sect or the Shangling sect? Elder Bai's tone was as steady as an unyielding line, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet Qian Duoduo understood that even the subtlest shifts in his demeanor would not escape Elder Bai's scrutiny. I do not know, Qian Duoduo replied, shaking his head once more. He truly had no knowledge of either the Balance sect or the Shangling sect, as Jin Buhuan's memories contained no relevant information. Elder Bai leaned back in his chair, stating, "The sect requires time to uncover the truth, to investigate your whereabouts before leaving the sect, your connections to the Jin family, and the movements of all parties involved. You have been confined in the prison for 3 months. Do you harbor any resentment towards the sect?" Qian Duoduo shook his head again. He thought to himself, if there were to be resentment, it would be Jin Buhuan's and not mine. However, with this shift in conversation, it seemed the elder intended to ascertain my innocence. The prior inquiries were merely a ruse. I am uncertain how Zhu Anquan managed to communicate with him. But regardless, I have been released from the prison. Elder Bai's expression softened slightly. Your previous cultivation was at the 9th level of qi condensation. Now, it has fallen below the 2nd level. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Qian Duoduo pondered this question but found himself unable to respond, ultimately shaking his head once more. The 9th level is reserved for inner disciples. You are now at the 1st level, unqualified even to be an outer disciple, and can only serve as a menial laborer in the outer sect, Elder Bai queried. From the lofty heights of an inner core disciple to the status of a mere laborer, do you harbor any grievances? I am willing to serve as a laborer, Qian Duoduo replied with unrestrained joy, raising his gaze to meet Elder Bai's. In his heart, he thought, having emerged from the prison, I am no longer a criminal. I have regained my freedom. With freedom, I can wholeheartedly pursue the cultivation of immortality, procure sustenance, and eventually reach the 9th level of qi condensation. Elder Bai appeared somewhat taken aback, sensing that Qian Duoduo's beaming expression was genuine rather than feigned, and nodded in acknowledgement. He retrieved a jade slip from his robe, examined it briefly, and stated, "The sect's treasury is in need of a keeper. You shall go there. Kang Shenjun, take Jin Buhuan to the inner sect. Allow him to collect his personal belongings, and then escort him to the treasury." "Thank you, Elder, thank you," Qian Duoduo exclaimed with elation, nearly falling to his knees in gratitude to the gaunt elder. He mused, "This elder is not foolish. He has not been deceived and has not condemned me as a traitor. He is quite benevolent, sparing me the indignity of cleaning the latrines. The treasury must be a storehouse for gold. It sounds like a splendid place. From now on, I shall never worry about food and drink again." Kang Shenjun shot Qian Duoduo a glare, commanding, "Follow me." Having regained his freedom, Qian Duoduo's steps felt lighter. Infused with newfound vigor, Kang Shenjun led him towards a towering mountain in the south. This mountain soared over 10,000 feet high, its base extending far beyond that height. The path was paved with green stones, flanked by vibrant spiritual herbs, while spiritual birds occasionally flitted through the air. Qian Duoduo felt overwhelmed by the sights before him. Suddenly, he spotted a golden cow grazing on the grass, its massive horns as thick as his thigh. "Move faster!" Kang Shenjun impatiently called from ahead. Qian Duoduo hastened his pace but was momentarily captivated by a bird soaring above. Its tail stretched 2 to 3 yards long, and its feathers shimmered as if ablaze in the sky. Oh! Just as he was lost in admiration, Qian Duoduo collided with Kang Shenjun. The latter retaliated with a swift strike, sending Qian Duoduo tumbling to the ground. Qian Duoduo had crashed into Kang Shenjun, who paid him no mind after the push. He straightened his attire and beamed at the approaching figure, respectfully greeting, "Sister Yixiang." Before them walked a youthful maiden, her beauty ethereal, skin fair as snow, long hair cascading down to her waist, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Though clad only in a blue robe, her demeanor was aloof, exuding an air that repelled those around her. She glanced at the two of them, momentarily taken aback, before exclaiming, "A laborer in the inner sect? Sister, your keen insight is commendable." Although Jian Buhuan wears an orange robe, he is now rendered useless, merely at the first level of qi condensation. "A menial in the outer sect," Kang Shenjun explained, his expression softening as if he were addressing his own mother. "Jian Buhuan?" Sister Yixiang murmured, her brows furrowing as she recalled. "One of the 10 most outstanding youths of the inner sect. The prodigious cultivator?" Before Kang Shenjun could respond, she swiftly averted her gaze and strode past them, seemingly disinterested in Qian Duoduo's identity. "Take care, sister." Kang Shenjun waved his hand lightly, his expression fervent. Once Sister Yixiang's figure had vanished into the distance, he turned back and scolded fiercely, "You think I will help you up? Believe it or not, I could easily break your leg with a kick." Such scornful remarks failed to incite anger in Qian Duoduo. He thought to himself, "Back in the village, whether human or canine, anyone who barked at me without reason was treated as mere noise. Since it was mere noise, why confront it head-on and invite a deluge of spit?" As they arrived at the base of the mountain, a chorus of applause resonated ahead. Upon rounding a grove, Qian Duoduo beheld a vast open space, at the center of which stood a high platform. On the platform, 2 young men clad in blue robes moved with agility, their forms radiating a golden light. The platform was immense, spanning hundreds of feet, surrounded by a throng of thousands. Among them were blue-robed and gray-robed individuals. But none bore the orange robes like Qian Duoduo. The few gray-robed figures dashed past him, and one exclaimed, "Hurry, hurry!" Mei Qian and Lang Li Dao, those 2 rivals, are at it again in the training arena. Watching an outer sect prodigy at the 6th level of qi condensation duel is quite the spectacle, both entertaining and educational. Another retorted, "You at the 3rd level think you can understand the 6th level? Don't be afraid of picking up any stray techniques. Why are immortals still fighting?" Qian Duoduo pondered curiously, following Kang Shenjun toward the platform. When they were still 20 paces from the platform, Kang Shenjun commanded, "Stand there for a moment and observe before we proceed." On the platform stood 2 young men, one plump and the other lean. The stout one wielded a 3-foot dagger that danced through the air, its tip gleaming with a light that conjured icy winds. The slender one was encircled by a soft whip, which coiled like a serpent, striking from the air or sweeping low to the ground. The clash of knife and whip reverberated, creating a cacophony that filled the air with tension. The atmosphere on the platform was charged with an intensity far surpassing that of Yin Qi and Renrong. How deep is their enmity? Qian Duoduo marveled inwardly. The implements wielded by these 2 were significantly heavier than mere chicken feet, and their techniques were far more intricate. A single misstep could lead to severe injury. If a 6th-level cultivator possesses such might, what then of Jean Buke at the 9th level, or myself at the 1st level? It would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Everything is trivial. Cultivation comes first, Qian Duoduo resolved silently. Without reaching the 9th level of qi condensation, he would not earn the right to slacken his efforts. Kang Shenjun's gaze remained fixed on the platform, his hands gesturing continuously, clearly absorbed in comprehending the techniques being demonstrated. On the platform, a flying dagger narrowly missed the lean boy's shoulder, painting the air with droplets of blood. Had it been a mere 3 inches closer, it might have severed his head. "Ah!" Qian Duoduo gasped, causing a stir among the spectators. "Can you comprehend any of this? Stop making noise. We are leaving," Kang Shenjun commanded, leading Qian Duoduo away from the crowd and toward the mountain's entrance. At the slope's entrance stood a grand stone archway, majestic and imposing. The archway featured 3 doors and 3 tiers, exuding grandeur. Above the central door, the words "Outer Sect" were inscribed in bold blue characters. In the upper left corner of the plaque, 3 golden characters read Mengyuan Mountain. "So, this mountain is called Mengyuan Mountain." Qian Duoduo craned his neck, attempting to glimpse the summit, but was unable to see it. Such a vast mountain. It would likely take several days for those atop to descend to the base, would it not? Qian Duoduo had just contemplated this when a brilliant golden light pierced through the distant clouds. Soaring towards Mingyuan Mountain as the light drew nearer, he discerned that it was a long sword, upon which stood a middle-aged man. The man donned a grand red robe, his figure as upright as a towering pine. Hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of authority. "The esteemed Master Tang Hong has emerged from seclusion," murmured Kang Shenjun, rooted in place, gazing fervently at the figure in the sky. It turned out he was the revered uncle of Jin Buhuan. The true immortal. Qin Duoduo's admiration for Master Tang Hong rivaled that of Kang Shenjun. A low mooing sound echoed from behind, and the golden bull he had seen earlier actually soared into the air. Heading for the summit of Mingyuan Mountain, upon hearing the bull's call, the red-robed master halted mid-air. The man and the bull met in the sky, and the master mounted the golden bull, continuing their ascent. Qian Duoduo observed the hooves of the golden bull shimmering with iridescent colors. The cultivation of a mere bull surpassed his own by a considerable margin, as he watched the master and the golden bull vanish into the clouds atop the mountain. Qian Duoduo silently vowed, "I will learn to fly. I must catch up, hurry up." Kang Shenjuan's voice was icy as he beckoned Qian Duoduo forward. Upon entering the stone courtyard, Qian Duoduo immediately felt a surge of spiritual energy that was threefold more potent than that of his previous journey. So this is the treatment of the outer sect. He longed to sit down and immediately practice the technique of condensing spiritual money to break through to the second level. Scattered across the slopes within the stone courtyard were several small yards. In one yard, a disciple clad in a blue robe was practicing with a silver sword. Undoubtedly, these courtyards were the residences and training grounds for outer sect disciples. A glance revealed several hundred such courtyards. As they ascended, mist began to swirl around them in the mountain. Qian Duoduo inhaled deeply, feeling an immense sense of comfort. Could this mist be transformed from spiritual water? Slowing his pace, he carefully absorbed the spiritual mist into his body. He was certain that practicing condensation at this location would save at least half the time required. "Move faster. Are you too embarrassed to face the inner sect brothers and sisters?" Kang Shenjun, noticing Qian Duoduo's slow pace, assumed he was feeling shy, but Kang Shenjun was entirely mistaken. How could he know that following him was Qian Duoduo, not Jin Buhuan? After more than an hour of walking, they approached the mountainside of Mingyuan Mountain, where a massive golden archway appeared before them. The archway featured 3 gates and 5 levels, supported by 4 pillars adorned with cloud patterns. Seamlessly crafted, it appeared to be forged directly from metal. At the center of the plaque were the 2 characters, "Inner Sect." Kang Shenjun brushed off the dust from his gray robe. Despite the absence of anyone around the archway, he clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. "Outer Sect servant disciple Kang Shenjun, under the orders of Elder Bai Chong, has brought Jin Buhuan to the Inner Sect to retrieve personal belongings. Tio the Qinglong District, Bing Shin number." A voice emanated from nowhere, guiding them on their path. As they stepped into the Inner Sect, a terrifying aura swept over Qian Duoduo. He had long realized that every area of Mingyuan Mountain was either shrouded in formations or guarded by hidden sentinels. Following the signposts, they finally arrived at the Qinglong District. The spiritual energy here was overwhelmingly dense. Without the need for cultivation, the spiritual river within Qian Duoduo's spiritual veins surged with wave after wave of energy. Kang Shenjun, who had been cautious since entering the Inner Sect, whispered in awe, "Indeed, this is the first district of the Inner Sect." His gaze towards Qian Duoduo bore a hint of pity. He began to comprehend the high status Elder Bai Chong had mentioned. However, upon locating Bing Shun number, Kang Shenjun was once again taken aback. 2 rows of towering trees stretched inward, beneath which lay a golden path. At the end of the path was a pond of considerable size. Surrounding the pond, dozens of spiritual lotuses unfurled their green leaves. 2 celestial cranes preened their feathers by the water's edge, while several spiritual turtles basked in the sun on the shore, unperturbed by their approach, stretching their hind legs in comfort. Passing through the shadow wall, they finally glimpsed the entrance to Bing Shan number. Pushing the door open, they found an expansive courtyard spanning at least 10 acres, filled with exotic flowers and plants. In one corner, steam rose from a bathing hot spring. Directly opposite the entrance stood 3 main rooms with golden roofs and red walls, flanked by rows of side rooms with green tiles and blue bricks. This dwelling was far superior to the humble abodes of outer sect disciples. "Go on in," little prodigy. Retrieve your belongings and leave swiftly. Such a splendid place, yet it will no longer belong to you. Kang Shenjun snapped back to reality, looking at Qian Duoduo with an expression of schadenfreude, full of spite for what he could no longer possess. The cave was empty. Lu Lao, Qian Duoduo called in his heart. Bearing the identity of Jin Buhuan, he returned to his courtyard. If he acted like a stranger, Kang Shenjun would surely grow suspicious. Once he settled down, he realized that within Jin Buhuan's memories lay all the information regarding Bing Shan number, which he had simply overlooked in his moment of panic. Entering the main room, he found Lu Boli had returned after a long absence. Taking a deep breath, Qian Duoduo lowered his head and stepped towards the main room with golden roofs and red walls. Kang Shenjun followed closely behind. His curiosity piqued by the surroundings. Core inner sect disciples' dwellings were not places any outer sect disciple could casually enter. To the left, the bedroom, Lu Boli directed Qian Duoduo. Entering Jin Buhuan's bedroom, he found it so sparse it could be deemed austere. The white walls bore no decorations, and the room contained neither bed nor table, only a yellow cushion shaped like a lotus flower. Does Jin Buhuan rest or cultivate on that? Qian Duoduo thought. Surely there should be a bed for a nap. The little prodigy's bedroom exceeded Qian Duoduo's expectations. A ninth-level inner sect disciple did not recline at all. He noticed a brick in the corner by the window that could be removed. Lu Boli seemed to have found something familiar. However, upon lifting the brick, he discovered nothing but a shallow hole about an inch deep. If one did not look closely, it merely appeared to be a small indent in the rock. Not only was the hole small, but it was also empty. What now? Qian Duoduo was about to question Lu Boli when his command echoed in his mind. Fill the hole with spiritual energy. Just as Qian Duoduo was about to channel his energy, he suddenly felt a chill in the air beside him and turned quickly to see Kang Shenjuan's face contorted in rage. Wielding a wooden sword. What are you doing? Qian Duoduo asked, sensing the murderous intent emanating from him, puzzled about what had offended him. Realizing he had been noticed, Kang Shenjun thrust the wooden sword violently toward Qian Duoduo's crown. Qian Duoduo lunged forward, crashing into him, clasping his hands tightly around Kang Shenjuan's wrist. Kang Shenjun pressed down with force, but the wooden sword hovered 3 inches above Qian Duoduo's head, unable to descend further. Qian Duoduo surged forward, forcing Kang Shenjun to retreat several steps, using his forehead to press against Kang Shenjuan's chin, slamming his wrist against the wall. The life and death crisis ignited a surge of strength within Qian Duoduo. After a series of impacts, the wooden sword slipped from Kang Shenjuan's grasp. Qian Duoduo seized Kang Shenjun by the throat, demanding, "Why do you want to kill me?" Kang Shenjun coughed twice. "I bet you would lose." "But I lost." Kang Shenjun was part of Zhu Anquan's faction, and he should have wagered on Qian Duoduo's victory, yet he wrongly assumed Qian Duoduo would surely lose, placing a bet on the latter. It seemed his reasoning had gone awry. How much could you possibly lose? Is that worth killing me? Qian Duoduo tightened his grip. Speak the truth, or I will choke you to death. Having witnessed Kang Shenjuan's reckless demeanor in the arena, Kang Shenjun hastily replied, Jin Biong wagered 10,000 gold coins for your life. Senior brother, I was wrong? And the gold coins? They're on me. Kang Shenjun indicated towards his waist. Qian Duoduo reached into his waistband and felt a pocket roughly the size of his palm. This is a storage pouch. I can see what's inside with spiritual awareness, Lu Boli remarked softly from within the golden toad. Qian Duoduo scanned the pouch with his spiritual awareness and indeed found a space of about 3 feet filled with a pile of gold coins. Pushing Kang Shenjun aside, Qian Duoduo collected the wooden sword from the ground and stepped outside the cave to wait. Kang Shenjun coughed a few times, reluctantly stepping out and standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Qian Duoduo crouched down, lowered his head, and formed the hand seal for the technique of condensing spiritual money. The spiritual veins within him were already brimming with energy, and a surge of potent spiritual energy immediately burst forth from his fingers. Directing it forcefully into the small hole, as the energy overflowed, the small hole lit up and the light spread outward, activating a formation the size of a spider web. The white wall behind the cushion quietly opened, revealing a small storage chamber that contained a solitary magic pearl. This magic pearl was recorded in Jin Buhuan's memories. The high-tier artifact lost by the Jin family was a bracelet of magic pearls, enshrined in the Jin family's ancestral temple, which, when worn, could accelerate cultivation by 10%. The thief had panicked, causing the bracelet to break apart, scattering the pearls. Before it could be fully collected, Jian Buhuan's father coincidentally stumbled upon it. The Jian family disregarded any explanation he offered, especially the elder, who directly labeled him a thief and ransacked Jian Buhuan's home. During the family ritual at the temple, Jian Buhuan's father noticed this pearl left behind by the thief. It is the only clue to prove my innocence and to find the thief. Before his death, Jian Buhuan's father discreetly handed the pearl to him, advising, "Do not seek revenge until you reach the golden core stage." Jian Buhuan dared not carry the pearl with him, instead concealing it within his cave using this formation. Qian Duoduo knew the cave contained the magic pearl but was unaware of the formation's location. He retrieved the pearl, noticing two small characters engraved upon it, Tianshu. What does Tianshu mean? While pondering this, Lu Boli communicated with Qian Duoduo using spiritual awareness. Go to the other room, take something, and leave in the main house. The other two rooms contain little of value, only some old garments and a few broken items. Qian Duoduo selected 2 or 3 pieces of clothing for change, tied them into a small bundle, and slung it over his shoulder. With that, he stepped out of the courtyard, removed his orange robe, and tossed it to Kang Shinjun before donning an old garment of unmatched gold. With the removal of the orange robe, Qian Duoduo officially transitioned from an inner disciple to a menial worker. After passing through the archway of the inner sect and the martial arts arena, he noticed 2 young men in gray robes on the high platform. The intensity of the combat remained unabated, and the crowd of spectators was as large as ever. Watching such martial performances daily would surely make time pass swiftly. Kang Shinjun cast a glance at the high platform but lost interest in continuing to watch. Plodding forward, as he turned right, it marked a new direction. A left turn would have led back to the prison. The new direction was towards the treasury. Perhaps it was not as grand as the outer sect and certainly not as splendid as the inner sect's first district, but it was undoubtedly 100 times better than the prison and infinitely superior to the prospect of starving in the village. With that in mind, what was there to fear? A smile crept across Qian Duoduo's lips as he inhaled several breaths of the air rich in spiritual energy and quickened his pace. Chapter 15. New brothers arrived. The treasury was a circular tower several hundred feet tall. In front of the building stood a golden cauldron filled with gold ingots. The ingots shimmered with a divine golden light, evoking a sense of awe and igniting a deep-seated greed. Who was in charge here? Kang Shinjun impatiently tapped his foot before the golden cauldron. Came a voice, and before he could finish speaking, a black sphere wrapped in a gray robe rolled out, glancing at Kang Shinjun before clasping his hands in greeting. I am Wang Dahe, the steward of the treasury. May I ask what instructions you have for me? Senior brother? Wang Dahe's round eyes darted from Kang Shinjun to Qian Duoduo and back again. The protection sect, Kang Shinjun. Kang Shinjun cast a sidelong glance at the stout figure with dark skin. Pointing at Qian Duoduo, Elder Bai of the protection sect sent me to deliver Jian Buhuan to the treasury as a treasury attendant. He has arrived. Farewell. Wang Dahe bent slightly, smiling as he inquired. Senior brother, want tea? You come in for a rest and a cup of tea? Kang Shinjun waved his hand and walked away without a backward glance. That moment, he felt a profound sense of despair. Fretting over how to report to Jin Baiyong without having completed his task, especially since the reward had been confiscated by Qian Duoduo. Once Kang Shinjun had departed, Wang Dahe's eyes twinkled with amusement. He did not mind the unusual odor emanating from Qian Duoduo as he accepted the small bundle from him and embraced his shoulder. Jian Buhuan, what a splendid name. You truly belong in our treasury. Through the gray robe, Qian Duoduo could feel the warmth of his fleshy body. Upon entering the tall building and reaching the hall, Wang Dahe bellowed, Brothers, come out quickly. We have a new brother. His voice echoed through the halls, and several figures emerged, floating towards them and surrounding Qian Duoduo. This is your second senior brother, Yi Xiaoyun, your third senior brother, Bai Maki, and your 8th senior brother, Lei Jiaxu. Wang Dahe introduced them one by one. The brothers, varying in height, wore gray robes that matched the cleanliness of their smiles. Their energy resonated similarly to Wang Dahe's, all at the 3rd level of qi condensation. I am Wang Dahe, your eldest brother. This is Jian Buhuan, the youngest among you, and your little junior brother. You must take good care of him. From now on, we are 9 brothers, living and guarding our sect's treasury, an unparalleled treasury. With a slap of his hand, light burst forth from all directions, illuminating the interior of the building. Even the faintest thread of a spider's web in the corners would be revealed. Little junior brother. Look, our treasury houses 99,999 treasure chests, 999 gold storage pits, and 99 hidden gold chambers. Wang Dahe's voice rose, his robust chest puffed out like a great mountain of flesh. If we say we are poor, then no one in our sect would dare claim to be rich. In the brilliance of the light, the interior of the tall building left Qian Duoduo in a daze. Each floor was partitioned into small rooms, brimming with stacked treasure chests, mountains of gold coins and ingots. Numerous doors to rooms remained closed, each adorned with different markers, yet all glimmered with a golden hue. Wang Dahe smiled slightly, clearly pleased to have captivated Qian Duoduo. The other senior brothers also looked on with cheerful expressions, perhaps having experienced a similar initiation. All of this, is it truly ours? Qian Duoduo stammered, nearly biting his tongue. His question pierced through the prideful demeanor of Wang Dahe like a thorn. Wang Dahe set down his fleshy bulk with a chuckle. Not ours, but it is our responsibility to oversee it. Is that not equally worthy of pride? Indeed, it is pride. The 7 new senior brothers chorused in unison. Wang Dahe returned the small bundle to Qian Duoduo and instructed Lei Jiaxu, 8th junior brother. Take the 9th junior brother to his quarters. A fair-skinned, shy young man approached Qian Duoduo. Little junior brother, this way. They traversed the hall, along a green-tiled passageway, through the tall building to the rear of the treasury. Behind the building lay a small courtyard, several acres in size, with a few large trees in the center. A row of wooden houses stood at the back, numbering around 10. Pushing open one of the wooden doors, 8th senior brother Lei Jiaxu said, "This room is empty. You can stay here, I'll be next door." There are formations both inside and outside the treasury. Since you are not yet familiar with them, just stay in the courtyard and do not venture out. We still have work to finish today, so I must get busy. Before Qian Duoduo could respond, Lei Jiaxu had already turned crimson, quickly averted his gaze, and hurried away. Inside the room stood a bed, a table, and a chair, with a futon identical to that in Jin Buhuan's quarters, albeit in gray. Setting down the small bundle, Qian Duoduo closed the door. And Lu Boli appeared in the room. "This place is quite safe. You need not worry about food." However, speaking of which, Lu Boli suddenly vanished. Moments later, Qian Duoduo heard footsteps outside the door, 9th junior brother. Opening the door revealed Lei Jiaxu, who handed him a cloth bag containing his gray robe, the foundational techniques for the golden light condensation from the 1st to 3rd levels, a comprehensive treasury formation manual, a wooden sword, and a token. Pointing at the futon, he explained, "This is the spiritual platform for cultivation. Place the token on it to use it. The absorption of spiritual energy incurs a fee." Pausing momentarily, his face reddened again. "To the west is the bathing area. You can take a shower. I in a rush." Lei Jiaxu bolted away, remembering to close the door behind him. Qian Duoduo sat on the edge of the bed. "Leaving the chair for Lu Boli, I will take a shower first." After washing up and returning to the room, Qian Duoduo donned the freshly laundered gray robe, feeling as if he were a turtle shedding its shell. Scrubbing away the grime accumulated over time, along with the mundane life of Yuza village. Though the new shell was not yet hard or resplendent, he found himself in a new world, one ample enough to nurture fresh claws and wings. As dusk approached, Lei Jiaxu returned to the courtyard to prepare dinner, prompting Qian Duoduo to cease his cultivation and assist in the kitchen. Once the meal was ready, the other senior brothers returned, dragging their weary legs, with Wang Dahe's face drooping under fatigue. Curiosity piqued within Qian Duoduo. Wasn't the treasury merely a place to watch over money? What other tasks could there be each day? The senior brothers chuckled, glancing at Wang Dahe. Wang Dahe cleared his throat. 9th junior brother, that is an excellent question. You've touched upon the essence of the treasury. However, let us eat first. After dinner, we shall delve deeper into the details. The evening meal for the treasury attendants consisted of 2 dishes and a soup, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, accompanied by a pot of spiritual mushroom soup, with unlimited servings of spiritual rice. Qian Duoduo savored the meal, filling his belly to the brim. Yet, when he lifted his gaze from his bowl, he found the senior brothers had already set their utensils aside, chatting in groups, while only Wang Dahe remained at the table, keenly observing Qian Duoduo's voracious eating. Youth is such a blessing, the eldest brother mused. The joy of dining has eluded us for many years. Master brother, it is likely that our menu has remained unchanged for far too long. Interjected second senior brother Yi Xiaoan. They broached the critical topic. The brothers gathered closer. A few days ago, I encountered Xiao Zhang from the reception area. He was boasting about the 8 great bowls of Mingyuan and the 10 renowned dishes of Shangjin, which irked me greatly. Third senior brother by Maki chimed in, fanning the flames of discontent. Wang Dahei's round eyes widened. Do not be discontent. Although our treasury does not enjoy the same privileges as the reception area, the protection sect, or the Qilin Pavilion, we are sheltered from wind and rain within these walls. We are 100 times better off than the cleaning teams and farming squads, who live in constant uncertainty. Yi Xiaoyun lamented, if we speak of the best, it is undoubtedly the Artificer Hall, the easy life where others rush to deliver wealth to you. Their only concern is what to eat and drink. Wang Dahei's eyes nearly bulged out. To enter the Artificer Hall, you must be an artificer. If you were an artificer, not only would you thrive here in our lower-tier Lingling sect, but you would also flourish in the mid-tier rich sect. Observing the excited expressions of his senior brothers, Qian Duoduo pondered, could it be that life in the treasury is not as affluent as I had imagined? Chapter 16. Just 7 levels away, little junior brother. Do not heed their clamor. Many desire to enter our treasury but cannot, Wang Dahei insisted, raising his fingers. Those who are disloyal to the sect need not apply, nor those who struggle with arithmetic. Cannot master the formations, or cannot run swiftly. Do not think I am unaware. You all are already at the 3rd level of qi condensation but continually suppress your cultivation, unwilling to advance to the 4th level and become outer disciples. Why? Is it not because we enjoy a leisurely life here without the intrigues and backstabbing of others? Wang Dahei pointed his plump finger at each brother. When he singled someone out, they would chuckle and nod in agreement. After completing the circle, Wang Dahei pointed at himself, saying, Why am I this fat? It is precisely because I suppress my cultivation. The spiritual energy has transformed into flesh. If it were not for this, our Wang Dahei would indeed be a calamity to the nation, a handsome young man with the grace of a jade tree, who would have found his other half long ago and embarked on a blissful life of companionship. At this juncture, Qian Duoduo seemed to catch a glimmer of tears in Wang Dahei's eyes. Senior brother, I've just arrived. Could you enlighten me on the rules here so that I may start working promptly? Qian Duoduo hastily shifted the topic. Wang Dahei straightened his posture, glancing at our junior brother, contemplating just how much work lay ahead. From the mouths of the 8 senior brothers, Qian Duoduo learned what the treasury attendants did. The entire treasury was cleaned daily and accounted for every 10 days. On the surface, these tasks seemed trivial, but the treasury was riddled with formations. Each corridor, each gate bore different formations, and every room's formation varied. Along with the formations of each gold storage pit and hidden gold cave, there were over 2,000 formations within the treasury and more than 1,000 outside. The power of the treasury's formations was immense. According to Wang Dahei, even the highest elders within the sect would suffer severe injuries if they set foot inside. Qian Duoduo gasped in inquiry, what if we accidentally forget or misremember and trigger a formation? Wang Dahei let out a sigh, dissipating into the air, vanishing henceforth. A buzzing sound filled Qian Duoduo's ears. Senior brother, you must be jesting. He now felt the weight of being a treasury attendant. 4,000 formations. 4,000 potential calamities. Heavens, that's impossible. Although we possess the treasury token, we can only make 3 mistakes a day. On the 4th, the formations show no mercy, Wang Dahei stated solemnly. The other senior brothers nodded in agreement. The allowance for 3 mistakes a day brought a glimmer of hope to Qian Duoduo, but it was far from sufficient. With nearly 4,000 formations, who could possibly memorize them all? Wang Dahei patted his chest with pride, declaring, thus far, I, Wang Dahei, have achieved it flawlessly over the years. Qian Duoduo's eyes lit up with admiration for his senior brother. The others nodded in unison, exclaiming, that's why he is called senior brother. Nothing to speak of, nothing to speak of, Wang Dahei humbly replied. I have divided the treasury into several zones, with each of your senior brothers responsible for one. Qian Duoduo's eyes sparkled. This way, he only needed to memorize the formations for his designated area, sparing him the burden of remembering them all. Senior brother, you are truly clever. All for the brotherhood, all for the treasury. Wang Dahei laughed heartily, waves of joviality rippling across his face. Senior brother, considering the dangers inherent in our work, shouldn't the sect provide us with more benefits? In Qian Duoduo's view, greater risks warranted greater rewards. Wang Dahe's expression immediately turned placid. Despite his lofty praise for the treasury, the reality of their status as mere attendants remained. They earned a base-level income, and overthinking would only lead to self-torment. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Qian Duoduo quickly retrieved the treasury's formation manual. "Senior brother, please teach me the formations so I may relieve some burden from you all." For several consecutive days, Qian Duoduo spent his days in the treasury, clutching the manual as he listened to his senior brother explain each formation, observing the senior brothers rushing about with jade slips in hand. The jade slips were necessary to record the cleaning and inventory processes to report to the elders, thus providing proof of their labor. Slacking off was out of the question. By nightfall, Qian Duoduo consumed the herbs pilfered by Lu Lao and devoted himself to rigorous training. The 10 or so herbs that sprouted from the golden toad were stolen by Lu Lao from the Jin Bujian courtyard. When exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, Qian Duoduo would glance at the motionless youth within the golden toad. And instantly, he found renewed strength. If one does not impose strictness upon oneself, others may seek your demise. Sometimes, Qian Duoduo pondered, irrespective of his identity, if possible, he would help Jin Bujian realize his aspirations, ensuring his mother enjoyed a better life, which would also bring him joy. Bearing his identity, having indulged in these hearty meals, he felt compelled to contribute something. On the third night, he finally unlocked the last acupoint of the second layer of the Qi consolidation technique. Spiritual energy poured into his dantian like a torrential flood. 2 streams of spiritual energy, though originating from the same source, surged through his body, sharpening Qian Duoduo's spiritual awareness. Resounding boom echoed in his ears, and the uncontrollable surge of spiritual power burst forth, causing the wooden cabin to tremble slightly. "Have you broken through, junior brother?" came Wang Dahe's voice from outside. Qian Duoduo opened the door to find all 8 senior brothers gathered in the courtyard. "Qi consolidation level 2, he said, feeling a bit shy, scratching his head, and added, "I didn't control the force well. Sorry for the embarrassment, senior brothers." "Indeed, junior brother. How long have you been practicing?" Wang Dahe patted him on the shoulder. Qian Duoduo hesitated, initially wanting to say a little over a month, but remembering he was Jin Bujian, he quickly corrected himself, over 2 years. Not a slow progress, the senior brothers encouraged him before returning to their rooms. Once he closed the door, Qian Duoduo could no longer feign calmness, exclaiming within, "I'm level 2. I'm level 2. He took out 2 chicken feet from the golden toad, performing a hand seal with his index and middle fingers. Causing the chicken feet to obediently rise into the air, with a flick of his fingers, the chicken feet danced like 2 delicate butterflies, fluttering in the air. After playing for a while, the movement of the chicken feet gradually generated a whistling sound, filling Qian Duoduo with pride. Lu Lao, within the golden toad, remarked, "In the realm of cultivation, one typically utilizes flying swords. You can practice with the wooden sword issued by the sect. In the future, you may even fly while wielding a sword." Thinking about it, he recalled how impressive it was for his master to soar on a flying sword. Qian Duoduo picked up the wooden sword and headed to the courtyard. The wooden sword weighed about the same as the chicken feet, making it easy to control. In no time, the courtyard was filled with the sounds of the wooden sword slicing through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qian Duoduo lost track of time in his play until Lei Jiashu emerged, saying softly, "Junior brother, we have work to do tomorrow. Let others get some rest." Laughter echoed from the other wooden cabins. It dawned on Qian Duoduo that he was no longer in the confines of a prison cell. Isolated and alone, the courtyard was shared with 8 senior brothers. He rushed back to his wooden cabin but hesitated to sleep. Having attained Qi consolidation level 2, it was time to practice for level 3. The gap between him and Jin Bujian had narrowed to just 7 levels. The next day, Qian Duoduo entered the treasury to learn formations from his senior brother. Now at Qi consolidation level 2, his learning speed had significantly increased, and he felt that in another 10 days or so, he could assist his senior brothers, no longer merely a freeloader. This is the Mingyi formation. The upper 3 layers are bright, while the lower 3 are dark. Are there any questions about this formation? If not, we shall move on to the next one, his senior brother inquired, glancing up at him. Before Qian Duoduo could respond, Wang Dahe leapt from his chair, exclaiming, "Master!" His senior brother's face flushed with excitement. A cold sweat broke out on Qian Duoduo's back, and his body felt as if encased in ice. Before them stood Tang Honggong, the master of Mingyuan Mountain, the esteemed elder known as Jin Bujian's maternal uncle. "Jin Bujian, Tang Honggong scrutinized Qian Duoduo for a moment before softly calling out. Though his voice was gentle, to Qian Duoduo, it resonated like thunder from the heavens. The master, akin to a celestial being, seemed to pierce through Qian Duoduo's gray robe, flesh, and bones, gazing into his very soul, perceiving the hidden space within the golden toad. In the long-deceased Jin Bujian, he recognized that I was not Jin Bujian, and that calling my name was a test of my response. Should I comply, he would inquire about matters known only to him and Jin Bujian, thereby exposing my true identity. Should I refuse, he would undoubtedly strike me down, imprisoning me once more to interrogate my true identity, who I was, whence I came, and where I intended to go. Whether to agree or not would determine the end of my cultivation journey. Qian Duoduo began to tremble uncontrollably, as if sifting through chaff. He wished to flee, yet his legs seemed devoid of sensation, as if they were not his own. Even if he could run, escape was futile. Without even the master, a mere 7-colored divine ox could catch me. A single hoof could send me sprawling. Wang Dahe stared at Qian Duoduo in astonishment, surprised that the master recognized him and even called his name. The junior brother they had just become acquainted with suddenly felt so foreign. Qian Duoduo also noted that the other senior brothers were equally petrified, eyes wide and unblinking. Not Bujian, Tang Honggong called out again. Qian Duoduo detected a hint of disappointment in his tone. He was indeed disappointed. A prodigy of the Lingling sect, a Qi Consolidation Level 9 disciple poised to break into the Transcendence realm, had inexplicably devolved into a mere Level 2, relegated to menial labor in the treasury. This was utterly disheartening. It was a disservice to his care and to the exceptional cultivation environment of the Qinglong district. Disappointment, if it were me, I too would feel disheartened, perhaps even more so, and might resort to striking me. Not Bujian, Tang Honggong raised his hand. Indeed, he was ready to strike. Go ahead. I can hardly resist, nor do I wish to. Being struck by him is far better than facing Jin Bujian's wrath. It is only natural for an uncle to discipline his nephew. Alas, I lament that I have no chance to return to Qi Consolidation Level 9, no opportunity to cultivate into a Dan formation practitioner, and provide a better life for Jin Bujian's mother. Tears streamed down Qian Duoduo's face, flowing like a breached river, unstoppable and relentless. The tears blurred his vision, each droplet cascading down, merging into a line that gathered at his chin before dripping onto the ground. These tears were shed not only for Qian Duoduo but also for Jin Buhuan. Such a tragic fate, despite their relentless struggles, they remained as powerless as ants. Two warm hands rested on Qian Duoduo's shoulders. Buhuan, my dear nephew, you have suffered. It was the voice of the master. He had not seen through Qian Duoduo's dual identity. This was the voice of Tang Honggong. He was aware of the injustices that Jin Buhuan had endured. Was it my esteemed uncle calling for me? He had come to administer justice, to offer a glimmer of warmth to me and Jin Buhuan in our desperate struggle. Qian Duoduo thought, overwhelmed. Wow, he cried aloud. These tears stemmed from a thawing body, from a heart rejuvenated. Those hands, radiant as the sun, gently massaged his shoulder. Two vibrant streams of energy infused his being, traversing the meridians he was aware of and those he was not. Before retracting back, enough. A man does not shed tears lightly. The large hand patted Qian Duoduo once more before withdrawing from his shoulder. Qian Duoduo collected himself, using the back of his hand to dry his tears. Uncle Tang Honggong had turned away, his back now facing him. Wang Dahe looked at Qian Duoduo with trepidation, his confidence as the senior brother diminished. Tang Honggong raised his head slightly. In my 6 months of seclusion, I had not anticipated such events. A prodigious talent in cultivation, nearly rendered a waste, reduced to a mere servant in the treasury. Ha! This venerable sect, Buhuan, return with me to the Qinglong district, where you may restore your cultivation more swiftly. But, uncle, I am only at the 2nd level of Qi condensation. Qian Duoduo longed to return to the Qinglong district, for the herbs cultivated in those courtyards would sustain him for a time. However, the Qinglong district was a residence for inner disciples, requiring at least a 7th level cultivation. I am the master. I declare it so. Who dares to oppose? Tang Honggong asserted. Although he held little affection for Jin Buhuan, upon emerging from seclusion and discovering the latter's tragic plight, he was utterly enraged. The cultivation genius he managed had nearly been suppressed to the brink of becoming a cripple, if he did not assert his authority. More would come to wreak havoc. His imposing presence sent tremors through Wang Dahe's flesh. The feeling of being protected was indeed delightful. It was akin to stealing grain from the landlord's storehouse without fear of being bitten by the dogs. Qian Duoduo pondered, still considering what level of cultivation would prove advantageous. That which is attained through the power of others will never truly belong to oneself. Uncle, I believe that since I managed to ascend from the 1st to the 9th level, I am more confident in relying on my own strength to return from the 2nd level to the 9th, or even higher. In that case, regardless of who it is, they must acknowledge me, both in word and in heart. After careful consideration, Qian Duoduo resolved to decline the master uncle's good intentions. Good. Tang Honggong suddenly turned. You possess ambition. You truly are my nephew. The cave in Qinglong district, designated for you, shall remain for your return to the inner sect. However, I shall grant you a protective talisman. A red jade pendant appeared in Tang Honggong's hand. This item, a high-grade artifact, could withstand attacks from cultivators below the Dan level and could be used 3 times. Upon receiving the pendant, Qian Duoduo understood that possessing this item would significantly diminish the troubles he would face within the refining spirit sect. Are you truly Jin Buhuan? After a long while, Wang Dahe still could not believe what had transpired. If I am not, then who is? Qian Duoduo laughed heartily, inwardly thinking. If even the master has not discerned my true identity, my senior brothers are even less likely to know that I am not Jin Buhuan. The other senior brothers surrounded him, gazing at Qian Duoduo as though he were an exotic creature they had never encountered. 8th brother Lei Jiashu said, Are you truly the one, the solitary figure among the top 10 inner disciples? Jin Buhuan? Without a doubt. 3rd brother by Maki patted Qian Duoduo on the back. You fool. Able to consume 8 large bowls yet content with 2 plates of food. Several senior brothers shared the same sentiment. Believing Qian Duoduo should return to the Qinglong district, that he need not endure hardship in the treasury. Wang Dahe pointed at Qian Duoduo. You do not understand, do you? This is ambition. This is pride. By Maki's side, ambition and pride also require capital. Little junior brother, in due time, you will be able to return to the Qinglong district. Alas, we must remain here in this seemingly affluent but fundamentally impoverished treasury. In recent days, Qian Duoduo had familiarized himself with the regulations of the refining spirit sect. According to the level of cultivation, the sect provided cultivation fees. For the 1st level of qi condensation, 100 gold coins per month. For the 2nd level, 200. For the 3rd level, 300. Starting from the 4th level, one could enter the outer sect, receiving 500 coins at the 4th level, 700 at the 5th, and 900 at the 6th level. The 7th level would grant entry into the inner sect, where the cultivation fees were even higher. Gold coins had been the standardized currency for millennia. Previously, spirit stones were the common currency, but with advancements in the spiritual energy system, the status of spirit stones plummeted. Gold coins, with their relatively fixed value and greater difficulty in counterfeiting and production, became the medium of exchange for cultivators. All expenses within the sect, including food, cultivation, and the purchase of pills and artifacts, were settled in gold coins. Without an increase in cultivation, the fees remained fixed. The 8 senior brothers were all at the 3rd level of qi condensation, receiving only 2,400 gold coins per month. After careful selection, there was little left after covering their essential needs. Should we not devise a way to earn some money from other avenues? Qian Duoduo inquired of Wang Dahe. Having broken through to the 2nd level of qi condensation and exhausted his herbs, he too found himself in a state of financial straits. Despite appearing to flaunt his pride in front of the master uncle, he was indeed troubled over the resources required for the next level of cultivation. Wang Dahe replied helplessly, the treasury manages the sect's treasures and finances, collecting a 2% management fee annually. However, all management fees must be submitted to the sect. Not a single gold coin pertains to us. How does the landlord in our village earn money? Qian Duoduo pondered. He lends grain to the villagers each year, and come autumn, the villagers repay him with interest. In the process of lending and repaying, he makes a considerable profit. Let us engage in the business of lending money through the treasury. Qian Duoduo proposed tentatively. Lend money? The senior brothers were taken aback. We could lend money to the sect's cultivators, charging an interest of 8% per year. Bai Maki was puzzled by Qian Duoduo's explanation. Why would they borrow our money? Because they face insurmountable challenges. Qian Duoduo, unfamiliar with the world of cultivation, spoke vaguely. Wang Dahe nodded. Indeed, this holds merit. for advancement, for victory in major and minor competitions, for completing tasks to survive. Some may need to purchase pills. Others artifacts or talismans. All require money. Not everyone is like us, stagnant and complacent at the third level of qi condensation. Yi Xiaoyan frowned. But our pockets are as empty as our faces. We have no money. Even if someone wishes to borrow, we have nothing to lend. Qian Duoduo shook his head. We do not need to possess money. We have the treasury's credit. Please elaborate. Wang Dahe grasped Qian Duoduo's hand. Provided there are depositors, we can propose to them that if they agree to let us manage their funds, they need not pay the 2% management fee and can earn 4% interest instead. The condition is that their money must be lent out. Lei Jiashu interjected. This sounds a bit confusing. Give an example, little junior brother. For instance, if the senior brother deposits 10,000 gold coins and consents to let us manage his funds, we could lend out his 10,000 gold coins for a year and earn 800 in interest. After splitting 400 for the senior brother and paying 200 as management fees to the sect, we would still net 200. Borrowing a chicken to lay eggs, borrowing money to generate interest? Yi Xiaoyan clapped his hands. Bai Maqi's mouth dropped open. So, with this turnover, we earn 200. That is nearly equivalent to my monthly cultivation fee. Let us do it. Let us do it. The other senior brothers nodded in agreement. With money, they could expand from 2 dishes to 4. Who would oppose? What if no one borrows our money? Wang Dahe asked calmly. Then we simply charge the normal 2% management fee. We suffer no loss. Wang Dahe slapped his thigh. Exactly. We incur no losses, and neither does the sect. He turned to the other senior brothers. What the little junior brother has proposed seems plausible. What do you all think? The other senior brothers looked at him. The senior brother decides. We will follow your lead. Wang Dahe's chest heaved as he surveyed the faces around him. Then let us give it a try, with a steady approach and safety as the priority. Oh, be honest. I too wish to enjoy a few more dishes. I shall be the first to provide funds. Qian Duoduo produced the 10,000 gold coins he had received from Kang Shinjun. The hope of enjoying more dishes spurred the 9 senior brothers into a flurry of activity, cleaning the treasury in record time. Once the work was completed, they gathered in the hall, waiting for someone to come in and deposit money. 9 pairs of eyes eagerly gazed at the entrance, like a pack of hungry wolves hunting on the prairie. At long last, an orange figure slowly entered. An inner sect disciple. Qian Duoduo exchanged glances with his brothers, each pair of eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wang Dahe stepped forward. Greetings, senior brother. Deposit money. 10,000 gold coins. The inner sect brother ignored his enthusiasm, his expression sour. Senior brother, for a 1-year deposit, the management fee is 2%. However, we have a new business. If you agree to let us manage your funds, not only will you avoid the management fee, but you can also earn 4% interest. Wang Dahe smiled warmly, his eyes narrowing into slits. Lend it to others? What if they do not return? What if the person dies? Are you responsible for giving me money? Scolded the inner sect senior brother. Hurry up, I need to leave the sect. All right. Wang Dahe's enthusiastic face pressed against the icy rear. His smile instantly frozen, sweat beading on his forehead as he took the token and pouch of coins. Qian Duoduo and the other senior brothers stepped forward to count the gold coins. Their eyes dimmed as if doused with icy water, extinguishing all hope. Safeguard the money well. Wang Dahe smiled apologetically, handing back the token to the inner sect senior brother. Snatching the token back, the inner sect senior brother shot Wang Dahe a glare before turning to exit the treasury. Tossing out a parting remark, stay on the right path, don't think about cheating money. The rules in the sect are strict. Though the figure receded, a chill remained in the treasury. Yi Xiaoyun lay dejectedly on the counter. Lamenting, the hope for extra provisions has vanished. We must accept our fate. Wang Dahe waved his hand dismissively. That doesn't count. Didn't you hear him? He is in a hurry to leave the sect and has neither the time nor the inclination to listen to us. Besides, can it be done all at once? The formation must be learned one by one, and this business must be tested one at a time, right? You all should learn from me. One must be thick-skinned. If someone slaps your left cheek, offer your right, as long as he is willing to deposit or borrow money. Bai Maqi stood up, declaring, I'll attend to the next depositor. I'm confident I can persuade him. Me. Qian Duoduo and the brothers raised their hands in turn. If the eldest brother is willing to let someone slap his face, why shouldn't we, the junior brothers? Qian Duoduo pondered the words of the inner sect disciple. Realizing the validity in the senior brother's reasoning, they needed to devise a plan to ensure the borrowed money would return. Otherwise, the depositors would be uneasy if they truly lent money that was not repaid. Their lives would be forfeit. What if we make the borrowers sign a sole contract? Wang Dahe proposed after much contemplation. Bai Maki tapped his head thoughtfully. If they sign the contract while alive, the money will surely be returned. But what if they die? For instance, if they leave the sect and never return, or if they get trapped in a secret realm for centuries, the contract will be useless. It would be best if, when borrowing money, the person could pledge something of value to us. Moreover, the value of the pledged item should be double the loan amount. This way, we need not fear unforeseen accidents or deceit. Wang Dahe clenched his fists. Qian Duoduo's eyes brightened. This is excellent, a double assurance. The borrower can repay both principal and interest, and we return the pledged item to him. If he fails to repay by the due date, we can sell the pledged item, which also includes both principal and interest. Yixiaoyu nodded. I think it's feasible. We Haven Tea even charged him a custody fee for the items pledged to us. Lei Jiashu chuckled. With our backs against the treasury, lending and repaying money, and pledging items, it's all quite secure. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahe began to pace heavily in the hall, each step echoing like a drumbeat, as if treading on their hearts. Have you calculated? Our entire sect, with 5 celestial mountains, nearly 1 million cultivators, how much money and treasures can we possess? Just the treasures stored in this treasury amount to an astonishing figure. The eldest brother's voice grew more robust. The second and third brothers each picked up an abacus, clacking away. We never calculated this before while busy tidying up. Being rejected by one person is inconsequential. I refuse to believe that among 1 million cultivators, there is a single one lacking in funds, not one who wouldn't want to borrow money. As long as they can level up after borrowing. 8% interest is nothing. The eldest brother grew increasingly animated, gesturing widely. His words acted as a key, unlocking the locks in their minds. Leveling up by even 1 rank means at least 100 in a month. An additional 1,200 in a year. Paying a bit of interest is not only easy but also enjoyable. Yi Xiaoyun raised his hand, declaring, I just did a rough calculation. The gold coins in our treasury are no less than 300 billion. It should exceed 500 billion, Bai Maki muttered, still fiddling with the abacus. Forget about 500 billion or 300 billion. Even just 100 billion. 0.2% of 100 billion is 2 billion. Wang Dahe's large round eyes gleamed like 2 blazing furnaces, radiating heat and light. 0.2 billion. At our current cultivation expenses, we'd have to toil for over 6,000 years without eating or drinking. Qian Duoduo and the brothers stood frozen, yet their hearts were ignited by the fervor of the eldest brother. At that moment, the eldest brother fished out a vibrating jade slip from his pocket and placed it against his forehead. Elder Bai wishes to deposit money. Who will go fetch it? He inquired. I will. Qian Duoduo promptly volunteered. After a long day of labor, he felt the need to contribute. Junior brother, persuade the elder to agree to lend the money out. The eldest brother said, stepping closer, his tone serious. His hefty hand pressed down on Qian Duoduo's shoulder like a heavy stone, causing him to stumble slightly. This task felt immensely daunting. Chapter 19. The First Client. Junior brother, go for it, junior brother. May success be swift, junior brother. Win over the elder and secure the first deal. The brothers began to cheer. I'll see who cheers the loudest. I'll take that person with me. Qian Duoduo steadied himself. Elder Bai's stern demeanor and lack of humor earned him the nickname Bai Gong Bai Jing within the sect. Both outer and inner disciples behaved with utmost decorum around him, afraid to jest or make noise. Qian Duoduo countered, and the brothers immediately fell silent. Offending Elder Bai could land one in the dungeons, which was no light matter. Wang Dahe pondered for a moment before speaking. Here's what I propose. Whoever secures a deal will take half of the profits, and the remainder will be shared among the others. We can't let our faces get slapped for nothing. Do you all agree? Those who contributed the most effort would naturally receive the most profits. This distribution seemed fair to everyone, and no one opposed it. Exiting the treasury, Qian Duoduo returned to the courtyard to wash his face, tidy his attire, and set off towards the protecting sect office with renewed spirit. As he was about to leave the courtyard, Lu Boli's voice echoed from within the golden toad, where the jade pendant on the outside. Although Qian Duoduo complied, he did not fully grasp the instruction. He thought to himself, what if I encounter a core formation cultivator robbing me on my way to the protecting sect office? Elder Liu did not elaborate further, so he followed through. He wouldn't harm him. Upon arriving at the protecting sect office, he realized that this place was situated between the dungeon and the treasury. One monitored people, while the other safeguarded wealth, both closely related in function. Just as he approached the doorway, Elder Bai's aged voice resonated from within. If you're not exchanging, come in. The authority remained, yet there was an added warmth to his tone. Upon entering and bowing, Qian Duoduo raised his eyes to meet Elder Bai's gaze, only to find it piercingly fixed upon him. You've reached the second rank. Congratulations. Elder Bai's sharp gaze fell on the red jade pendant around Qian Duoduo's neck. You've become the steward of the treasury? Are you satisfied with it? It appeared Elder Bai recognized the item as belonging to Tang Honggong. His uncle had not expressed any dissatisfaction regarding the treasury. Qian Duoduo replied honestly, Elder Jinbu Huan refers to Tang Honggong as steward, yet I call him uncle. This familial title alleviates many troubles. Elder Bai nodded. The steward hasn't he mentioned any grievances? He instructed me to return to the Qinglong area, but I didn't agree. Why not? I want to return on my own. If you're not fond of the treasury, I can arrange for you to move elsewhere. It doesn't have to be under my jurisdiction, except for the Artifact Master Hall. Elder Bai's expression remained neutral. The treasury is quite good. It seemed that Wang Dahe possessed some capability, allowing you, once a prominent inner sect disciple, to willingly take on the role of his junior brother. After a moment of silence, Elder Bai did not press further about changing Qian Duoduo's location. He gestured towards a treasure chest in the room. Deposit 100,000 gold coins into the treasury. That's a lot, Qian Duoduo exclaimed, taken aback. The treasure chest combined with 100,000 gold coins was genuinely beyond his capacity to carry. Why doesn't the old man put the gold coins in a storage bag? Later, he learned that in the world of cultivation, the price of treasure chests was merely 1/10 that of storage bags. I'll call a senior brother over to help carry it, Qian Duoduo said, taking out the jade slip to summon his third brother, Bai Maki. While waiting for his companions, Elder Bai sat calmly in his chair, resting with closed eyes, showing no inclination to curry favor with the steward's nephew. However, from the red jade pendant, he could glean some hints. Tang Honggong had expressed his stance regarding Jinbu Huan. The protecting sect office could no longer make things difficult for him and should instead offer some conveniences. After mulling over the lending business in his mind for a long time, Qian Duoduo mustered his courage to speak. Elder Bai Elder Bai opened his eyes. I would like to discuss something with you. Elder Bai smiled subtly, revealing a knowing expression. Is it official business or personal? Qian Duoduo contemplated, realizing that borrowing money was fundamentally a matter between individuals and should not involve the sect. So he replied, personal. Personal? Pray tell. Regarding the 100,000 gold coins, could you authorize me to lend them to others? What? Lend them to others? Elder Bai turned his head. Yes, lend them to others. Not only would you not have to pay the 2% custody fee, but you could also earn 4% interest. Such a good deal. But if the money is lent out and not returned, who do I seek for it? You can come to me. I will pledge items worth no less than 200,000 gold coins as collateral. Stored in the treasury, if the money does not return, you may take the pledged items. Elder Bai pondered for a moment before asking, if you lend this money to others, won't the sect's custody fees decrease? Not a cent less. Regardless of whether the money is lent out or not, the sect's 2% custody fee remains unchanged. Qian Duoduo responded swiftly and succinctly. The treasury is under the stewardship of Elder Bai. If borrowing money diminishes the sect's income, Elder Bai will undoubtedly refuse. The accusation of embezzlement could lead to Elder Bai's disgrace within the sect. This matter must be handled with utmost precision. Oh, that sounds promising. The young man is contemplating a new approach. The thin, elderly man closed his eyes again, pondering the situation. While he deliberated, Qian Duoduo fidgeted anxiously. What does his consideration mean? Is it an agreement or a refusal? He thought to himself that, fortunately, the elder's attitude was far more favorable than that of the inner disciple. He hoped not to present his face for a kick, as that would surely be painful. Agreed, 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 he silently prayed. Bai Maki rushed over, and they affixed a seal marked with Elder Bai's name to the treasure chest. Qian Duoduo led the way, Bai Maki followed, hoisting the chest with a shoulder pole as they made their way outside the protective sect area. They would count the gold coins once they reached the treasury hall. As they stepped outside, all of Qian Duoduo's spiritual awareness was directed towards Elder Bai. Did he ultimately agree to lend him the money? Bai Maki, known for his eloquence among the disciples, was usually quick to engage in banter in the treasury, but before Elder Bai, he seemed to have been silenced, as if he had swallowed a muting pill. There was no hope. As Qian Duoduo stepped over the threshold, he lamented internally, an "oh change." Elder Bai's aged yet melodious voice resonated behind him, causing Qian Duoduo's legs to feel as if they were rooted in the earth, rendering him utterly still. Bai Maki, alarmed, nearly lost his grip on the chest, almost letting it tumble onto him. Elder Bai, Qian Duoduo grasped the shoulder pole tightly and turned his head, responding with a tremor in his voice. "Regarding the matter you mentioned, I have agreed." Elder Bai spoke slowly, contemplating. In prison, Jin Buhuan had nearly lost his life, and he must have communicated that to Lord Tanghong, regardless of whether it was a matter of saving money or some new scheme. "I shall lend him these 100,000 gold coins for the time being. Should Lord Tang inquire about the prison incident, I will have a buffer prepared." With a firm lift, Qian Duoduo set the treasure chest down, turned back a few steps, and performed a deep bow to Elder Bai, nearly striking his forehead against his knees. "Thank you, Elder." Bai Maki understood the Elder's agreement. Though he did not voice it, he dutifully bowed several times alongside Qian Duoduo. "Relay to Wang Dahe that I do not oppose your new ventures, but the income from the treasury must not diminish. If it does, then..." Elder Bai's words hung in the air as Qian Duoduo and Bai Maki listened with utmost respect. He paused, and they both nodded before lifting the chest again, feeling it considerably lighter. Upon leaving the protective sect area, Bai Maki whispered in admiration, "Little junior brother, you truly excelled. You've managed to secure the Elder's consent to borrow money." Qian Duoduo felt as if he were floating in the clouds, still bewildered by how Elder Bai had agreed. Uncertain which words had swayed him, yet he remarked, "Though Elder Bai's demeanor is as cold as ice, his heart burns with warmth." I hardly said much. He simply took time to consider, and then agreed. "Really?" Bai Maki activated his persuasive talent. "Third senior brother, you must have confidence in our business. This is a splendid opportunity for the sect, for others, and for ourselves. What could there be to oppose?" "What splendid opportunity?" Qian Duoduo felt that the Elder's agreement was likely due to his red jade pendant. The authority of the sect leader certainly influenced his nod. The Elder's monthly cultivation expenses amount to several thousand, so he would not be overly concerned about the 2 or 4% you mentioned. There are reasons behind both agreement and refusal. The key lies in discerning the cause for the former. Wouldn't you agree, senior brother? Do not celebrate too soon. If this 100,000 gold coins cannot be borrowed, it would be a mere fleeting joy. As Qian Duoduo and the third senior brother carried the treasure chest, they drew considerable attention. Several disciples clad in gray and blue robes approached them, inspecting the seal on the chest. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Duoduo and Bai Maki discussed their new business, informing them that the first client was Elder Bai himself. Borrowing others' money to elevate oneself, what a lucrative scheme. Qian Duoduo animatedly explained, "Tell your fellow disciples. For any monetary needs, come to the treasury. Ascending to a higher realm and achieving the elixir of transformation is no longer a dream." Bai Maki chimed in, drumming up enthusiasm, inquiring about their cultivation levels and then elaborating on the profits gained from advancing levels. How enticing! Though mere words cannot satiate hunger, they can incite it. Once hunger strikes, one must use money, one must spend. If one lacks funds, they can come to us for a loan. Unbeknownst to them, the treasury lay just ahead. Before the treasury, the elder brother led the group, with the brothers lining up to welcome their return. "Congratulations, little junior brother, on securing your first order." They cheered in unison, their voices resonating loudly enough to frighten several spirit birds from the nearby trees. The second senior brother rushed forward, relieving Qian Duoduo of the shoulder pole. Wang Dahe lifted Qian Duoduo effortlessly, proclaiming, with little junior brother stepping up, "Elder Bai is sure to be pleased." The history of the treasury now turns a new page. Let's indulge tonight. Let us prepare a feast and stew 2 spirit chickens. Amidst the cheers, the treasure chest was brought into the hall. Lei Jiashu removed the seal and was about to discard it when the elder brother stopped him, saying, "Don't throw that away. It still has value." "What value?" Lei Jiashu inquired, perplexed. "You will find out tomorrow," Wang Dahe teased. Back in their quarters, Qian Duoduo reclined on his bed, savoring the dinner from earlier, realizing for the first time how delightful spirit chicken soup could be. Lu Lao had once said that consuming meat pales in comparison to drinking soup, and drinking soup is not as fulfilling as inhaling its fragrance. Previously, he dismissed this as nonsense, but now he saw some validity in it. Tonight's dinner celebrated the halfway success of their money-lending business. Tio enjoy such soup daily. They must find a way to complete the remaining half, persuading others to borrow money so they could collect interest. Contemplating this, Qian Duoduo thought that since wealth was nearly at hand, it was time to utilize the spirit platform for cultivation. The spirit platform was the gray mat beside his bed, with spiritual energy conduits leading to every courtyard and cave dwelling within the sect. The starting point of the conduits lay in the Artifact Master Hall. Seating himself on the mat, he revealed a groove on its side and inserted a token. The token was new, evidently not the one belonging to Jin Buhuan. The balance indicated was merely 200, his cultivation fee for the month, sufficient for reaching the second stage of qi condensation. Gritting his teeth, Qian Duoduo set his spiritual energy consumption to 10 gold coins per hour. Activating the switch, a pure and gentle flow of spiritual energy surged into his body from the mat. He assumed the posture for the third level of the golden light condensation technique. Guiding the energy to open new spiritual veins, as the spiritual energy entered his body, the new spiritual river commenced its flow. Qian Duoduo instantly grasped Jin Buhuan's reasoning and understood why his cave abode in the Qinglong district was so bare, because every single gold coin was consumed by the spirit platform, transforming into waves of spiritual energy. Now that cultivation was so accessible, the efficiency had greatly improved. Lu boldly emerged from the golden toad, circling the spirit platform in admiration, wondering if the era of consuming pills, absorbing spirit stones, and seeking spirit mines had finally passed. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, "Not necessarily. This spirit platform needs to be uniformly manufactured, supplied, and transmitted by the sect. Once outside the sect, in secret realms or wilderness, one must still solve the issue of spiritual energy independently. All cultivation resources are tied to wealth, making money the crux of cultivation. This entails both advantages and disadvantages. As Qian Duoduo gradually entered a meditative state. Focusing on excavating spiritual veins, he could only recall Lu Lao's words. The times have changed, yet perhaps they have not. The following morning, in the treasury hall, all 9 brothers gathered. Wang Dahe instructed the others. Today, I shall run errands with little junior brother. You all work hard to complete the cleaning tasks. Running errands? Where to? The second senior brother, Yi Xiaoyun, asked. Qian Duoduo was equally bewildered. Were they to leave the sect? Having witnessed Jin Buhuan's prior misfortunes, he felt a twinge of fear. Pointing to the seal on Elder Bai's treasure chest, which had been reaffixed, the elder brother declared, "We plan to carry this and tour the 5 great immortal mountains, ensuring everyone knows that our treasury has a new business, saving money with interest and collateral loans." So this is what running errands meant. Qian Duoduo relaxed. The 5 great immortal mountains had likely been visited by Jin Buhuan. But Qian Duoduo had only been to Mingyuan Mountain. The others were still unexplored. Carrying the treasure chest on a tour of the 5 great immortal mountains, using Elder Bai's seal as a banner, was indeed a brilliant idea. Perhaps only the elder brother could conceive of it. However, he wondered how Elder Bai would react upon learning of this. Wait a moment, elder brother. I will write down what you just said and affix it to the treasure chest. Lei Jiashu blushed, pulling out ink and brush. This 8th senior brother was commendable in every aspect but had a thin skin, easily flushed. Before long, 2 sheets of gold paper adorned the chest, one side stating saving money with interest, while the other read collateral loans available. With a wave of his finger, the elder brother cast a shimmering array over the large characters, causing the words to glow brightly, visible even from a distance. As Qian Duoduo lifted the chest at the front, the elder brother followed behind. The chest was, of course, empty. If it were full, they would surely be exhausted after a day's journey. Elder brother, little junior brother. You can do it. Elder brother, little junior brother. May you achieve success. Elder brother, little junior brother. Conquer the 5 immortal mountains and fill the treasure chest. Amidst the jubilant and fervent praises, Qian Duoduo and his senior brother hoisted a treasure chest, embarking on their mountainous voyage. The training ground at the foot of Mingyuan Mountain remained abuzz with animated chatter. The Lianling sect strictly forbade private duels. Any grievances could only be publicly resolved atop the elevated platform of the training ground. This led to a continuous stream of challengers from dawn until dusk, vying to settle their scores. Just as one pair of adversaries concluded their bout, another pair would eagerly ascend the stage. To maintain order during the duels, a self-service numbering station was established beneath the platform. Contestants wielding bamboo slips numbered 1 to 100 would ascend in sequence, with queue jumping strictly prohibited on the martial platform. While injuries and incapacitations were permissible, fatalities were strictly forbidden. Upon their appearance, the gaze of the observing cultivators converged upon Qian Duoduo and his senior brother. To them, the duo, one slender and the other portly, was an extraordinary sight. Not only were they carrying a treasure chest adorned with the most solemn seal of the sect's elder, but the slogans emblazoned on either side gleamed with the promise of interest on deposits and loans against collateral. The individual at the forefront, was that not Jin Buhuan, a former inner sect disciple? How had he transformed into a mere errand boy? The figure behind him was none other than Wang Dahe from the treasury. What were they up to, parading the treasury's chest? Depositing? Lending? The onlookers were perplexed, unable to comprehend the bizarre scene unfolding before them. Whispers buzzed around Qian Duoduo's ears, reminiscent of mosquitoes on a sultry summer night. Casting a glance at his senior brother, he noted his round face remained stoic, indifferent to the surrounding murmurs. Resolutely, Qian Duoduo opted for silence as well. After a while, an outer sect disciple on the platform delivered a decisive blow that felled his opponent. Before the latter could retaliate, he hastily conceded defeat. Amidst the ensuing commentary, the senior brother suddenly bellowed, "Well done! Excellent strike!" The assembled cultivators turned their heads, amused by the outburst that seemed somewhat foolish. Just as their attention was about to revert to the platform, the senior brother proclaimed, "Do you wish to reclaim your dignity? Do you yearn for advancement? Money can alleviate all troubles. If you seek a loan, come to the treasury." His voice resonated with fervor, his expression earnest and passionate. "Come to the treasury and realize your dreams." Qian Duoduo echoed, "The sooner you borrow, the sooner you profit. Delay, and you may be deceived." After their exuberant cries, the senior brother adjusted the yoke on his shoulder, and Qian Duoduo, with determination, set off towards Mingyuan Mountain, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered spectators. "Senior brother, how was my shout?" Qian Duoduo inquired softly as they walked. "Quite good. You possess great talent," came the reply. "Will anyone come to borrow money?" For Qian Duoduo, the realm of cultivation was entirely new. He had yet to fully grasp the true power of wealth. If we spill our blood, the blood-sucking mosquitoes will inevitably come. Those that do not come surely do not lack for blood. No amount of persuasion will sway them. The senior brother's metaphor resonated with Qian Duoduo. He recognized himself as a ravenous mosquito, yearning to absorb abundant spiritual energy and rapidly ascend to the 9th level of qi condensation. He presumed others likely felt the same. Upon reaching Mingyuan Mountain, they found the outer sect gate devoid of many mosquitoes, likely hidden within, quietly feeding. Undeterred, Qian Duoduo and Wang Dahe wandered inside, waving the gleaming slogans towards the buildings. Fortune favors the diligent. In the Chelong district, they managed to attract an outer sect disciple, whom Qian Duoduo recognized as the ethereal sister Yu Yixiang. He had heard from his senior brother that she bore the rare surname of Yu. "Greetings, sister." Qian Duoduo greeted her warmly, while Yu Yixiang cast a disinterested glance at him, seemingly unfazed by his transition from orange robe to gray. However, upon noticing the treasure chest and its seal, her brows involuntarily raised. "Are you here to deposit money, sister? The earlier you deposit, the sooner you profit. Delay, and you may be deceived." Qian Duoduo stammered in his eagerness, inadvertently conflating borrowing with depositing. Yu Yixiang squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Qian Duoduo and Wang Dahe. "Sister, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Fortune can only be cultivated through wealth. When in need of funds, you may visit the treasury for collateral." Wang Dahe interjected promptly, correcting Qian Duoduo's blunder. "No need." Yu Yixiang replied coolly after a moment of contemplation, turning to enter the courtyard, the door closing behind her. Time was of the essence. Qian Duoduo and his senior brother did not dwell on the bitterness of rejection and exited the mountain. After walking south for a quarter of an hour, a massive spirit melon came into view, its vibrant green leaves blanketing the ground, with the words Spirit Plant Research Institute formed from a cluster of golden flowers. Such a large melon could last for years. "Couldn't it?" Qian Duoduo mused, setting down the yolk and reaching out to touch the spirit melon, eager to knock on it to gauge its ripeness. He had stolen and tasted various melons, cantaloupes, watermelons, cucumbers, but now he sought to discern the ripeness through touch and sound. "What brings you here? What do you want?" A voice emanated from within the melon. The skin of the melon cracked open, revealing a doorway bustling with figures, evidently a considerable number. "Is anyone interested in depositing or borrowing money from the treasury?" Wang Dahe called out, directing the glowing slogans towards the research institute. "No," came the impatient reply from within the melon. As the skin slowly closed, Qian Duoduo and his senior brother hoisted the treasure chest back onto their shoulders. "Wait!" A long, yellow hand emerged from the melon's skin, reopening the door. Exchanging glances, Qian Duoduo and his senior brother quickly set the chest down. The figure that emerged was a disheveled young man in gray robes, appearing malnourished, whose hair, Qian Duoduo surmised, had not been washed in at least a month, as it harbored a sprouting mung bean sprout. With a wobbly gait, he approached the treasure chest and said, "I wish to borrow money. Lend me 10,000 gold coins." Observing his pitiful demeanor, Qian Duoduo thought, he wishes to borrow money? Lending to him would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. Nonetheless, he resolved to treat even the most destitute of clients with respect. And why, good fellow, borrowing money incurs interest. It's 8% per year, Qian Duoduo smiled, hoping to dissuade him while maintaining their dignity. 8% is not excessive, I'll take it, the gray-robed youth said, tapping the treasure chest with his palm. Instantly, several handprints were stamped onto the elder by S seal. The senior brother's expression darkened. Borrowing required collateral, and without it, a loan was unattainable. As the gray-robed youth continued to tap on the chest, the senior brother's plump hand intercepted him. "Collateral? That's no issue," the gray-robed youth replied, rubbing his hands together. Qian Duoduo contemplated such a prompt response. Could it be that we, in our superficial judgments, have underestimated this youth? He inquired, "What is your name, good sir?" "Huang Gu'er, he replied, "yellow for Huang, noble for Gue. Benevolence for Run." Wang Dahe suddenly recollected, his countenance shifting. "You are the one from the Research Institute, known for your failures in nurturing flowers and beans." "Indeed, that is I," Huang Gu'er admitted nonchalantly. "The flowers perished as they were out of season. The beans withered due to unsuitable soil." Wang Dahe chuckled ruefully. "Pray tell, what do you propose as collateral?" "I have decided. I will pledge myself as collateral," Huang Gu'er stated, his expression unwavering. Qian Duoduo found him remarkably thick-skinned, a stark contrast to Lei Jiaxu. "Enough of this nonsense. We must continue our journey," Wang Dahe signaled to Qian Duoduo, lifting the chest. Huang Gu'er shook his head. "No jest. I am quite serious. For a loan of 10,000, the collateral must be double," Qian Duoduo clarified, steadying the yoke. "Am I not worth 20,000? Huang Gu'er feigned shock. His mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a spiritual chicken leg. "Let us go," the senior brother urged, urging Qian Duoduo to follow suit. They hastened their pace, while Huang Gu'er called after them. "What are you rushing for? Why not seize this opportunity? Come back. I am indeed of value." Wang Dahe, sensing a predator at their heels, quickened his steps. "Do not look back." Huang Gu'er bears the title of the sect's most unfortunate individual. Inept in all endeavors, we must not entangle ourselves with him. "The most unfortunate?" Qian Duoduo quickened his pace, alarmed. As a newcomer to the cultivation realm, he was well aware that misfortune was the most potent poison. Escaping Huang Gu'er, they soon arrived at Qilin Pavilion. Qilin Pavilion housed the sect's collection of martial arts techniques, an ornate spiral tower surrounded by meticulously arranged formations, exuding a pressure far surpassing that of the treasury. Upon announcing their presence, an unseen force propelled them back, sending both them and the treasure chest tumbling. The senior brother quickly retrieved the chest and retreated several paces. A wise man avoids immediate danger. Qian Duoduo and Wang Dahe deliberated, opting to steer clear of places guarded by elders, redirecting their focus to the training grounds of the 5 Great Mountains, Tio the south of Minyuan Mountain, Lei, Shangjin Mountain. Where the training ground attracted an even larger crowd than Minjiyuan it was the perfect opportunity to promote their lending business. Qian Duoduo and his senior brother disregarded the disdainful glances of others and pushed their way to the front of the platform. At that moment, a contestant was unceremoniously knocked off the stage, convulsing and bleeding, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Wang Dahe sprang forward, cradling the fallen individual in his arms, lamenting, "Brother, if only you had borrowed money sooner to acquire a suitable magical tool. You would have triumphed in this contest, yet you refused to heed my advice." With each exclamation, he struck the treasure chest, his cries resonating throughout the arena. Qian Duoduo, taken aback, pondered, "Is it mere coincidence that our treasury has a brother who has met such a fate?" The elder brother wept with profound sorrow. How deep could his bond with the injured brother be? Before he could fully comprehend, the elder brother had already risen, wiping away his tears. "Wait for me, my brother. I shall procure the funds immediately. A mere 8% interest per annum. How reasonable. Far more economical than purchasing elixirs for healing." With Money Duo and the treasure chest in tow, the elder brother darted from the crowd, racing eastward like the wind. Once distanced from the throng, Money Duo cautiously inquired, "Elder brother, who was that just now?" "Just a fellow." The elder brother turned back, a radiant smile illuminating his face, devoid of any trace of the earlier despair. Money Duo suddenly realized. The elder brother had no acquaintance with the injured cultivator. The elder brother was not merely suppressing his immense cultivation. He was also stifling an extraordinary talent for performance. In the midst of the refining spirit sect lay a broad, golden pathway known as the Lingwu Avenue. To the east stood two celestial mountains, Mingyuan Mountain and Shangjin Mountain. To the west, three celestial peaks rose majestically, Beast Tooth Peak, Sword Tip Peak, and Wonen Peak. As they traversed the Lingwu Avenue, Money Duo asked the elder brother, "Why are the mountains to the east called mountains, while those to the west are termed peaks? Is it because the western mountains are more perilous?" The elder brother chuckled, "When you arrive there, you shall understand." Indeed, before reaching the martial arena at the foot of Beast Tooth Peak, Money Duo grasped the answer. Chapter 22. A salute to you. Beast Tooth Peak, aptly named, resembled a colossal beast's tooth, thrusting upwards from the earth, its ferocity piercing the clouds. Even from 100 paces away from the martial arena, Money Duo could hear the resounding clamor of drums and gongs. Could it be that the cultivators of this celestial mountain delighted in fighting while performing theatrics? As he drew closer, the truth revealed itself. The rhythmic sounds were cheers from the spectators, rallying behind their champion cultivators, with drums booming from all directions and great bells tolling. The competition was fierce, truly fierce. The term peak encapsulated madness. The elder brother's riddle struck Money Duo's consciousness like a sharp fong. Igniting a tremor of resolve within him, he vowed to avoid becoming an adversary to the cultivators of Beast Tooth Peak. After enacting the farce of borrowing money, Money Duo swiftly departed from Beast Tooth Peak, pondering that ahead lay Sword Tip Peak, which surely would not possess such rampant ferocity. However, upon arriving at the martial arena of Sword Tip Peak, he was even more astonished. Here, there were neither drums nor bells. Yet a row of Suona and conch shells stood erect. Additionally, on either side of the high platform stood 10 grand flags. One side black, the other white. At the conclusion of the contest, the losing side's flag would not only be raised but also publicly torn asunder and cast to the ground. Trampled by the masses, after witnessing this spectacle, Money Duo hastened to flee Sword Tip Peak. Along the way, he queried the elder brother, "Are the cultivators of Sword Tip Peak unaware of such behavior? Does the master atop the peak not intervene? With the penetrating sound of the Suona and conch, can one truly rest and cultivate?" The elder brother laughed heartily. These rules were instituted by the master of Sword Tip Peak. The louder the noise, the happier the master. This is the way of competition, where boldness thrives and the courageous grow stronger. Indeed, these fierce tactics were the master's design. Money Duo inwardly doubted but reflected that, as a prominent inner sect disciple, it was prudent to maintain a calm demeanor in the face of such grandiosity. Thus, he forced himself to nod in agreement. The master was indeed a master, deep in thought and far-sighted. The more fiercely they battled, the more they would require funds. Each flag must be worth a couple of gold coins. Surely, fight on, with all your might. A cacophony of Suona erupted behind them, signaling yet another contest had reached its conclusion. Unbeknownst to him, the ground beneath was strewn with footprints. Were they from the black flags or the white? As they journeyed towards Wonen Peak, they passed the Beast Research Institute. In front of the institute stood 5 auspicious beasts: the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Qilin. Though these creatures were not alive, they exuded a vivid and fearsome presence. From the Institute's courtyard and the dense forest behind, echoes of roars could be heard. The elder brother and money duo exchanged glances. Mouths agape, but ultimately remained silent. They were reluctant to face the possibility of encountering Huang Guoran or some elder who might deliver a harsh reprimand, reducing them to mere rolling gourds. After a long day's journey, both Money Duo and Wang Dahe felt fatigued. They tacitly bypassed the Beast Research Institute, heading straight for the final celestial mountain, Wanan Peak, which was also the last stop of their tour. Upon witnessing the martial arena of Wanan Peak, Money Duo was utterly bewildered. There were no drums, no gongs, no suona, nor conches. Yet, the audience was eerily silent, with over 10,000 cultivators seated in a dense throng, far surpassing the numbers at the other celestial mountains. These thousands of cultivators sat upright, either in groups of 3, 5, or 7 from a distance. They appeared as clusters of gray and blue petals. On the high platform, 2 teams clad in gray robes were engaged in competition. Unlike any seen in the other peaks, they were demonstrating techniques of combined assault. After observing for a while, Money Duo noticed something peculiar and quietly asked, "Elder brother, the participants on stage possess only second-level chi condensation. Yet their prowess seems comparable to that of the outer sect disciples." Wang Dahe nodded. The master of Wanan Peak places great emphasis on teamwork. He believes that only through diversity can life persist and thrive, and only through individuality can generations succeed one another. The strength of each peak and sect relies not only on individual cultivation, but also on the collective synergy of its members. Money Duo scratched his head. "Elder brother, the audience is as silent as a graveyard. How can we possibly speak? Are you frightened? Just observe your elder brother." The elder brother urged, "Let us finish this quickly and return to stew a couple of spirit chickens. Tonight, you shall have an entire chicken leg." Lifting the treasure chest, the elder brother resolutely ventured into the crowd. With the burden of Money Duo on his shoulder, they both entered the arena. Upon entry, Money Duo felt a surge of formidable energy enveloping them. Their disruption of the atmosphere made these energies press down upon them unfriendly. Money Duo steadied the treasure chest, deliberately pointing his index finger at the 3 characters inscribed on the seal, Elder Bai. While one may disregard Jin Buhuan, one must not show disrespect towards Elder Bai. Like a small boat navigating through tumultuous waves, Money Duo and the elder brother, bearing the treasure chest, finally reached the foot of the platform. They dared not stand, fearing to obstruct others' views. Yet, they were audacious enough to sit on the ground, every few breaths turning the treasure chest to reveal slogans about interest-bearing savings and collateralized loans for all to see. At last, someone on stage was injured. Money Duo and the elder brother perked up, readying themselves for a display of sorrowful theatrics. As injuries mounted, the 5-man team on stage fought with increasing intensity, employing not only offensive and defensive tactics but also strategies to protect their wounded teammates. The thrill was so intense that Money Duo nearly forgot the purpose of their visit. Ultimately, the 5-man team with bandaged left arms could no longer maintain their defense. After a feigned counterattack, they collectively leapt from the platform, conceding defeat. However, these individuals did not lose consciousness. How could the performance continue? As Money Duo pondered this, the elder brother approached the defeated team, bowing deeply. "I salute you, true warriors. Dio, you wish to learn how to vanquish your opponents and secure victory in tomorrow's contest? Come to the treasury. I shall provide you with the answers." Still mulling over the elder brother's words, Money Duo felt the burden on his shoulders shift. This was the elder brother's signal that it was time to depart. Once again plunging into the whirlpool, they braved the onslaught of scrutinizing gazes, finally managing to escape the martial arena. After running a considerable distance to a secluded area, both Money Duo and the elder brother set down the treasure chest and exchanged hearty laughter, only to realize that their gray robes were thoroughly soaked with sweat. Money Duo was puzzled about the source of the elder brother's mirth. He understood that despite the elder brother's superior cultivation and remarkable performance, he too shared Money Duo's trepidation when faced with over 10,000 cultivators. Fear is not shameful. It is the inability to conquer that fear which truly brings disgrace. Majestic elder brother, do not forget your earlier words. Once they had laughed enough, Money Duo hoisted the burden once more. "What did I say earlier?" the elder brother queried, leisurely lifting the treasure chest as they made their way to the treasury. Spirit chickens, tonight, we feast on chicken and soup, and I want a whole chicken leg. Money Duo exclaimed, inadvertently salivating. At tea times, the elder brother could be forgetful, often overlooking promises unless reminded. Rest assured, your chicken leg shall not be forgotten. And I shall add something extra. As Money Duo eagerly listened for what additional delicacy the elder brother would propose. A shadow leapt from the darkness, arms outstretched, blocking their path. Chapter 23. The Little Tycoon with a Serpentine Waist and a Tousled Nest of Hair. Heavens! It is Huang Guo'eran, the most unfortunate person in the sect, waiting for a chance. Huang Guo'eran proclaimed with great pride, no matter how swiftly you run, you must return home. You shall engage in my pawnshop business, whether you like it or not. Wang Dahe's expression darkened. Was he attempting to play the rogue? Our treasury is under the jurisdiction of Elder Bai. Play the rogue. You shall not pass Elder Bai's scrutiny. Attempting to coerce a sale may see you invited to the prison, where you can ponder your worth in gold coins. Huang Guo'eran, taken aback by the barrage of words, quickly relented, stepping aside to allow passage. Stay far from the treasury. It is surrounded by defenses against thieves. If you happen to misstep, you shall find yourself reduced to ash, and you will have no one to blame but yourself. Wang Dahe warned ominously. Abandoning the wooden figure that resembled a chicken, Money Duo and the elder brother returned to the treasury hall. The treasury was spotless, meticulously arranged. The senior brothers stood in orderly rows, their eyes collectively inquiring, "How was it?" Sighing, Money Duo could only respond with a heavy heart. The elder brother sighed deeply and shook his head, exclaiming, "Alas!" Qian Duo mirrored his gesture, also sighing in resignation. Yi Xiaoyun could not help but inquire, "What's wrong? Is there no one to lend money?" Bai Ma retorted, "Do not speak ill of it. The truth is, there are simply too many borrowers. Your laid-back lifestyle has come to an end." Wang Dahe continued with a grim expression, "Starting tomorrow, you will be busy from dawn till dusk, with hopes of living a life of abundance, feasting on 7 dishes and 8 bowls." "Oh," the brothers cheered. As the lending business took off, exceeding everyone's expectations, including Qian Duoduo's, in less than 3 days, the 100,000 gold coins deposited by Elder Bai had all been loaned out. "The elder brother is right. Money is like blood," he remarked. There were far more leeches among the 5 immortal mountains than they had imagined, those eager to gamble on their futures. Among the 7 borrowers, for we're at the 3rd level of qi condensation, and 3 at the 6th, all practitioners on the cusp of advancement, with valuable items worth 200,000 in hand. Qian Duo and his companions were not afraid of these 7 defaulting on their loans. The interest income amounted to 2,000 gold coins, half of which went to Qian Duo, who immediately felt elated with his share of 1,000 gold coins. He had become a small fortune in his own right. For the first time possessing such wealth, Qian Duo wished to convert it all into gold coins, lining them up one by one against the wall by his bed, so that every breath would be infused with the scent of money. He also fantasized about transforming it all into chicken legs, piling them high, so that at night, he could rest his hand upon the mound, dreaming of happiness. However, upon reflection, he recognized that he was now a cultivator of the immortal path, not just a mere villager, and he gradually set aside these instinctual thoughts. After hastily finishing dinner, the chicken legs and soup lost their allure. He closed the door, sat on his mat, and began to cultivate. Raising his treasure chest, patrolling the immortal mountains, all for this moment. Inserting his token, with a flick of his finger, Qian Duo adjusted the settings to 50 gold coins per hour, 5 times what he had previously. Wealthy individuals dared to spend extravagantly. Instantly, the spiritual energy in his spiritual platform surged like serpents, weaving into Qian Duoduo's meridians. Lu Boli emerged from the golden toad, shaking his head as he observed. This device has benefits, but also drawbacks. The advantage is rapid advancement, yet the downside is an unstable foundation. He attempted to sit on the spiritual platform himself, but it seemed his soul could not utilize it. Over the past few days, Lu Boli felt a sense of urgency about how to commence Qian Duoduo's journey in artifact refinement. However, this matter could not be rushed, for haste would yield adverse effects. He had to patiently await the right opportunity. How could the foundation be unstable? Qian Duo mused dismissively. If one could continuously absorb spiritual energy, one would perpetually advance. The beings with the highest cultivation would be pigs, as they can consume the most, or elephants, as they can carry the most. Yet, the rulers of the cultivation world are not them. If the meridians lack the corresponding strength, increasing the influx of spiritual energy is tantamount to seeking death. The path of cultivation emphasizes not just quantity but also quality. Lu Boli's words bore some truth. Oh, what should be done? Qian Duoduo pondered, using some local dialect that Lu Boli took time to comprehend. In Qianduoduo's village, the word zhang could replace gone, to do, qi, to eat, or de, to hit. Even after entering the immortal world, he could not shed this rural accent. You should visit the Qilin Pavilion and find a suitable cultivation method. Qian Duoduo nodded, remembering Lu Boli's guidance, focusing his spiritual awareness inward to develop his meridians. The third level of the Golden Light technique was twice as complex as the second if he mastered it. How great would its power be? Filled with anticipation, Qian Duoduo immersed himself in cultivation, spending a sleepless night. In the morning, he opened his door to find Lei Jiashu standing in the courtyard, his back turned towards Qian Duoduo. Rubbing his eyes, Qian Duoduo noticed that Lei seemed to have broadened, particularly around the hips. With the treasury's fortunes improving, the elder brother treated everyone to extra meals daily. Eighth brother, have you gained weight? Qian Duoduo's remark startled Lei Jiashu, who leapt up in protest. Where have I gained weight? Impossible. I'm at my thinnest. His face flushed like the dawn sky. Oh, little junior brother, it's you who has grown plump. You must have gained at least 3 pounds overnight, as if blown up. Really? Qian Duoduo pinched his own cheek. Oh, it feels quite soft. My face has indeed become a bit rounder, thanks to Lu Boli's good fortune and the luxurious spiritual energy of the night. He had indeed become a bit plumper. After exchanging pleasantries with the elder brother, Qian Duoduo hurried to the Qilin Pavilion. In the memories of Jinbu Huan, disciples of the spirit refining sect had the opportunity to select a technique from the Qilin Pavilion upon progressing from menial tasks to outer disciples, and from outer disciples to inner disciples. When Jinbu Huan entered the inner sect, he had not found a suitable technique and had never utilized this opportunity. Now back at the Qilin Pavilion, perhaps due to his previous experiences, Qian Duoduo felt an awe-inspiring mystery surrounding this place. Before coming, Lu Boli had warned Qian Duoduo that certain areas in the spirit refining sect were guarded by cultivators of golden core level or above, where he could not speak or dare to show himself. The Qilin Pavilion was one of these places. The selection of techniques was a matter Qian Duoduo had to determine for himself. Bowing his head as he passed through the entrance, the formation swept over Qian Duoduo's body before granting him passage. Entering the spiral building, he found a long corridor. At the start of the corridor stood a table, behind which sat a stout middle-aged man. Drawing from Jinbu Huan's memories, Qian Duoduo recognized him as Elder Qiao of the sect, likely so rotund from sitting all day. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Qian Duoduo approached cautiously. Greetings, Elder. Perhaps it was this elder who activated the formation that transformed himself and the elder brother into rolling gourds. Token? Elder Qiao gestured to the corner of the table. Qian Duoduo placed the token down. A flash of light illuminated the token, and the man nodded. Relieved, Qian Duoduo quickly moved deeper into the pavilion. Jinbu Huan, your cultivation is insufficient at level 4. You can only remain on the first floor. Are you certain you wish to use your opportunity to select a technique? Elder Qiao called from behind. Yes, Qian Duoduo affirmed, thinking that while Elder Qiao's temperament might be a bit brusque, he was not entirely unkind. The first floor of the Qilin Pavilion was significantly larger than the first floor of the treasury, lined with rows of shelves. Upon these shelves rested numerous silk books and jade slips, each illuminated by a beam of light for easy viewing and selection by the disciples. There were also chairs beside the shelves for individuals to sit and carefully peruse the materials. The path of cultivation primarily divides into 3 avenues: body refinement, soul refinement, and chi refinement. Over hundreds of thousands of years, the wise and powerful have created numerous techniques and schools. The Qilin Pavilion houses over 1,000 techniques, with more than 700 dedicated to chi refinement. Each technique's name boasted considerable power. The record of the primordial divine emperor, Sutra of the 6 paths of reincarnation, 9-sword technique, yin-yang transformation, Huangning 5 organs technique, Zhoutian pill path, and heavenly tablet of purple law. Qian Duoduo picked up a silk book titled The Demonic Abyss Profound Embryo Technique. The name was rather intimidating, with every character holding significant weight. Regardless of whether he could master it, its name alone was enough to send chills down one's spine. Yet, Qian Duoduo was not fond of the word demonic, so he set the book aside. He pressed a jade slip against his forehead. Inside was recorded the first volume of Indestructible Divine Skill. If he mastered this skill, would he not be able to withstand any attacks? After reading and rereading it, he pressed his forehead deeply against the slip, only to discover that unless one reached the pinnacle level, one could still be easily vanquished. Wandering through the Qilin Pavilion, selecting and discarding countless jade slips and silk books, Qian Duoduo found himself somewhat numb to the prospect of immortal arts. He realized that an abundance of choices was not necessarily a boon. If there were but one silk book, one technique, how much simpler it would be. Suddenly, in the corner of a shelf, in the most unassuming spot, he spotted a slightly worn silk book inscribed with 5 large characters: Eternal Wealth and Everlasting Value. Qian Duoduo's eyes widened in delight. Regardless of the technique specifics, the title resonated deeply with his desires. Taking a deep breath, Qian Duoduo carefully picked up the silk book, brushing off a layer of dust, and turned to the first page. It read, "This technique is also known as the Swallowing Gold Profound Skill. Only those with substantial financial resources may practice it." This technique was peculiar, even advising against its practice. However, how could Qian Duoduo lack money? As he turned to the second, third, and fourth pages, his interest grew and excitement surged within him. The Eternal Wealth and Everlasting Value technique was precisely the immortal art he sought. As long as he amassed enough wealth, his cultivation could soar. This meant he could adopt a laid-back approach, indulging in leisure. Moreover, when practiced to perfection, it allowed for the merging of countless riches, spending freely as if it were water. What need did he have for the Indestructible Divine Skill or the 6 paths of reincarnation when he had eternal wealth and everlasting value? With the silk book cradled in his arms, Qian Duoduo raced back down the corridor. Observing the technique he placed on the table, Elder Qiao furrowed his brow, his large fists cracking ominously. "You chose this?" Qian Duoduo nodded. "This technique is rather absurd." Elder Qiao spoke bluntly. "Though it sounds profound, very few have succeeded in mastering it. Furthermore, it is exceedingly costly to practice, offering poor cost efficiency. Senior, it's all right. I am not afraid of spending money. This technique, since I joined the sect 2 to 300 years ago, I have yet to see anyone practice it. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Elder Qiao exhibited a hint of impatience as he lifted the silk book with his left hand. His fierce demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation in Qian Duoduo, who feared that he might tear the book apart. Nodding gently, Qian Duoduo watched as Elder Qiao rubbed his right hand's fingers together. Producing a blank jade slip from his fingertips, he proceeded to imprint the contents of the silk book onto the jade slip before tossing it into Qian Duoduo's embrace, his large hand waving outward dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. After securing the jade slip, Qian Duoduo hastily exited the Qilin Pavilion and made his way back to his quarters, shutting the door firmly behind him. Lu Boli emerged from the Golden Toad. Accepting the jade slip, and as spiritual energy surged into it, he swiftly perused its contents before returning it to Qian Duoduo. "This is my choice. All right." Qian Duoduo observed Lu Boli's expression, hoping to glean some insight from his stoic face. "How did you come to select this?" Lu Boli countered. "This one suits me best. As long as there is wealth, I can continuously upgrade. Once I earn enough money, I can recline in ease, indulging in a life of leisure, becoming a true immortal in the realm of cultivation. Moreover, it is said that I am the only one in the entire sect who has chosen this, truly unique. Is it so rare to practice this now?" It was once a highly sought-after technique, Lu Boli sighed. Qian Duoduo proudly placed the jade slip against his forehead, aware that his current cultivation level was still somewhat lacking. Once he reached the 3rd level of qi condensation, he would be able to directly read the jade slip using spiritual energy. The Yongfu Honggui Gong is a cultivation method that enables the infinite compression of spiritual energy. The first level alone demands that one's spiritual veins be 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, with spiritual energy 10 times denser. Under such conditions, a cultivator's every gesture naturally possesses 10-fold might. The second level requires a 100-fold enhancement, while the third demands a 1,000-fold. With the enhancement of the spiritual veins, the success rate during advancement increases exponentially. Additionally, mastering the first 3 levels grants one access to remarkable abilities such as the Money Eye Annihilation, Wealth Creation, and the 1,000 Gold Words. However, Upon turning to the back of the jade slip after the third level, Qian Duoduo discovered a lack of further content. Isn't there supposed to be a fourth level? Qian Duoduo inquired, astonished, glancing at Lu Boli. This technique is a fragmented text, Lu Boli replied, having already returned to the Golden Toad. To my knowledge, there are at least 3 more levels beyond this. This, Qian Duoduo recalled Elder Qiao's impatient demeanor. He must have known it was an incomplete text, but chose not to inform him. What is the point of leaving a fragmented text in the Qilin Pavilion? Is this not a disservice to the disciples? In an instant, Qian Duoduo was filled with resentment. His opportunity to choose a technique for advancing to the inner sect had been squandered on a fragmented text. If Jin Buhuan were still alive, he would undoubtedly have given Qian Duoduo a sound thrashing. With a sidelong glance at the motionless youth within the Golden Toad, Lu Boli remarked, "Be content. If you can master the first 3 levels of the Yongfu Hongui Gong, you will rank among the top within the Refining Spirit Sect.as for the subsequent techniques. It will depend on your luck. Is this technique truly that formidable?" Qian Duoduo's anger transformed into elation. If there are indeed 3 more levels, then it would be at least 10,000-fold, 100,000-fold, even 1,000,000-fold. It is indeed impressive, but it requires substantial financial investment. With the treasury at your disposal, you can engage in profitable ventures. Can you still be short of funds? Lu Boli asserted confidently, and Qian Duoduo became convinced he had stumbled upon a treasure. Although he was eager to commence his practice of the Yongfu Hongui Gong, it was still not yet noon, and his senior brothers were busy in the treasury. Qian Duoduo felt it would be inappropriate to slack off. As the lending business began, all the senior brothers activated their abilities, taking the initiative to learn formation techniques. With an increase in the number of formations they could perform, the areas each brother was responsible for cleaning expanded significantly. The time saved was either spent running errands or attending to those wishing to deposit or borrow money. According to the rules established by the eldest senior brother, whoever closed a deal would share the profits equally. Working for oneself, no matter how tiring, felt less burdensome. Upon entering the treasury hall, Qian Duoduo noticed the eldest senior brother wearing a gentle expression as he spoke to a young girl. The girl, clad in a gray robe, had a petite figure and sported a double-looped hairstyle adorned with 3 exquisite golden and jade floral ornaments. This girl must come from wealth. Immediately, Qian Duoduo felt a surge of fondness for her. Seeing Qian Duoduo arrive, the eldest senior brother quickly beckoned. "Junior brother, Elder Bai has requested that the treasure chest be returned. I will deliver it and, in passing, bring the interest as well. Please attend to this junior sister. She wishes to deposit money." Indeed, a wealthy patron. Qian Duoduo smiled from the heart, stepping forward to stand before the girl, appraising her from head to toe before exclaiming, "You possess remarkable discernment, young lady." The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old. Pursing her lips in a smile, "I am Wang Merua, hailing from One Peak. No one has ever remarked that I have good taste. You are the first." Qian Duoduo's spirit soared, resolving to employ all his skills to secure this deal today. "I am unlike others. While many might see you, Wang Merua, as beautiful, young, and affluent, I perceive your true beauty lies not in your appearance but in your intellect, as evidenced by your ability to enter the treasury and deposit money." This notion of depositing money, who conceived it? "I have never heard of such a thing before," Wang Merua remarked, fluttering her captivating large eyes. "The person standing before you," Qian Duoduo replied modestly, feeling the need to remain humble lest he leave a frivolous impression on the innocent beauty. "Ah, it was your idea? How did you come up with it?" Wang Merua inquired curiously, fiddling with her jade bracelet. Due to poverty, Qian Duoduo could not divulge the true reason. Though the saying "poverty breeds innovation" is not particularly harsh, it lacks grandeur. Jin Buhuan believes that all things possess spirit, and money is no exception. Since it possesses spirit, it must have life and death. Money can be classified into 2 types, living money and dead money. If left unused, it becomes dead money, while money that is actively utilized becomes living money. After a moment's reflection, Qian Duoduo articulated the thoughts he had been mulling over in his mind over the past few days. At this point, he noticed Wang Merua gazing at him with rapt attention. The words he spoke were unlike anything she had ever heard before. "My idea is to transform the money within this treasury from dead money into living money, reducing its depletion by 2 percentage points each year while increasing its growth by 4 percentage points, allowing it to thrive continuously, benefiting every cultivator and serving our refining spirit sect." In Wang Merua's eyes, Two images of Qian Duoduo seem to gradually grow more robust. I will entrust all my money to you, allowing it to generate more wealth. As Wang Meruo twirled her jade bracelet, a substantial pile of gold coins suddenly appeared on the treasury counter. Chapter 25. You must feel very lonely. Clink, clink, clink. The coins cascaded onto the counter in layers, resembling a gentle rain. When the rain ceased, Qian Duoduo found himself momentarily dazed. How many gold coins are there? Who is Wang Meruo? How does she possess such wealth? To make it whole, 40,000. Please accept, Wang Meruo stated, her expression unchanged, as if she had merely tossed out 4 gold coins. The second and third senior brothers had gone out. Apart from them, the other senior brothers gathered around to assist in counting the coins. Once the coins were counted, Qian Duoduo handed the sole contract to Wang Meruo for her careful review. Please take a good look. If everything is in order, sign it, and it will take effect. Hold on. A loud voice resonated from the entrance as a blue-robed disciple strode in. Senior brother. Qian Duoduo and the others quickly bowed in respect. Meruo, stop your nonsense. Quickly put the money away, the blue-robed disciple commanded. What is going on? Is this person disrupting my business? Qian Duoduo thought, finding the man's face exceedingly unpleasant. Wang Meruo stamped her foot. Brother, are you here to interfere again? You manage my spending when I buy things, and you also meddle when I wish to deposit money. Is there anything you do not control? It's infuriating, brother. Qian Duoduo's mouth fell shut, realizing the situation had become troublesome. A brother controlling a sister meant this deal was in jeopardy. I don't mind if you deposit money in the treasury. I won't interfere. If you hand your money to someone else to manage, it is clear you have heard about the interest on deposits and come here for that. Offering interest on deposits is a scam. You seek interest while they seek your principal. The blue-robed disciple's words sounded foul, causing Qian Duoduo and his fellow disciples to frown in dismay. If this is a scam, then are we the frauds? Qian Duoduo stepped forward. Senior brother, please do not harbor prejudice against us. The lending business benefits both people and the sect. Benefits both people and the sect? Such a wonderful thing. Why has no one done it before? The blue-robed disciple retorted. Do you not think my sister is young and inexperienced, making her easy to deceive? We're deceiving? Elder Bai has also deposited money with us and received interest. Do you think Elder Bai has been duped as well? Qian Duoduo countered. Wang Meruo immediately challenged, exactly. If Elder Bai supports this, why do you oppose it? Is Elder Bai too young and inexperienced to be fooled? You silly girl, why are you speaking up for outsiders? Come back with me, the blue-robed disciple exclaimed, seizing Wang Meruo's hand. Wang Meruo jerked her hand away. You bully me. I'm going to tell father. You dare? The blue-robed disciple's expression turned frantic. This is my money. I can use it however I please. Wang Meruo huffed, visibly agitated. I say no, and it is no. I cannot watch you leap into the fire pit. Wang Longyu insisted, refusing to relent. Wang Meruo produced the jade slip. You bully me, and I will inform father right now. With that, she prepared to throw herself to the ground. The blue-robed disciple's face changed drastically, refusing to let go, desperately attempting to keep her from falling while coaxing, Good sister, let's talk this out. I am only looking out for your best interests. Why bring father into this? He is the clan leader and is always busy. Don't let outsiders see this and make a mockery of you with it. That moment, an orange-robed disciple strode into the hall with a solemn expression. After surveying the surroundings, he inquired, Where is Wang Dahe? The fourth senior brother stepped forward. The eldest senior brother is with Elder Bai. May I ask who you are? I borrowed 15,000 from him a few days ago. The orange-robed disciple stated. The blue-robed disciple lifted his chin at Wang Meruo, pulling her aside. The meaning is clear to Qian Duoduo. Something has gone awry. The disciple in the orange robe continued. I have now been promoted to the 7th level and, having passed the assessment, I have become an inner disciple. I have come here specifically to express my gratitude to Senior Brother Dahe. Congratulations, Senior Brother. Qian Duoduo and several other disciples clasped their fists in salute to the orange-robed disciple. Qian Duoduo raised his voice to its fullest, calling out while stealing glances at Wang Meruo's brother, thinking to himself, You say we are deceivers, but take a closer look. Lei Jiashu, holding a brush and ink, stepped closer to the orange-robed disciple and said, Senior brother, your prowess is commendable. Might you leave a few words of wisdom for the treasury to inspire us lower-ranking disciples to strive for excellence? The orange-robed disciple hesitated slightly, Is it appropriate for me? It is indeed appropriate, Qian Duoduo and the others echoed in unison. Lei Jiashu, ignoring the flush on his cheeks, urged, in just a few days, senior brother has successfully crossed the chasm from the outer to the inner sect. Such spirit is most fitting to encourage those who follow behind. The orange-robed disciple nodded, then I shall humbly offer my contribution. With that, he took up the brush and inscribed the characters timely assistance in adversity. Priceless affection, signing it as inner disciple Chungjing Jin. Qian Duoduo and the other disciples applauded in unison. Qian Duoduo noticed that although Wang Meruo could not move her hands, she was persistently nudging her brother with her elbow. Thinking, look at this. Is borrowing money not beneficial for all parties involved? All day long, she was consumed with thoughts of Wang Longyu and the affairs of the Wang family. The breadth of others' perspectives seemed far greater than his. And he was a man, yet he was no match for this delicate woman. Her relentless barrage left Wang Longyu defenseless. Let go of me. I have no obligation to you. When your allowance runs dry, don't come looking for me. If you do, I shan't provide it. You lot can engage in the money-lending business, but if you dare to swallow my sister's funds, I will not let you off lightly. I will report you to Elder Bai and the sect master. With those fierce words, he fled the treasury. Wang Meruo relaxed her brow, delivering a heavy slap on the counter. Now there will be no more troublemakers. Jin Buhuai, let us sign the contract. After signing the contract, Qian Duoduo felt a great weight lift from his heart. Yet he sighed as he said, Sister Wang, you must feel quite lonely. With your advanced understanding and far-reaching vision, it must be rare for others to comprehend you. Wang Meruo was momentarily stunned, as Qian Duoduo's words seemed to penetrate her very soul, mist rising in her beautiful eyes. At that moment, if her brother Wang Longyu were to return, he would undoubtedly think Qian Duoduo was bullying his sister and would give him a good thrashing. As the mist thickened, would Wang Meruo truly be moved to tears by her own words? Do not cry. Please do not cry, Qian Duoduo hastily urged, fearing that her tears might call Wang Longyu back, for a good woman does not shed tears lightly. Wang Meruo chuckled, yet tears genuinely streamed down her face. Though it was not from deep sorrow, Qian Duoduo quickly clarified, I did not mean to make sister sad. I am hurt by their hearts, by my family's hearts. They always think of me as merely a pampered young lady, a money-guzzling beast, a creature that lacks for nothing, a pet with a future already paved. Yet, no one understands me, nor my aspirations. Wang Meruo pouted, then what are sister's aspirations? Though Wang Meruo was of a similar age to Qian Duoduo, her profound aspirations commanded Qian Duoduo's respect. His previous admiration stemmed from the sight of 400,000 gold coins. Now, it arose from realizing her rare ambitions, and my aspiration is... Wang Meruo glanced at Qian Duoduo and lowered her voice. Come closer, I will tell you. Qian Duoduo leaned in, eager to listen. Wang Meruo whispered, my aspiration is excitement. Chapter 26. Why I stopped as if struck by lightning. Qian Duoduo found himself momentarily stunned. Beneath Wang Meruo's pure visage lay a heart that yearned for wildness. This excitement was no ordinary thrill. The mundane pleasures of food and cultivation brought him no such feelings. Only that which was truly unique could evoke such a response within him. Wang Meruo continued to whisper. In Qian Duoduo's mind, her image transformed from that of a wealthy patron to that of a little enchantress. Knock, knock. The sound of Wang Meruo tapping on the counter jolted Qian Duoduo from his reverie. Jin Buhuai, it is rare that you understand me. In the future, if there are any enjoyable pursuits, be sure to include me. Qian Duoduo accompanied Wang Meruo to the entrance of the treasury, over 100 steps. As they parted, Wang Meruo frowned. Is this all there is to it? Indeed, sister. You may return and await good news. Should anyone seek to borrow money, I will inform you immediately. It is so dull to wait idly. Regarding the borrowing of money, what shall I arrange for you to do? After a moment's thought, Qian Duoduo suggested, see if anyone has excess funds they wish to deposit with us, or if anyone is in need of money. They can come here to borrow. That works. Many in the Wang family are affluent, like my second and third uncles, who are quite wealthy. I will speak to them, and if they refuse, I will pull their beards. Wang Meruo exclaimed, her face brightening as she leapt with joy. This little enchantress was set to torment others once more. Watching her carefree strides, Qian Duoduo sighed inwardly as he turned to head back. Senior brother, I can do that job too. A figure appeared before Qian Duoduo, swaying as though caught in a breeze. Huang Guo'eran, it's you again. Qian Duoduo's good mood immediately diminished. This unfortunate soul was akin to a harbinger of disaster. Senior brother, do not call me that. My cultivation is not as high as yours. I am your junior. Those with ability are brothers. Senior brother, give me some work. I am willing to do anything. Huang Guo'eran's hair had evidently been tidied, though the front remained somewhat neat while the back was still a tangled mess. Working in the treasury requires knowledge of formations. Dio, you possess such knowledge. The treasury's formations are not to be shared privately. We cannot teach you either. Even if you were to work, we cannot provide you with training fees. Qian Duoduo reasoned with Huang Guo'eran, hoping to dissuade him from pursuing a job in the treasury. Huang Guo'eran slumped further, resembling a withered leaf in the sun. Is this money-lending business yours? I can help you. Just give me a little labor fee. I cannot decide this matter. You must discuss it with senior brother. Have you spoken to him? Huang Guo'eran nodded dejectedly. He does not agree. Qian Duoduo hardened his resolve. I must heed senior brother's words. Huang Guo'eran nodded in agreement, his expression as gray as shrimp, punching forward as he moved a few steps ahead. Junior brother, do you have anything to eat? Please share. He suddenly turned back, his voice faltering. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Qian Duoduo halted his steps involuntarily, puzzled as to why he had stopped. Huang Guo'eran claimed he had not eaten for 3 days. What concern was that of Qian Duoduo's? Yet, his feet had automatically come to a standstill. Seeing that Qian Duoduo did not respond, Huang Guo'eran continued his solitary path forward. 3 days without food. Qian Duoduo repeated in his heart. He realized this statement echoed his own past. Huang Guo'eran now resembled the old version of himself. If he had not inexplicably fallen into prison, he might have been worse off than Huang Guo'eran. Alas, Qian Duoduo could no longer contain himself, shouting at Huang Guo'eran's retreating figure. Huang Guo'eran swayed onward. Huang Guo'eran! Qian Duoduo shouted again. Huang Guo'eran's body jolted, turning to point at his own nose. Me? Qian Duoduo beckoned him back. Come here, I have something to say to you. Huang Guo'eran whirled around, returning to Qian Duoduo's side, his eyes sparkling with hope. Qian Duoduo handed him a cooked chicken leg. Here you go. Within the Jin Chan, Qian Duoduo had stored about 10 chicken legs. Although he no longer needed them for cultivation, gnawing on a chicken leg occasionally still provided a sense of satisfaction. After finishing the chicken leg, he was left with over 100 chicken claws. Huang Guo'eran took a deep breath, his fingers trembling, yet he did not immediately take the chicken leg. After a moment, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Qian Duoduo. Junior brother, please give your orders. Qian Duoduo regarded him and found a spark of resilience within him. From now on, I shall employ you. Your daily labor fee will be 1 chicken leg each for breakfast and dinner. I am willing, Huang Guo'eran replied eagerly. Wait, Qian Duoduo raised a hand. Let me finish, we are equals. Neither of us is a master or a servant. If you are unwilling, you may terminate the contract. If I am unwilling, I too can terminate the contract. Do you agree? Huang Guo'eran stood tall. I agree. Qian Duoduo produced another chicken leg and handed both to him. This is for today. Huang Guo'eran did not take them. What are my tasks for today? He inquired. Today? Let me think. After you finish eating, go to Mingyuan Mountain and speak with 100 people about borrowing money. Understood. Huang Guo'eran nodded, finally accepting the chicken leg. Turning away to eat. Half a month swiftly passed, and the money-lending business flourished like the spiritual energy within Qian Duoduo's veins, expanding wider and larger. The total deposits exceeded 20 million, all of which had been lent out. Wang Meruo contributed significantly to this success. Several of her esteemed uncles have deposited their funds here without exception. On the wall behind the counter in the vault's grand hall, a collection of 10 or more calligraphic messages expressing gratitude has been affixed. Among these, some are from inner disciples, while the majority are from those who have ascended from the ranks of miscellaneous workers to outer disciples. 1 Notable outer disciple pinned. Borrow early, advance early, profit early. What could be more delightful? Their candid expressions resonate profoundly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Those who hesitated to borrow, caught in indecision, found their resolve strengthened after perusing these words of wisdom. This proved far more effective than any persuasion from their fellow disciples within the vault. As business flourished, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The comprehension of the brothers soared. It was revealed that, aside from the eldest brother, Each of the others had previously managed to memorize just over 500 formations. Now, astonishingly, they had all exceeded 1,000. It was rumored that the eighth brother, Lei Jiaxu, had memorized over 2,000 in the past. The eldest brother had sought to encourage everyone to learn more formations, anticipating that should anyone fall ill, they could easily substitute for one another. Despite his numerous attempts, he found little success. Yet now, without even a hint from him, all had begun to fervently study and memorize. The eldest brother, puzzled, inquired what had transpired. The younger disciples replied, "Perhaps we have all recently gained insight." This answer held merit, yet the true cause of their enlightenment remained unspoken: the substantial interest income of 400,000. In less than a month, their earnings had surpassed that of the previous year. Such a profound impact made it difficult not to awaken to understanding. To resist such enlightenment was equally challenging. Qian Duoduo was no exception. In just half a month, he had mastered over 300 formations, enabling him to cover most of a floor. However, the pursuit of cultivation proved to be a formidable challenge. The first layer of the Yongfu Hongui technique required the transformation of one's spiritual veins into multiples of that of an ordinary person, demanding the compression and further compression of spiritual energy. The technique dictated that one must proceed in the slowest and most laborious manner, reshaping the spiritual veins inch by inch, fiber by fiber. The first layer of compression would render the spiritual veins a verdant hue, which could vary in shades from light green to deep azure. Having only reached the second layer of condensation, Qian Duoduo found his number of unblocked spiritual veins to be rather limited. On the very first night after acquiring the technique, he commenced his cultivation. Since it was reputed to be a technique that devoured wealth, he adjusted his spiritual platform to 100 gold coins per hour. With such intensity, Qian Duoduo believed he could unblock the first layer of condensation in just one night. As the spiritual platform activated, spiritual energy enveloped him like a thick fog. Reciting the incantation, he assumed the posture required for the Yongfu Hongui technique, channeling the energy into his spiritual veins, compressing and purifying it layer by layer. The technique stated that upon mastering the first layer, all 15 principal veins would transform into a deep azure hue. Yet, after a night of expending 400 gold coins worth of spiritual energy, it seemed akin to feeding wild dogs. Not only did his spiritual veins show no signs of change, but by the following morning, Lei Jiaxu discovered that Qian Duoduo's face had elongated and his cheekbones had risen, indicating a notable loss of weight. The Yongfu Hongui technique not only compressed the spiritual veins and energy, but also honed the entire body. After painstakingly gaining some weight, Qian Duoduo found himself reverted to his former state overnight. Was this not the essence of a technique that devoured gold? Qian Duoduo could not help but exclaim internally. Lu Boli, however, remained unfazed. He smacked his lips and conveyed a message to Qian Duoduo from the Golden Toad. His words did little to comfort Qian Duoduo. Instead, they inflicted twofold harm. Chapter 27. The poorest amongst the wealthiest. The Yongfu Hongui technique was originally the choice of illustrious families and grand sections. Insufficient financial resources, inadequate talent, and a lack of perseverance were all disqualifying factors. Lu Boli's 3 disqualifications left Qian Duoduo momentarily bewildered. Financially, he certainly fell short. As for talent, he remained uncertain of his capabilities. However, comparing his memory to that of Jean Buke, he felt confident that he could still reach the second layer of condensation within a reasonable time frame. As for perseverance, he had yet to test himself with a year-long commitment to a single endeavor, leaving him uncertain of his own resolve. When he first received the technique, Lu Boli had remarked that while the technique was formidable, it would undoubtedly require a substantial financial outlay. Qian Duoduo had anticipated some financial strain, yet he had not envisioned such a drain on his resources, affecting both his blood and flesh. Observing Qian Duoduo's serious injuries, Lu Boli advised him that there were countless paths to immortality, with freedom being paramount and not to burden himself unduly. The implication of his words was clear. Traversing a more accessible path would undoubtedly yield greater ease, had he chosen not to practice. With his current income, Qian Duoduo could have expedited his ascent to the 9th layer of condensation, returning to the Qinglong district, thus escaping the threat posed by Jean Buke and realizing his dream of a leisurely existence. Yet, Qian Duoduo felt an insatiable discontent. Even the most arduous technique warranted an attempt. Only through trial could he discern its feasibility. Moreover, if he were to select the same technique as the majority, Would he still be Qian Duoduo? Each path had its challenges, whether through practice or abstention. For Qian Duoduo, it was a formidable choice. Lu Boli's counsel stemmed from his own self-interest. The time spent practicing the Yongfu Hongguei technique could be better utilized in learning the art of crafting weapons. What a boon that would be. The following day, Qian Duoduo found himself dragging the floor of the vault, cleaning the doors and windows, all while contemplating whether to persist in his training. After a day of deep reflection, during which he made 2 errors in formations due to distraction, he resolved by evening to continue his practice. Qian Duoduo informed Lu Boli, "I have come to a conclusion. Is there a life more challenging than starving to death at the village's edge? Is there a path more arduous than losing one's freedom in prison? I have endured such trying times and traversed such difficult roads. Now, with enough food to eat and money to earn, what do I have to fear? Even if I do not reach the end in the future, at the very least, I will have no regrets. Is it merely a lack of money? I can earn that." Seeing Qian Duoduo's determination, Lu Boli felt no need to say more, offering a faint smile in respect of his choice. That night, Qian Duoduo adjusted his spiritual platform to 200 gold coins per hour. On the third night, he raised it to 300 coins. By the fourth night, it reached 400 coins. Fortunately, at the point of 400 coins per hour, Qian Duoduo did not continue to lose weight. After half a month, he had successfully unblocked 3 spiritual veins, which now exhibited a faint green hue. Though the color was delicate, the undeniable vitality it embodied infused strength into the flesh and bones that the spiritual veins traversed. A fervent hope ignited within Qian Duoduo. What if he could achieve a vibrant azure hue? Of the new deposits in the vault, half were attributed to Qian Duoduo's efforts. His share of interest income amounted to over 100,000 gold coins. In comparison to his fellow disciples, Qian Duoduo outwardly appeared the wealthiest. However, he was acutely aware that the Yongfu Hongguei technique consumed nearly 2,000 gold coins each night. And this was merely for the first layer. In truth, Qian Duoduo was the most impoverished among them. The artifact hall, the wealthiest locale within the sect, became clear in his mind. Qian Duoduo understood that in order to escape his financial woes, he must delve into the business of borrowing money within this very place. Prior to his arrival at the artifact hall, the eldest brother had provided him with a brief overview. Although the artifact hall had only 1 surface level, it boasted 8 levels beneath the ground. Every day, spiritual materials and objects were transported from various sects to be stored in this repository, where artifact masters would channel them into the transformation furnaces according to their characteristics. The transformation furnaces converted them into spiritual energy, which was subsequently distributed to various regions of the sect through a network of conduits. This method of centralized transformation and distribution of spiritual energy was referred to as civilized cultivation. In contrast to the barbaric cultivation that relied on consuming spiritual herbs and extracting energy through the body, civilized cultivation enhanced efficiency by at least a factor of 2 compared to its barbaric counterpart. Consequently, the invention of the transformation furnace was heralded as one of the 10 greatest innovations within the realm of cultivation. Beyond the production of spiritual energy, the artifact hall also served as a gathering place for artifact masters, being the very site where treasures for the sect's practitioners were crafted. Treasures forged by first-tier artifact masters were classified as mundane artifacts, while those created by second-tier masters were deemed crafted artifacts. And third-tier masters produced Dan artifacts. The prices and powers of these artifacts varied significantly. During confrontations, the prowess of one's treasure often determined the victor, provided both parties possessed similar cultivation levels. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that every practitioner within the sect was reliant on the artifact hall and, by extension, the artifact masters. Thus, artifact masters enjoyed the highest respect within the sect, without exception. Naturally, they also constituted the wealthiest demographic. The eldest brother had ultimately cautioned him that in business, one must uphold righteousness in the absence of success, and not harbor undue expectations. Both I and the other brothers have ventured there, yet the artifact masters, in their pride and arrogance, invariably left with flushed faces, having secured no transactions. Heed my advice. Regardless of what the artifact masters may say, never take offense, for we will undoubtedly require their assistance in the future, and it would be unwise to offend them. Standing before the artifact hall, Qian Duoduo paused, steadied his resolve, and was about to step inside when he noticed 4 large eyes fixated upon him. These 4 eyes belonged not to humans but to the 2 grand lions positioned at the entrance. The male lion, Jaws agape, played with a decorative ball at its feet, while the female lion, with a closed mouth, entertained a cub with its paws. Were these lions alive? Qian Duoduo mused. As he drew closer, he realized that the lion's fur was intricately carved, and he immediately understood that these two lions were high-grade artifacts crafted by artifact masters, at the very least. They were Dan artifacts. Such entities were beyond the means of a mere second-layer condensation cultivator like himself. The lion's eyes glimmered yet did not hinder his entrance into the artifact hall. With a sigh of relief, Qian Duoduo stepped through the grand doors, his surroundings illuminated as he entered the hall's main chamber. The first area of the hall was a display zone. Qian Duoduo immediately stepped into a realm filled with magical treasures. Unlike the hidden treasures concealed within a vault, these artifacts were prominently displayed, allowing cultivators not only to examine them closely, but also to take them up and personally test their formidable powers. The hall was replete with an overwhelming array of treasures: swords, spears, sabers, halberds, cauldrons, seals, banners, armors, bells, drums, rulers, and bottles. Each artifact shimmered with radiant colors and brimming spiritual energy. Even before handling them, one could feel their imposing might. Previously, Qian Duoduo had only glimpsed these treasures in illustrations. But now, confronted with their tangible forms, he felt an insatiable itch to grasp each one and wield its power. Beneath each artifact was a label indicating its price and the name of its craftsman. The price for common artifacts rarely exceeded 1,000 gold coins, while crafted items could fetch up to 10,000, and alchemical items soared to 100,000. For instance, the high-tier crafted item he had just seen, a seal inscribed with the character 4, Zhen, was astonishingly priced at 10,000 gold coins. Among all the artifacts, swords were the most abundant, further categorized into bronze ancient swords, broadswords, short swords, long swords, bone swords, golden swords, jade swords, and more. Some swords exuded a heavy, dark aura, while others gleamed with sharp brilliance. Some appeared ethereal and dreamlike. Qian Duoduo marveled at the sheer variety and beauty of the swords, understanding why they were revered as sacred items in the world of cultivation. While lost in this sea of treasures, he nearly forgot his purpose for visiting the Artifact Master Hall. Unbeknownst to him, he had traversed the display area and encountered thousands of artifacts without spotting a single craftsman. Despite the absence of people, his resolve strengthened. He was determined to befriend the wealthy craftsmen of the cultivation world. If borrowing money failed once, he would try 10 times. If that failed, he would attempt 100 times. As he moved forward into the equipment area, he still found no one present. This section was even more densely packed with an extensive assortment of materials, likely exceeding 100,000 items. Qian Duoduo casually glanced down and was struck by the sight of something extraordinarily familiar. Chapter 28. A daring idea. Chicken Claw. The adjacent label read, Spiritual Chicken Claw. Attribute, gold. Incredibly sharp and a natural weapon, it could be fashioned into swords, concealed weapons, and more. It could also be melted down for other uses. Qian Duoduo couldn't help but chuckle. This was the first item he had acquired upon entering the world of cultivation. And it was indeed a material for crafting, and no wonder, it had left no mark when he poked it against the rocky walls of the prison. This discovery heightened his interest in crafting materials, as if a new door had swung open before him. What? This black wood, bearing signs of burning, was an excellent material for crafting anti-thunder artifacts. Golden bull horns, golden tiger teeth, and phoenix feathers were understandable as materials. But why were snake skins, zombie blood, and spiritual honey included? Qian Duoduo examined each item one by one, seeking to comprehend their uses. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he rubbed them vigorously, unable to believe what he was seeing. A square piece of metal, yellow with a hint of purple. The adjacent label boldly proclaimed, Luxury Gold, with a smaller line below stating, Rare Mineral, priced at 100 times that of ordinary gold ore. A piece of luxury gold was worth 100 ordinary gold coins. Qian Duoduo was breath quickened, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Such a treasure existed in the world, worth 100 times more than gold. Just that small piece could elevate one to the pinnacle of joy, enough to drive someone to criminal acts. If he had to find a flaw in luxury gold, it would be that upon seeing it, Qian Duoduo immediately felt less enamored with ordinary gold, developing an immunity to its allure. He no longer felt the urge to line up gold coins beside his beds. His heartbeat gradually returned to normal. He reminded himself not to be overly astonished. He would possess both gold and luxury gold in due time. Reluctantly pulling his gaze away from the luxury gold, Qian Duoduo moved forward, but his eyes were suddenly captivated once more. Extreme gold, Qian Duoduo uttered aloud, recognizing it as an exceedingly rare mineral, worth 100 times that of luxury gold. The ore retained the golden hue but radiated a brilliant azure glow reminiscent of the sky. Tears nearly welled in Qian Duoduo's eyes. Tears born not only from the beauty of extreme gold, but also from the realization of greater heights he had yet to reach. The azure hue of extreme gold seemed to beckon him, inviting him to touch it. Qian Duoduo took a step forward, hand raised, only to forcefully lower it again. Leaning down, he whispered softly to the alluring mineral, "I will remember you." Leaving the extreme gold behind, Qian Duoduo fully opened his spiritual senses, becoming entranced by every spiritual object and material in the equipment area, entirely forgetting the purpose of his visit to the Artifact Master Hall. "May I inquire?" "Disciple, what brings you to the Artifact Master Hall?" A composed female voice resonated beside Qian Duoduo. He looked up to find he had crossed into a new section of the hall, standing before a graceful woman in a blue robe. Her striking eyes and radiant smile complemented by the gentle sway of a jade fan in her hand. Blue robe. Qian Duoduo felt a surge of energy. This was a person of elder status within the sect. "I am Tian Shu, a third-tier mid-level artifact master and an elder of the Artifact Master Hall." The blue-robed woman introduced herself. A jolt of recognition struck Qian Duoduo. The name Tian Shu inscribed on the precious artifact left by Jian Buhan indicated it had been crafted by Elder Tian Shu herself. "Elder Tian," he quickly bowed, "I have come." Initially intending to discuss borrowing money, Qian Duoduo hesitated. Realizing he had not prominently displayed the jade pendant given by his uncle Elder Tian Shu might not be inclined to hear him out. So he altered his approach. "I have come to learn." Elder Tian Shu smiled. "Ah, you have been here nearly the entire day, displaying remarkable spirit and evident talent." After a moment's thought, she handed him a jade slip. "This is the first volume of the Encyclopedia of Artifact Crafting, containing descriptions and illustrations of 10,000 materials. If you are interested, you may study it. Once you have memorized it entirely, you may go to Wanjin Pavilion to take the assessment. Upon passing, not only will you receive the second volume, but you shall also become an apprentice, officially beginning your journey in artifact crafting." "Thank you, Elder Tian Shu." Qian Duoduo bowed deeply, overwhelmed with gratitude. Artifacts and materials have their price. Yet the value of sacred texts is beyond measure. The favor of bestowing knowledge is indeed substantial. A third-tier mid-level artifact master signifies the ability to craft mid-tier alchemical treasures. The seal he had just seen, being a high-tier crafted item, was priced at 10,000 gold coins. Were it an alchemical item, it could fetch at least 100,000 gold coins. If he, Qian Duoduo, were to become an artifact master, would he not be free from financial worries forever? "Are you the Jian Buhan who was demoted from the inner sect to the vault?" Elder Tian Shu inquired, casting a glance at Qian Duoduo's status panel. "Elder, you've heard of me?" Tian Shu smiled but did not answer. From her expression, Qian Duoduo could not discern how she had come to know of him. Was it through his uncle, the sect leader, Elder Bai, or some other channel? After much deliberation, Qian Duoduo decided to broach the subject of borrowing money. If he didn't, this visit would be in vain. "Elder, our vault has recently initiated a new business where depositing money incurs no storage fees and even earns interest." He began, carefully observing Elder Tian Shu's reaction. She smiled lightly. "Artifact masters converse only with other artifact masters. Until you become one, you shall not have the qualifications to discuss your new business with me." Having failed to attract even a single gold coin, Qian Duoduo returned to the vault in disappointment, where Huang Guoren awaited him by the roadside. In recent days, Qian Duoduo had learned more about Huang Guoren. He claimed to hail from the Huang family, a renowned lineage with a history of 10,000 years, yet no one had witnessed any connection between him and the Huang family. After entering the sect, his cultivation progressed at a steady pace, but he had one glaring flaw: he talked excessively. Consequently, he was disliked by others and eventually assigned to the Spiritual Plant Research Institute. Even there, he did not amend his ways, incessantly chatting with plants, leading to disastrous outcomes such as flowers wilting and beans dying. After 6 or 7 years, he had not only managed to squander his meager cultivation funds, but had also accumulated considerable debt, earning him the notorious title of the sect's most unfortunate individual. However, since signing a contract with Qian Duoduo, his fortunes had begun to change. Not only had he resolved his food issues, but he also relished the daily task of discussing the borrowing business with 100 people, which brought him great joy. More importantly, he had begun to earn supplementary income. After conversing with others, he brought business and revenue back to Qian Duoduo, who generously shared half of the proceeds with him. In recent days, Huang Guo'eran had amassed several thousand coins. Seeing this once unfortunate individual now thriving and engaged in the vault's work, the senior brother tacitly allowed Huang Guo'eran to reside in the vault's backyard, making him the 10th resident of the courtyard. Now, Huang Guo'eran stood in a gray robe, impeccably neat, his face radiant with newfound confidence. "Little junior brother, I have a bold idea regarding the borrowing business," Huang Guo'eran announced as Qian Duoduo approached him. "A bold idea? Just how bold?" "I wish to set up an amplification array on the upper floor of our vault." "An amplification array?" "Yes, an amplification array to continuously broadcast the essence of our borrowing business. Borrow money early, advance early, profit early, repeatedly. Our building is tall. I reckon everyone in the sect will hear it." "If everyone hears it, won't our borrowing business soar?" Huang Guo'eran gestured animatedly, mimicking a bird taking flight. "Not possible. That won't pass elder by scrutiny. Elder by won't allow shouting." Given her stern demeanor, she certainly would not permit it. "Then how about we paint borrow money early, advance early, profit early in large characters on the upper floor, and set up a flashing array so that everyone in the sect can see it day and night?" Qian Duoduo glanced at Huang Guo'eran, confirming that he had become somewhat obsessed. Such an aggressive approach could easily jeopardize their borrowing business. "Absolutely not. That is out of the question." Qian Duoduo shook like a windmill, repeatedly met with rejection. Huang Guo'eran lowered his head, feeling somewhat despondent. He pondered how to assist his junior brother and help more people become aware of the money-lending business. With only a single mouth to speak, he had already reached his limit after conversing with 100 individuals in a day. Alas, if only he were a mythical 9-headed bird, possessing 9 minds and 9 mouths. Qian Duoduo wished for his upright posture not to collapse again, urging him not to lose heart. Upon further reflection, he was certain he would devise a method akin to having 10 or even 100 mouths to speak. Qian Duoduo's encouragement bore fruit, as Huang Guo'eran indeed accomplished a remarkable feat, one that surpassed even the capacity of 100 mouths. Chapter 29. You are quite bold. Upon returning to the courtyard and entering the room, Qian Duoduo retrieved the warm and comforting first volume of the Encyclopedia of Artifact Refining. As he skimmed through it, he discovered that it detailed 10,000 varieties of spiritual plants, categorized into 4 major classes: spiritual algae, spiritual moss, spiritual ferns, and spiritual seeds. Each type of spiritual plant was meticulously analyzed through its 6 components: root, stem, leaf, flower, fruit, and seed, illustrated and described in detail. An artifact refiner. Each type of spiritual plant was a valuable material. Some were primary ingredients, others supplementary, while some facilitated fusion and others provided transitional properties. Previously, Qian Duoduo had referred to these as mere flowers and grasses, unaware they each held a name and a purpose. Rapping his slightly swollen head, he queried, "Lu Lao, must a refiner remember all of these?" Lu Burley's voice resonated from within the golden toad. "Not necessarily, of course. The more you remember, the better. The greater your knowledge, the greater your options during the refining process. Master Lu, if I recall correctly, you are a 5th-tier high-level artifact refiner." Qian Duoduo remembered Lu Burley had once mentioned he understood more than half of this world's knowledge. "Indeed," Lu Burley replied after a lengthy pause. He had been waiting for Qian Duoduo to discover the path of artifact refining, a path laden with potential. The moment Qian Duoduo willingly embarked on this journey, it would signify his entry into an exceptionally bright and expansive road. His prolonged silence was intended to intensify Qian Duoduo's interest. Sure enough, upon hearing this admission, Qian Duoduo exclaimed in delight, experiencing a sense of fortune that required neither effort nor hunting. 5th tier. No wonder this gaunt old man has always been so arrogant. He is a master refiner. Had I not stayed in the materials area all day, Elder Tianchu probably wouldn't have spared me a glance. Isn't it a perfect match to refine artifacts while practicing the Yongfu Hongguwei technique? He declared loudly. Point one earns money while the other spends it. It's quite reasonable, as he reveled in his own judgment. Lu Burley cautioned from within the Golden Toad, do not presume that being an artifact refiner makes one a born fortune god. Every refiner has burned through a fortune to achieve their status. Refining requires materials, formulas, and furnaces. It does not guarantee success every time. A single failure can lead to the complete loss of all materials used. A bucket of cold water splashed over Qian Duoduo, awakening him to reality. If merely consulting an encyclopedia could make one a refiner, then surely everyone within the sect would be a master artisan. Point one cannot be greedy and overreach. First, solidify your foundation. Lu Burley advised. He believed that starting to refine artifacts for the sake of wealth was not the correct approach. Although he was more eager than his disciple, he still felt that a slow and steady pace would be more beneficial. After lying quietly for a considerable time, Qian Duoduo concurred that Lu Burley's words held wisdom. He lacked materials, formulas, and furnaces. He possessed nothing. The money earned from the lending business was barely sufficient to fill the vast pit required for practicing Yongfu Hongguwei. Presently, he had neither the financial resources nor the energy, let alone the capability to engage in artifact refining. Setting aside his aspirations of becoming a refiner, Qian Duoduo headed towards the treasury. He had been absent for over a day. His fellow brothers must be worried. 3 days later, while Qian Duoduo was tidying up the treasury, the eldest brother suddenly called out to him, "Junior brother, come down and accompany me outside." The eldest brother had recently gained a considerable amount of weight. His chin stacked in 3 layers. He often lamented about being unable to suppress his cultivation, yet he remained steadily at the 3rd level of qi condensation. This method of suppressing cultivation while lying comfortably was likely his secret. "What are we doing?" Qian Duoduo inquired as he descended. The eldest brother did not respond immediately. Just as they exited the treasury, his expression shifted dramatically. Following his gaze, Qian Duoduo saw groups of cultivators approaching the treasury, some in gray robes, others in blue, numbering at least several hundred. Exchanging a glance with the eldest brother, they shared the same unspoken question. Why were so many people coming? After a moment of contemplation, the eldest brother stated, "Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Elder Bai is looking for me. Accompany me and place the jade pendant that Elder Tang gave you outside." Elder Bai? What could he want? The mention of Elder Bai seeking the eldest brother startled Qian Duoduo, prompting him to quicken his pace. Several disciples passed by them. One outer sect disciple remarked, "I previously heard that the treasury offered loans. I thought it was a joke, but it seems it's true. Don't say you were slow to react. I was equally caught off guard. That Pan Zihui, who was at the same level as me at Qi Condensation 6, recently advanced to the inner sect. I finally found out he borrowed money to purchase a spirit-nourishing pill from a distance." Qian Duoduo observed the continuous stream of cultivators heading toward the treasury. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. They were about to strike it rich. The eldest brother whispered to Qian Duoduo, "I don't know why Elder Bai is looking for me, but he doesn't sound pleased." A bead of sweat rolled down his chin. "Do not be afraid. We have done nothing wrong," Qian Duoduo reassured him, hastily placing the red jade pendant outside. "Not fearing misfortune is fine, but fearing a lack of good people is concerning." The eldest brother muttered, "There are far too many people today. It feels somewhat ominous." As they hurried to the protective sect area, they reached the entrance just as Elder Bai's voice boomed like a brick hurled at them. "You too, come in." Wang Dahe's bulk seemed to stretch like rock as he and Qian Duoduo approached Elder Bai, stepping in unison like marionettes. "You have quite a lot of nerve," Elder Bai chastised. Hearing the term nerve, Qian Duoduo shivered, recalling Huang Guerin's idea to set up an amplification array and post large characters on the round building. However, they ultimately did not proceed with it. Upon noticing Qian Duoduo's shiver, Wang Dahe's expression darkened instantly. Assuming Qian Duoduo had done something unbeknownst to him, the high platform of the training ground, the entrance to the outer and inner sects. Something you can casually tamper with? You even dared to post notes on it? The 5 celestial mountains have not one that is unblemished. You've plastered notes all over them. Elder Bai's reprimand left both Qian Duoduo and the eldest brother momentarily stunned. What notes? What high platform? What entrance? They exchanged puzzled glances, speaking in unison. "Elder, we did not post anything. Do not deny it." The notes read, "Borrow money early, ascend early, reap benefits early, borrowing money changes fate, paving the way for wealth, guiding dreams and other such phrases, including all things are alive. Why not let money breed more money? As Elder Bai's tirade escalated, he rose from his seat in a fit of rage. Qian Duoduo thought to himself, this is it. The money-lending business is doomed. Who affixed these notes? Truly a treacherous act. Yet, these phrases were not something an outsider could conjure. It must have been one of the brothers in the treasury acting out of good intentions but inadvertently causing trouble. Wang Dahe also appeared dejected, his shoulders drooping as if resigned to his fate. Had I not checked, you two would have significantly increased the sect's management income this month. I would have halted the money-lending business for you without hesitation. Upon hearing Elder Bai's words, Qian Duoduo and the eldest brother felt a jolt of surprise, their hearts shifting from despair to elation. The situation was not as dire as it seemed. You have 1 day to remove these notes. Additionally, you must each compensate the elders at the 5 celestial mountains with 10,000 gold coins. Elder Bai's voice resonated thunderously, laced with anger. Yet it was oddly melodious. Understood. Qian Duoduo and the eldest brother leaped to respond. Such incidents must not occur again. Otherwise, Elder Bai waved his hand. Like 2 dragonflies escaping from a palm, Qian Duoduo and the eldest brother swiftly fled the protective sect area. Once they were alone, Qian Duoduo gasped, eldest brother, which brother dared to act so recklessly? For the future of our treasury, they truly went all out. Go post notes on the archway at the training ground. What audacity! Wang Dahe furrowed his brow, stating firmly, it definitely wasn't Lao Ba. Could it be Lao Er? Unlikely. He is quick-witted but seldom takes risks. What about Lao San? Also unlikely. He is fast with words but not with actions. Neither of us returned to the treasury. The other 8 brothers are all ruled out. Then who could it be? Are we to believe it was a figment of our imagination? Just then, a figure appeared before them. Junior brother, are you satisfied with what I accomplished today? Chapter 30. An elegant mess. In that instant, Qian Duoduo realized who was responsible for the notes. It was none other than Huang Guoren standing before him. Why, Qian Duoduo, what can I say about you? Huang Guoren beamed with pride, tilting his head back with a flourish. Many disciples in the building are eager to borrow money. You should hurry. Wang Dahe gave Huang Guoren a look that was somewhere between a smile and a cry. Then patted his shoulder heavily. Junior brother, you must take him to remove those notes. We'll all chip in for the compensation. Qian Duoduo dragged Huang Guoren towards the Menyuan Mountain training ground. Along the way, Huang Guoren began to grasp the gravity of the trouble he had caused, learning of Elder Bai's reprimand directed at Qian Duoduo and the eldest brother. There is no rule in the sect against posting notes on the high platforms and archways. Huang Guoren protested. What rules? Sometimes, the emotions of the elders are the true rules, Qian Duoduo retorted. Enough. Our goal has been achieved. The notes must be removed. Qian Duoduo hastily suppressed his curiosity, pondering how, in a single night, the martial arts arena and archway of the 5 immortal mountains had been completely adorned with notes. Huang Guoren, swelling with pride, first calculated the number of notes required before preparing them. The notes could not simply be written. They needed to be brushed. Along the way, he explained to Qian Duoduo how he meticulously created 2,200 notes using hollow fabric strips, planned the route, and efficiently affixed them in the shortest possible time. Racing across the 5 immortal mountains, the scene of disciples from the entire sect flocking to the treasury to borrow money had finally materialized. Huang Guoren, you are a talent buried for 500 years. Qian Duoduo earnestly remarked. Huang Guoren turned his head aside, his throat constricted as if a piece of chicken were lodged within, resulting in a few coughs. Then, Qian Duoduo heard his voice, nearly sobbing. No one has ever called me a talent. I know they refer to me behind my back as the sect's #1 unfortunate. Huang Guoren felt as pitiful as a child, adding, moreover, when I first came to borrow money from you, I intended to borrow without repayment, planning to default and endure a beating to repay. As he spoke, Huang Guoren chuckled. After removing the last note, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren's hands and feet were numb, resembling stone. Huang Guoren grumbled incessantly, noting that tearing the notes was even more exhausting than affixing them. Upon returning to the treasury, they found the door already shut, indicating that the disciples who had come to borrow money had all departed. Entering the back courtyard, a faint light flickered from the kitchen. Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoran pushed the door open, and suddenly, a bright light illuminated the kitchen, shining upon the dining table at its center. On the table were 7 plates and 8 bowls. Each plate and bowl held a variety of delectable dishes: spiritual chicken, spiritual fish, spiritual meat, and spiritual fruits. What important festival is it today in the sect? Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoran were both taken aback. As the light dispersed, it fell upon the 8 senior brothers at the table, and in an instant, warmth surged into the soles of Qian Duoduo's feet. They were waiting for their return to dine together and celebrate today's bountiful harvest. Back in the room, Qian Duoduo sat on the mat for a quarter of an hour, gradually calming down. Today, nearly 1,000 disciples had come to the treasury, depositing over 15 million and borrowing over 14 million. The senior brothers remarked that the most uncomfortable part was their mouths, which had been smiling from morning till night, feeling as if they had cracked at the back of their heads. Several senior brothers frowned, troubled by the concern that if this continued, they would be too busy to spend any money. Lei Jiaxu, with wide eyes and a flushed face, announced that they would exert extra effort tonight to learn nearly 4,000 formations from the treasury, saving more time to enhance their money-lending business. Huang Guoran sat at the dining table, his mouth never closing. He had not anticipated such significant results. Tears shimmered in his eyes, reflecting a light brighter than the luminescent stones in the room. Qian Duoduo placed the token onto the spiritual platform, and the numbers that emerged jolted his recently calmed heart once more. Over 80,000. Unable to contain himself, Qian Duoduo fell back, his body sprawled on the bed. Forming the character for great. Holding a fortune in his hands, devoid of struggle, it felt exquisite to recline nonchalantly, elegantly embracing laziness. This was perhaps the essence of such a sensation. He yearned to let this satisfaction permeate every strand of his hair. Penetrating to each toe, this feeling of fulfillment surged like a tide into his spiritual veins, bringing a tingling happiness. Yet, after the tide receded, a more intense craving arose within his spiritual veins. Alas, this thirst stemmed from the eternal wealth and precious virtue technique, urging Qian Duoduo to irrigate his spiritual veins with spiritual energy. Resigned, Qian Duoduo recalled Lu Boli's words, that after satisfaction comes a greater discontent. With his limbs now relaxed, Qian Duoduo ascended the spiritual platform, straightened his back, and adjusted the gear to 1,000. Today, he aimed to break through to the 3rd level of qi condensation. As the delicate stream of spiritual energy flowed in, the last spiritual acupoint of the 3rd layer of the golden light technique was opened by Qian Duoduo. Boom! Qian Duoduo's body quivered violently. This breakthrough had become a familiar experience for him. He controlled the spiritual energy in advance, unlike before when it had suddenly leaked out, causing no impact on the wooden cabin. Qian Duoduo rejoiced internally. He had reached the 3rd level of qi condensation. One more level up, and he would be an outer sect disciple. The number of spiritual veins he had opened within had increased to 7. These 7 spiritual veins flowed through his body like small rivers of spiritual energy, of which 3 appeared a pleasing green hue due to being compressed by the eternal wealth and precious virtue technique. He took out 3 spiritual chicken claws, manipulating them to fly around the room. Under the powerful aura of spiritual energy, the chicken claws soared freely. They arranged into a line, formed a human shape, stacked into a rohan, and encircled into a triangle. This obedient sensation felt no different from his own fingers. After a while, Qian Duoduo put away the chicken claws and took out a wooden sword. Mimicking the movements of those senior brothers in the martial arts arena, thrusting, slashing, sweeping, lifting, pressing, and chopping in the air. Though impressive, he found it less intimate than the chicken claws. Lu Lao, what is the rank of this? Qian Duoduo waved the wooden sword, silently inquiring. The lowest rank, a low-grade common weapon. Can I use chicken claws to refine a magical artifact? Lu Boli nodded, asking what shape he desired: sword, spear, knife, or something else. Make it in the shape of a chicken leg. With chicken claws on both ends, and it should be able to fly, Qian Duoduo whimsically suggested. What you're describing resembles a wolf fang club. Let me think about the best way to refine it. However, with your current cultivation, you cannot use a high-ranked magical artifact. Common weapons are your limit. You already have the main materials. Collect these additional items when you have time. Lu Boli readily agreed. Use only the best. Qian Duoduo recalled that he was not short on funds at present. Lu Boli smirked. The most appropriate is also the best. Anyway, I don't understand artifact refining. I'll follow your guidance, Lu Lao. After concluding this thought, Qian Duoduo shifted his focus back to the spiritual veins he had just opened, beginning to coat them with a light green hue using the eternal wealth and precious virtue technique. The spiritual energy on the platform was still active. Each hour required 1,000 gold coins. It couldn't be wasted. The next morning, after a night of cultivation, Qian Duoduo pushed the door open, intending to flaunt the might of reaching the third level of qi condensation, only to find Huang Guoren standing before Wang Dahe, softly pleading, "Senior brother, you can't do this." Several senior brothers surrounded them, chuckling and enjoying the spectacle. Chapter 31. The wolf emerges from its den. The senior brother looked up and beckoned. "Little junior brother, come here quickly." Qian Duoduo stepped forward and inquired of Huang Guoren, "What is the matter?" "Yesterday, he distributed the interest income," his senior brother replied, his expression one of helplessness as he rolled his eyes. Huang Guoren grasped his senior brother's chubby hand, pleading, "Senior brother, you can't do this. You simply can't." Seeing his pitiful demeanor, Qian Duoduo mused whether this was a case of unequal profit distribution, causing discord among them. The senior brother pried Huang Guoren's fingers apart, stating that he had taken too much and needed to return some to share with everyone. Qian Duoduo felt relieved. At least there was no quarrel. "If it's too much, just keep it." He glared at Huang Guoren, thinking that the early morning had startled him. "It's too much. I can't spend it all." Huang Guoren continued to wear a frown. "Then focus on practicing. Gather more spiritual energy, level up well, and advance to the outer sect, then the inner sect." Qian Duoduo couldn't help but chuckle. "There are still those who think there's too much money. I don't want to level up or join the outer sect. I'll stay here with you, senior brother." Whether Huang Guoren spoke the truth or not, Qian Duoduo and the senior brothers all laughed. "Oh dear, someone is at the treasury, knocking on the door," Lei Jiashu exclaimed. The senior brothers instantly sprang into action, as if stepping on flying swords, energetically rushing forward. It seemed yet another day of exhausting negotiations was ahead. However, Qian Duoduo was mistaken. The days of exhausting negotiations were not just one day, nor 10 days, but a full month. The influx of senior brothers and sisters coming to deposit and borrow money was overwhelming. Disputes often arose over who should be served first, and if it weren't for the sect's strict prohibition against private fights, they might have come to blows over the queue. Even so, Qian Duoduo and the others remained on edge. Neither senior brothers nor sisters could afford to offend anyone. If a conflict truly erupted, Elder Bai would call them in for a discussion. After much deliberation, they adopted the method used in the martial arts arena, distributing numbered tickets to everyone, notifying them an hour in advance to come to the treasury in order. This way, they avoided crowding and wasted time for the senior brothers and sisters. To prevent anyone from taking a ticket and not arriving at the treasury, they devised a lottery for those who came with tickets, with prizes ranging from 1 to 100 gold coins. Huang Guoren was assigned the task of issuing and calling the numbers. Each number, each name, flowed from his lips like a melodious song. After implementing this, the business of borrowing money became tense yet orderly. Each day, the treasury hosted around 1,000 visitors, handling deposits and loans totaling over 10 million. With motivation in front and pressure behind, the senior brothers progressed rapidly. Lei Jiashu soon became the second all-around expert in formations. Qian Duoduo and the other senior brothers also memorized more than half. Cleaning the treasury, which previously required 8 or 9 people, now only needed 2 or 3 brothers. "We've called all the numbers for today. We can close up." Huang Guoren's head poked in from outside the door. Just then, a sarcastic voice rang out. "Oh, what's this? I arrive and you're already closing up. Do you look down on the inner sect disciples?" Upon hearing this voice, Qian Duoduo felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The money was here, and the wolf had emerged from its den. A strikingly handsome figure, draped in an orange robe, leisurely strode in, gripping Huang Guoren by the ear. Confused, Huang Guoren was unceremoniously yanked into the hall, where he was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. Jean Buke, with eyes closed, shouted, "Where is my little prodigy brother? Come forth and see me." Qian Duoduo took several deep breaths and emerged from behind the counter. Huang Guoren remained on the floor, seemingly dazed from the fall. Wang Dahe approached Jean Buke and greeted him, acknowledging his seniority. Jean Buke waved him aside with his left hand, casting a chilling glare at Qian Duoduo. "TSK, Tisk, you've reached the third level of qi condensation so swiftly. Truly, good people do not live long, while evildoers thrive for a millennium. Tio, think you survived in the prison. You now appear to be in paradise, and it seems you've even gained some weight. Jean Buke circled Qian Duoduo like a rare specimen, viciously pinching his cheeks, causing intense pain. Qian Duoduo fixed his gaze on him, resolutely refusing to shed a single tear. Jean Buke, suddenly enraged, slapped Qian Duoduo, sending him spinning and collapsing onto the ground. This is the punishment according to sect rules for those who disrespect their seniors, Jean Buke said softly to Qian Duoduo's 8 senior brothers. Surveying the treasury hall while releasing a formidable aura of qi condensation at the 9th level. 8. More at the 3rd level of qi condensation cannot even match one at the 9th level. Look at how you've turned the treasury into a pigsty, plastered with haphazard scribbles. Jean Buke scolded, observing the calligraphy adorning the hall's walls, nearly suffocating under the weight of inked words left by various senior brothers and sisters who had benefited from borrowing money. As he stepped forward to examine a few of the pieces, he spat disdainfully, paupers writing ugly characters, fools decorating pigsties. Seemingly unintentional, his right foot ground down on Qian Duoduo's left hand, twisting and applying pressure, sending sharp pain shooting through Qian Duoduo's fingers, enveloped by a chilling aura of malice. Qian Duoduo's scalp prickled, and his muscles tensed as he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound, though his back gradually dampened with sweat. Wang Dahe charged forward like a mountain, pushing Jean Buke aside. Senior brother, what brings you to the treasury? This is a place of great importance. Idlers are not permitted to linger. Qian Duoduo trembled, clutching his injured hand, blood beginning to seep from his palm. Jean Buke snorted coldly. I came to check on my younger brother from the Jean family, to see if he has been slacking off in his training. You've seen him. You may leave now, Lei Jiashu said, his fingers trembling, his face pale as paper. There's one more matter. Jean Buke raised his voice. My brother still owes me 30,000 gold coins, and I have come to collect the debt. Evidence? Wang Dahe extended his right hand, palm up. Jean Buke rubbed his fingers together and produced a promissory note. Here it is. It bears my brother's fingerprint. Shall we compare? Wang Dahe took the note, glanced at it, then tore it into shreds, tossing a bag of gold coins onto the ground. Here are 30,000 gold coins. You may leave now. With a deft flick of his toes, Jean Buke picked up the coins, weighing them in his hand before stowing them away in his storage pouch. Impressive. When did the treasury attendant become wealthy? Is a pauper attempting to rebel? Jean Buke snorted again, the moment I emerged from seclusion. I heard you all engaging in some money-lending business. Storing money for interest, borrowing money for interest. With this back and forth, you've made quite a profit, haven't you, senior brother? If there is nothing further, please take your leave. Wang Dahe said, his fingers moving subtly, activating the formation in the hall. A terrifying force surged forth like a waking lion, suppressing Jean Buke's qi condensation at the 9th level, which was instantly swept away like leaves in a gale. Jean Buke, unwilling to suffer a loss, retreated a couple of steps, saying, very well. Jean Buke will remember this. I hope you do not come to the task hall to accept missions. As he reached the doorway, Jean Buke smiled. I shall take my leave. Do not think of me. I hope you all have pleasant dreams tonight, for perhaps after tomorrow, you may find it difficult to dream at all. Chapter 32. The great river runs dry, and the small river is dry in the treasury kitchen. A table laden with delectable dishes stood untouched, as no one had the heart to take a bite. The 7 plates and 8 bowls of food lay like steaming stones. 10 individuals sat like wooden puppets, arms crossed, in silence, unwilling to converse. The fall of Jean Buhuan from the inner doors to the position of treasury attendant was a matter no one dared to inquire about. Some sorrows are best left unspoken, for speaking them only deepens the wound. However, with Jean Buke's arrival, it seemed everyone understood. That young master of the Jean family, Jean Buke, a 9th level qi condensation disciple and chief steward of the task hall, was his sworn enemy. The wound on his left hand had ceased to bleed, yet the blood within Qian Duoduo's heart continued to flow. Despite knowing that Jean Buke embodied a nightmare, when that nightmare approached, he could not help but tremble uncontrollably. Qian Duoduo felt a twinge of disdain for himself. As a cultivator, he could not even evade a slap. Like an ant crushed underfoot, he had not dared to retaliate. Even the protective jade pendant given by his maternal uncle did not respond in his defense. Though he bore the name Jean Buhuan, he was far inferior to him. The dishes on the table had long gone cold. Wang Dahe sighed, "It's all my fault. As the senior brother, I lack the ability to protect you all. Oh, not blame yourself. Blame me for dragging everyone down." Qian Duoduo glanced at Huang Guoren, especially at him. Huang Guoren shook his head, indicating that he was fine. His forehead was bandaged, and he had just learned that the one who had knocked him out was Jin Buke. What is there to fear? Wang Dahe encouraged everyone, "We are under Elder Bai's protection, guarding the treasury for the sect. Elder Bai is a respected elder in the sect, deeply trusted by the sect leader. Jin Buke and the Jin family cannot do anything to us." Exactly. We are from the Refining Spirit sect, not the Jin family sect. What is there to fear? Bai Ma chimed in. Lei Jiashu's face remained pale. Next time that fool comes again, I'll activate the treasury formation. If he dares to strike, I will misfire. Qian Duoduo understood today the habit of Lei Jiashu's face turning pale when he was angered. Please, do not. Qian Duoduo hurriedly interjected. If the 8th senior brother truly used the formation to kill Jin Buke, according to sect rules, he too would lose his life. The 2nd senior brother, Yi Xiaoyun, suggested to Qian Duoduo, "Little junior brother, do not go out or leave the courtyard for the time being. Just hide within the 4,000 formations and see what Jin Buke can do to you." As the brothers exchanged words, the icy atmosphere gradually thawed. Qian Duoduo also realized that enduring this beating was not without its merits. At the very least, it had awakened him from his fervor for making money. Simply possessing wealth is insufficient. Having riches without strength is like being a fat pig, ever at risk of slaughter. Within the sect, there are rules to abide by, which might offer some protection. Beyond the sect, it is a world where tigers prey on chickens and chickens consume insects. Lacking power makes one fodder for others. It is futile to hide anywhere. Relying on others is not as reliable as relying on oneself. Surpassing Jin Buke in strength is the KEYTO survive in the world of cultivation. Even as a spirit chicken, one must possess sharp beak and claws. Picking up his chopsticks, Qian Duoduo declared to everyone, "Let us eat. As long as I am not dead, I will not bow my head. Moreover, I have all of you as my brothers. After dinner, I will practice." What is so great about being at the 9th level of qi condensation? With a full belly, Qian Duoduo set down his chopsticks, forgetting what he had eaten. He returned to his room, shut the door, and sat upon his spirit platform, adjusting his spiritual energy to 2,000 gold coins for an hour. A mist of spiritual energy enveloped him in what seemed like the blink of an eye. For hours later, dawn broke. Just as Qian Duoduo was about to rise and head out, his senior brother's voice called from outside. "Little junior brother, practice a while longer. Come to the treasury at noon. I will ask Huang Guoren to call out a few fewer numbers. We are quite busy." Reflecting on this, Qian Duoduo did not refuse. Settling back onto his spirit platform, that moment, old Lu transmitted a message from the Golden Toad. "The materials for the magical artifact are complete. We just need to rent a cauldron from the Artifact Master's Hall. I will assist you in refining the artifact. Moreover, mere mindless practice is insufficient. Seize the opportunity to spar at the martial arts arena. You cannot defeat Jin Buke now, but dodging his strikes should not be too difficult." Lu Boli believed that it was not a bad thing for his disciple to be bullied. Qian Duoduo's character was such that once he set his mind on something, not even 10 stubborn oxen could pull him back. What could not be taught by the master would have to be learned through reality. Earning money is essential, but it is not everything. Qian Duoduo acknowledged this, realizing that his actions yesterday were rather foolish. Had he still been in the village, that dog would have run faster than him, yet it would not have been able to bite him. Why? He had been prepared and understood its tactics. In this world of immortals, however, he had not yet learned to guard against a seemingly benevolent senior brother like Jin Buke as he would against a vicious dog. With a snap, the spirit platform closed. 2 hours passed, and it was now noon. Awakening from his meditative state, Qian Duoduo was confident that at his current pace, he could reach the 4th level of qi condensation within a month. Upon arriving at the treasury entrance, Huang Guoren spotted Qian Duoduo and called out, "Welcome, the dashing and exceptionally gifted Jin Buhuan." His forehead and emotional wounds seemed to have healed. Upon entering the hall, the sight of Qian Duoduo's improved condition brought smiles to his senior brothers. The hall bustled with around 50 individuals, all there to deposit or borrow money. Business continued to flourish, orderly and unaffected by Jin Buke's earlier presence. Jin Buhuan's mother had once said, "Endure, endure, endure." Qian Duoduo said to himself, taking advantage of the current abundance of cultivation resources, he should elevate himself to the 9th level of qi condensation here, thus gaining the ability to protect himself before contemplating a return to the Qinglong district. After wandering around the treasury, which appeared pristine and untouched, he found himself without much to occupy his time. "Senior brother, I'm stepping out for a while," he announced before hastily making his way toward the Artifact Master Hall. In the rental area of the Artifact Master Hall, dozens of cauldrons were arranged neatly, reflecting on the fact that the magical artifacts produced were merely high-grade mundane items. Qian Duoduo spent 3,000 gold coins to rent a moderately sized cauldron. Tucking it under his arm as he made his way back, passing by the training ground of Mengyuan Mountain, he paused to observe a duel between two outer disciples. He imagined himself as one of the combatants, with the other representing Jean Buke, envisioning how Jean Buke would attack and how he would defend and counterattack. Before long, sweat poured down his face, for he had not yet fully grasped the situation when his opponent unleashed the next move. If he were truly on that platform, he would have been cleaved into pieces long ago. Closing his eyes, he reassured himself that it was perfectly normal not to comprehend the techniques of outer disciples. As their realms were too advanced, he would need to learn from the gray-robed disciples first. After waiting through 2 more matches, he finally witnessed 2 gray-robed disciples at the 3rd level of qi condensation take the stage. Indeed, he found their movements much clearer. One of them displayed poor control over his flying sword, lacking both speed and precision. If it were him, Qian Duoduo thought, he could unleash a remarkable display of power, propelling the artifact at great velocity and would stand a fair chance of victory. Having gained a modicum of confidence from observing the gray-robed disciples, Qian Duoduo returned with a cheerful demeanor. Lu Lao was a more formidable artifact master than Elder Tianchu. If he could craft a reliable magical artifact for him, his chances against equally ranked disciples would certainly improve. Upon arriving at the treasury's entrance, he noticed the absence of Huang Guoran, and a pang of anxiety struck him. Could something have gone awry again? Treading lightly, he approached the main doors. Before he could step inside, he overheard a strange man speaking in a measured tone. "You must understand, when the great river runs dry, even the small streams are parched. One must possess a broader perspective. Who is this person, and what is he saying?" Qian Duoduo strained to listen, wishing to eavesdrop a bit longer, when he heard the voice of the master seat. "Since you're back, do come in." Chapter 33. The spirit refining sect is set to flourish as if walking on thin ice. Qian Duoduo cautiously entered the treasury, and the scene before him unfolded. An elderly man stood at the center, surrounded by 3 layers of people. Clad in a purple robe, with eyebrows arched high and a countenance both dignified and formidable, his aura was as unfathomable as a deep abyss. Around him stood 4 men and 1 woman, all donning red robes, among whom was Tang Honggong. Outside the red robes were a group of disciples in green robes. Qian Duoduo recognized Elder by an Elder Tianchu among them. The outer layer of green robes included several inner disciples, a dozen outer disciples, and around 20 gray-robed disciples. His 8 senior brothers and Huang Guoran were all present within. The red, green, orange, blue, and gray robes faced the elder in purple. Their heads bowed slightly. Could this elder possibly be the legendary sect leader Niu Jingshui? Qian Duoduo's heart raced with a swarm of frantic questions. Has something significant happened in the treasury? Did someone make a mistake? Has anyone been harmed? He scanned the crowd with his eyes, searching for Lei Jiashu, Huang Guoran, and Wang Dahe, but all he could see were faces pressed together, obscuring everything. "Quickly, pay your respects to the sect leader and esteemed seniors," Tang Honggong reminded, noticing Qian Duoduo's distraction. Jolted back to reality, Qian Duoduo clasped his fists and bowed deeply. "Disciple Jin Buhuan pays respects to the sect leader and esteemed seniors. Greetings to all senior brothers and sisters." Niu Jingshui scrutinized him for a moment before kindly asking, "Was the idea of lending money your own?" As the sect leader, he typically had little time for matters of money lending, but as whispers about Qian Duoduo grew, and given Tang Honggong's unusual support, his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to investigate personally. "Yes," Qian Duoduo replied, unaware of the impending consequences, offering a brief response. "Please elaborate on your thoughts at the time and the results so far." Tang Honggong encouraged gently. Recalling his conversation with Wang Merua, Qian Duoduo took a serious tone, addressing Niu Jingshui as if he were Wang Merua, and proclaimed, "Disciple believes that all things possess spirit. and thus money must also possess spirit. The wealth of our spirit-refining sect ought to embody this spirit. His words rang with conviction, causing the purple-robed sect leader, red-robed master seat, and green-robed elders to visibly react, their eyes glimmering, recognizing that he had successfully captured their attention. Qian Duoduo's spine straightened with newfound confidence. Niu Jingshui nodded, signaling him to continue. Where there is spirit, there is life and death. Money, too, comes in two forms, living money and dead money. Money left unused is dead, while money that generates more is alive. His voice echoed through the treasury hall, the soul sound resonating within. Ha ha, ha ha. Niu Jingshui's beard quivered as he erupted into hearty laughter. In recent days, he had pondered how to expand the spirit-refining sect, and Qian Duoduo's concept of living money greatly resonated with him. If the spirit-refining sect thrived, it would naturally flourish. Tang Hongong and the other red-robed elders, along with Elder Bai and Elder Tianshu clad in green, wore smiles on their faces. Now, let us discuss the effects of living money, Tang Hongong prompted. The results can be seen on the wall. Qian Duoduo gestured behind him. The crowd swiftly parted, allowing Niu Jingshui to see the wall. Adorning the wall were numerous calligraphic works, each radiating vitality and creativity. Each stroke exuded a sense of life bursting forth. Some who disapproved of the money-lending business scoffed, claiming, "These scrolls are the scribbles of a miser." Plastered onto a pigsty, however, they were gravely mistaken. Qian Duoduo scanned the crowd and noticed one green-robed elder with a particularly sullen expression. The purple-robed sect leader furrowed his brow, while Tang Hongong subtly shook his head. Internal strife was akin to a festering sore. Even if it was on the face, one must cover it with a bandage. Hastily, Qian Duoduo continued, "These are the heartfelt sentiments left by disciples after borrowing money. They serve as the best evidence of the transformation of our spirit-refining sect's wealth into something alive. These are notices of advancement, declarations of ambition." Seeing the sect leader's brow relax, Qian Duoduo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Niu Jingshui nodded twice and inquired about the recent advancements in each mountain. Mingyuan Mountain, 65 inner disciples and 710 outer disciples. Xiangjin Mountain, 59 inner disciples and 805 outer disciples. Shuya Peak, 73 inner disciples and 532 outer disciples. Jinjian Peak, 48 inner disciples and 755 outer disciples. Wanan Peak, 81 inner disciples and 486 outer disciples. The 5 green-robed elders reported their numbers one by one. As the elders responsible for the mountain gates, they managed the affairs of both outer and inner disciples. The red-robed masters were astonished, murmuring among themselves, "So many have advanced? How much more than before?" The sect leader inquired of a green-robed elder. "Approximately 60 to 70% more," the elder replied, bowing his head. "Our spirit-refining sect is destined for greatness." Niu Jingshui exclaimed gently, yet his words fell like a boulder into a still pond, sending ripples through the gathered crowd. The expressions of the red, green, blue, and gray robes varied, a mixture of joy and concern, though joy predominated. After a brief contemplation, Niu Jingshui solemnly declared, "Elder Bai will be rewarded for his management of the treasury with a mid-tier artifact and a grade 3 beginner potion. Disciple Wang Dahe and Jin Buhuan shall be promoted to outer disciples and may select their respective mountain gates. Other disciples may be selected for entry into the outer sect at the discretion of their respective masters. The training fees will each be increased by 1 tier." Elder Bai clasped his fists in gratitude, while Qian Duoduo, Wang Dahe, and their fellow senior brothers wore expressions of dismay. With such a prosperous treasury, who would wish to leave? "Don't you wish to express your gratitude to the sect leader?" Elder Bai urged, noticing their silence. Seeing them remain mute, he pressed on, anxious that any reprimand from above might jeopardize his position. Unexpectedly, the sect leader had rewarded rather than punished him, leading Elder Bai to feel that Jin Buhuan was a harbinger of good fortune. "Thank you, sect leader." Qian Duoduo and his senior brothers echoed, their voices trailing off, lacking vigor. Internally, Qian Duoduo felt a sense of frustration and reluctance. Yet, in the presence of the sect leader and elders, how could he refuse? If he were to be promoted, he hoped it would not impact the money-lending business. "You arrived a bit late." Just now, the sect leader announced that the money-lending business, including the original contracts, will be taken over by the sect to expand further, but of course, the rules remain unchanged. Both depositors and borrowers will not suffer losses, Tang Honggong explained. Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo finally grasped the implications of being promoted to outer disciple. It felt as though he had just scaled a lofty peak, only to suddenly find himself teetering at the edge of a precipice, plunging into an abyss. To be promoted to outer disciple meant being extracted from the treasury, thereby naturally transitioning the money-lending business to the sect's management. However, why would the sect take over? What need did it have to manage this? With the sect in charge, the interest income would naturally belong to the sect, leaving the disciples with no stake in it. From that day forward, the substantial interest income would no longer concern the 10 brothers of the treasury, while depositors would not suffer losses and borrowers would not suffer losses. It was they who bore the brunt of the consequences, having to face the repercussions for establishing the business. What would happen to his own ascension to the 9th level of qi condensation? How would he contend with Jean Buke? How could he confront the formidable Jean family? This clearly felt like a betrayal, akin to being treated as mere chaff, destined to be harvested. Qian Duoduo lowered his head, suppressing the tumultuous emotions brewing within him. The coarse breaths from his throat escaped silently. One by one, the heart feels as though it is obstructed by a block of ice, yet similarly smothered by a ball of fire. Unable to find an outlet and reluctant to reveal even a hint of it, Niu Jinshui's expression relaxed, his voice warm as he addressed everyone. The great river flows, while the small streams remain unyielding. The sect represents the great river, and we are but the tributaries. When the sect thrives, we shall not lag far behind. With the sect as our backing, the matters of saving and lending will be far more secure. I firmly believe that each of you will ascend higher within the gates, perhaps even surpassing us in the future. Casting a glance at the several seated masters, Niu Jinshui commanded, the disciples of the treasury are all capable individuals. Do not let their spirits wane. With a wave of his hand, he vanished into thin art. As he departed, 3 masters clad in red robes also waved their sleeves and left, disregarding the 10 disciples of Qian Duoduo, none of whom caught their interest. This was to be expected, as Qian Duoduo and his companions were merely at the 3rd level of qi condensation, not even external disciples, so how could they capture the attention of the masters? Only Tang Honggong and the sole female master in red remained, exchanging glances. The master, with a respectful gesture, invited his junior sister Ping to make her selection first. It was then that Qian Duoduo noticed Master Ping, whose visage appeared dreamlike and ethereal. At first glance, she seemed to possess a clear countenance, yet upon closer inspection, her true appearance remained elusive, as her entire form was enveloped in intricate formations. Chapter 34. One did not agree. I have chosen your precious nephew. Do you consent? Master Ping chuckled softly. However, the formations of the treasury are of my design. They have diligently honed their skills. It would be unreasonable not to select a couple. Ah, you plump one. Have you actually placed formations upon yourself to suppress your cultivation? Quite intriguing. Come to my Shungjin mountain. Master Ping beckoned to the eldest disciple. She then turned to Lei Jiashu, saying, your formations have matured. You should join as well. With a flick of her wrist, Wang Dahe and Lei Jiashu stood beside Master Ping. And without any visible action from her, a mist enveloped the 3, whisking them away from the hall. Qian Duoduo, still contemplating his lack of farewell to his senior brothers, was suddenly swept up by Tang Honggong's sweeping sleeve. We too shall depart, die in an instant. Qian Duoduo found himself akin to a leaf caught in a gust, soaring through the air, exiting the treasury. Moments later, he and Tang Honggong landed on the slopes of Minyuan Mountain, before a 2-story pavilion nestled behind a dense bamboo grove. Upon a stone at the pavilion's front, the words Mountain Gate were inscribed. Tang Honggong cleared his throat, and immediately a young man in blue robes dashed out from the pavilion. Bowing to Tang Honggong, greetings, master. This is Jin Buhuan. Please assist him in obtaining the identity of an external disciple. He may choose his own residence. Hearing the term self-selection, the blue-robed youth trembled slightly and quickly replied. Yes, master. Uncle, I am not satisfied, Qian Duoduo grumbled with a heavy tone. The sect has no reason to take over the lending business. At that moment, he realized his face was warm, unable to lift his head or make a sound. Yet his flushed cheeks betrayed his inner turmoil. The purple-robed master surely noticed this, indeed. He is do not be deceived by the master's dignified words. He is quite cunning. With a mere movement of his lips, He could sever your financial avenues. Without the treasury, do you believe you could succeed in the lending business? Tang Honggong questioned calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Very difficult, Qian Duoduo replied honestly after a moment's reflection. Understanding that without the treasury, the lending business would undoubtedly falter. You few disciples in gray robes are at the lowest tier of strength, barely able to protect yourselves. Even if others were bold enough to entrust you with their money, they would weigh the consequences of potential losses. If you were to disappear, what use would a soul contract hold? Ultimately, the reason the lending business has flourished is due to the pivotal role of the treasury. Is the treasury yours? No, it belongs to the sect, Master Tang Honggong continued. Yet, wasn't the treasury once idle? Qian Duoduo retorted, still fuming. Yes, the treasury belongs to the sect, to everyone, and can remain idle. But when you utilize it, why should the profits solely belong to you? We have taken no less than our fair share of management fees. If even a fraction of those fees were reduced, you could not have succeeded. What we discuss now pertains to the portion that you are entitled to, that 2%. Is there anyone coveting that? The difference of that 2% is precisely the motivation for your efforts. Is there someone coveting it? Master Tang Honggong chuckled, many are indeed eyeing it. When the sum is not substantial, people may not care. But now, with your daily income reaching 200,000 to 300,000, surpassing even the elders and even my own wealth, how could that be? How is that possible? Qian Duoduo exclaimed in astonishment. Certainly possible. The cultivation fees at each level are public knowledge. You may verify it. Some elders not only wish for the sect to take over the lending business, but also advocate for the confiscation of all your previous earnings. Qian Duoduo immediately bristled, jumping up in indignation. Unfair. On what grounds? If they were to seize the fruits of their labor, it would render their hard work futile, leaving Qian Duoduo once again destitute. There is one who disagreed, Master Tang Honggong said leisurely. Who? Qian Duoduo was eager to know the identity of this benefactor. The sect master, came the reply. That so. It was he, the purple-robed master. Qian Duoduo thought to himself, realizing that the master was not as muddled as he appeared. His impression of the sect master immediately improved. Master, brilliant. Qian Duoduo sincerely praised. After taking a couple of steps, the sect master remarked, if your earnings were confiscated, no one would think of new methods in the future. Do not only see the profits you are generating, also recognize the double benefits that accrue to the sect. Whoever possesses the capability to devise a new profitable route, benefiting both the sect and themselves, need not share their personal gains. The life and death dilemma Qian Duoduo had spoken of earlier resonated with Tang Honggong's sentiments. As the youngest master, he often felt that the refining spirit sect was dull and overly weak compared to the other two sects, perpetually yearning for change. However, in balancing matters, he still focused on his own cultivation. Without strength, any desire for reform would go unheard. Though his own nephew was merely a miscellaneous worker, his implementation of new methods in the treasury had yielded significant results, bringing Tang Honggong great satisfaction. Qian Duoduo muttered quietly, but they still took the lending business away. In truth, he contemplated whether he might beseech the sect master to reconsider and return the lending business to them. Alas, though we call ourselves the refining spirit sect, we are beset with numerous affairs and always in need of funds. The notion that the sect lacked resources was unconvincing to Qian Duoduo. Consider this. With nearly 1 million people in the sect, what is the monthly expenditure for cultivation? Paths must be maintained, buildings constructed, treasures refined, formations arranged, and elixirs produced. Most critically, we have two formidable enemies, Bailing sect and Shangling sect, whom we must ever guard against. Should conflict arise, the cost would be unfathomable. Tell me, which of these endeavors does not require money? Which can succeed with insufficient funds? Master Tang Honggong spoke earnestly, locking eyes with Qian Duoduo. His explanations were complex, and the matters concerning the masters and sect leaders felt distant to Qian Duoduo, causing him a headache. Despite not feeling uplifted, Qian Duoduo chose to trust his uncle. Patting Qian Duoduo's shoulder, Tang Honggong said, remember your own words, do not forget your objectives. The Qinglong district's Bingshan number awaits you. With that, he swayed his body and shot toward the mountain peak like a radiant rainbow. Seeing Tang Honggong depart, the blue-robed youth sighed in relief and warmly invited, I am Wu Binghua. Please, junior brother, this way. The recent sensation throughout the sect regarding the lending business. Did you conceive that idea? Truly, You are the pride of Mingyuan Mountain. Even while temporarily residing in the treasury, you have captured the attention of the sect master. Upon entering the pavilion, Wu Binghua handed Qian Duoduo a storage pouch, an artifact of spatial capabilities measuring a square yard. Containing the garments of an external disciple, Mingyuan Mountain, aside from its main peak, also features smaller secondary peaks. The external sect is divided into 12 districts. Wu Binghua presented a jade slip containing a map of the external sect regions. The inner sect and mountain peak remained blank. From the rat of the zodiac to the pig, each district possesses its own unique characteristics, housing thousands of small courtyards. Each point on the map signifies a courtyard. Illuminated points indicate occupancy, while unlit points are vacant. I do not know what environment you prefer. Do you favor tranquility or liveliness, shade or sunlight? Listening to Wu Binghua's introduction, Qian Duoduo examined the map with his spiritual awareness but felt little connection. Whether quiet or lively, shaded or sunlit, it mattered not. As long as he could cultivate swiftly, that was sufficient. The districts are distanced from each other, some as far as 1 or 2 miles apart. The courtyards do not share walls, ensuring that one's practice does not disturb another. What river is this? Qian Duoduo inquired, observing a white stream meandering down the mountain, passing through the Rat District, the Dragon District, and the Monkey District. This is the Mingyuan River, Wu Binghua suggested. Shall I take you to see it? No need, I shall go on my own, Qian Duoduo replied, choosing the courtyard adjacent to the riverbank. He illuminated the selected courtyard with his spiritual awareness. For Jin Buhuan, the external sect was familiar. Yet for Qian Duoduo, it was an uncharted territory, a new environment he would gradually acclimate to. After walking a few steps, Wu Binghua called from behind, "If you have any matters, feel free to seek me." As dusk approached, Qian Duoduo walked along the path of the external sect, where a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. Indeed, this place was far more suited for cultivation than the treasury and felt like a paradise compared to the prison. As he walked, Qian Duoduo found himself involuntarily entering a state of cultivation. Ah, this external sect is rather delightful. A new beginning. Chapter 35. The golden rooster soared. The moonlight spread across the ground like a delicate layer of frost. As Qian Duoduo ventured deeper, the sound of rushing river water reached his ears. Upon arriving at the Zishu district, he found his small courtyard, number 1972, and pushed the door open. Although the courtyard was not as expansive as the 10 acres in the Qinglong district, it still boasted roughly 3 acres, adorned with 3 towering trees, an assortment of flowers and plants, and a well nestled in the corner. The furniture within bore a striking resemblance to that of the village landlord. In a rich crimson hue, exuding a fragrant aroma. Both the courtyard and the interior were protected by formations that shielded them from spiritual detection, making conversations with old Lu significantly more convenient. This was certainly far superior to the wooden house in the treasury. With a surge of joy, Qian Duoduo retrieved the items from his storage pouch. 2 blue robes, a mid-tier mundane wooden sword, 2 bottles of elixirs, a stick of black incense, and a stack of talismans. 1 bottle of elixir contained healing ointment for golden sores, while the other held spirit-enhancing pills. The black incense, known as concentration incense, when lit, assisted cultivators in dispelling distracting thoughts. All the talismans were mobility talismans. As outer disciples were unable to wield swords, and the celestial mountain was vast, these talismans would save the disciples considerable time. Altogether, these items amounted to less than 1,000 gold coins, but they were a fortunate windfall. After fiddling with his possessions for a while, Qian Duoduo decided to step outside to admire the river. As his choice of this small courtyard had been influenced by its proximity to the water. Walking about 100 steps towards the riverbank, he faintly heard the croaking of frogs, which brought him delight. In the river of the small village, early summer brought an abundance of treasures: fish, shrimp, turtles, and frogs. After traversing a few hundred more steps, the sound of the river grew louder, and the wild grass thickened considerably. The path had long since vanished, and Qian Duoduo hopped from one stone to another, eventually reaching the river's edge. What a swift river it was! The water flowed like a white dragon, rushing downstream. Whirlpools formed on the surface, resembling dragon scales. The splashing waves drenched the grass and reeds along the riverbank. The croaking of frogs emanated from the thickets of grass and reeds. The spiritual energy here was 3-fold denser than that of Qian Duoduo's courtyard. If he wished to avoid spending money on the spirit platform, practicing by the river would be a splendid alternative. just as he contemplated catching a frog to keep in his courtyard. Qian Duoduo remembered that old Lu was to refine a magical artifact for him, prompting him to leap back to the small courtyard. After securing the door, he activated the shielding formation and called out to the golden toad. "Master, I've moved to a new home. Come out." Lu Boli emerged, casting a sideways glance at Qian Duoduo. "You've moved to a new home. I have not. You know the whole process? Not entirely, but I have a fair understanding through listening and deducing." The days of idleness had come to an end. He would need to toil for money once again. Qian Duoduo sighed. "Idleness? Do you imagine Jin Buhuan is in such a state? He lounges about every day right beside me." Utterly unmoving and quite comfortable, Lu Boli stroked his beard, which resembled silver needles. "Very well, let us proceed with the refinement of your magical artifact." Qian Duoduo realized that wishing for idleness was somewhat extravagant. He was uncertain what kind of artifact old Lu would create for him, yet these materials had cost quite a sum. One was a rainbow stone, which appeared in vibrant colors and could amplify the sound of the artifact's impact threefold. It was egg-sized and priced at 500 gold coins. Another was the blazing grass, a plant that only thrived in the peak of summer, requiring daily exposure to intense sunlight to survive. He had managed to purchase only 3 stalks from the Wanjin Pavilion, each costing 300 gold coins. Additionally, there was the dragon throat scale, a palm-sized piece resembling fish scales, which had set him back over 2,000 gold coins. Lastly, there was the precious gold ore, weighing almost 3 pieces of gold, which had cost less than 200 coins. What could these materials, combined with the chicken claws, transform into? Qian Duoduo was filled with anticipation. Lu Boli gestured, producing a pile of materials. In addition to the 4 auxiliary materials, there were about 20 chicken claws and 4 chicken beaks. "Why are there chicken beaks?" Qian Duoduo wondered. "Does old Lu expect me to peck at people with them?" This is amusing. Crouching down, he observed Lu Boli's artifact refinement process with keen interest. Lu Boli's right hand hovered beneath the furnace, where a blue flame flickered to life. He began placing the chicken claws into the furnace one by one. The flames enveloped the claws, releasing wisps of blue smoke as they shrank and transformed into a viscous liquid shaped like chicken claws. There was space within the furnace, and the placement of these claws at the bottom took up little room. Soon after, the chicken beaks also morphed into 4 pools of yellow liquid. Was refining an artifact merely about liquefying materials? Qian Duoduo's eyes remained fixed on Lu Boli's movements. It was time to refine the rainbow stone. And Qian Duoduo's eyes widened in excitement. The stone was extraordinarily beautiful. Would it also be liquefied? What color would it become once melted? Lu Boli clenched his palm, causing the flames to diminish, and Qian Duoduo felt the temperature around him rise significantly. Under the intense heat, the rainbow stone gradually cracked open, reducing to a pile of powder in one corner of the furnace. The precious gold ore transformed into a dazzling pool of golden liquid. The dragon throat scale and blazing grass each turned to a small handful of ash. The materials had been refined. It was time to forge the magical artifact. Qian Duoduo felt a surge of joy, akin to a weasel eagerly waiting by a henhouse for eggs to be laid, wanting to urge the process along while simultaneously fearing a mishap. Lu Boli first mixed the golden liquid with the chicken claw liquid, then incorporated the chicken beaks. With a flick of his fingers, the ash from the blazing grass fell like a gentle snowfall into the mixture. The flames acted like a hand, molding the mixture. And soon Qian Duoduo beheld the nascent form of a sword-shaped artifact. The chicken claws were arranged neatly in 2 rows, and the blade was perfectly shaped like sharp claws. The 4 chicken beaks faced each other, forming the tip of the sword. Lu Boli tightly gripped the sword's hilt with the flames, causing the sword's tip to suddenly expand, drawing in all the ash from the dragon throat scale. The tip returned to normal, and Lu Boli enveloped the artifact in flames, slowly roasting it in the furnace. "Is it nearly done?" Qian Duoduo scratched his head in anticipation. "Not yet. Wait for another 2 hours." 2 more hours? As he watched the sword shape become increasingly refined, Qian Duoduo found it hard to believe it would take that long. He felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling inside him. Itching with impatience. This is still a long wait. Refining an artifact can take a day or even a month. This is quite normal, Lu Boli replied, his hands never ceasing their work as the flames gradually faded and finally extinguished. With a flick of his hand, a sword approximately 3 feet long materialized above the furnace. I told you it wouldn't take that long. Old Lu was deceiving me. Just as Qian Duoduo reached out to grasp the hilt, he was startled back by the heat. He thought to himself, I truly have no idea how Old Lu manages to control the fire with his palm. There is still one final step. Lu boldly announced, beckoning with his hand, and a splash of cold water doused the sword, filling the room with mist. Qian Duoduo was puzzled. Where had the water come from? I retrieved it from the Mingyuan River just now. This water is cool and rich in spiritual energy, perfect for tempering the sword. As the mist dissipated, a dark golden sword hovered before Qian Duoduo. He lightly tapped it with his finger. It was at room temperature, and he finally grasped it in his hand. However, to his surprise, it felt quite heavy. He exerted his arm to steady it. Upon closer inspection, the sword was indeed a sword, but its blade was threefold thicker than that of an ordinary sword. Most notably, the sword tip resembled a chicken beak. Both the blade and the tip gleamed with a cold light, indicating exceptional sharpness. This sword, named the Golden Rooster Sword, was a high-tier mundane artifact, nearing the low tier of crafted artifacts. After much contemplation, I decided to forge you a sword suitable for your Qi condensation realm. Since you chose chicken claws as the main material, I crafted 5 layers around that. The chicken claws and beaks were all selected from robust roosters. By incorporating precious gold, the sword's density and weight were enhanced. The blazing grass was infused to strengthen the sword's fiery essence. The rainbow stone was added to imbue the sword with the sound of a rooster's crow, amplifying its power against darkness. Finally, by infusing the dragon throat scale into the tip, the sword acquired a sonic attack capability. Lu Boli's explanation filled Qian Duoduo with elation. What? This sword has a sonic attack? Haha, I've struck gold. Chapter 36. Seeking refuge. Hold your excitement. This sword can be wielded effectively only until you reach the 9th level of Qi condensation, and you are currently at the 3rd level. Lu Boli's words doused Qian Duoduo's enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. He had come to understand Qian Duoduo's temperament. The more he was struck down, the more defiant he became, and the more defiant he was, the more determined he grew. Qian Duoduo placed the sword on the ground, channeling his spiritual energy. With his right index finger forming a seal, he directed the Golden Rooster Sword to waver and rise into the air. How about that? I can do it. But before he could finish his sentence, the Golden Rooster Sword plummeted from the air, embedding itself at an angle in the ground. That was a mistake. Qian Duoduo chuckled at himself. The Golden Rooster Sword, forged from over 20 chicken claws, was not light. Once you master it, I'll teach you how to activate the sonic attack. Lu Boli remarked as he returned to the Golden Toad, punctuating his words with a final admonition. For 5 or 6 consecutive days, Qian Duoduo remained within his small courtyard. He either lit the concentration incense to meditate on the spirit platform or practiced with the Golden Rooster Sword. Through diligent training, he made some progress. Within a distance of 10 zhang, he could now command the Golden Rooster Sword. One afternoon, Qian Duoduo inquired of Lu Boli, "Is it about time?" Far from it, Lu Boli replied telepathically from the Golden Toad. Then what constitutes good? Being able to maneuver it freely within a distance of 50 zhang. Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo plopped down on the ground, realizing how distant his goal was. Beyond 10 zhang, his spiritual energy thinned, causing the Golden Rooster Sword to fall. To thicken his spiritual energy, he had 2 choices. Either practice the Yongfu Hongguei technique to strengthen his spiritual vein or cultivate the Jingguang technique to advance to the 4th level of Qi condensation. Considering the upcoming competition against the outer disciples, he feared that remaining at the 3rd level would render him without challengers. Thus, Qian Duoduo resolved to strive for the 4th level first. Achieving the 4th level was also the standard for outer disciples, ensuring that he would not be subject to idle gossip. With a cultivation level of the 3rd tier, yet donned in a blue robe, it was evident that he had taken an illicit shortcut. Just as he was about to retreat to his quarters for training, Qian Duoduo heard a knock at the courtyard gate. Upon opening the door, he found Huang Guoran standing outside, his hair resembling a bird's nest, his clothes wrinkled like a rag, and his face pale, suggesting he hadn't eaten in 3 days, with a forehead darkened as if overshadowed by a swirling storm cloud. "What brings you here?" Qian Duoduo inquired. In recent days, he had been pondering when he might invite a few senior brothers to join him in some leisure. "Where have you been?" "I have nowhere to go," Huang Guoran replied, his lips trembling. "Come inside," Qian Duoduo urged, pulling him into the room and offering him a few chicken legs. Huang Guoren hungrily devoured the chicken legs as he recounted his misfortunes. His name was conspicuously absent from the list of treasury attendants, leaving him, a man of waning reputation, unwanted. After several senior brothers were selected, Elder Bai assigned a new batch of attendants. The newcomers were polite but swiftly ushered him out of the compound. No sooner had he exited than he received a task from the sect, sending him to Kongfang City to serve as a shop assistant for the Refining Spirit sect. A direct disciple named Shan Yezhen flew him to Kongfang City. Kongfang City was known to Qian Duoduo as the most prosperous town, where the Refining Spirit sect, the Dominating Spirit sect, and the Living Spirit sect converged, exchanging resources. In essence, whatever the sect possessed could be found there, and what the sect lacked was also available. Each of the three sects maintained a shop in Kongfang City. The shop of the Refining Spirit sect was overseen by an elder surnamed Song, who sold tools gathered by the sect, crafted magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and formations, while also procuring necessary items for the sect. Upon arriving at the sect's shop, Huang Guoren encountered a series of bizarre incidents. Wherever he went, artifacts were either lost or damaged. According to the shop's regulations, he was obliged to compensate for the sale price. After 2 days, he had squandered the tens of thousands of gold coins he had painstakingly saved, incurring debts exceeding 1 million. Elder Song, observing his apparent misfortune, decided to expel him from Kongfang City to protect the shop's business. Had it not been for his fortunate encounter with a transport cart heading back to the sect, he might have lost his life. Upon returning to the sect, Huang Guoren made his way to the outer gate of Menyuan Mountain, where he found solace. After he finished recounting his tale, Qian Duoduo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "With me, there is no need for concern." Huang Guoren's eyes instantly glistened with tears. This courtyard is so vast. Living here alone feels too lonely, Qian Duoduo remarked, turning away, seeking companionship. Deep down, Qian Duoduo was acutely aware that all of Huang Guoren's tribulations stemmed from himself. It was due to his own influence that Huang Guoren, lacking any background, had his wealth effortlessly seized by the rules. The likes of Shan Yezhen and Elder Song treated Huang Guoren poorly, all because of their animosity towards Qian Duoduo. "Please don't think of me as a jinx with a loose tongue," Huang Guoren said, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. "Not at all. Look, this courtyard is too large and needs tending. With you here, you can help with the chores, and I will pay you." Huang Guoren thumped his chest. "Have you forgotten where I came from? The Spirit Herb Research Institute. I assure you, these flowers and plants will flourish under my care." Though Qian Duoduo was skeptical of his claim, now is not the time to discourage him. There is only one spiritual platform. We can take turns using it. It won't be a problem. You can also practice your techniques on mine. After all, you have a share in this. Huang Guoren quickly shook his head. "Junior brother, I cannot affect your training. I am on the verge of reaching the 4th tier of Qi condensation and will soon be able to apply for entry into the outer gate. Once there, I will have my own courtyard and spiritual platform. Then first, let us get you to the 4th tier here." Qian Duoduo pushed him onto the spiritual platform, inserting his own token, directly setting it to the rate of 2,000 gold coins per hour. Until you reach the 4th tier, you are not to descend. After securing the door for Huang Guoren, Qian Duoduo wandered into the courtyard. After pacing a few circles and practicing the Golden Rooster Sword technique multiple times, despite his continuous efforts to comfort Huang Guoren, a swell of anger brewed within him. From Jin Buhuan, Qian Duoduo had learned of the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Through Huang Guoren's experiences, he glimpsed the pervasive darkness that lurked within. Cultivation, it seemed, was as much about battling demons as it was about pursuing enlightenment. Exiting the courtyard, Qian Duoduo made his way towards the banks of Menyuan River. A desolate place devoid of human presence. As he distanced himself from his courtyard, he pointed the sword technique forward, and the golden rooster sword soared forth from the golden toad, resembling a golden rainbow as it struck a nearby rock. Only by shattering something could he release the pent-up frustration within him. With a resounding crash, the sword struck the stone, shattering it into several pieces. Startled, Qian Duoduo hurriedly retrieved his sword, examining it meticulously to ensure it sustained no damage. Only then feeling a sense of relief. If a stone were to harm my artifact, I would no longer deserve the title of Artifact Master, Lu Boli murmured from within the golden toad. Qian Duoduo caressed the golden rooster sword, repeatedly muttering, "Ignorance is no fault. Ignorance is no fault. Since the Golden Rooster sword was so sharp, he activated the sword technique once more, directing the flying sword at another stone. The clash of sword and stone echoed again, producing yet another thunderous sound as chunks of rock were effortlessly sliced away. Why is the noise so great? Qian Duoduo pondered to Lu Boli. This is the effect of rainbow stone. The sound creates interference. In a contest, it can provide a slight edge, Lu Boli explained. Controlling the Golden Rooster sword, Qian Duoduo practiced all the sword techniques he knew by the riverbank: thrusts, slashes, sweeps, flicks, guards, presses, chops, and slices. The stones by the river suffered greatly, large ones reduced to smaller fragments, and small ones shattered into dust. After venting his frustrations, Qian Duoduo felt somewhat relieved. Sitting cross-legged by the riverbank, he took out a spirit enhancement pill and swallowed one. Though the spirit enhancement pill was of low grade, its effects remained significant for a disciple like Qian Duoduo, who was at the third tier of qi condensation. No sooner had it settled in his stomach than a wave of warmth surged through his body, causing the spiritual energy in his meridians to whirl like startled serpents, racing through his system. What a treasure! Qian Duoduo swallowed 2 more pills. Instantly, the spiritual energy in his meridians began to bubble like boiling water. Becoming somewhat swollen and painful, it's expanding. He felt a twinge of fear and quickly began practicing the eternal prosperity technique, compressing the spiritual energy while it was still hot. Half an hour later, the warmth gradually subsided. Qian Duoduo relaxed, sprawling out on the grassy riverbank. The sun was warm, and he felt utterly fatigued. He squinted his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep, only to awaken an hour later. Just as he was about to rise, he heard splashes coming from the river. Could it be that there was a large fish in the river? Cautiously, Qian Duoduo peeked his head out and was astonished to see a shimmering white fish swimming in the water. However, it was no ordinary fish. It was a mermaid. Chapter 37. I am not a rogue. Qian Duoduo never anticipated that someone would be swimming in the Mingyuan River. The swimmer was a young lady. Her skin as white as snow, her long hair elegantly tied up, resembling a black-tailed eye. In an instant, Qian Duoduo recognized her. The proud fairy sister, Yu Yixiang, who had a peculiar surname, Yu. This sister was clearly adept in the water, effortlessly swimming upstream against the river's currents, paying no heed to the whirlpools or submerged rocks. Just as Qian Duoduo contemplated lying flat again, wishing to blend in as an inconspicuous piece of grass, a shrill scream pierced the air, shattering his disguise. He had been discovered. With no choice, he pretended to be asleep. Though the waters were turbulent and murky, he inadvertently caught a glimpse, and now there was no way to explain himself. He had no idea how to justify his presence. However, before Qian Duoduo could fully retreat, a gust of wind rushed towards him. Executing a roll, he ducked behind a rock and called out, "I didn't see anything. It was unintentional. You hear that?" Yu Yixiang clenched her teeth in angered eye in front of him. The stone cracked open, and a silver sword, shimmering with a white light, shot past, howling as it aimed for Qian Duoduo's head from above. This sister was relentless. The speed of her flying sword far exceeded his own control. He knew he could not match her now. "I truly didn't see anything. Sister, please spare me." Qian Duoduo dodged left and right, narrowly evading the silver sword. After several close calls, he began to gain confidence. The flying sword had a mind of its own, and the wielder was equally alive. This Mingyuan River isn't your private property. You can swim, so why can't I admire the fish? Qian Duoduo retorted, keeping an eye on the sword's trajectory while addressing Yu Yixiang, who had already dressed and stood on the riverbank. The world is vast, but is it not governed by reason? Yu Yixiang's face flushed redder than that of senior brother Lei Jiashu. You little rogue. Rogue? What does that mean? A little rogue. Is there such a thing as a big rogue? Qian Duoduo speculated, suspecting that rogue was not a favorable term but rather a derogatory label, akin to calling someone a jinx. I am not a rogue, let alone a little rogued. I refuse to wear such a filthy label. The silver sword wavered in the air. The trembling of the flying sword indicated a disconnection in spiritual energy, a concept Qian Duoduo was familiar with. Ha. Qian Duoduo chuckled inwardly. It seemed this sister was genuinely angry, her spiritual energy quaking. Yet, Qian Duoduo could not comprehend why she was so incensed. He had gained nothing from the encounter, and she had suffered no loss. What justified her relentless assault with the sword? Yu Yixiang seized the flying sword, charging towards Qian Duoduo with a fierce intent. This was clearly an intent to engage in close combat. Despite her youth, her fury was no small matter. The murderous aura emanating from her was more tumultuous than the waters of Mingyuan River. Wasn't there a prohibition against private duels in the sect? How could she behave so recklessly? In a moment of desperation, Qian Duoduo sprang into the Mingyuan River, half squatting with only her head above water, and shouted to Yu Yixiang. "Look, the current is so swift. How can one see anything clearly?" Yu Yixiang gritted her teeth. Her silver sword aimed directly at Qian Duoduo's eyes, its gleam so bright that Qian Duoduo could hardly keep her eyes open. This fairy has turned into a madwoman. Is she truly going to stab me in the face? Qian Duoduo worried inwardly, bracing herself to leap into the river at the slightest provocation, allowing the mad sister to lose her trail. "Jian Buchuan, what brings you here?" It seemed that Yu Yixiang's mind had somewhat cleared, yet her hand still trembled with the silver sword. Qian Duoduo gestured towards her small courtyard, number 1972. "I just entered the outer gate a few days ago. That is my residence." "What are you doing by the river?" Yu Yixiang pressed aggressively, treating her like a criminal, practicing swordplay. "See these broken stones? They are all my doing. I got tired and took a nap." And upon waking, Qian Duoduo was about to continue speaking when she was interrupted by the stern Yu Yixiang. "Stop. You are not to speak of today's events. If anyone learns of what transpired today, I will destroy your mouth and blind your eyes." Noticing the chaotic scene around, it was clear to Yu Yixiang that Qian Duoduo was not lying. With a flick of her finger, she sheathed her sword, indicating that her anger had subsided. Today's events? Was there anything noteworthy today? Nothing of consequence happened. Qian Duoduo stood upright, her blue robe clinging to her from being soaked by the river, feeling quite uncomfortable. Seeing that Yu Yixiang was no longer aggressive, Qian Duoduo stepped onto the shore, vigorously shaking her blue robe, purposely splashing water that accidentally sprayed a few droplets onto Yu Yixiang. "Your sister seems to be panting again. I'm going back. Don't follow me. There's nothing to see," Qian Duoduo called as she walked towards her small courtyard, waving her hand. Such a domineering and fierce woman, no matter how beautiful, Qian Duoduo had no desire to encounter again. Whether in the water or on the shore, after guarding for a day and night in the courtyard, when Qian Duoduo was able to control the Jin Yu sword to 20 zhang away, a dull sound emanated from within the house, signaling Huang Gairen's breakthrough to the 4th level of qi condensation. Before Qian Duoduo could push the door open, Huang Guiren, with a more robust aura and disheveled hair, emerged. "You've spent over 20,000 on me." Huang Guiren returned the token to Qian Duoduo. She led him to the mountain gate for registration. The mountain gate. Brother Wu Binghua graciously processed his entry and allowed him to choose a residence near Qian Duoduo. In courtyard number 1981. "Let us go." Huang Guiren changed into the outer disciple's robes, and Qian Duoduo waved her hand at him. "Where are you off to?" "To the task hall, to repay your debts." Qian Duoduo glanced at Huang Gairen's token, which displayed a debt of 1,880,000. "Absolutely not that I want to let you repay my debts," Huang Guiren objected. "This small sum, I can manage. Besides, if your debts remain unpaid, you will be forced to take on more tasks." "Who will assist me with my work?" Qian Duoduo patted his back. "Come on, the sooner you repay it, the better, to avoid any trouble from the task hall." The task hall was a crucial department within the sect. Every disciple and elder had to undertake tasks yearly, with no exceptions. If one was in seclusion, they had to make up for missed tasks afterward. Those with public positions had to complete one task a year, while those without had to complete two. Generally speaking, the difficulty of tasks corresponded to the annual training expenses of the disciples or elders, preventing the sect from harboring idlers and ensuring a balance of income and expenditure. The tasks at the task hall were diverse, encompassing everything from planting spirit herbs and raising spirit beasts, to crafting magical artifacts and elixirs, delivering goods, sending messages, exploring undeveloped areas outside the sect, and hunting ferocious beasts. Anyone could issue or accept tasks. If disciples or elders failed to take on tasks within the designated time, the task hall would assign them. Given that the sect had nearly 100,000 disciples and elders, interactions with the task hall were inevitable, leading to a courteous demeanor towards its personnel. The elders in the task hall wielded a certain authority akin to that of the chief elder. The disciples in the task hall, being all inner sect members, were astute and resolute individuals. As Qian Duoduo and Huang Guiren descended Mingyuan Mountain towards the task hall, They crossed Lingwu Avenue to find several war chariots racing by. These chariots, crafted by weapon masters, were at least of the artisan quality. Due to their simple operation, disciples at the Qi condensation realm could also drive them. Not only were they fast, but they also could withstand attacks from fierce beasts. It was said that higher-end chariots were called winged chariots, capable of soaring through the air at speeds surpassing that of spirit birds. After passing Lingwu Avenue, they arrived at a square, where the task hall lay beneath one peak. Flanked by two towers that housed the attending elders and disciples, between the towers stood a spacious and bright task hall, covering thousands of square feet, divided into 33 smaller halls based on task characteristics. As Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren reached the entrance of the task hall, a figure clad in orange approached them eagerly. "Why did you two take so long? I have been waiting impatiently. Come in quickly." This enthusiastic and handsome inner disciple was none other than Jean Buke. Chapter 38. Do the most profitable task. Qian Duoduo felt as if she had stepped on a venomous snake. Wanting nothing more than to turn and flee, entirely unwilling to enter the task hall, however, Huang Guoren's debt had to be repaid. This debt was like a venomous fang deeply embedded in her flesh, demanding to be extracted sooner rather than later. Resolutely, Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren followed Jean Buke into the task hall. Upon entering, they were struck by the sheer number of people. It was almost shoulder to shoulder. With at least 1,000 individuals present, it was only natural, as everyone had tasks to complete. With nearly 1 million disciples and elders, this was the daily average. Moreover, one had to be selective when undertaking tasks. Those like Huang Guoren, who received tasks directly from above, were indeed rare. Such opportunities were closely tied to Jean Buke, who stood before them. To an unfamiliar observer, Jean Buke would undoubtedly appear to be a promising youth, handsome, skilled, and courteous, a star of hope within the sect. Yet, only Jean Buchuan and Qian Duoduo knew the true nature of this seemingly exemplary individual. This way, Jean Buke smiled as he led them to a counter marked with the words Task Submission. Huang Guoren placed his token into the counter slot. The counter immediately emitted a low rumble, and the tabletop glowed red, displaying the message of a debt totaling 1,880,000. This spectacle drew the attention of many in the hall, but upon recognizing Huang Guoren, they quickly turned away. The sect's number one unfortunate, right? It's normal to owe money, no matter how much. Seems like he's reached a new low. What kind of work could lead to such debt? An outer disciple probably couldn't repay even as a ghost. Such unabashed discussions resonated in the ears of Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren, making Huang Guoren lower his head, nearly shrinking into his neck. "I will repay his debts," Qian Duoduo declared as she produced her own token. Jean Buke burst into laughter. "I knew you were a loyal one." Qian Duoduo placed her token into another slot, selecting the option to repay someone else's debt. Once again, red lights flashed, and Huang Guoren's token finally displayed a zero balance. Huang Guoren wiped the sweat from his brow. Trembling as he retrieved his token, Jean Buke handed Qian Duoduo's token back with a smile, saying, "Thank you, little brother. During my seclusion, I devised a brilliant money-lending business and earned quite a fortune. I am immensely grateful." His face radiated with a brilliant glow, and his eyes sparkled with pride, reminiscent of a python that had just consumed an entire cow. Initially, Qian Duoduo thought her brother was the chosen one, who, after emerging from prison, had stirred up such a commotion in a mere broken vault, amassing enough gold coins to cultivate to the 9th level of Qi condensation. She felt a deep admiration and was particularly pleased, envisioning a day when she could shake hands and celebrate with her brother in the inner sect. However, there was a slight deviation in her expectations. Jean Buke's filthy hand rested on Qian Duoduo's shoulder. Saliva sprang onto her face. "What a pity. Your token balance is now under 10,000. You're another poor soul. Reaching the 9th level will be quite a challenge. You will miss out on many opportunities. I can't help but worry for you. Alas, what should we do?" His voice was low, audible only to the three of them, yet it brimmed with suppressed excitement. "You and I are still somewhat different. You only think of yourself, while I think more about the sect, about the Jean family. You always seek to earn for yourself, to elevate your own cultivation. Yet, I toil for the sect at the task hall and contemplate its growth. Such a lucrative money-lending venture naturally belongs to the sect, right?" Jean Buke chuckled smugly, his eyes gleaming as he looked down upon Qian Duoduo. "Does this not illustrate the disparity in our perspectives?" "It certainly does. This mindset ensures you will always lag behind me, and no matter how hard you struggle, you remain but an ant beneath my feet. No, that's not right. Now there are two ants. Two unfortunate souls, a perfect combination of misfortune. He turned to Huang Guoran, giving him a thumbs up with both hands. Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoran huddled closely, rendered speechless, akin to two lambs surrendering under the claws of a ravenous wolf. Jean Buke deeply bowed to Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoran, exclaiming loudly, "Welcome, little prodigies of cultivation. Jean Buchuan will visit the task hall again when time permits. Safe travels, no need to see me off." Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoran stumbled their way out of the task hall, making their way towards the distant Mingyuan mountain. Prior to entering the task hall, Qian Duoduo had contemplated the possibility of the coins within his token being depleted. Yet he never anticipated encountering Jean Buke. In truth, it was not merely an encounter. Jean Buke had been waiting for Qian Duoduo all along. Huang Guoran was merely a bait, while Qian Duoduo was the prime target he sought to ensnare. With a deep exhale, Qian Duoduo endeavored to dispel the clouds of anxiety that loomed over him. Upon reaching the archway at the entrance of Mingyuan Mountain, he called out to Huang Guoran, "Take a good look at me. Am I dead?" Huang Guoran, bewildered by Qian Duoduo's inquiry, shook his head vigorously. "Now look again. Have I lost a piece of flesh?" "Not at all," Huang Guoran replied earnestly after scrutinizing him closely. "Then there's nothing to worry about," Qian Duoduo declared loudly. "That dimwit thinks he can force us into submission, but we shall not yield. He wishes for us to abandon our pursuits? Not a chance." In a hushed tone, Huang Guoran confessed, "I refuse to submit as well, despite my fears. If we are forbidden from engaging in borrowing for profit, then we shall not partake in it. From this moment forth, I shall pursue the most lucrative endeavor." Qian Duoduo turned to shout down the hillside, as if addressing an audience of thousands below. "Indeed, let us pursue the most profitable venture," Huang Guoran echoed with a grin. "I shall become a master artificer," Qian Duoduo declared, taking a deep breath. "From this day on, I shall strive to be the greatest artificer." The moment those words left his lips, an inner voice reassured him that his choice was indeed the right one. Mastery of the art of crafting would render him immune to theft. Whatever treasures he desired could be created by his own hand, placing his fate firmly in his own grasp. Huang Guoran, taken aback, reached out to touch Qian Duoduo's forehead, relieved to find it cool to the touch. "The greatest? Just how great is that?" he murmured, not seeking clarification but simply perplexed. After a moment's reflection, Qian Duoduo replied, "I intend to forge this sky and this earth." Huang Guoran's brow furrowed in confusion, clearly unable to grasp Qian Duoduo's words. "If you were to forge the sky and the earth, where would we hide? Is there not a realm beyond this sky? Are you not aware?" Qian Duoduo countered. "What if there is no realm beyond the sky? You have never ventured beyond the sky. How can you assert that it exists? If you doubt the existence of a realm beyond the sky, then from whence comes this notion? Surely it is spoken by those who have traversed beyond, or who possess knowledge of such a realm." Qian Duoduo had picked up a thing or two about banter from his senior. By Machi Huang Guoran paused, conceding, "You make a valid point. I find myself hoping you become an artificer swiftly. When you do, I wish for you to forge the treasure I desire most." "Oh? What treasure do you seek?" Qian Duoduo inquired with curiosity. "I shall tell you once you become an artificer," Huang Guoran replied. Usually candid with Qian Duoduo, but this time withholding it seemed he harbored doubts about Qian Duoduo, not about his character, but about his potential to become an artificer. What he did not realize was that Qian Duoduo had never practiced cultivation before. Yet now he was at the third level of qi condensation, soon to reach the fourth. Qian Duoduo retrieved the jade slip of the Artificer's Encyclopedia from the Jin Shan and waved it before Huang Guoran. "Look at this. Do you see what it is? This was personally given to me by Elder Tianshu of the Artificer Hall." Huang Guoran accepted it and briefly scanned it with his spiritual sense before producing a jade slip from his own storage pouch. "And what do you think this is?" "Oh, could it be another Artificer's Encyclopedia?" Qian Duoduo asked in disbelief. Upon examining it closely, Qian Duoduo discovered that the content was indeed identical to his own, the first volume. As far as I know, every disciple who visits the Artificer Hall for the first time is gifted a copy of the first volume of the Artificer's Encyclopedia by an elder. Huang Guoran's words jolted Qian Duoduo from his lofty dreams of becoming the greatest artificer. However, he could not shake the feeling that Elder Tianshu's words were sincere. not mere flattery. Once you have finished studying the book, you will have to memorize it all. Then, you will take the assessment at the Wanjin Pavilion. Huang Guoran nodded. Qian Duoduo's heart sank further. Passing the assessment would grant him the second volume and make him an apprentice artificer? Unwilling to admit defeat, he pressed on with his queries. Indeed, first as an apprentice artificer, then as a first-grade artificer and the refining spirit sect, artificers are exceedingly rare. Bo encouraged disciples to learn the craft. The Artificer Hall has devised numerous strategies, including distributing books for free. Have you received the second volume? Qian Duoduo scrutinized Huang Guoran, fearful he might have it in his possession. Such a revelation would leave him utterly despondent. Not at all. I find that the Artificer Encyclopedia puts me to sleep the moment I open it. I can hardly focus. I only pull it out to glance at when I am unable to eat or sleep. Using it as a sleep aid, Huang Guoran admitted, slightly embarrassed. He could hardly spare the time to ponder the Artificer Encyclopedia when he struggled to satisfy his hunger. His words elicited a chuckle from Qian Duoduo. In comparison, he was indeed different. He could spend an entire day in the equipment section, engrossed in the Artificer Encyclopedia, becoming more invigorated with each page turned. Books could be given to everyone, but not everyone had a passion for reading. After parting ways with Huang Guoran, Qian Duoduo returned to his small courtyard and placed his token upon the spiritual platform, discovering a balance of just over 8,000 coins. He would have to be frugal. He could no longer afford to treat spiritual energy as an endless resource as he had in the past. As Qian Duoduo lamented his financial situation, the balance unexpectedly changed, increasing by 500. Today happened to be the day for the distribution of cultivation funds. Huang Guoran should also receive 500 gold coins, alleviating his immediate concerns about food and drink. Seated on the spiritual platform, Qian Duoduo contemplated his options, lowering the stakes to earn 10 coins per hour, reminiscent of his first experience on the spiritual platform. Poverty had its own way of life, lighting an incense stick for focusing the mind. Qian Duoduo opened the Artificer's Encyclopedia, determined to immerse himself in this classic text that every disciple possessed. There were 10,000 types of spiritual plants, categorized into 4 main classes. Each plant was divided into 6 parts: roots, stems, leaves, flowers, fruits, and seeds. With each plant he examined, Qian Duoduo envisioned how he might utilize it in crafting, pondering the wondrous creations he could manifest. For any uncertainties, he would consult Lu Bolid at that moment. Lu Boli felt a swell of joy. The plight of poverty had driven Qian Duoduo toward the path of artificing, harboring aspirations of becoming the greatest artificer. This was far preferable to his previous struggles. Now, his goal was to maintain Qian Duoduo's enthusiasm for the craft. With a good mood, his temper would likewise remain pleasant. Qian Duoduo could ask questions at any time, and he would provide answers in kind. His responses flowed so smoothly that Qian Duoduo found himself contemplating more peculiar questions to challenge the old artificer. The more he pondered, the more delighted Lu Boli became. Days passed swiftly, and after several readings of the Artificer's Encyclopedia, Qian Duoduo felt a newfound sense of confidence. He decided to visit the Wanjin Pavilion to gauge the difficulty of becoming an apprentice artificer. One clear morning, as Qian Duoduo opened his courtyard door, he noticed a path leading towards the Menyuan River. There, he spied a familiar figure busily at work. It was none other than Huang Guoran. He was laboriously transporting stones from the grass to construct a pathway approximately 2 feet wide. Upon seeing Qian Duoduo approach, he paused to explain. The riverbank is rich in spiritual energy and free of charge. There are fish, shrimp, spiritual turtles, and frogs. Qian Duoduo understood Huang Guoran's intentions. The riverbank was not only a place of cultivation, but also a source of food. He resolved to follow suit when he found himself short on coins. After exchanging a few compliments, Huang Guoran departed. He did not inform Qian Duoduo of his purpose, nor of the mermaids lurking downstream. The Wanjin Pavilion was the place for trading equipment within the sect, situated between Wunan Peak and Jinjian Peak, south of the task hall. After a journey of over half an hour, Qian Duoduo spotted 10 golden pillars in the distance. He had arrived at the Wanjin Pavilion. Beneath these 10 golden pillars lay the grand plaza of the Wanjin Pavilion. Each pillar was resplendent, soaring dozens of zhang high and piercing the sky, adorned with vibrant red patterns. Each pattern represented the mark of an artificer. Arranged neatly from lowest to highest, Disciples who came to participate in assessments had the chance to leave their unique marks on the golden pillars if they achieved excellent results. Each pillar recorded the assessment of one volume of the Artificer's Encyclopedia. The better the performance, the higher the mark and the larger the pattern. Conversely, poor performance would result in placement lower down and smaller patterns. The highest position on the pillar was referred to as the pillar head. Only the most exceptional artificers within the sect could attain this distinction. Standing before the golden pillars, Qian Duoduo gazed up in admiration at the diverse array of patterns, his heart brimming with respect. Despite the towering height of the pillars, each could only accommodate 100 patterns. Although the Refining Spirit sect was a prestigious sect with a history spanning millennia, there were only 1,000 patterns across all the pillars. Behind these patterns stood scholars of the highest order, akin to Jean Buke, renowned within the artificer community. Some patterns even appeared repeatedly, indicating that an individual had consistently ranked among the top 100 across different assessments. As the plaza grew increasingly crowded with disciples, some came for assessments while others, like Qian Duoduo, were merely there to observe. As Qian Duoduo circled several golden pillars, he discovered a few repeated patterns. Much to his astonishment, among the most surprising was a fire phoenix pattern, which astonishingly appeared as the pillar head on 6 different pillars. This fire phoenix, resembling a flickering flame, exuded an undeniable aura of power. It was no small feat to pass the assessment, and becoming a pillar head was even more challenging. The fire phoenix achieving the status of pillar head on 6 pillars was a remarkable achievement, akin to scaling the heavens. As Qian Duoduo marveled at this, feeling a mix of admiration and suppression, he found himself devoid of the courage to proceed to the wooden house behind the pillars for the assessment. Suddenly, the crowd surged, and numerous disciples began to shout, "They are coming! They are coming!" The sound of the crowd surged like the tide, and the throng of people surged forward, following the fiery gazes they cast. Qian Duoduo turned his gaze southward, where he beheld a resplendent red rainbow approaching from afar. This long rainbow resembled a red long sword, upon which stood a woman clad in blue robes. The woman, not yet 20, possessed flowing red hair, unbound and cascading like a flickering flame in the air. Her eyes and brows curved gracefully, and her skin gleamed with the smoothness of porcelain. Senior Sister Chao. Do not push. Even if you manage to get closer, she will not spare you a glance. Today, Senior Sister intends to challenge the 7th pillar. Should she secure the first place, she will become the 7th pillar master. But what is the 7th pillar master? Senior Sister Chao stands against the ancients, determined to become the 10th pillar master, thereby establishing a record unmatched in the Refining Spirit sect and entering the inner sanctum with her head held high. Around Qian Duoduo, the disciples reacted with hushed gasps and awestruck gazes, some engaging in low murmurs of debate. Through their exchanges, Qian Duoduo learned that this Senior Sister Chao was named Chao Yueying. Renowned as the Fire Phoenix, she was not only the foremost disciple of the master of the Xuangu Mountain, but also a rare talent in artifact refinement, an exceptional fire spirit body. Despite her lofty qualifications, she remained remarkably humble, starting from the ranks of menial workers and outer disciples, honing her character through perseverance. Her relentless pursuit of progress was often overshadowed by her stunning beauty, earning her the title of the foremost among the 4 phoenixes of the sect. These 4 phoenixes included the Fire Phoenix Chao Yueying, the Ghost Phoenix Nangong Nizi, the Ice Phoenix Yu Yixiang, and the Jade Phoenix Wang Meruah. Reflecting on Yu Yixiang, who had nearly blinded Qian Duoduo with a silver sword, he mused that the Ice Phoenix's moniker was indeed fitting. As he pondered, a tremendous force surged from behind, nearly toppling him to the ground. Once he regained his footing, he saw Chao Yueying had landed beneath the golden pillar before him, her gaze unwavering as she strode with purpose into a row of wooden houses behind the pillar. Casually selecting one to enter. Chapter 40. Cultivating herbs and raising chickens. Only then did Qian Duoduo notice that behind each golden pillar stood dozens of wooden houses, seemingly designated for assessments. Not long after, he observed a dejected disciple emerge from one of the wooden houses. Shortly thereafter, another gray-faced disciple exited from a different house. It appeared that the assessments were quite challenging. Qian Duoduo attempted to peek through the crack of the door to discern what lay within, but the fleeting moment of the door opening left him none the wiser. After glancing around, he seized an unfamiliar outer disciple, shamelessly showering him with compliments to glean some information regarding the golden pillars and wooden houses. The 10 golden pillars were categorized into 4 for material debate and 6 for artifact creation. Among the 6 for artifact creation, 4 were for imitation and 2 for creation. The material debate pillars corresponded to the Spirit Plant Scroll, Spirit Beast Scroll, Spirit Bird Scroll, and Spirit Mind Scroll, testing one's memory. Upon entering the wooden houses, one would enter a space filled with disassembled materials. The assessors needed to piece together a complete artifact within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The more accurate the assembly, the better the score. The imitation pillars related to the Attack Artifact Scroll, Defense Artifact Scroll, Utility Artifact Scroll, and Puppet Scroll, assessing one's ability to imitate. After entering the wooden house, one would enter a crafting space, where the more artifacts successfully imitated within the time limit, the higher the quality, leading to better results. The creation pillars were associated with the Transformation Artifact Scroll and the Combination Artifact Scroll. It was said that very few disciples passed these 2 assessments, and not many were privy to the specifics of the evaluations. There was a strict order to these 10 golden pillars. One must pass the first scroll to access the second. Without clearing the 8th scroll, one would not be allowed to attempt the 9th. Participation in the golden pillar assessments was not limited in frequency, allowing for repeated attempts. However, the pillars only recorded the best performance. To become an artifact boy, one needed merely to pass the first scroll. To become an artifact apprentice, one had to clear the first 4 scrolls. Yet, to advance to the status of an artifact master, one must independently refine an artifact. The level of the artifact determined the rank of the artifact master. After listening to the elder's introduction, Qian Duoduo felt that the path to becoming an artifact master was exceedingly arduous, leading him to reconsider his aspirations, even doubting his suitability for the role. In his view, these 10 golden pillars were not pillars of achievement, but rather instruments of competition that spurred disciples into a frenzy of rivalry. Qian Duoduo's ideal was to take it easy and embrace a carefree existence, rather than flitting between these golden pillars, striving to leave his mark upon them and the grand scheme of time. Why bother with incessantly practicing here? With this thought, he concluded that Qiao Yueying's fervor was not one of majesty but rather foolishness, obsessing over the illusory title of 10th Pillar Master. Finding justification to avoid the assessments and the golden pillars, he felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders. In the chaotic and foolishly exuberant square, Qian Duoduo longed to leave and decided to visit the Wanjin Pavilion. As he approached the entrance, a commotion erupted behind him in the square. Look, look! The fire phoenix has leapt atop the pillar again. Senior Sister Qiao, how magnificent! Congratulations to Senior Sister for achieving first place among the 7 pillars. Many disciples exclaimed in unison. Qiao Yueying had emerged from the wooden house. Senior Sister Qiao, we await your ascension to 10th Pillar Master, shaking the entire sect and delivering good news to the 5 great mountains. A bold disciple shouted, presenting a verbal bouquet of praise. Hearing such fervent declarations, Qian Duoduo couldn't help but shake his head. They were merely disciples swayed by the rules of the golden pillars. Unlike them, he felt like a clear-minded individual within the world of cultivation. Upon entering the Wanjin Pavilion, he found it considerably quieter. The pavilion not only sold materials but also accepted them, albeit at prices roughly 20% lower than the selling price, accounting for the sect's profit. Naturally, the elders in charge of the material acceptance business determined the pricing, with better quality fetching higher prices. Here, practicality reigned supreme. Qian Duoduo eagerly examined the various materials. These items could either be utilized or converted into currency, providing a sense of security, precisely what he needed. Reflecting on financial matters, he felt even more lucid. His initial purpose for visiting the Wanjin Pavilion was to explore how to become an artifact boy. However, the aspiration to become an artifact boy was merely a means to earn money. Now, it seemed that the odds of passing the assessment for an artifact boy were slim, and he needed to focus on materials instead. In Qian Duoduo's possession were over 100 chicken feet and dozens of chicken beaks, leftovers from indulgent meals when he had money. The Wanjin Pavilion also accepted chicken feet and beaks, but the 100 or so he had would only fetch a little over 100 gold coins, which wouldn't solve much. If that didn't work, he could always dabble in materials, cultivating or raising them to sell in the pavilion. This could also alleviate his financial woes. The more he thought about it, the more viable it seemed. He began searching the Wanjin Pavilion. This tiger tooth is priced quite well, at 2,000 gold coins for just one. But this spirit tiger is a battle beast. I cannot hunt it at my current level of cultivation. Abandon that idea. This phoenix tail goes for 3,000, but I can't catch it either. Forget it. This Taishan elephant tusk is 4,000. I must seek it outside this sect. Pass on that as well. After turning a few circles, he found that while the Wanjin Pavilion had a plethora of spirit herbs, spirit beasts, and spirit birds, very few were accessible to him. It was either too expensive or beyond his capabilities. If that didn't pan out, he would have to start from the most basic level of cultivating herbs. Within the Wanjin Pavilion, there was a type of herb called Ziyun Ing, whose leaves and seeds were accepted here as feed for spirit chickens. He found that cultivating Ziyun Ing was quite suitable. The initial investment was small, yet the yield was decent, albeit requiring some effort. A pound of Ziyun Ing seeds cost merely 3 gold coins. And 5 pounds could sow an acre. If he could also raise a few spirit chickens, it would be even better. The Ziyun Ing could be directly used as feed for the spirit chickens, rendering the cost of raising them nearly negligible. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly purchased 10 pounds of Ziyun Ing. Whether it would succeed remained to be seen, but there was plenty of open land by the river. Upon exiting the Wanjin Pavilion, he found that a significant portion of the crowd in the square had dispersed. Chao Yueying had undoubtedly left. Otherwise, those fervent admirers would not have departed. In the months since arriving in this cultivation world, Qian Duoduo had grown accustomed to witnessing the fervor of disciples engaged in martial contests and artifact refinement. However, he could not bring himself to share their enthusiasm, always feeling that there lay another answer in this world. Another path leading to the same unknown destination. His desire for differentiation stemmed from the chilling presence of the cold, lifeless corpse of Jin Buhuan, which lingered perpetually before his eyes, silently conveying that striving and enduring as he did might not necessarily be the correct path. Upon returning to his outer sect quarters, Huang Guoren was still busy paving the road. Qian Duoduo shared his thoughts on cultivating herbs and raising chickens, to which Huang Guoren exclaimed that it was a brilliant plan. In Qian Duoduo's view, his reaction seemed a bit exaggerated. This was merely his choice to avoid the competitive grind dictated by the rules. Yet perhaps for Huang Guoren, any idea proposed by Qian Duoduo deserved unconditional support, especially since Qian Duoduo had helped him repay a debt of over 1 million. Certainly, being able to feast on spirit chicken meat regularly would be akin to creating a paradise for him. Without waiting for Qian Duoduo to say more, he rushed to the Spirit Plant Research Institute, whether to buy or borrow, to procure a plethora of tools for cultivating herbs. After a few busy days, the two of them cleared a patch of land in the courtyard and planted all the Ziyun Ing. During this time, Qian Duoduo also purchased 100 spirit chicks to place in his yard. Their actions left Lu Boli both amused and exasperated. Qian Duoduo's unconventional thinking was rather bold. After witnessing Chao Yueying's ascent to the pillar, he no longer wished to participate in the artifact refinement assessments. However, this was not entirely negative. Focusing on materials would solidify the foundation for his future endeavors in artifact refinement. Lu Boli believed that once Qian Duoduo amassed a sufficient quantity of materials, he would inevitably gravitate back toward the path of artifact refinement. Lu Boli reassured himself, the thinking of mortals is inherently different from that of cultivators. Qian Duoduo's pursuit of materials could also be considered a step upon the road of artifact refinement. In the days of financial hardship, Qian Duoduo practiced the Jinin sword and Jingguang technique during the day, while at night, he studied the first volume of the Encyclopedia of Artifact Refinement. Should cultivating herbs and raising chickens fail, he would have to begrudgingly tread the path of artifact refinement. However, he resolutely refused to engage in the foolishness of brushing up on exam questions like a mere novice. A month passed, and the purple cloud beans grew taller each day, as did the little spirit chickens. When the little spirit chickens flapped their wings in the courtyard, attempting to fly, Qian Duoduo felt that cultivating grass and raising chickens had proven successful. It was time to expand the venture tenfold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. The small courtyard of the outer disciples would surely not suffice, so he and Huang Guoren set their sights on the untapped land by the riverbank. Chapter 41. The blossoming of chickens. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs yield chickens. Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren counted on their fingers, growing increasingly excited. They reminded each other to avoid greed, ultimately deciding to cultivate 1,000 acres along the riverbank. 1,000 acres equated to 60,000 square zhang. The produce from these 1,000 acres would nearly be enough for both to ascend to the inner sect. In truth, 1,000 acres was not particularly vast, 200 zhang wide and 300 zhang long. Huang Guoren muttered. Armed with sickles, hoes, and rakes, they arrived at the riverbank, selecting a densely overgrown patch of wild grass as their first estate. The first volume of the Encyclopedia of Refining Tools spoke of spiritual plants, stating that dense grass indicated fertile soil. As cultivators themselves, Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren wielded their sickles with ease, and a fierce wind swept through, clearing the wild grass from the 1,000 acres in just half a day. They referred to this process as practicing their skills while reclaiming land, lighthearted and enjoyable. However, raking out the grass roots proved more challenging. The rake was heavier than the sickle, and the tangled roots required much more effort to remove. At this moment, Qian Duoduo felt that 1,000 acres was indeed a significant expanse, nearly rivaling all the farmland in the village. A thought struck him. Did this not also signify that he was swiftly becoming a wealthy landowner? This notion excited him, and his actions of plowing and raking became much quicker. After 3 days of relentless effort, drenched in sweat, the 1,000-acre estate was finally fully cultivated. Gazing at the vast expanse of turned soil, Qian Duoduo leaned on the plow, feeling a surge of emotion, as if he could envision countless spirit chickens foraging for food, laying eggs, and hatching chicks. This estate belonged solely to him and Huang Guoren. No one could take it away, nor did they have any reason to. If anyone dared to covet it, he would stake his life to defend it, no matter who it was. Let South name the estate, Huang Guoren said, holding his rake with an air of authority as if it were a grand artifact. Let us call it the Unchanging Estate, Qian Duoduo suggested after a moment's thought. A splendid name. Jin Buhuan. Not only does it reference your elder brother's name, but it also signifies that we want to exchange it for gold. No, it's not just that. Even if the heavens were to trade with us, we would still not exchange it. Heaven not to change. Huang Guoren extended his tongue in agreement. All right, I'll find a large stone to carve these two characters onto. He went off to find a stone while Qian Duoduo headed to Wanjin Pavilion. Now that the land was cultivated, it was time to sow seeds and release the chicks. Upon arriving at Wanjin Pavilion, he realized he had been overly optimistic. The over 8,000 gold coins he held, even if entirely converted to purple cloud bean seeds, would not suffice for 1,000 acres, let alone purchase spirit chicks. After much deliberation, Qian Duoduo resolved to buy 2,000 spirit chicks and use the remaining funds to purchase over 100 acres of purple cloud bean seeds. Chickens could lay eggs, and eggs could yield chickens. Therefore, the priority was the chickens, followed by the grass. Upon returning to the estate, he found the stone tablet had already been erected, inscribed with the 2 large characters for Unchanging. Qian Duoduo bowed deeply to Huang Guoren, exclaiming, "Good estate master, come and prepare a few chickens." Huang Guoren quickly reciprocated the gesture. "Good estate lord, I shall catch and slaughter them fresh for you, ensuring they are delicious and affordable." Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile, as they scattered the grass seeds. Qian Duoduo felt a connection to the land for the first time. In the past, he had always felt like a drifting wisp, having stumbled into this world by chance. Now, however, it seemed as if he was struggling to grasp a piece of earth, striving to extend a root. What was sown was not merely grass seeds, but a part of himself, hailing from the mortal realm, from a humble village. Upon returning to the courtyard under the bright moonlight, Qian Duoduo suddenly noticed that the purple cloud beans had quietly bloomed. The violet flowers formed a continuous expanse, resembling a cloud descending to the earth. This cloud, created by his own hands, was breathtakingly beautiful. In the chicken coop by the courtyard wall, 100 spirit chicks were nestled together, sound asleep. What are those white objects beneath the chicken coop? Qian Duoduo approached to investigate, bursting into laughter upon discovering that his spirit chickens had laid eggs. Picking up an egg, he felt a sense of wonder. The flowers were the eggs beneath the grass, and the eggs were the flowers produced by the chickens. This realization blossomed in Qian Duoduo's heart. The intertwining of 2 forms of life lent a sweetness to his recent toil, rivaling the joy of leveling up in his cultivation. Until now, he had merely perceived them as tools for profit, yet today they brought forth an unexpected delight. Qian Duoduo's heart calmed, free from the initial panic of entering confinement. Devoid of fear from Jean Buch's oppression, unburdened by anxieties of cultivation, and liberated from hesitations about becoming a refining master, in his ears, the sounds of summer night insects filled the air. Crickets competing in song, cicadas courting, and spirit chickens murmuring in their dreams. He could hear the roots of the purple cloud beans stretching, the new sprouts of spiritual herbs pushing forth, and the leaves of wild grass swaying. The symphony of life resonated from various points, intertwining to create a heavenly melody. As he listened, Qian Duoduo's spiritual awareness suddenly heightened, a surge of energy uncontrollably radiating from him, breaking through a barrier within his body. As if a great wind had swept through, Qian Duo was heart-soared with joy. He had reached the 4th level of qi condensation, though he had refrained from practicing Yongfu Hongguei Gong over the past few days. He had not ceased practicing the golden light technique. Progress had been slow, and he initially thought it would take over a month to break through. Unexpectedly, immersed in the celestial sounds of a summer night, he entered a mysterious state, swiftly unblocking his spiritual meridians. Just as he reveled in this newfound achievement, he noticed the spirit chickens in the coop huddled together, emitting distressed cries, and several spirit chicken eggs on the ground had turned to a puddle of water. This, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Though these few spirit chicken eggs held little monetary value, they represented the hard-earned efforts of the spirit chickens from chick to adult. Indeed, he had advanced to the 4th level. Just as Qian Duo contemplated whether to take the broken spirit chicken eggs back for a dish, the long silent Lu Laozu and the golden toad finally spoke, jokingly remarking, "I thought you intended to become a farmer. I don't want to either." However, being broke is quite challenging, Qian Duo admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had intended to begin refining tools, but after a trip to Wanjin Pavilion, he had hesitated once more, a fact that Lu Laozu likely understood. As a refining master, he surely held little regard for alternative means of income, especially such an unrefined path as farming. Yet, Lu Boli had to empathize with him. As a poor villager, his foremost concern was finding something to eat, merely striving to survive. "Let us see to what extent you can control the golden yu sword." Lu Boli refrained from pressing further on refining. Allowing Qian Duo to breathe easier, he formed a hand gesture, and the golden yu sword shot forth like a beam of golden light, soaring 10 zhang away before coming to a swift halt. Hovering steadily in mid-air, the sensation felt much smoother, invigorating Qian Duo. With another hand gesture, the golden yu sword danced gracefully in the air, weaving up and down. It surpassed 30 zhang, then 40 zhang, and finally exceeded 50 zhang. Guided by an imperceptible flow of spiritual energy, the golden yu sword obediently thrust forward and executed a side slash, illuminating the surroundings and exuding an extraordinary presence. The days spent cutting grass and plowing had proved beneficial. Having used cumbersome farming tools, wielding the sword felt as effortless as lifting a feather. In this moment, should he compete on stage against fellow outer disciples, he would surely have a fighting chance. Elated, Qian Duo sheathed the sword, eagerly awaiting Lu Boli to impart the knowledge of how to utilize the golden yu sword for soundwave attacks. "By dawn, I will teach you." Lu Laozu had not forgotten. Knowing well what Qian Duo awaited, he teased, having kept him in suspense for a month, as if these few hours mattered. Let him wait, Qian Duo thought. Chapter 42. The essential artifact for a laid-back life as dawn light filtered through the window. The sounds of birds chirping wafted from outside. Qian Duo jumped from his bed, gently pushed the door open, and strolled towards the Mengyuan River. Ever since the little spirit chicks had arrived in the courtyard, his sword practice location had shifted to the riverbank. The Mengyuan Mountains in the early morning were shrouded in light mist. The mist-clad mountains appeared as if adorned by silken veils, with the occasionally visible rocks and trees resembling her skin and flowing hair. Damp as if freshly emerged from the river, the spiritual insects in the grass whispered to one another, while the distant river exhaled softly. For the first time, Qian Duo perceived a sense of familiarity with this place. Perhaps this was the feeling of home. Following Lu Boli's instructions, Qian Duo positioned himself on a high point along the riverbank, with the golden yu sword hovering quietly about 5 zhang in front of him. The Mengyuan River surged below the sword, with the river mist gradually dissipating, almost ethereal as it floated upon the water's surface. A streak of crimson appeared on the horizon, heralding the dawn. Lu Boli commanded, "Infuse spiritual energy into the sword's hilt and direct it towards the sword's tip." Qian Duo gripped the hilt firmly, unleashing the reservoir of spiritual energy that surged into the sword's hilt. Reaching the tip in an instant, the tip of the golden yu sword suddenly expanded, resembling a proud rooster extending its neck, and a resounding crow echoed forth from the sword, piercing the heavens. At this moment, across 5 celestial mountains and throughout the realms, countless proud spirit chickens crowed in unison. Darkness receded, and light surged forth. With that crow, a deep whirlpool inexplicably emerged on the surface of the Mingyuan River. The swirling water drawn downward by the current. Master, this sound wave attack is quite formidable, Qian Duoduo thought to himself as he sheathed the golden yu sword, praising Lu Boli in his heart. After waiting for over a month, the outcome was deemed acceptable. Lu Boli maintained a serene expression, as if he had anticipated this all along. After a brief pause, he continued, in truth, there are treasures in farming. If one possesses the skills, not only could one manage 1,000 acres, but even 10,000 acres could be handled effortlessly. Moreover, if one could master the art of puppet crafting, it would be even more convenient. His words struck Qian Duoduo with the same clarity as the earlier crow of a rooster. If he could have 3 or 5 puppets to assist him, wouldn't he be able to relax and count his riches? Puppets. Now that was an essential artifact for a laid-back lifestyle. His past self had been naive. While it was foolish to regard the pillar as merely a means to refine tools, was it equally foolish to oppose the crafting of tools simply because one opposed becoming a pillar? Why hadn't Lu Boli reminded him of this sooner? Now enlightened, Qian Duoduo realized that refining tools and managing a manor were not contradictory. They could create a synergistic relationship akin to planting grass and raising chickens. Crafting more efficient manor artifacts could yield greater outputs, allowing for the production of more tools, which in turn could be used to create even better artifacts. Qian Duoduo waved towards the direction of Wanjin Pavilion, saying, "My apologies, though I am not fond of the fervor in your establishment, I must still pay a visit." Observing the realization on his face, Lu Boli felt a surge of joy, silently reflecting, this impudent lad. The benefits of tool refinement are plentiful. Only through experiencing hardship and requiring solutions, with a gentle nudge, can he be guided back to the path of crafting. Descending from a height, Qian Duoduo passed by the Bu Huan Manor, dug into the soil, and noticed that the seeds he had planted the previous day had already plumped up significantly, poised to sprout. The spiritual energy of this celestial mountain was indeed robust. Whatever was planted or raised flourished rapidly, far beyond the capabilities of his former impoverished village. Yesterday, the 2,000 spiritual chicks were brought into his courtyard by Huang Guoran, who feared theft, stating that they would be transferred to the manor once the chicken coop was constructed. However, the timeline for the coop's completion remained uncertain. Currently, both their tokens were devoid of funds, and the 1,000-acre manor still had over 800 acres left to cultivate. It's all right, Qian Duoduo reassured himself. The spiritual chickens have begun laying eggs. What is there to fear? I can return to studying incubation now. The eggs are ours, and the grass is ours. It's a no-cost venture. There's no way we won't prosper. Approaching the gate of number 1972, he spotted a gray figure knocking at the door. Who seeks my presence? Qian Duoduo coughed. The figure turned around, revealing none other than Wang Meruat Bu Huan Shixiang. Where have you been off to so early in the morning? Upon seeing Qian Duoduo, Wang Merua's eyes sparkled. Dressed in a blue robe, Qian Duoduo exuded a stronger aura than her, prompting Wang Merua to address him as Shixiang in accordance with sect customs. After practicing swordplay by the riverside, Qian Duoduo's Jin Yu sword technique, which utilized sound waves as an attack, was his ultimate skill, meant to be kept confidential. However, he was perplexed as to why Wang Merua had come to visit. Inviting her into the courtyard, Wang Merua was instantly mesmerized by the expanse of purple clover. How exquisite! It resembles a beautiful silk dress, she exclaimed, recovering from her awe and gently caressing the flowers. Pearlescent dewdrops rolled off the petals. Shoo, don't touch, Qian Duoduo said, pulling her back gently. Wang Merua blushed slightly, obediently halting her movements. She's laying eggs. Qian Duoduo pointed to her feet. Half a foot away, a yellow and white hen was nestled beneath a pile of purple clover leaves. And a white spiritual egg was already partially exposed behind her. Oh, she's laying eggs. Wang Merua chuckled softly, clearly having never witnessed such a fresh scene before. After the hen finished laying, it clucked proudly and strutted away. Qian Duoduo picked up the spiritual egg and placed it in Wang Merua's hands. Look, it's still warm. Once this egg hatches, in a few days it will transform into a spiritual chick. Hee. Wang Merua carefully examined the spiritual egg. Her eyes wide with wonder. Why do I feel like there's a heartbeat inside? Taking the egg back from her, Qian Duoduo laughed. Come on, it can't be that quick. Right now, it's just an egg yolk. This egg is yours. When it hatches into a spiritual chick, it will also belong to you, he said generously. The young maiden before him was indeed his benefactor, and it was not excessive to gift her an egg. All right. Wang Merua jumped with delight. Oh, what brings you here today? Put the egg down, Qian Duoduo asked as he turned. Wang Merua, along with several of her elders, had deposited tens of millions of gold coins with Qian Duoduo. After the money lending business was transferred to the sect, these contracts were also taken over by the sect. Her visit this time was certainly not for the purpose of depositing money. My brother Wanti let me out to play. I slipped away while he was on a mission. I came here just to see what interesting things you have. She grinned, and indeed, it was worth coming. The flowers are beautiful and the eggs are lovely. What is this? Only 2 or 3 acres. By the riverside, we set up a manor, which isn't too large, only 1,000 acres, Qian Duoduo replied modestly. Bu Huan Gij, take me to see it. Wang Merua tugged at his hand. Her small hand felt like a warm, smooth wave resting on his wrist, sending a tingling sensation through Qian Duoduo's arm, leaving him puzzled. Could it be that her hand was electrified? Yesterday, we just finished clearing it and sowing the seeds. Although it's 1,000 acres, it's not fully planted yet, which is a bit unsightly. He thought, hardening his resolve not to take her there. It's fine. I just want to take a look, Wang Merua insisted, pulling him along. Upon seeing the words Bu Huan, Wang Merua gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother, you're incredible. In the entire refining spirit sect, only you dare to establish your own banner. Is that so? Qian Duoduo pondered. Indeed, throughout the various mountains and regions of the refining spirit sect, there was no one else who named a place after themselves. A surge of pride welled up within him. Is this vast land planted with the flowers we just saw? No, only over 100 acres are planted. What do you plan to plant next? Once we have funds, we'll plant more of those flowers. Wang Merua turned to face Qian Duoduo directly. Out of money. Just come to me. I have plenty. Chapter 43. A windfall come to you? That won't do. What is so wrong with that? Wang Merua countered. Last time in the treasury, my second and third uncles gave me all the interest. I have plenty of money, and I'm worried I can't spend it. Unbeknownst to her, such words were likely to incite jealousy. Some live in wealth, while others dwell in poverty. Life is filled with amusements, much like a face that has not been evenly powdered. This is the treasury. You can't earn interest on borrowed money here. Qian Duoduo assumed she still desired to profit from lending. I don't want interest, Wang Merua replied earnestly, without a hint of jest. Then what do you want? I already told you. What I want is excitement. Wang Merua's cherry lips uttered 2 words with the force of thunder. Excitement? The mere mention of the word reignited Qian Duoduo's intrigue. Yes, she nodded vigorously. Wait, are you saying that if I lend you money, that would be exciting? Qian Duoduo shook his head. Despite his need for money, he could not deceive the elderly or children. He was a man of principles. Though Wang Merua was of similar age, in Qian Duoduo's eyes, she remained a sheltered girl, harboring simple thoughts and a sweet life, yet seeking out spicy peppers and bitter gourds to consume. The things you do are exciting. If it's thrilling, I will support it. If you're short on funds, I will provide support. Wang Merua's big, innocent eyes sparkled. Qian Duoduo managed a wry smile and nodded, understanding her intention. However, this still couldn't be arranged. Why not? Initially, he intended to say that accepting money from a child would be undignified, but reconsidered, realizing that referencing her youth would not be appropriate. Instead, he stated, raising grass and chickens involves significant risk. If it fails, your money would be lost. Money can generate more money, but sometimes, if the funds are communal, it may not yield profits. I'm not afraid. She replied. Besides, a substantial portion of my funds was earned thanks to you. Wang Merua exuded an inexplicable confidence regarding Qian Duoduo. He continued to shake his head. That money is rightfully yours. Whether you are Wang Merua or Xia Merua, it remains the same. Wang Merua pouted. I can be stubborn. Why are you even more so? She paced back and forth, finally stepping on a small stone, suggesting, how about this? For the over 800 acres, you provide the land and I will supply the seeds. We'll split the harvest equally, fair and reasonable. Hey, that sounds like a good plan. Qian Duoduo found this proposal acceptable. She would provide the funds while they would contribute the labor. Didn't you say that I'm smart? Qian Duoduo nodded, and Wang Merua's smile returned. Immediately, Qian Duoduo adopted a serious tone. Indeed, can my words ever be wrong? The most admirable quality about you, Shimmy, is your vision. You immediately recognize the potential of our manner. At this moment, you are the only one. As they spoke, Huang Guoren approached. Let me introduce you properly. This is Wang Merua, our Shimmy and partner in the Bu Huan Manor. She is here to invest in our manor. Huang Guoren stepped forward, bowing deeply. Little Shiji, from now on, we are partners. Just call me Shimmy. Wang Merua blushed again. Those capable shall be the elder sister, Huang Guoren asserted. Zhuangzhu, there's more good news. Qian Duoduo, fearing a lengthy discourse, quickly interrupted. Congratulations to Shixiang for advancing to level 4. Huang Guoren noticed Qian Duoduo's advancement. Qian Duoduo waved his hand. That's not it. Our spiritual chickens have begun laying eggs. Huang Guoren's mouth dropped open, his eyes sparkling. What great news! Next, we must incubate the eggs. Mass incubation. As Wang Merua flicked her fingers, 2 grand treasure chests appeared upon the pavement, each containing 1,000,000 gold coins. Take this for now. If it's insufficient, I have more to offer. Her extravagance surpassed even that of the elders within the sect. Qian Duoduo felt a sense of admiration for this thrill-seeking young beauty before him. It won't suffice. Purchasing seeds might require over 10,000, and acquiring spirit chicks could cost more than 100,000. Huang Guoren interjected, presenting a pragmatic account. Wang Merua shook her head in disapproval. This estate lacks a fence. Constructing one will surely incur expenses. With spirit chickens, there must be spirit chicken coops and incubation rooms. With so many chickens, we'll need to raise a few spirit dogs for protection, won't we? All of this will require funds. I doubt this will be enough. It will be sufficient. From this moment, I shall begin learning artifact forging to generate income, Qian Duoduo declared. Observing Wang Merua's intent to withdraw more funds, he hastily interjected, That's splendid. Your forging endeavors have my full support. Wang Merua twirled her fingers again, and 2 more large treasure chests emerged from the ground. Learning artifact forging will necessitate even more money. Tools, molds, and furnaces cannot be spared. Use this 1,000,000 for now, and once you start earning, simply share the profits with me. That is certainly out of the question. Forging is a personal endeavor. How could I possibly utilize your funds? Moreover, I'm not even an apprentice yet. I have no right to promise you a share of future profits. After repeated refusals from Qian Duoduo, Wang Merua finally tucked the 1,000,000 away. Having listened to Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren's south plans for the estate, she excitedly spun around twice before departing with satisfaction. As soon as Wang Merua left, Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren busied themselves with procuring seeds, spirit chicks, and constructing coops and fences. There was a great deal to accomplish. A few days after Wang Merua's departure, Wang Dahe and Lei Jiashu arrived. They had released their repressed cultivation, with Wang Dahe reaching the 5th level of qi condensation and Lei Jiashu attaining the 4th level. Wang Dahe, no longer the plump figure he once was, though he had not transformed into the handsome youth he had once described, was now a robust and sturdy young man. To Qian Duoduo's surprise, Lei Jiashu turned out to be a girl. No wonder she blushed so easily. They had gained considerable attention from the sect leader in the Xiangjin Mountain, particularly Wang Dahe, whose talent for formations had garnered admiration. After mastering 1,000 formation techniques taught by the sect leader, they were finally permitted to venture out to visit friends. Upon learning that Qian Duoduo was in need of funds, Wang Dahe and Lei Jiashu offered to assist. However, Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren steadfastly declined, stating that they had sufficient funds for the time being. Besides, with the estate underway, they might soon find themselves in need of money to spend. The Refining Spirit sect truly lived up to its reputation as a millennia-old sect. The records of spirit plants listed in the sacred texts included 10,000 varieties, and the Yaojin Pavilion offered over 8,000 types of seeds. Determined to commence his artifact forging studies, Qian Duoduo purchased a few seeds of Xianying and spirit chicks, as well as several varieties of spirit plant seeds from the pavilion, planting them in the estate. No amount of learning or observation could replace the experience of nurturing a plant oneself. Although he only bought a few seeds of each type, it still cost over 100,000 gold coins. After busily working for more than half a month, the estate began to take shape. Surrounding the estate, a fence measuring 1,000 zhang in length was erected, constructed from 60,000 slender spirit bamboos, each standing half a zhang tall. These bamboos were alive and would continue to grow thicker and taller. All the Xianying had been planted, and the new seedlings had sprouted to over a foot in height. Within the estate, 100 chicken coops were built, each housing 500 to 600 spirit chicks. The seeds of over 8,000 varieties of spirit plants were sown in the richest soil of the estate, all sprouting vigorously. The leaves varied in size, some larger than a palm while others resembled mere needles. Qian Duoduo named this place the Spirit Plant Garden. He found immense joy in observing the flourishing spirit plants daily die in stark contrast to Qian Duoduo's focus. Wang Merua eagerly anticipated the hatching of 100 spirit chicken eggs that had already begun to incubate. Since the garden had commenced incubation, she visited daily to listen for any sounds from within the eggs, wishing she could stay there like Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren. On the 5th day at noon, as Qian Duoduo was inspecting the newly sprouted stems of the spirit plants, he felt a heavy pat on his back. "Come over here," Wang Merua urged, unable to contain her excitement as she pulled Qian Duoduo toward the incubation room. "Listen," she pointed at the eggs nestled beneath the spirit chickens. Focusing intently, Qian Duoduo enveloped the spirit chicken eggs with his spiritual awareness. Before long, he detected faint yet rhythmic heartbeats emanating from them. As he dispersed his spiritual awareness, he exclaimed in delight, "Every single egg beneath this spirit chicken has a heartbeat." 98 of the eggs exhibited heartbeats, while only 2 were lifeless, clearly bad eggs. Wang Merua spoke softly, her voice brimming with pride. Qian Duoduo fully expanded his spiritual awareness, feeling the vitality of tens of thousands of spirit plants and thousands of spirit chickens thriving within the estate, filling him with joy. This joy, in turn, invigorated the spirit plants and spirit chickens even more. That moment, a surge of azure energy swiftly permeated into Qian Duoduo's spiritual veins. The long-neglected Yongfu Hongguei technique activated automatically, absorbing the azure energy and tinting his already opened spiritual veins with a light green hue. Simultaneously, Qian Duoduo's spiritual awareness unexpectedly enveloped the entire estate, even extending to the vitality of the spirit bamboos. This coverage far exceeded what a 4th-level qi condensation practitioner could achieve. After a considerable time, Qian Duoduo finally emerged from that enchanting and intoxicating state. Wang Merua gazed at him with a serene expression, and upon noticing he had awakened, she whispered, "In just this short time, the heartbeat of the eggs has strengthened significantly." Before Qian Duoduo could respond, a commanding voice resonated nearby. "Qian Duoduo, come here." Startled, Qian Duoduo nearly leaped up. The sect leader, his uncle, had arrived. Chapter 44. The demands are not high. Tang Honggong stood like a towering pine at the entrance of the estate. Qian Duoduo hurriedly approached, noticing the frown etched upon his uncle's brow. "Have I done something wrong?" Tang Honggong's heart raced as Qian Duoduo called out. The elder scrutinized him with a glance, assessing his cultivation level. Qian Duoduo quickly activated his spiritual veins, emanating the aura of a 4th-level qi condensation practitioner. When he had left the treasury, he was only at the 2nd level, so this improvement was commendable. Nodding slightly, Tang Honggong inquired, "What's the story behind the characters on this stone?" His words bore double meanings. On the surface, he was inquiring about the writing, but in truth, he was probing deeper matters. "I lack cultivation resources. I'm merely clearing land, constructing an estate, planting grass, raising chickens, and earning money through selling artifacts. Uncle, the loan business was seized by the sect, and now I find myself in dire straits," Qian Duoduo replied in a hushed tone, feigning a sorrowful expression. At that moment, Wang Merua and Huang Guoren approached, bowing respectfully to Tang Honggong before standing straight at a distance. "Clearing land? Our refining spirit sect possesses no wasteland. Every inch of land belongs to the sect." Tang Honggong's face darkened. Qian Duoduo felt as though a block of ice had been placed upon his face. "Uncle, you're not planning to seize the estate, are you?" While he might have fought back against anyone else making such a statement, hearing it from his uncle left him feeling somewhat helpless. In a state of urgency yet unable to express it, he felt anger but could not show it. "Seize it? What would I do that for?" Well, Qian Duoduo chuckled, his heart finally easing as long as it wasn't being taken away. He could breathe a sigh of relief. After all, they had worked hard for over a month, investing more than $1 million. However, Tang Honggong's next words twisted Qian Duoduo's heart once again. Yet, this Mengyuan mountain belongs to the sect, and the land outside the Mengyuan mountain naturally belongs to the sect as well. With a sudden shift, Qian Duoduo felt his heart clench tightly. You have contributed to the cultivation of this land. Your efforts and investments are recognized. Therefore, you shall reap the majority of the rewards, while the sect will take a minor share. For all produced from the estate, you will remit 1/10 to the sect and keep 9/10 for yourselves. This is my decision as the sect leader. Do you find it agreeable? Qian Duoduo, Huang Guerin, and Wang Merihua nodded eagerly, much like spirit chicks pecking at food. Yes, 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 we completely agree with the sect leader's decision. We are entirely in favor. As Qian Duoduo scrutinized Tang Hongong's expression, he noticed the furrows in his uncle's brow beginning to soften. Uncle seemed to have changed his mind about the division of the estate's profits. It was better to remit 1/10 than to have the entire estate taken away. Tang Hongong squinted his eyes slightly before continuing. However, the characters Qian Duoduo are rather poorly written. Allow me to rewrite them for you. Before Qian Duoduo could respond, he watched as Tang Hongong's hand swept across the stone, erasing the previous characters, and with a flick of his finger, the words Qian Duoduo appeared in bold. Powerful strokes, accompanied by his signature in the lower right corner. To Qian Duoduo's surprise, the estate suddenly appeared far more impressive after the elder's calligraphy touched it. By the way, in 3 months, the outer sect will hold a small competition for disciples at the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels. Remember, last time you placed first. This time, the requirement is less demanding. Just aim for the top 5. With a wave of his hand, a golden sword materialized beneath Tang Hongong's feet. Having delivered his message, he began to depart. Uncle, I've just reached the 4th level. My cultivation is still unstable, Qian Duoduo lamented. Feeling on the verge of tears in his heart, he cried out. The one who won first place was Jinbu Huan. Not me, Qian Duoduo. Unstable? Then go to the training grounds and engage in a few matches to stabilize your skills. Tang Hongong replied, ascending into the air with his sword. The top 5 is too challenging. Can't the requirement be lowered? Qian Duoduo called out, his voice filled with desperation. That's not an option. Is there any way I can avoid participating? Qian Duoduo pressed on, unwilling to give up. Participating in the small competition would involve time spent at the training grounds, time that he could otherwise dedicate to tending to the estate. With a swift motion, Tang Hongong reached out, and Qian Duoduo found himself soaring into the air, following his uncle toward the mountain peak. Uncle, where are we going? As he noticed the darkening expression on Tang Hongong's face, Qian Duoduo sensed trouble brewing. You wish to know how to avoid the outer sect competition? I'll show you. As the sight soared ever higher, Qian Duoduo felt the howling winds swirling around him. With white clouds racing by in the blink of an eye, his uncle, whose temperament could turn as swiftly as lightning, whisked him over the mountain peak into an unfamiliar valley. The valley was filled with a chilling wind, starkly contrasting the world outside. Peering down, Qian Duoduo gasped in horror. The valley was teeming with snakes among the grass and perched on the branches. These serpents, in hues of red and white, black and silver, bore icy, unfeeling eyes and had short, thick tails, unmistakably venomous. Upon sensing the presence of intruders, many snakes raised themselves, flicking their tongues and baring their snowy fangs. Uncle, I was wrong. Qian Duoduo cried out hastily. Tang Hongong seemed not to hear him. Pressing down with his golden sword beneath his feet, parting the serpentine throng to reveal a cave at the cliff's edge. The cave was shrouded in darkness, obscuring any details. Yet, before they could enter, a foul stench assailed their nostrils, causing Qian Duoduo to feel dizzy. Uncle, can I still participate in the minor competition? His voice trembled with anxiety. Once inside the cave, Tang Hongong's presence stirred chaos, and some light emerged. Qian Duoduo beheld snakes, far larger than those outside, coiled together, hissing ominously. His intuition warned him that these serpents possessed cultivation. Just a yard away, a massive flower snake emanated a presence even stronger than his own. I guarantee I'll place in the top 5. Uncle, I want to go back. Qian Duoduo's voice quivered, nearly in tears. Fighting against people is manageable, even one-on-one. But against snakes, with their overwhelming numbers, how can one fight? This place, known as Xiaolong Valley, breeds only the most venomous snakes. At its depths lies the Snake King, possessing cultivation equivalent to a fully realized practitioner. If it were to bite, not even the sect leader could save you. You asked if there's a way to avoid the minor competition? Anyone willing to come here to gather venom for the sect can be exempted from participating. Tang Honggong's tone was flat, but it felt as though countless venomous snakes were slithering beneath his words. Uncle, I will give my all in the minor competition, striving to secure the first place like last time. However, if I fail to achieve first, you cannot blame me. Qian Duoduo's throat felt as though it were filled with sand, producing a husky, dry sound. What did you say? Speak up. Tang Honggong turned his head slightly. I will give my all in the minor competition, ensuring I place in the top 5 and striving for first. Qian Duoduo cleared his throat and declared loudly, very well. The path to greatness is competitive, and the heavens reward diligence. The higher one's cultivation, the more one must not slacken, nor lose the drive for progress. The sect leader nodded with satisfaction, then flew Qian Duoduo back to the outer gate of Mingyuan Mountain, setting him down at the archway before departing on his sword. With the terrifying image of countless venomous snakes replaying in his mind, Qian Duoduo was unsure how he made his way back to the manor. Huang Guoren and Wang Meruo had not left. Seeing his dazed expression, they asked in unison, "Where did the sect leader take you?" Qian Duoduo thought it best not to frighten them further, so he replied, "Nothing happened. Why, uncle merely shared some tips regarding the minor competition." Wang Meruo stepped forward, brushing her hand across Qian Duoduo's icy forehead. "Are you truly fine?" "Really, it was just the strong wind up there." Qian Duoduo straightened his bent posture. "Participating in the minor competition is a significant matter. I'll take care of all the chores at the manor. You prepare well, placing in the top 5 should be no problem." Huang Guoren's comforting words left Qian Duoduo unable to cry or laugh. "If placing in the top 5 is no problem, then you should join us. It's easy to speak when standing." Just then, an oddly pitched voice came from behind. "Oh, how did you 3 end up together?" Chapter 45. Some injuries can be contagious. From the direction of the outer courtyard, 2 individuals approached, both clad in blue robes as outer sect disciples. The one at the front, with a square face and striding confidently, was Gongsun Zhang from the Guardian sect. The person behind him was Wu Binghua from the Mountain Gate. As they neared, Gongsun Zhang nodded slightly at Wang Meruo in greeting. Once they completed their salutations, Gongsun Zhang raised his chin and demanded, "The Guardian sect has received reports that someone here is engaging in unauthorized excavation and construction, occupying sect land and disrupting the feng shui." Wu Binghua's gaze was unfocused, staring into the distance at one in peak, seemingly pondering a significant dilemma. Qian Duoduo just spoke 2 words. Gongsun Zhang interrupted, This area you're doing? Well, what a shame to see such fine grassland mismanaged." Gongsun Zhang kicked a bamboo fence with all his might, sending dozens of bamboo stalks tilting and causing a commotion near the chicken coop. Qian Duoduo wished to explain. "State your name, sect affiliation, and confess why you did this. I will report to the sect for handling." Gongsun Zhang produced a jade slip, holding it towards Qian Duoduo. "Every word you say now will be your responsibility and will serve as evidence for your punishment by the sect." Gongsun Zhang wore a smile, yet his eyes gleamed with a cruel triumph, reminiscent of a gaze peering through prison bars at a condemned prisoner. The fury within Qian Duoduo surged uncontrollably. Though he must heed his uncle's admonition and endure the snake's intimidation, how could this outer sect disciple dare to trample him further? This was no longer the time for submission. Qian Duoduo forcefully pulled Huang Guoren and Wang Meruo aside, revealing a stone behind them. Nearly roaring, "Look!" without altering 2 large characters, the name Tang Honggong distinctly reflected in Gongsun Zhang and Wu Binghua's eyes. "Open your eyes and see clearly." Qian Duoduo focused his gaze like a needle, piercing Gongsun Zhang's face. "Who dares to slander us? Unauthorized excavation? Occupying sect land? Disrupting feng shui? What a vile accusation." Gongsun Zhang grew flustered, his eyes darting. This, look closely. Is this not the personal endorsement of our sect leader, Mingyuan Mountain's master? If you are unclear, you may summon someone to verify." Qian Duoduo lowered his voice, enunciating each word carefully. Taking a deep breath, he raised his voice, brandishing the red jade pendant bestowed by his uncle. However, to label a manor personally endorsed by the sect leader as unauthorized excavation or feng shui disruption is tantamount to an insult to the sect leader's intelligence. I must report this to Master Tang. Wu Binghua's eyes widened in alarm, promptly declaring, "I will also report this matter to the elders at the Mountain Gate." The sect leader's authority is not to be trifled with. Gongsun Zhang's expression shifted from sunny to stormy, then to rainy as he clasped his hands towards Qian Duoduo and Wu Binghua. Moreover, Qian Duoduo interjected loudly, Wu Shixiang. Just now someone attempted to damage the fence of the Mingyuan Mountain Outer Sect Manor, frightening the spiritual beings of the manor. There are witnesses and evidence. Please report this to the elders at the mountain gate. Wang Merua jumped up, raising her right hand. I am willing to testify. Huang Guoren whispered. So am I. Seeing their sense of justice, Wu Binghua's demeanor turned serious as he took out a jade slip to record the details swiftly. Afterward, he pointed the slip at the crooked bamboo fence to make further notes. Gong Sunzheng wiped the sweat from his brow. A rigid smile plastered across his face as he bowed to everyone. Fellow disciples, please calm down. I clearly stated earlier. Are you saying we didn't understand? Or that we can't comprehend? Qian Duoduo retorted immediately. It was the fault of the junior disciple for not explaining clearly. Gong Sunzheng's expression was akin to swallowing a fly while pretending to enjoy a chicken leg. There are reports of wrongdoing. If the people do not raise complaints, the officials do not intervene. Once the people raise complaints, the officials must act. I, too, am powerless as a member of the Guardian sect and have come here on duty. Gong Sunzheng extended a hand to pat Qian Duoduo's shoulder in a show of camaraderie, but Qian Duoduo sidestepped. It has been thoroughly investigated. There is no evidence of unauthorized excavation, construction, or disruption of our sect's feng shui. He smiled through clenched teeth. Since the allegations do not hold, naturally, no one can insult Master Tang. Whether there was an insult is not for you to decide. Qian Duoduo scoffed. Sweat poured down Gong Sunzheng's forehead like rain. Wang Merua turned to Wu Binghua. Shixiang, please take detailed notes. Many of these spiritual bamboos were purchased at a high price, and numerous have perished. Furthermore, the spiritual chickens in the coop have stopped laying eggs after being frightened. The cycle of chickens and eggs represents a substantial loss for the manor. Master Tang himself stated that this is the sect's manor. Losses to the manor are losses to the sect. What the junior sister says is entirely correct. Wu Binghua squatted down, inspecting the fence from below. Afterward, he proceeded into the manor, heading towards the chicken coop. Gong Sunzheng's gray robe bore large patches of sweat on his shoulders. He lowered his head, tucking his chin into his neck, and bent down before Qian Duoduo. I was unsteady just now and accidentally bumped into your manor's fence. I am willing to compensate for the damages. Compensate? Qian Duoduo exchanged glances with Huang Guoren and Wang Merua. This attitude was rather half-hearted. We won't bully you. It wouldn't be right to make you pay excessively. Let me calculate. The spiritual bamboos, the chickens, the eggs. Wang Merua began to rattle off, her red lips moving rapidly. Qian Duoduo, closest to her, didn't catch every word, but he understood the gist clearly, with a clap of her jade hand. Wang Merua concluded, in total, that amounts to 36,800 gold coins. Gong Sunzheng's mouth twitched uncontrollably, nostrils flaring. This, spiritual bamboos and chickens. Ah, are you saying my calculations were incorrect? I shall recalculate. As Wang Merua's eyebrows have nearly transformed from horizontal to vertical, her unwavering demeanor incites Qian Duoduo to ponder whether Lingzhu is fashioned from gold or if Gong Sunzheng's legs are made of the same precious metal. Gong Sunzheng nearly collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, Good junior sister, your calculations are indeed correct. I shall pay, or rather, I shall compensate. Wang Merua sweetly beckoned Wu Binghua, senior brother, come back. It has all been elucidated. Wu Binghua complied. Returning to inquire of Gong Sunzheng with a jade slip in hand, how much should be compensated? 36,800, Gong Sunzheng replied, gritting his teeth. Upon hearing this, Wu Binghua was taken aback, promptly asserting, well, since both parties acknowledge it, this figure must certainly be accurate. When shall the payment be made? Wang Merua pressed Gong Sunzheng indeed. When will the payment be rendered? Wu Binghua echoed. Gong Sunzheng rolled his eyes. Deliberating, the current losses of the estate amount to this sum.by tomorrow. Perhaps other Lingzhu will perish, or other Lingzhi will fail to thrive, and the losses could differ significantly. Some injuries and ailments can be contagious. As Wang Merua casually mentioned this, Gong Sunzheng's gaze suddenly froze. Qian Duoduo observed him trembling slightly, as if he could hear the sound of his heart shattering. Chapter 46. First, take a number. Then arrange a duel. It must be paid immediately. Gong Sunzheng responded as if stung by a venomous snake. Wu Binghua waved his hand, and Gong Sunzheng immediately followed him towards the mountain gate, where transactions could be conducted with a token. After taking a few steps, Gong Sunzheng hurried back, his face sorrowful, and implored Qian Duoduo, No one has offended the master's dignity. I beseech you, senior brother, to show mercy. Have you clarified the situation? Noticing his back was drenched, Qian Duoduo felt a twinge of sympathy. It has been thoroughly clarified. Gongsun Zheng wiped his brow. He had intended to add a further jab, suggesting they summon Elder Bai for another investigation, but the words lingered on his lips and were ultimately left unspoken. Very well, I shall not discuss this matter with the master, having spared him. Qian Duoduo felt somewhat relieved, yet he remained uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong. The act of forgiving an enemy brings forth either personal tranquility or the indulgence of adversaries. A fleeting wave of ecstasy washed over Gongsun Zheng. Thank you, thank you. Having uttered his gratitude, he vanished from sight as if fleeing for his life. Gongsun Zheng's compensation only brought Qian Duoduo momentary joy. Once the elation faded, worry settled in. Under the shadow of a venomous snake, Qian Duoduo fretted over the prospect of entering the top 5, a task far more arduous than constructing a 1,000-acre estate. A 1,000-acre estate could certainly be built with enough money and effort, yet entering the top 5 demanded not just sweat but also blood. No amount of money could guarantee success. Stealing a glance at the Jinshan's Jin Buhuan, Qian Duoduo pondered how he had secured first place in the external sect all those years ago. I wish to practice my swordplay. Who among you will accompany me? After much contemplation, Qian Duoduo resolved to practice with Huang Guoren and Wang Meruo to hone his skills. Accompany you in practice? Wang Meruo rolled her eyes disdainfully. What are you thinking? Do you wish to showcase your prowess? Qian Duoduo smacked his forehead, realizing he had spoken too hastily. How could he engage in swordplay with such a stunning beauty? Winning would earn him no accolades, while losing would only lead to embarrassment. As his gaze drifted, Huang Guoren repeatedly waved his hands. I have never engaged in combat. I always avoid the martial arts arena. No worries. I shall remain stationary, and you may treat me as a target, stabbing your sword into me. Qian Duoduo mused that without competition, making a living was exceedingly difficult. If you too wish to play, steer clear of the estate. Should you frighten the Lingji, I shall not hesitate to demand compensation. Wang Meruo, like a protective hen, safeguarded the estate's Lingji. She shooed Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren far away. Over 200 yards from the estate, positioned face to face, Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren stood as if preparing for a contest, maintaining a distance of around 10 yards. You are level 4? And I am level 4. A perfect match for sword practice. Come, come, Qian Duoduo encouraged Huang Guoren. Huang Guoren wore a troubled expression, remaining utterly still. I've observed your flying sickle cutting grass. It appears quite deft, quick, precise, and fierce, without a single misstep, Qian Duoduo urged. They both had diligently mowed grass to feed the chickens these past few days, wielding their sickles as if they were flying swords. You are not grass. You are a person. Then treat me as grass. After repeated persuasion, Huang Guoren finally drew forth his flying sword, suspending it a yard before him. He wielded a standard wooden sword issued by the sect, a low-tier mundane weapon. Just as Qian Duoduo retrieved his Jinyu sword, Huang Guoren exclaimed, Why are you using a golden sword? Only inner disciples can afford such. There's something remarkable about this? It is not the sword's value but its weight. Without the level of an inner disciple, it is challenging to wield due to insufficient spiritual energy. A sense of pride swelled within Qian Duoduo. Had he not cultivated the Yongfu Hongguei technique, he would have been unable to manage the golden sword. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently accomplished something quite impressive. Then my sword shall remain still, and you may attack it with your sword. With that, Qian Duoduo focused his spiritual energy, channeling it into the Jinyu sword. The spiritual vein, tinged with a light green hue from the Yongfu Hongguei technique, allowed Qian Duoduo to wield spiritual energy that was now more than double what it had once been. Good. Yes, it was not a direct attack on a person, Huang Guoren readily agreed. Forming a gesture with his fingers, the wooden sword shot forth like a beam of white light, colliding with the Jinyu sword in midair. Bang! A resounding noise echoed, startling both Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren. Upon closer inspection, the Jinyu sword had retreated 3 feet, while the wooden sword had shattered into 3 pieces, tumbling from the sky. Qian Duoduo retracted his Jinyu sword, which bore not a single mark. Huang Guoren picked up the fragments, muttering, I said no contest, yet you insisted on comparing. This is for you, Qian Duoduo thought to himself, elated, as if 1,000 Lingji had hatched from their eggs. The Yongfu Hongguei technique had truly absorbed the spiritual energy from his funds, and it had not been in vain. Qian Duoduo produced his wooden sword and handed it to Huang Guoren. Here, take it. I have no use for it anyway. Noticing the sky was still bright, Qian Duoduo hesitated for a moment before telling Huang Guoren, you should return to the estate. I have some matters to attend to. Without waiting for a response, Qian Duoduo dashed off. His duel with Huang Guoren had instilled confidence in Qian Duoduo. At level 4 against level 4, he was unlikely to lose. Since victory was assured, he resolved to head to the martial arts arena to meet the senior brothers of the external sect. During his time in confinement, he had fought against Yin Qi and Renrong purely on instinct, driven by the will to survive. Now, however, it was solely for the purpose of refining his ability to control magical artifacts. The Mengyuan Mountain Martial Arts Arena remained packed with cultivators. Bang! A gray-robed disciple was kicked off the high platform, blood spurting from his mouth onto the ground. How brutal! How excessively violent! Qian Duoduo mused, only to recall the adorable venomous snakes in the Xiaolong Valley, making him realize that being kicked and spitting blood was hardly a concern. Crowding around the ranking area near the platform, only 3 number tickets remained, 98, 99, and 100. Qian Duoduo hastily seized the 98 ticket. After securing his number, he was struck with the realization that there were 2 combatants on the platform. But he had yet to find his opponent. While others arranged their duels first and then took numbers, he had done so in reverse. Who would he fight? Qian Duoduo began scanning the crowd for a suitable opponent. A myriad of unfamiliar faces surrounded him, none as captivating as the estate's Lingji, and most importantly, he found no trace of hatred among them. Clutching his ticket, Qian Duoduo crouched near the platform, his legs growing somewhat numb. At that moment, another match commenced. 83. Someone shouted. As the voice faded, a pair of blue-robed disciples leaped onto the stage. Moments later, they began exchanging barbs, followed by a flurry of robes and flying swords. Fortunately, there are still 15 matches left. Qian Duoduo reassured himself, allowing him some time to search. After observing for a while, Qian Duoduo noticed that the disciples nearest the stage were seated in pairs, separated by their tickets. Each pair consisted of disciples scheduled to compete in the upcoming matches. 1, 2, 3. Qian Duoduo counted. Upon reaching the 10th pair, he suddenly spotted one with only a single contestant. Opposite the blue-robed disciple stood an empty space. The disciple appeared restless, frequently glancing back and around. Ha! Could it be that his opponent has not arrived? Qian Duoduo stifled a laugh as he quietly approached the blue-robed disciple. Senior brother, has your opponent not come? The blue-robed disciple scrutinized Qian Duoduo for a moment before replying. He has come. Where is he? Qian Duoduo glanced at the disciple's ticket, number 86, and noted that there were still 3 matches before his turn. In a wonder, he appeared anxious. I had to relieve myself. The blue-robed disciple feigned calmness. Oh? Qian Duoduo revealed his ticket. I have number 98. My opponent is also in the restroom. It seems that when it comes to fighting, they must first empty their bowels. Perhaps we ought to punch the excrement out of them. Taking advantage of their conversation, Qian Duoduo sat beside the blue-robed disciple, thinking to himself, if your partner has not yet arrived, I wonder how you will manage. Chapter 47. Are you playing me? 84. The blue-robed disciple beside him muttered, has he gone to give birth? He turned back with increasing frequency. 85. The blue-robed disciple stood up, only to sit down again, then rise once more before settling back down. On the platform, the battling disciples appeared on the verge of determining a victor. Suddenly, the blue-robed disciple leaned in closer to Qian Duoduo and whispered, Junior brother, my opponent hasn't arrived. Can you accompany me on stage for a bit? Qian Duoduo felt a surge of joy within, though he feigned hesitation. Is that really appropriate? No worries. This occurs frequently. It's called a temporary match-up. As he nodded, Xia Shangfeng instructed Qian Duoduo to channel his spiritual consciousness into the competition number, thereby completing the rematching for the duel. During the pairing, Qian Duoduo noticed that the name inscribed on the number was that of the blue-robed disciple, Xia Shangfeng. At the same time, Xia Shangfeng was aware that Qian Duoduo was known as Jin Buhuan. No, senior brother, you are at level 5, while I am at level 4. Qian Duoduo suddenly recalled this discrepancy. Xia Shangfeng chuckled, wrapping his right arm around Qian Duoduo's shoulder. It's just 1 level difference. No worries. Rest assured, I promise not to let you lose too embarrassingly. This senior brother was not being honorable. He had noticed my level 4 status early on yet still dragged me into this match? It seemed he was deliberately seeking a junior disciple to toy with. Qian Duoduo bitterly smiled to himself, having willingly walked into this. Now tightly held by this senior brother, it seemed escape was no longer an option. However, he was a blue-robe disciple, wielding only a wooden sword. Qian Duoduo was curious to see what level of skill he would display in the upcoming duel, and whether he could surpass his own golden sword. Seeing that Qian Duoduo remained silent, Xia Shangfeng assumed he had been frightened into silence. He leaned closer to Qian Duoduo's ear and whispered, "If you take a number and do not show up, you will be fined 2,000. If you take a number but do not compete, you will be fined 1,000. Since you saved me 1,000, I cannot allow you to be injured." Qian Duoduo flipped over the number, and indeed, the rules were written on the back. "I can accompany you, but you must agree to one condition." Qian Duoduo pondered before speaking. "Let us hear it." Xia Shangfeng tapped a rhythm with his right hand, likely humming a cheerful tune in his mind. "When it comes to my number 98, you must accompany me." The rhythm on his shoulder halted, and Xia Shangfeng stared at Qian Duoduo as if he were a fool, exclaiming, "You want me to hit you twice? No, we will fight each other twice. Otherwise, I will also incur a fine." Qian Duoduo was all too familiar with the pained expression over money. Xia Shangfeng smirked. "All right, you are quite loyal. I will be fair as well." He infused his spiritual consciousness into Qian Duoduo's number, completing the match pairing. "You are Jin Buhuan, once a renowned inner sect disciple." Xia Shangfeng resumed his cheerful rhythm, reminiscing about the past when he had willingly asked to be bested twice. It brought him more joy than earning 10,000 gold coins. Instantly, Qian Duoduo's heart raced like the turbulent waters of the Mingyuan River. He should have realized that Jin Buhuan was a prominent figure of Mingyuan Mountain, and many would likely know him. The actions he had taken in the treasury would appear so juvenile, pathetic, and laughable in the eyes of those individuals. However, they might have already grown accustomed to it. What floats on the river today may very well sink to the bottom tomorrow. What did it matter if one was from the inner sect or was once renowned? Suddenly, Qian Duoduo felt a tightening on his shoulder. It was their turn to ascend the stage. Xia Shangfeng pulled Qian Duoduo up onto the platform. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, there was a stir in the crowd. The martial arts arena typically featured matches of equal ranks, and it was rare to see practitioners of different levels battling, as each rank represented a significant leap in strength. Xia Shangfeng, with a serious demeanor, clasped his fists towards Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo quickly returned the gesture and then stepped back rapidly by 3 paces. With a hand gesture, Xia Shangfeng suddenly pointed at Qian Duoduo, unleashing a wooden sword that flew forth like a bolt of lightning, armed with tremendous force, aimed directly at his throat. The speed was far superior to Huang Guoren's. Indeed, a level 5 was considerably stronger than a level 4. Qian Duoduo felt goosebumps rise on his throat and hastily leaped a few steps to the right. The wooden sword grazed past his left shoulder, causing a cold sweat to trickle down his back. The wooden sword made a turn and returned to Xia Shangfeng's front. "Junior brother, you are indeed formidable. Please enlighten me." Xia Shangfeng smiled, bending his left leg forward while extending his right leg back, pointing his sword technique as the wooden sword lunged at Qian Duoduo once more. Steadying his nerves, Qian Duoduo extended his spiritual consciousness, clearly grasping the trajectory of the wooden sword's attack. As he sidestepped, Qian Duoduo executed a hand gesture, sending forth the Jin Yu sword to intercept the wooden sword. With a resounding clash, the two swords collided. Xia Shangfeng was startled and hurriedly summoned back his wooden sword. His wooden sword was a mid-tier common weapon, slightly better than Huang Guoren's, yet still not exceptional. In this collision, Qian Duoduo's Jin Yu sword barely moved back, while Xia Shangfeng's wooden sword recoiled a good 2 to 3 feet. Qian Duoduo felt entirely at ease. The 5th level was nothing exceptional. This loud noise stirred an even greater commotion among the audience. "The golden sword. He wields a golden sword," many exclaimed. The golden sword was the treasure of inner sect disciples, and the minimum level for inner sect disciples was at least level 7. Xia Shangfeng's face turned a myriad of colors, as if he had unwittingly soiled himself, alternating between red, black, and white. Even the wooden sword before him trembled slightly. The wooden sword wavered a few times before coming to a halt. Qian Duoduo, Xia Shangfeng now resembled a spirited chick, initially intending to peck at a small worm on the ground, only to discover that the worm had transformed into a great snake. Tio peck, or not to peck was a dilemma. Tio strike, or not to strike was also a dilemma. However, for Qian Duoduo, the great snake in Xia Shangfeng's eyes, there was no dilemma at all. Qian Duoduo took a step forward, and Xia Shangfeng unconsciously stepped back. As Qian Duoduo advanced again, Xia Shangfeng retreated. They danced around each other on the high platform, much to the audience's dismay. The spectators, both watching and awaiting their turn, could no longer bear to watch. Xia Shangfeng gritted his teeth, and the wooden sword emitted a white light as it slashed down towards Qian Duoduo's head. Qian Duoduo gathered all his spiritual energy and raised the Jinyu sword in defense. Another resounding clash echoed as the Jinyu sword remained unmoved, while the wooden sword rebounded over 3 feet into the air. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Even the simplest of minds could see that the situation was unfavorable for Xia Shangfeng. His face flushed with embarrassment. Xia Shangfeng's wooden sword sank to the platform, silently maneuvering behind Qian Duoduo, suddenly accelerating as it aimed for Qian Duoduo's back. Qian Duoduo's spiritual consciousness had long since detected the wooden sword's movements, and the Jinyu sword was precisely positioned to block it. With a deafening boom, the sound resonated behind Qian Duoduo. Xia Shangfeng's face turned pale as the wooden sword attacked from various angles in a frenzy, but each time, Qian Duoduo anticipated it perfectly, effortlessly blocking every strike or cheating. Xia Shangfeng gasped, whispering angrily at Qian Duoduo, "You are definitely not at level 4. You are playing me. I may deceive you, but can I deceive the elders?" Qian Duoduo countered. Every movement in the martial arts arena was closely monitored by a dedicated elder. Otherwise, in the heat of competition, it was easy to lose control, and anything could happen. "You rely on your treasure to defeat me. That is not honorable." Xia Shangfeng sought another excuse. "I do not mind if you wield a higher-tier treasure, as long as you can handle it." The Jinyu sword circled around Qian Duoduo like a loyal eagle, while Xia Shangfeng's wooden sword trembled slightly, resembling a chick beneath the eagle's claws. "I concede." Xia Shangfeng retracted his wooden sword and leapt down from the high platform, eager to escape, not leave. "There is still one more match. If you go, you will incur a fine," Qian Duoduo shouted after him. Xia Shangfeng froze on the spot. Chapter 48. A golden toad is drawn upon returning to the audience. Qian Duoduo found Xia Shangfeng sitting beside him, turned sideways with his right cheek covered. A look of humiliation etched on his face. "Tio endure humiliation and bear the weight. What a true man." Qian Duoduo thought, filled with admiration. How few can comprehend that money outweighs face. Yet, senior brother Xia was among the rare few who understood this principle. Another pair of outer sect disciples began their match. Both at level 5. As Qian Duoduo observed, he gradually discerned a deeper understanding of the competition in martial arts. One must not only possess profound cultivation but also master exquisite techniques. Even among practitioners of the same level, mastering a few secret techniques could lead to overwhelming victories. Qian Duoduo's triumph over Xia Shangfeng fell into this category, as his spiritual power surpassed him by virtue of the Yongfu Hongguei technique. "Excellent!" Qian Duoduo applauded vigorously, cheering for the recently victorious blue-robed disciple. This senior brother, despite his defeat, pretended to be exhausted, conserving his spiritual energy to deliver a final strike that broke through his opponent's defenses. Finally, Qian Duoduo understood why the martial arts arena attracted so many participants daily. It was not merely for the spectacle of combat, but also for the genuine insights into cultivation. If it were him in that situation, how would he control the flying sword? How would he block the magical seal? How would he defend against the golden spear? The practical experience on stage served as the finest teacher. 98. "It's our turn to go up." A voice echoed in Qian Duoduo's ear, pulling him from his hypothetical considerations of offense and defense. Turning around, he saw Xia Shangfeng looking at him with an expression of helplessness. "Is that so?" "Splendid!" Qian Duoduo exclaimed, grabbing him and heading toward the stage. "Senior brother, you must give it your all and use every technique you know. Do not concede too early. You promised that we, being loyal to each other, would not be harmed." Unfortunately, Qian Duoduo's efforts were in vain. Xia Shangfeng, with a face as red as a hot pot, could hardly withstand the duel for long. After just a few exchanges, he accidentally struck himself with his own wooden sword, landing squarely on the platform and promptly surrendering. After defeating Xia Shangfeng, Qian Duoduo became a frequent visitor to the Mingyuan Mountain martial arts arena. Regardless of winning or losing, the opportunity to compete excited him immensely. Due to the resonating sound of the Jin Yu sword upon impact, he earned the nickname Jin Quanhua, not Bu Huan, but Quanhua. Since he could challenge level 5 opponents with ease, several level 6 practitioners secretly invited Qian Duoduo to the stage. However, Qian Duoduo, dedicated to learning, was not overly enthusiastic and declined their offers for one-on-one coaching. Aside from honing his skills with the Jin Yu sword in actual combat, Qian Duoduo devoted the rest of his time to studying spiritual plants and perusing an encyclopedia on artifact forging. Whenever he opened the encyclopedia, Lu Boli from the Golden Toad would awaken from his meditation, striking peculiar poses as he practiced. He was not truly engaged in cultivation. Rather, he was perpetually awaiting inquiries from Qian Duoduo regarding the art of weapon forging. After approximately 10 days, nearly 100 little spirit chickens emerged as anticipated, fluffy and resembling a rolling ball of yarn. Their crisp chirps pierced directly into one's heart. Without hesitation, Wang Merua commandeered Huang Gairen's small courtyard, transforming it into a kindergarten for the spirit chickens. At this moment, the purple vetch in the estate was also in full bloom, a magnificent sight that made Wang Merua yearn to leap upon the flowers and roll about. Within the estate, tens of thousands of spirit chicklets were nearing maturity, and Huang Guiren planned to cull a batch of roosters for sale. He mentioned that he had researched the optimal ratio of male to female spirit chickens, which was 1 to 10, yielding the highest egg production and greatest output. Although Qian Duoduo found this approach somewhat unorthodox, his current financial constraints necessitated this course of action. Once he attained prosperity, he would then promote the welfare of the chickens, granting each one the right to love and lay eggs, ensuring that no chick would break its shell in vain during its brief journey in this world. At this moment, most of the spiritual plants cultivated by Qian Duoduo were in bloom. During this period, several of his senior brothers from the treasury, like Wang Dahe and Lei Jiashu, gradually found their way here. They were aware that Qian Duoduo was currently studying spiritual plants, and each time they visited, they brought along 1 or 2 varieties that he did not yet possess. Before darkness enveloped the sky, Qian Duoduo and Huang Guiren herded the chicklets into the chicken coop. As the light faded, Wang Merua returned to One and Peak, while Huang Guiren retreated to his dwelling to continue his cultivation. Qian Duoduo gazed at the 8,000 varieties of spiritual plants before him, his mind abuzz with thoughts. He had observed their roots, stems, leaves, flowers, fruits, and seeds countless times. He could envision their forms even with his eyes closed. At this juncture, participating in the assessment at Wanjin Pavilion should afford him a degree of confidence, should it not? With his thoughts set, he could no longer contain himself. Thus, Qian Duoduo ambled out the outer door. Making his way toward Wanjin Pavilion. As he strolled against the gentle night breeze, he recited from the Encyclopedia of Weapon Forging. Arriving at the plaza of Wanjin Pavilion, the heat of the day had dissipated, and the fervent crowds that had gathered to forge weapons had vanished, leaving the square resembling an elderly gentleman lounging on a cool mat. However, to his surprise, every wooden house behind the golden pillars emanated a warm glow, indicating that some disciples were engaged in night assessments. Regardless of whether they passed or failed, the absence of a crowd made the experience somewhat more bearable. Approaching the first golden pillar, Qian Duoduo hesitated not for a moment. Pushing open the door to one of the wooden houses and entering, inside, there was but a solitary mat in the center, with no other furnishings. Qian Duoduo settled onto the mat, and before his eyes, a wondrous illusion unfolded, instantly providing him with information on how to participate in the assessment. Following the instructions, he retrieved the first volume of the Encyclopedia of Weapon Forging, placing the jade slip onto the ground, where a blank canvas appeared before him. This canvas was for the disciples taking the assessment to illustrate their own unique design. This design would serve as the distinctive emblem of their future creations as weapon forgers. After pondering briefly, Qian Duoduo extended his hand and sketched a golden toad. The golden toad represented his greatest secret, housing the enigmatic Lu Boli, marking the inception of Qian Duoduo's journey in the world of cultivation. Drawing it was the most fitting representation of himself. In the space, 3 flashes of red light flickered, signaling the commencement of the assessment. In the blink of an eye, the virtual realm was inundated with fragments of spiritual plants, divided into 6 categories: roots, stems, leaves, flowers, fruits, and seeds. Qian Duoduo's task was to piece together these fragments into complete plants. Correct compositions would earn him points, while incorrect ones would yield none. Within the span of a single incense stick's duration, the more he assembled, the higher his score. Qian Duoduo opened his spiritual sense fully, enveloping all the fragments of spiritual plants, a wave of intense familiarity washing over him. He had read these materials countless times on the jade slips. More importantly, he had nurtured them from seeds into seedlings, witnessing their growth into leaves and flowers within the estate, imprinting their forms, colors, sizes, and even scents firmly in his memory. Extending his right hand, he swiftly tapped 6 times, successfully forming a complete spiritual plant. Without needing to look or reflect, Qian Duoduo was confident that his assembly was flawless. He reached out with his left hand, quickly piecing together another plant. His hands moved in tandem, rapidly assembling plant after plant in the blink of an eye. That moment, he could almost hear the joyful cries of the spiritual plants, a joyous resurrection, a reawakening of life. They rejoiced, and so did Qian Duoduo. In the flurry of his hands, he lost all sense of self, forgetting about weapon forging and the assessment, consumed only by the desire to manifest even more spiritual plants in his grasp. The eternal prosperity technique quietly commenced within him, green threads extending from his being, naturally connecting each of the 6 components of every spiritual plant. With each connection, a spark of vitality ignited. The burgeoning life force accelerated the flow of the eternal prosperity technique. Unconsciously, Qian Duoduo's hands danced along these green threads, rapidly assembling spiritual plant after spiritual plant. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. The count eluded him. He simply knew his hands had become twin bolts of lightning. His hands grew weary, his eyes even more so, yet he pressed on, unwilling to abandon a single spiritual plant. As long as he remained standing, as long as time allowed, he would continue until the very end. Before him lay over 1,000 fragments. The majority were plants he had only studied in books, never cultivated himself. He slowed his pace, even as the spiritual energy within him dwindled like a parched river. The mere act of moving his arms inducing pain and cramping. Nonetheless, Qian Duoduo gritted his teeth and persevered. He pieced together several dozen more plants when, suddenly, a flash of green light illuminated the illusory space, causing all the fragments of spiritual plants to vanish. Qian Duoduo found himself back in the wooden house, the first volume of the Encyclopedia of Weapon Forging awaiting him. He collapsed onto the ground, allowing his hands to twitch freely for a moment before lying quietly for a while. Eventually, he picked up the jade slip, feeling a twinge of regret for not completing the assembly of all the spiritual plants, while simultaneously harboring uncertainty about whether he had passed the assessment. Upon scanning the jade slip with his spiritual sense, he discovered additional content, the second volume of the Encyclopedia of Weapon Forging. The volume on spiritual beasts. This indicates that I have successfully passed the assessment. From now on, I am an apprentice forger. Qian Duoduo celebrated with a few triumphant punches, unable to resist stretching his limbs as fatigue washed over him. He tossed a spirit-enhancing pill into his mouth to hasten the recovery of his spiritual energy, eager to share his joy with Liu Boli and Huang Guoran. Rubbing his sore arms, he stood up and pushed open the door of the wooden house. As he stepped outside, a flash of lightning illuminated the Wanjin Pavilion Plaza. Could it be that my success as an apprentice forger is being celebrated so grandly by the heavens? As Qian Duoduo blinked in surprise, he noticed a golden toad perched atop the apex of the golden pillar, seemingly the very one he had just drawn. He rubbed his eyes, aware that fatigue often plays tricks on perception. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed through the sky, and fierce winds began to stir. Qian Duoduo was not mistaken. The golden toad he had drawn was indeed imposing itself upon the fiery phoenix. This situation is unfolding as if it were vying for the position of the pillar's pinnacle. He quickly glanced around, relieved that no one was in sight. Qian Duoduo hurriedly ran a few steps, exiting the Wanjin Pavilion Plaza. Now, who would suspect that the golden toad belonged to him? Unintentionally, he had also created an obstacle for Chao Yueying's dream of becoming the pillar's pinnacle. Just as he was reveling in his joy, several large raindrops splattered onto Qian Duoduo's face. It had begun to rain. And not just any rain. A torrential downpour. In a wonder there were flashes of lightning and thunderclaps. Before he could cross Lingwu Avenue, the heavens unleashed a deluge. His blue robe was instantly drenched, and the world cooled significantly. At this moment, walking in the rain was a delightful experience for Qian Duoduo. On this summer night, life thrived abundantly. The torrential rain nourished all, ushering in renewal. Qian Duoduo expanded his spiritual sense, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. Attuning to every blade of grass and tree in the sect, he sensed the fear of the spiritual plants beneath the thunder and lightning, the joy they experienced from the rain, and their anticipation as they extended their leaves and roots. Within the Golden Toad, Lu Boli shared in his joy. Although Qian Duoduo found it inexplicable that he had achieved the pinnacle, Lu Boli understood why he had secured the top position. It was not merely a matter of rote memorization. Without a profound affinity for various spiritual plants and an acute level of observation regarding their parts, it would have been impossible to assemble so many plants. Diligence combined with unparalleled talent had allowed Qian Duoduo to claim the pinnacle position effortlessly. In the downpour, Qian Duoduo joyfully tilted his head back, catching raindrops in his mouth. He mused that he, too, was a humble blade of grass within the Lingling sect. Although he had not taken root in fertile soil, nor basked in the sun's favor, nor found himself in the darkest and most barren corners, he still fought valiantly to survive, with roots digging deep and leaves reaching high on his way back. Qian Duoduo occasionally struck poses to practice his golden light technique, while at other times, he engaged in the eternal prosperity technique, treating the torrential rain as the greatest source of spiritual energy, and the earth as the most expansive spiritual platform. No tokens needed, no costs incurred. He seemed bewitched, perhaps even frenzied, half walking, half crawling, half jumping, and half rolling, like a raindrop that had lost control, returning to the Outer Gates Mouse District number 1972. Before the door, a figure was spinning in circles. With a flash of lightning, Qian Duoduo discerned that it was Huang Guiran. "What are you doing here?" Qian Duoduo inquired, noting Huang Guiran's anxious demeanor, sensing that something was amiss. Completely forgetting to inform him that he had just passed the apprentice forger assessment. "The estate has been flooded," Huang Guiran exclaimed, his face a mask of despair. Thunderous rage erupted in Qian Duoduo's mind, his mood plummeting from the heights of joy into a pit of despair as he dashed toward the estate, with Huang Guiran hot on his heels. The Mengyuan River roared like a frightened spirit beast. Before reaching the manor, Qian Duoduo observed the rainwater flooding the grassy expanse, transforming the riverbank into a lake. The road laid by Huang Guiran was utterly untraceable, the entrance of the manor. A large stone bore only the character for no, defiantly jutting out above the water's surface. Inside the manor, a swampy expanse could only be described as tragic. The fences had all been swept away, submerged beneath the water. The purple cloud grass and the over 8,000 varieties of spiritual plants had morphed into aquatic vegetation, leaving an uncertain fate for those still rooted in the soil. The chicken coop and incubation room had been built higher, yet only half a foot remained above the water, and the fate of the spiritual chickens and their eggs inside was shrouded in mystery. It felt like a futile endeavor. Months of hard work seemed utterly wasted. This was Qian Duoduo's first thought. Following closely, he realized that over 1 million of his funds had vanished. That moment. Faintly, the desperate cries of the spiritual chickens reached his ears, filled with despair and panic. Yet they clung to the hope of survival. In an instant, the value of effort and money paled in comparison. Saving a single life became paramount. Without hesitation, Qian Duoduo plunged into the water. Huang Guiran seized him, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to lift the chicken coop and incubation room higher. Every little bit helps." He thought Huang Guiran was about to jump into the river, and despite his trembling lips, Huang Guiran followed him into the water. The water in the manor quickly rose to their chests. In that moment, Qian Duoduo wished fervently that he could soar above the chaos, surveying the origin of the floodwaters and discerning a means to block them. At the very least, he could retrieve a few chicken coops and fly to higher ground free of water. Battling the surging current, Qian Duoduo and Huang Guiran each grasped a chicken coop that emerged above the water's surface, managing to push it onto a large stone. Inside, dozens of spiritual chickens clucked frantically, their lives preserved. While attempting to rescue the second coop, Qian Duoduo suddenly discerned that the water was flowing from the direction of Mengyuan River. This revelation indicated that it was the river's waters, not a flood, that had inundated the manor. Qian Duoduo splashed the surface as he swam toward the riverbank. "Where are you going?" Huang Guiran shouted from behind. To see where the water is coming from and to block it? Qian Duoduo replied loudly. That way is dangerous. Huang Gairen's warning was drowned out by the rain. Struggling against the current, Qian Duoduo swam over 100 zhong, but his feet could no longer touch the bottom. The roar of Mingyuan River grew increasingly thunderous, and the whirlpools became ever larger, feeling as if he were being drawn into the maw of a ferocious lion. As another whirlpool, the size of a grinding stone, emerged, his strength waned, and fear began to take hold. If he were swept into the river's torrent, he could not guarantee he would survive like a fished eye in that moment. Qian Duoduo spotted a boulder the size of a house ahead and summoned his last reserves of energy. Desperately paddling toward it and climbing atop, catching his breath, Qian Duoduo stood atop the stone. Mingyuan River surged just behind him, the water level rising significantly. Yet, despite the increase, the river remained within its banks. Here, the river's flow was obstructed by the stone beneath his feet, diverting to the left, crossing the riverbank, and flooding the manor, creating a small lake. He had never seen this stone before, unaware of its origins. Having identified the cause, he felt a sense of relief. Qian Duoduo tossed 2 spirit-boosting pills into his mouth, feeling the spiritual energy rapidly replenish within his veins. Pointing his sword, the golden rooster's sword shot forth, cleaving a substantial chunk off the boulder. The sword fell like a torrential downpour from the sky, incessantly striking the massive stone beneath him. Once the surface was sufficiently hewn, he plunged into the water to hack at the submerged portion. With each resounding crash, it was as if thunder was repeatedly striking the stone. Chunks of rock were chipped away, disappearing beneath the rushing waters. With a final, forceful blow, Qian Duoduo cleaved another piece from the boulder, which had now been significantly reduced, allowing the waters of Mingyuan River to no longer breach the banks. Although the torrential rain continued, the water within the manor receded at a visibly rapid pace. In the distance, what had once only revealed the head of Huang Guiren now showed his entire upper body. The manor had been saved. Chapter 50. A great problem arises. The outer gate of Mingyuan Mountain, built upon a hillside, allowed the accumulated water within the manor to flow naturally downward. After a dozen breaths, the water level fell to their knees. The fallen spiritual bamboo was now visible. Qian Duoduo sat upon the stone, hand resting on the golden rooster sword embedded in it, chewing vigorously on spirit-boosting pills. After a brief respite, he dizzily descended from the stone and rushed toward the chicken coop. Perhaps the spiritual chickens were still salvageable. The water continued to recede, slowly revealing the purple cloud grass, with some of the over 8,000 spiritual plants still intact, while others had vanished without a trace. The spiritual plants showed no urgency. It was the spiritual chicks that were truly anxious. Upon reaching the nearest chicken coop, Qian Duoduo's heart ached. The doors had been shut, trapping the spiritual chickens inside. Now, aside from the top layer where some chickens survived, the 3 lower layers lay still, drenched, with a faint aura of death enveloping them. Summoning his spiritual energy, Qian Duoduo infused it into the hilt of the golden rooster sword, channeling it toward the tip. A resounding crow erupted from the sword's tip, surging forth toward the drowned spiritual chickens. Under the impact of the sound waves, the dead chickens began to twitch. Some flapped their wings slightly. The invocation of their souls was effective. Qian Duoduo stuffed a handful of spirit-boosting pills into his mouth and charged toward the second and third coops. The golden rooster sword rang out repeatedly, revitalizing the chickens within the coops. The once lifeless roosters began to crow energetically. Huang Guiren followed closely behind, opening the doors of each coop to allow the revived spiritual chickens to emerge and stretch their limbs, fully regaining their vitality. The rain had lessened significantly, and the accumulated water on the ground had nearly vanished. Reaching the final chicken coop, Qian Duoduo poured his last reserves of spiritual energy into the golden rooster sword, which let out a prolonged crow. He lay back on the ground, eyes closed, allowing the gentle rain to sprinkle upon his face and drift into his mouth. How exhausting! Qian Duoduo felt that aside from a faint trace of spiritual awareness, he was utterly depleted. After a considerable time, Huang Guiren finally noticed Qian Duoduo sprawled on the ground and rushed over, fearing he was on the brink of collapse. I'm fine. Let me rest for a moment. Qian Duoduo reassured him, patting his hand to indicate he could set him down. Truth be told, Qian Duoduo was unaccustomed to such brotherly intimacy, having neither siblings himself. Moreover, as the spirit-boosting pills gradually dissolved. The spiritual energy within Qian Duoduo's meridian slowly replenished, and he regained feeling in his limbs. I am not so fragile. Nor will I be, Qian Duoduo asserted, both to Huang Guiran and himself. At last, the rain ceased, and a bright moon hung in the sky. Under the moonlight, Mengyuan Mountain was serenely quiet, filled with the sounds of insects and frogs, and the spiritual energy was particularly abundant. A single breath could enhance one's cultivation. Only the manor lay in ruins, as if trapped in an unreal nightmare. Concerned that the released spiritual chickens might wander away or be devoured by spiritual beasts, Qian Duoduo and Huang Guiran immediately set about repairing the manor's fences. A rough estimate revealed that of the 50,000 spiritual chickens, approximately half had perished. The second batch of eggs, nearly ready to hatch, had all been swept away. The purple cloud grass, growing in clusters, had only been slightly displaced. Some of the spiritual plants in the garden had been uprooted but remained nearby, while others had been carried far downstream. With some lost entirely as dawn broke, when Wang Merua came bouncing to find Qian Duoduo, she was met with the peculiar sight of Huang Guiran sitting on the stone path, surrounded by piles of dead spiritual chickens. His hair was matted with mud, tears glistened in his eyes, and he used a wooden sword to chop off chicken feet and beaks, tools to be dried and sold, as the meat of the deceased chickens was not accepted by the sect and could only be consumed by themselves. Meanwhile, Qian Duoduo rummaged through the grass downstream of the manor, searching for the washed-away spiritual plants, his rear end in the air and murmuring incantations. I in the manor. The purple cloud grass appeared as though it had been combed, its branches, leaves, and flowers all leaning toward the south. The crooked fences, the tilted chicken coops, and the exposed ground all told her that a flood had indeed come last night. It's nothing. It's all in the past. Qian Duoduo reassured the dazed Wang Merua, patting her shoulder. As long as we are here, the land is here, the chickens are here, and the roots are intact, everything will return in no time. Please help me call my senior brothers from the treasury. Let us host a grand chicken feast. Wang Dahe was the first to arrive. Upon learning of the flooding at the manor, he fell silent, making his way to the banks of Mengyuan River, where he discovered the enormous stone that Qian Duoduo had nearly split in half. At the riverbank, he noticed a deep trench. The river water, obstructed by the boulder, had flowed through this channel, escaping the manor. Is there a problem? Qian Duoduo squatted down to measure the trench, which was half a foot deep. This is serious, Wang Dahe explained in detail. It was then that Qian Duoduo learned that both banks of Mengyuan River were lined with formations designed to ensure that no matter how heavy the rain, the river would never overflow its banks. This trench had effectively disrupted the riverbank's formations. As for the suddenly appearing boulder, if it had indeed been swept down from upstream, it should have been carried downstream by the river and could not have become lodged here. Its presence here indicated that there were also formations laid beneath the stone. The disruption and establishment of formations were clearly intentional, aimed specifically at the manor. Utilizing this storm, a deluge was orchestrated to devastate the estate painstakingly managed by Qian Duoduo. Who was responsible for this? Qian Duoduo inquired, exchanging a glance with Wang Dahe. The first person that sprang to Qian Duoduo's mind was Gong Sunzheng. Yet his cultivation was merely at the third level of qi condensation, inferior to Qian Duoduo's current prowess. Even if he wished to create havoc, he lacked the capability. What a fool. Both Qian Duoduo and Wang Dahe simultaneously voiced their unspoken conclusions, nodding in accord. When Gong Sunzheng last visited to cause trouble, it was no mystery. They understood that the true mastermind behind him was Jean Buke. This time, without a doubt, it was he again. He was akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Striking at opportune moments, as the senior brothers arrived at the estate, witnessing the dismal state of affairs, they comprehended that this was a gathering of bittersweet mirth. Everyone racked their brains, concocting over 30 exquisite dishes of spirit chicken. It felt as though they were dining in the kitchen of the treasury, seated on the ground in a circle. They reminisced about the time when the junior brother first arrived at the treasury, and their modest dinners of 4 dishes and a soup lasted for years, with the second and third brothers eagerly anticipating the day they could enjoy 7 plates and 8 bowls. Right? Wang Dahe, being the eldest brother, was the first to speak. Since we have no expectations for our lives, the 8 of us have refrained from advancing our cultivation, fearing that once we depart from the treasury, we might go hungry. However, with the arrival of our junior brother, everything has changed. Wang Merua sat beside Qian Duoduo, listening with great interest to the tales of these low-ranking cultivators. To her, every detail of their stories was fascinating. Infused with a sense of excitement she could hardly comprehend. Even though we are now apart, I believe we are still brothers, aren't we? The senior brothers nodded in agreement, and Wang Dahe surveyed the group before continuing. Our junior brother is establishing a manor here, and Master Tang has personally inscribed his support. We, as brothers, should likewise demonstrate our support through action. Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo quickly stood, eldest brother, esteemed seniors, although the manor has suffered a minor disaster. There is no need for donations. In a month or two, the estate will flourish anew. Wang Dahe rose, forcefully seating Qian Duoduo back down. Allow me to finish. The affairs of our junior brother are our affairs. I believe the scale of this manor is insufficient. I propose we double its size and raise some spirit beasts. The funds required for this expansion shall be contributed collectively, and the profits shared among us. What say you? Chapter 51. Where there is a male, there must be a female. I2. Wang Merua attempted to rise to speak, but was restrained by Wang Dahe to sit down. You have already cast your lot. Grant us brothers a chance. Lei Jiashu bit his lip and was the first to raise his hand. I agree. I intended to give our junior brother money, but he insisted he had enough. This time, he must accept. The second brother, Yi Xiaoyun, and the third brother, Bai Maki, raised their hands together. We have long had grievances with our junior brother. Let him raise some larger beasts instead of only feeding us chickens. They exchanged knowing smiles, a rare moment of consensus on a particular matter. Seeing the other brothers in agreement, Wang Dahe smiled with satisfaction. We must show those who oppress our junior brother that he cannot be toppled. Nor can our treasury's 10 brothers. Upon hearing 10 brothers, Huang Guoran sat up straight. Yet upon hearing 10 brothers, Qian Duoduo covered his face with his hands, quietly wiping away the tears from his eyes. Sharing the same surname does not necessarily make one a brother. However, those who dare to stand up for you and are unafraid to confront formidable foes are undoubtedly brothers. That day, after the spirit chicken feast, none of the brothers departed. Some tended to the weeds, others dug the earth, and still others repaired the fences. They busied themselves all day long, expanding the manor from 1,000 acres to 2,000. In the newly developed area, a large pond was excavated specifically for the spirit beasts to drink from, preventing them from roaming to the Mengyuan River and contaminating the water, not to mention the risk of falling into the river. Around the manor, the eldest brother led the group in digging a deep trench, channeling water from the Mengyuan River into it. This would not only irrigate the spiritual plants, but also enhance the concentration of spiritual energy within the estate. Outside the trench, the brothers arranged an entire circle of formations. The materials consumed for these formations exceeded 1 million gold coins. While one could not claim it to be impenetrable, it could be confidently asserted that cultivators below the foundation establishment level would find it impossible to breach even a fraction. In the following weeks, the brothers and Wang Merua delivered over 100 varieties of spirit beasts to the manor. The largest was a female golden cow, while the smallest was a nest of ants. They wished to bring more, but Qian Duoduo halted them. Each spirit beast had its temperament and preferences. Placing them all in the same enclosure would inevitably lead to conflicts, resulting in injuries or worse. When a particular spirit beast arrived, Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoran set aside a small courtyard to rear it separately. Junior brother, look what I have brought. Days later, Wang Dahe shouted from outside the manor. Before Qian Duoduo could respond, he raised his hands high, revealing 2 turtles the size of wash basins. Eldest brother, weren't you told not to bring anything? As Wang Dahe approached, Qian Duoduo forced a wry smile. I just remembered. This pond is still empty and should not go to waste. We need to raise something. Wang Dahe placed the 2 turtles into the water. Let me tell you, these turtles are quite valuable. They are a rare breed, the iron-shelled mystic turtle. They can inscribe formations. Having spent the past few days studying the second volume of the Encyclopedia of Artifact Refinement, Qian Duoduo recognized them immediately. Wang Dahe chuckled. You have a good eye. They are a male and a female. If you take good care of them, they will lay eggs, and we can hatch a whole new batch of turtles. I will never lack materials for my formations. Qian Duoduo clapped his hands. It's thanks to you, eldest brother. You've reminded me. We must pair the spirit beasts in the manor. Where there is a male, there should be a female. Where there is a female, there should be a male. I have a plan. Huang Guoran interjected. Rubbing his hands together, at the Spirit Beast Research Institute, They have males for males and females for females. His shifty-eyed, eager demeanor made it clear to Qian Duoduo that he was contemplating mischief. You mustn't go there, Wang Dahe promptly interrupted. I've heard that the spirit beasts there are sometimes more formidable than the elders. Angering them could lead to dire consequences. Then I shall go to purchase some, Qian Duoduo asked Huang Guoren. The research institute never sells spirit beasts, Huang Guoren shrugged. Wang Dahe narrowed his eyes. Why must we buy them? He formed a circle with his right hand's thumb and index finger, while extending his left index finger straight, piercing through the center. Not buy? Then how do we proceed? Qian Duoduo was perplexed. I understand. Huang Guoren grinned mischievously. You understand? Qian Duoduo was incredulous. The eldest brother is suggesting, Huang Guoren whispered conspiratorially in Qian Duoduo's ear. As Qian Duoduo's eyes widened in realization, he discovered a whole new perspective of the world. Not spending a single coin? Splendid. Let us do it that way. I entrust this task to you. Qian Duoduo grasped Huang Guoren's hand, assigning him the new mission of liberating spirit beasts, specifically from the Spirit Beast Research Institute. After several days of escapades, many of the spirit beasts in the manor began to show signs of pregnancy. Spirit sheep, spirit wolves, spirit rabbits, and spirit cats. All were noticeably swollen, on the verge of giving birth. Yet, the female golden cow remained unperturbed. The golden cow in their manor feasted daily on purple clover and drank from the waters of the Mengyuan River, growing plump and radiant. How could it remain alone? Qian Duoduo pondered this and inquired of Huang Guoren for an explanation. Huang Guoren replied, The Research Institute does not have any male golden cows. In response to Qian Duoduo's pressing question about the location of a male golden cow, Huang Guoren explained, There is indeed a male golden cow not far from here. Master Tang's mount is one. The mention of his master's uncle immediately reminded Qian Duoduo of the adorable little serpents in Xiaolong Valley. All right then, let us not pursue the matter of pairing the golden cow until after the outer sect competition's top 5 are determined. Calculating the time, he realized that there was still a month until the competition. The estate, irrespective of whether in the spiritual plant zone or the spirit beast zone, thrived with vitality. The spirit chickens had entered a peak laying period. Not only did Qian Duoduo and his 10 brothers consume their share, but they could also sell over 10,000 eggs daily to the sect, aside from those reserved for hatching. Huang Guoren's small courtyard was teeming with half-grown spirit chicks, which would soon be ready for transfer to the manor. The iron-shelled mystic turtle gifted by the eldest brother had laid 4 eggs, which the mother turtle buried in the sand. Wang Dahe made it a point to check on the manor whenever he visited. Eagerly anticipating the hatching of the little turtles, Qian Duoduo and Huang Guoren gradually discerned the temperaments of the spirit beasts and arranged their accommodations sensibly. Conflicts within the spirit beast zone diminished significantly. In their spare time, they split their activities between the training grounds for contests and further studies of the second volume of the Encyclopedia of Artifact Refinement. After 3 examinations conducted by Lu Boli, Qian Duoduo felt his mastery was now on par with that of the first volume and decided it was time for another visit to the Wanjin Pavilion. After some contemplation, he resolved to go in the evening. Sneaking in quietly as autumn settled in, he circled the Wanjin Pavilion square twice, noting that the fire phoenix still retained its position at the top of the 6 pillars, on the first golden pillar. His drawing of the golden toad was ranked first, with the fire phoenix second. Was it possible that in the past 2 months, Chao Yueying had not come to refresh the golden pillar? At that moment, Qian Duoduo's spiritual sense caught 2 disciples chatting in the shadows. Be cautious. Among those idling in the square, there might be that bull dung. One disciple whispered conspiratorially. Don't be ridiculous. That's not bull dung. It's a golden toad or perhaps a frog, another disciple retorted. Qian Duoduo initially intended to bypass them, but upon hearing golden toad, which seemed to bear some relevance to him, he focused his spiritual sense. Regardless, anything that dares to overshadow our fire phoenix sister is courting death. The disciple disparaging Qian Duoduo as bull dung appeared to be an admirer of Chao Yueying. This individual possessed some talent, for despite sister adjusting her strategy and continuously refreshing her ranking for a month, she had not managed to reclaim the top position on the first golden pillar. The disciple spoke candidly, questioning if Chao Yueying truly had such capabilities. Was a mere title of pillar head worth such unwavering dedication? One could only imagine her repeatedly entering and exiting the wooden cabin. facing failure and disappointment time and again, while Qian Duoduo reveled in glee. What prowess did she possess? Only daring to venture out at night for assessments, avoiding the sunlight like a mere rodent. After berating Qian Duoduo, she labeled him a coward as well. This senior brother, what offense had Qian Duoduo committed against you? The name Rodent Capture Team seemed rather fitting. The forthright disciple concurred, laughing, haha, in their quest to discover who surpassed Chao Yueying. They actually formed a so-called Rodent Capture Team specifically to catch me? Qian Duoduo felt both angered and amused. Why could others serve as pillar heads, including Chao Yueying, yet he was denied? Observing the positions of the two members of the Rodent Capture Team, he took advantage of their inattention to slip into the wooden cabin behind the second golden pillar, silently vowing, if I am not allowed to be the pillar head, I shall defy them and become one regardless. Chapter 52. Golden claw armor settling onto a cushion, he entered a realm of illusion, sketching the golden toad as the assessment commenced. The spirit beast scroll was far more intricate than that of spirit plants, encompassing every creature that crawled, burrowed, climbed, or swam, excluding only those that could fly. After reading through it once, Qian Duoduo was utterly distressed. With tens of thousands of creatures, each adorned with fur, claws, shells, and scales, how could he possibly remember them all? Eventually, Lu Boli emerged, imparting a method that swiftly resolved his predicament. Lu Boli stated, "Let me share with you which parts of each spirit beast are the most delectable and how they can be consumed." As soon as the connection to food was made, Qian Duoduo's spirituality expanded instantaneously. What fur and claws, what shells and scales. These were merely subjects of frying, roasting, and stewing. Employing this approach dramatically enhanced Qian Duoduo's learning efficiency. Within the realm of illusion, countless fragments of spirit beasts, segmented into heads, feet, claws, teeth, scales, and fur, filled the space. Repeating fry, roast, stew, he skillfully connected the fragments with both hands, restoring each spirit beast. Time slipped away. After the burning of an incense stick, Qian Duoduo lost count of how many he had completed and how many remained. However, when he invested his spiritual sense into the jade tablet, he discovered an additional scroll, an encyclopedia of artifact refinement concerning spiritual birds. He had undoubtedly passed, though he was uncertain if he had achieved the status of pillar head. Pushing open the door, he refrained from checking his results beneath the golden pillar, instead walking away in the opposite direction. To outsiders, it appeared as though he had failed the assessment and was too embarrassed to leave directly. Upon exiting the Wanjin Pavilion Square, he hesitated between returning to his residence or examining the golden pillar. After a moment's contemplation, he leisurely approached the square's edge, squinting to see his golden toad prominently displayed atop the second golden pillar. What a thrill! He had bested Chao Yueying. A broad grin spread across his face, and he glanced at the two oblivious members of the Rodent Capture Team hiding in the shadows, feeling a surge of pride. What scholars they claimed to be, yet they were nothing special. Stepping lightly away from the square, Qian Duoduo calmly traversed the Spirit Martial Avenue, entering the archway of Mengyuan Mountain, before finally allowing himself to leap joyfully for a while, then stealthily returning to the Bujin Manor. In the area where spiritual energy was most concentrated, he sat cross-legged, internally addressing Lu Boli. "Master, how did I perform? Am I still worthy?" Securing the position of pillar head made him feel quite proud. Given the current circumstances, he could no longer share this joy with Huang Guoren and Wang Meruo. He could only boast a little to Lu Lao. Acceptable, Lu Boli nodded slightly. He controlled himself, refraining from praising Qian Duoduo. The foundational skills of artifact refinement were of utmost importance and often monotonous. The fact that Qian Duoduo could maintain such enthusiasm during the most tedious phase was something Lu Boli deemed more significant than achieving multiple pillar head statuses. If I have defeated the scholars, does that make me one? Merely establishing a foundation. It does not imply superiority. It merely indicates you can pursue the path of artifact refinement. Lu Boli cautioned, in the upcoming external competition. Your cultivation is still lacking. Should you encounter a 6th-level practitioner, the outcome may be uncertain. Understood, I am still a bit away from the 5th level of Qi condensation. I will strive harder. You currently possess ample spirit chicken claws. I shall assist you in refining a defensive artifact, Lu Boli said, stroking his elegant silver beard. The power of the Jinyu sword, Qian Duoduo had experienced firsthand. With his current level of Qi condensation at the 4th level, he could assuredly defeat those at the 5th level. Lu Boli would provide Qian Duoduo with an additional defensive artifact, ensuring he had a solid foundation to enter the top 5. No longer fearing those venomous snakes, Qian Duoduo felt profoundly moved. "Master, what can I do for you now?" Lu Boli shook his head. "I am currently at the peak of the Golden Core stage. That is my limit. To restore further, only high-quality soul medicine will suffice. However, I have yet to sense any good soul medicine within the Artifact Spirit sect." Qian Duoduo raised his hand in a vow. "Should I encounter any good soul medicine, I will do everything in my power to assist Master Lu in acquiring it." Lu Boli waved his hand. "There is no need for such measures. Just do your best." After a night of diligent practice on the Golden Light technique, the following morning, Qian Duoduo made his way directly to the Artifact Master Hall. Following Lu Boli's guidance, he purchased golden spider silk and golden rhinoceros hide. Renting a cauldron, just as he intended to leave, he was intercepted by Elder Tianshu. "Have you become an artifact apprentice?" Elder Tianshu's bright eyes sparkled with kindness. "Yes," Qian Duoduo replied, but he couldn't help wondering if she knew he was the Golden Toad. "Henceforth, if you have any uncertainties regarding artifact refinement, feel free to come and ask me." Hearing the elder's words, Qian Duoduo felt a surge of anxiety. Such a statement indicated she held him in high regard. What merit did an outer sect disciple like him possess to warrant the attention of a mid-tier 3rd-grade artifact master? Surely, she must know something. If word got out and the rodent capture team discovered he was the Golden Toad, realizing he had slapped their Fire Phoenix senior sister twice, could he still lead a peaceful life? In a panic, he bowed to Elder Tianshu. "It's still early." Then he turned and hurried away, racing back to his small courtyard. No. 1972. Activating the formation to isolate external spiritual senses, Lu Boli silently appeared in the room. The artifact to be refined this time was named Golden Claw Armor. Pay close attention. In the future, you must do the same. Lu Boli's words prompted Qian Duoduo to open his spiritual senses fully, observing every subtle movement he made. Taking out over 50 spirit chicken claws, arranging them alongside the half-pound of golden spider silk he had just purchased and a full sheet of golden rhinoceros hide, Lu Boli placed his left hand beneath the cauldron, causing a flame to rise within. This is Dan Fire. Once you reach the Golden Core stage, you will also be able to produce it from the cauldron. If you have not yet reached the Golden Core stage, you can rely on external fire. External fire has its advantages, yet its downside is that it cannot be separated from the cauldron, making it less obedient than your internal fire. With his right hand, Lu Boli gestured, and the spirit chicken claws flew into the cauldron one by one. The process of loading materials into the cauldron was akin to sword control. Once inside, it was essential to ensure the materials were evenly heated, melting simultaneously to remove impurities. The purification process and its outcome determined the upper limit of the artifact's quality. As he explained, the spirit chicken claws transformed into a pool of golden liquid, while the impurities dissipated as black smoke from the cauldron. The spirit chicken claws, being golden in nature, melted into golden water. The golden spider silk, being fibrous, could only be heated with gentle flames to turn it into a sticky paste. If the fire were too strong, it would turn to ash, resulting in a failed refinement. Though half a pound of golden spider silk was not heavy, it was quite substantial, larger than a large watermelon. The fire within the cauldron turned pink, and in Lu Boli's hands, it resembled a cherry-sized mouth, gently cradling the mass of spider silk, warming it into a white sticky liquid. The challenge of this refinement lay in the blending of the golden water and sticky liquid. As an artifact master, one must grasp the precise point where both temperatures matched, mixing them swiftly and evenly for a successful outcome. In Lu Boli's hands, the golden water stretched into a honeycomb-shaped mass, floating within the cauldron, while the golden spider paste formed into fine threads, intertwining with it. With a flick of Lu Boli's right hand, the golden water was pressed inward, causing the sticky liquid to blend in. The golden water transformed into a light yellow dough. Lu Boli tossed the golden rhinoceros hide into the cauldron, and shortly thereafter, it morphed into 3 pieces of armor, all the same size. "Are we making 3 pieces?" Qian Duoduo's eyes widened, scarcely daring to blink. While golden rhinoceros hide was sturdy, it could not withstand the assaults of artifacts. Even 3 layers would not endure a full-force strike from a cultivator, hence the addition of spirit chicken claws. The rigidity of the spirit chicken claws and the flexibility of the golden rhinoceros hide. when interconnected through golden spider silk, formed a perfect union. As Lu Boli spoke, he layered a web-like coating of golden water over the first layer of armor. On top of the golden water, he placed the second layer of armor. Another layer of golden water was added atop the second layer, followed by the third layer of armor. Qian Duoduo suddenly understood. With 3 layers of softness combined with 2 layers of hardness, the golden claw armor was about to be completed. Chapter 53. Thousands of voices in unison. A small cat seemed to claw at his heart, and although Qian Duoduo opened his mouth several times, he dared not utter a sound. The concluding phase was of utmost importance. At this moment, one must not rush. There is a principle in artifact refinement. Be cautious until the end. Lu Boli's words made Qian Duoduo's heart tighten, urging that little cat to remain still. The fire within the cauldron turned light yellow, gently roasting the golden claw armor from both sides. Paying heed to Lu Boli's reminders, his right hand moved like waves, causing the golden claw armor within the cauldron to be pressed. The success of the 5 layers merging depended entirely on this final step. As his words fell, Lu Boli flicked his fingers, and a piece of dark golden armor appeared before Qian Duoduo. Master, impressive. What grade is it? Qian Duoduo cautiously touched the surface of the armor, which felt warm and skin-like. High-grade mundane artifact, Lu Boli replied. Returning to the golden toad form, it's sufficient for your external competition. Qian Duoduo donned the golden claw armor, putting on his blue robe, and moved around in the room, marveling at how well it fit, light and unrestrictive. As if he wore nothing at all. Though he had intended to offer a few words of praise, Lu Boli had already closed his eyes, adopting an expression of serene detachment. Qian Duoduo understood that he must govern his emotions. As a 5th-tier high-level artifact refiner, crafting advanced mundane items was almost child's play. He retracted his golden claws and informed Huang Guoran at the estate that he would be entering seclusion for a few days. Upon returning to his residence, he secured the door, blew away the dust on the spirit platform, and took a seat. It had been several months since he had last utilized the spirit platform. Having paid off Huang Guoran's debts, it wasn't that he didn't wish to use it. Rather, he simply lacked the funds. Recently, selling spiritual chicken eggs and purple cloud grass had netted him several thousand gold coins, which he intended to use to break through to the 5th level of qi condensation. After an hour of intense effort, with 2,000 gold coins at stake, spiritual energy surged forth like morning mist. Qian Duoduo activated the 5th layer of the golden light technique, guiding the energy through the meridians within his body. After 2 days and nights, the barrier at the end of the 4th layer was finally breached. When the breakthrough occurred, a powerful force radiated outward, and although Qian Duoduo immediately reined it in, a layer of dust still settled upon the spirit platform. He had achieved the 5th level of qi condensation. Looking down at the token, he saw a pitiful 300 gold coins remaining. Work was still necessary. He had to earn more. Sighing inwardly, he descended from the spirit platform and made his way to the estate. As he stepped outside, Qian Duoduo realized it was already dusk. The fragrant scent of osmanthus wafted through the air in the autumn of Mengyuan Mountain, emanating from a tree known as the August Spirit Osmanthus. Its bark could be used in medicinal concoctions, while its flowers, fruits, and roots served as materials for crafting. It was said that the scent of the spirit osmanthus could aid in meditation and clear the mind. Approaching the no-change estate, he noticed the fragrance of spirit osmanthus mingling with other floral scents. The rich sweetness tickling the tip of his tongue belonged to the spirit gardenia, while the warm and passionate aroma was that of the red spirit rose. The delicate and elegant scent came from the blooming spirit orchid, and the joyous fragrance was undoubtedly from the spirit lily. The invigorating scent wafting through the air was that of the honeysuckle, while the calming and comforting essence belonged to the spirit daffodil. Competing with the spirit osmanthus for richness was only the purple cloud grass. If the fragrance of the spirit osmanthus was akin to the wind, then the scent of the purple cloud grass was like the sea, a fragrant ocean formed by millions of blossoms. Within this fragrant cloud sea, over 8,000 types of spiritual plants resembled countless children, and the delicate threads of aroma were akin to their laughter and cries. These children, Qian Duoduo had sown with his own hands, nurtured from germination to leafing, and now, some had borne fruit. He felt like their mother, and at times, their father. The sensation was simply delightful. As Qian Duoduo's spiritual awareness brushed against them, he sensed their feelings, They recognized him as their caretaker, not someone else, through the tremors of their branches and leaves. He felt their joy. They stood tall, their leaves unfurling, and their flowers blooming even more vibrantly. Qian Duoduo felt somewhat intoxicated as he sat upon a large stone at the estate's entrance, overwhelmed by the simultaneous calls of thousands of children crying out for their father and mother. Unsure of which to respond to and feeling no need to choose at that moment, he heard the sound of eggshells cracking, followed by a chorus of immature and piercing chirps. Another batch of spiritual chicks had hatched. They called out for their mother and father, their voices ringing with abandon, as if they were the center of the universe. Yet, despite their dominance in sound, they could never drown out the quieter voices of the spiritual plants. His spiritual awareness surged like a tide, extending slowly towards the riverbank, where the newly cultivated spirit beast area LOYT was even more lively here. The purple cloud grass served as fodder for the spirit beasts, while simultaneously providing them with fertilizer. A mother golden cow lay sprawled out, her limbs relaxed, head resting on the ground, eyes lazy, yet her ears twitched incessantly to chase away a bothersome horsefly. The golden cow's neighbor was a spirit cat. Mother to 8 kittens. 3 of the little spirit cats treated their mother's body as a playground, darting in and out, while the other 5 tumbled together in a lively fray. These kittens, just like their mother, were a handful. When they first arrived at the estate, this seemingly demure spirit cat had a habit of stealing spiritual chickens, only to bury the feathers in the ground afterward to cover her tracks. The spirit cat's home faced the water pool. What? The little turtle that Master Brother cared for the most had quietly emerged from its eggshell. This moment thrilled him the most, yet he had missed it. The 4 tiny turtles measured only the size of his fingers. Although they had just entered the water, their tiny eyes sparkled as they aimed at the small fish and shrimp swimming nearby. The most unruly were the golden ants. Ignoring the bamboo fence, they crawled through the gaps, having discovered 2 dead spirit bees, and were triumphantly carrying them back to their nest in droves. Their proud little legs seemed to stomp the ground, as if declaring a feast was upon them, while their antennae waved, signaling, "Food is here, bystanders beware." Within the estate, aside from the spiritual plants grown by Qian Duoduo himself and the spirit beasts he nurtured, there were numerous uninvited little pests. The most detested were, of course, the mosquitoes, flies, and horseflies. They were the professional thieves of the estate, often stealing the blood of the spirit beasts and the leftover meat in careless moments. The most welcomed guests were the bees and butterflies. They flitted from one flower to another, sipping nectar while their legs were packed with pollen, as the flowers generously rewarded these pollinators in hopes of becoming mothers. For a time, Qian Duoduo was particularly vexed by the spiritual locusts that seemed to come from nowhere. They had an insatiable appetite for the leaves of the purple cloud grass, arriving in swarms and multiplying uncontrollably, nearly devouring all the spiritual plants in the estate. No flying sword or formation could fend off the locust plague. Had it not been for Qian Duoduo's understanding that they lacked ears and had not evolved spiritual awareness, he might have suspected they were sent by the golden not-lacking faction. Then, by chance, he observed the spiritual chickens joyfully preying on the spiritual locusts, leading to a moment of enlightenment. Qian Duoduo realized he still knew too little about the spiritual chickens. Once he released them from the coop, the locusts, stripped of their weapons, became a delicious meal for the chickens, raising the quality of their claws and beaks by a tier. In an instant, misfortune transformed into fortune. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Duoduo's spiritual awareness enveloped the entire estate, making it feel like a world contained within a bottle, where the stories of all living beings unfolded before his eyes. Suddenly, amidst the dispersing spiritual awareness, he caught sight of someone he should not have seen. Chapter 54. You are just half a chicken. This person concealed themselves in the grass by the riverbank, a mere head visible, knees drawn up, gazing towards the estate. It was, unmistakably, Yu Yixiang. Had Qian Duoduo not expanded his spiritual awareness, he would never have detected her stillness. What was she doing here? With the autumn waters cooling, was she here swimming again? Qian Duoduo mused, withdrawing his spiritual awareness. Unlike other women who relished attention, this one seemed to shy away from it. Just then, someone shouted, "Little senior brother, is that you back?" At the estate, Huang Guoren stepped forward, his expression flustered, muttering under his breath. Qian Duoduo couldn't help but chuckle. What happened to Huang Guoren? Did he get bitten by some insect? In Qian Duoduo's spiritual awareness, he was the only person in the estate. Though alone, Huang Gairen's mouth was never still, engaged in a constant dialogue with himself. When he finally recognized Qian Duoduo, he felt embarrassed. You've emerged from seclusion? Such a powerful aura. It seems you had a smooth journey. What happened to you just now? You looked like you were scared out of your wits, Qian Duoduo asked with curiosity. Huang Guiren ruffled his messy hair. Just now, I felt a chilling presence fall upon me. As if someone were observing me from the shadows. I wonder who it could be. You think it was me? Qian Duoduo inquired, while internally contemplating. That chilling presence must have been my spiritual awareness. Just moments ago, while near the estate, my innate technique had naturally operated, causing my awareness to expand significantly and gain some depth. The newly opened meridians were vibrant with a lively azure hue. There's no one else near the estate, Huang Guiren confidently declared. Qian Duoduo thought, perhaps not, as Yu Yixiang was lurking by the river. However, when he casually glanced in that direction, it was already void of any presence. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of 9 bells echoed from the peak of Mingyuan Mountain, heralding the dawn. Today marked the day of the Outer Doors small competition. Qian Duoduo opened his eyes, his mind as clear as the autumn sky. Devoid of fear or expectation. After reaching the 5th level of Qi condensation, he had spent another month training in the martial arena. Having sparred with several 6th-tier senior brothers, he felt confident and was no longer fearful about placing in the top 5. Moreover, as a participant who had previously secured first place in the Outer Doors small competition, it was unlikely he would surpass his past achievements this time. This Outer Door competition was merely a fulfillment of a promise he had made. Huang Guiren waited outside the estate, rising before dawn to share secrets with the spirit chickens. We're off, Qian Duoduo said as he slowly stood up, beckoning Huang Guiren to follow. The Outer Door small competition was a significant event at Mingyuan Mountain, held at a secondary peak known as Tianju. The mountain paths were crowded with disciples heading to Tianju Peak for the competition. Thus, they are all disciples clad in blue robes at levels 4, 5, and 6 from Mingyuan Mountain. There are over 10,000 such disciples in Mingyuan Mountain, yet those participating in the minor competition are primarily at levels 5 and 6, numbering no more than 1,000. With the majority being at level 6, should a level 6 disciple achieve a commendable rank in the minor competition, they will attract the attention of the sect, thereby securing a superior cave dwelling and an abundance of cultivation resources upon entering the inner sect. Moreover, those who place in the top 10 will receive additional rewards. The rewards for the top 5 are significantly more substantial than those for the top 10. The first place prize is the most generous of all. Have you heard? Senior brother Yin Buiyuan has vowed to claim second place in this competition, a gray-robed disciple remarked to his companion while standing beside Qian Duoduo. Gray-robed disciples are not permitted to participate in the outer sect minor competition. Hence, they are particularly eager to observe this elite outer sect contest, relishing in the gossip that emerges from it. Why not aim for first place? His companion inquired, echoing Qian Duoduo's curiosity. Senior brother Buiyuan asserts that first place can only go to Sister Yu Yixiang. Do you comprehend? The gray-robed disciple said, raising his eyebrows. He chuckled. Those willing to play the supporting role are not limited to senior brother Yen alone. Senior brother Su and senior brother Jiang Xinhai both claim allegiance to the fragrance faction. His companion scoffed twice. Senior brother Yin Buiyuan was already capable of advancing to level 7. He has been suppressing his cultivation for this very day, choosing to forego victory to express his subservience to Sister Yixiang. The gray-robed disciple's words piqued Huang Gairen's interest, drawing him closer. Such gossip is Huang Gairen's favorite pastime. So many admire Yu Yixiang, yet Qian Duoduo remains indifferent. What is so special about a wild girl? Why does she even have the moniker Ice Phoenix? Qian Duoduo quickened his pace, distancing himself from the two gossiping disciples. Huang Guiren noticed the widening gap and hurried to catch up. Is Sister Yu Yixiang really that popular? Qian Duoduo asked with a smile, lowering his voice. Sister Yixiang is one of the 4 phoenixes of our sect, a celestial being. Many people yearn to exchange a word with her, but often find it unachievable. How could her popularity not be high? Huang Guiren replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Is she truly that remarkable? Qian Duoduo countered, a fierce woman, yet so many male disciples are infatuated. He simply could not comprehend. Huang Guiren was momentarily at a loss for words, tilting his head in contemplation before tossing back, Junior brother, you're still young. "Why, how many years am I younger than you?" Qian Duoduo mused, realizing he was nearing 14. What was there that he did not understand? Let me put it this way. Our estate's spirit chickens do not lay eggs until they mature into full-grown hens, right? Huang Guoran spoke slowly, akin to conversing with the spirit chickens at dawn. Indeed. Although my cultivation is not as high as yours, I am like a full-grown hen capable of laying eggs. You, though possessing higher cultivation, remain but a half-grown hen, unable to lay. Huang Guoran's expression bore a hint of pride, reminiscent of a magnificent rooster in their estate, flaunting its vibrant plumage. Is that all there is to it? I understand perfectly well. Qian Duoduo dismissed the notion. The tails of roosters and hens must intertwine for eggs to hatch. I grasped that concept. He perceived the distinction between the phoenixes as merely the exceedingly beautiful hens in the eyes of the roosters. However, in Qian Duoduo's view, there was little difference. Upon reflection, he found Wang Meihua to be more charming. Unfamiliar with the matters of the heart, Qian Duoduo felt a slight irritation at Huang Guoran's air of maturity. As they ascended, the crowd thickened. Upon reaching Tianzhufeng, the clamor rendered it nearly impossible to hear anything beyond their immediate vicinity. Disciples stationed at the mountain gate directed participants into the arena while spectators were ushered outside. Among them was Wu Binghua, whom Qian Duoduo recognized. Tianzhufeng was divided into 36 competition platforms, each surrounded by a tiered viewing area. The stands towered above the platforms, making it more convenient for spectators than the martial arts arena below. The stands were packed with people, with at least tens of thousands present. In the central area of the arena, over 100 outer sect disciples encircled a woman clad in blue robes. Her demeanor proud and aloof, none other than Yu Yixiang. For the first time, Qian Duoduo scrutinized her closely and found her appearance rather appealing. Her physique developed ahead of others, surpassing Wang Meihua by a size. With pronounced curves, did male disciples truly have a preference for such figures, akin to a robust and glossy golden bull? He pondered, feeling a twinge of annoyance at Huang Guoran's comparison of himself to a half-grown hen. Despite his inexperience in such matters, just as Qian Duoduo was assessing Yu Yixiang, her gaze shot back at him. She had noticed him observing her. Upon seeing a group of male disciples also looking in his direction, their eyes either sharp as knives or fierce as swords, Qian Duoduo hastily shifted his gaze upward toward the peak of Mengyuan Mountain. He had yet to master the art of exchanging hostile glances. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out, and two figures descended from the mountaintop like shooting rainbows, plunging Tianzhufeng into silence. Chapter 55. Do you wish to showcase your might against me? The two figures landed at the pinnacle of Tianzhufeng, one clad in red and the other in blue. The red figure was none other than Qian Duoduo's maternal uncle, the esteemed Tang Honggong. The blue figure, as inferred from the earlier discussions among the disciples, was Elder Hu, a slightly plump middle-aged man from the mountain gate, who typically presided over the outer sect minor competitions. The presence of their esteemed leader caused a stir, and after the initial silence, a chorus of greetings resonated, acknowledging the presence of the leader and the elder. Tang Honggong nodded, and with a wave of Elder Hu's hand, the outer sect minor competition of Mengyuan Mountain officially commenced. Beginning with the drawing of lots, disciples at the mountain gate held bamboo tubes, allowing the participants in the arena to draw lots. Each lot indicated a competition platform from 1 to 36, as well as a number from 1 to 40. The mouths of the bamboo tubes were imbued with formations, preventing even the elders from discerning the lot numbers using spiritual senses. Qian Duoduo drew the lot for the 15th number on the 8th platform, indicating a one-on-one match. The matchups proceeded in pairs, 1 against 2, 3 against 4, and so on. The victors would remain, while the defeated would exit the arena, as announced by Elder Hu. A disciple from the mountain gate served as the referee at each platform. In the outer sect minor competition, the focus was solely on victory or defeat, with no allowance for life and death struggles. The initial 7 pairs of competitors quickly concluded their matches, the proceedings proving more intense than in the martial arts arena. 36 matches unfolded simultaneously, providing Qian Duoduo with a spectacle. To secure victory, the seniors unleashed their ultimate skills. In addition to flying swords, their arsenal included spears, magical seals, banners, and jade rulers, showcasing extraordinary techniques with remarkable power. Contestants for numbers 15 and 16, step forward, called the referee for the 8th platform. Qian Duoduo felt the gaze of his maternal uncle upon him, straightened his posture, and ascended the stage. Standing on the platform was a robust young man, his face dotted with acne and his hands resembling large fans. Upon seeing Qian Duoduo take the stage, he bellowed, "Level 5? Heh, encountering me, Jiang Xinhai, is your misfortune. Surrender now to avoid having your face turned into a flower pattern later." As he directed his words to the neighboring platform, Qian Duoduo glanced over and spotted Yu Yixiang competing on the 9th platform. This Jiang Xinhai was attempting to showcase his prowess at Qian Duoduo's expense. "What a lot of nonsense," Qian Duoduo retorted, his voice equally loud, intending for Yu Yixiang to hear. "Whoever you choose to flatter is of no concern to me, but I will not allow you to use me as a means to curry favor with others." Jiang Xinhai's face shifted instantly, and with a forceful thrust of his body, he executed a hand gesture, summoning a wooden sword that soared towards Qian Duoduo with great momentum, aimed directly at his face. With a resounding clang, the wooden sword halted 3 feet from Qian Duoduo, embedding itself in the golden Yu sword he held, unable to advance any further. Jiang Xinhai's complexion paled as he retracted the wooden sword. Unleashing a furious roar, engaging some unknown technique, the sword tip emitted a 3-inch blade of light, its speed doubling as it charged towards Qian Duoduo once more. The golden Yu sword met the wooden sword head-on, steadfastly blocking it with the blade's body. "Are you using too much strength? Did you skip breakfast this morning?" Qian Duoduo frowned, producing a spirit chicken leg and extending it towards Jiang Xinhai. "Why don't you have a bite?" Jiang Xinhai's face flushed crimson as the wooden sword rained down like a torrential downpour, yet each strike fortuitously met the golden Yu sword's defense. Moreover, Qian Duoduo only utilized the sword's body, never its tip. With each collision, the wooden sword quivered, and just as it was about to fly back, Qian Duoduo stepped forward, gripping the sword's handle as if seizing a venomous snake by its neck. Jiang Xinhai struggled vigorously to reclaim his wooden sword, but to no avail. Just as Qian Duoduo intended to discard the wooden sword from the stage, Jiang Xinhai relaxed completely, exclaiming, "I concede," as he shielded his face and exited the stage. Qian Duoduo mused, "And you thought to showcase your might against me?" After the first round concluded, half of the participants had vacated the arena, leaving 20 competitors across the platforms. A new round of drawing lots commenced, and this time, Qian Duoduo's opponent was a hefty fellow, his body gleaming with a bronze sheen. Upon taking the stage, he immediately swung his massive fists towards Qian Duoduo, relying on his rare physique as a body cultivator to engage in close combat. Qian Duoduo opted not to engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, he swiftly retreated a few steps, sending the golden Yu sword soaring. He had no faith that a flesh and blood body could withstand a weapon forged of gold. The hefty opponent, however, was not foolish. He drew forth a thick shield as his magical artifact, raising it to protect himself. The shield shimmered with an extraordinary light, clearly a mid-tier mundane artifact. Simultaneously, the hefty man tightened his flesh, transforming into a mass of muscle as he lunged at Qian Duoduo with the ferocity of a descending tiger. "Do you think you can intimidate me?" Qian Duoduo thought to himself, channeling his spiritual energy. The golden Yu sword transformed into a beam of golden light, cleaving towards the thick shield. With a thunderous crash, the sword's energy erupted, shattering the shield into 5 pieces, which fell onto the platform. The hefty man's eyes widened, resembling those of an ox. As his flesh quivered, it was unclear whether he was distressed over his lost artifact or gripped by fear. Before he could regain his composure, the golden Yu sword lunged towards his chest. Hesitating, the hefty man raised his fist before lowering it again, unwilling to clash with the golden Yu sword. The sword's tip danced, alternately aiming at his throat and heart. Beads of sweat appeared on the hefty man's brow, and he conceded. Having achieved victory in 2 consecutive matches, Qian Duoduo discreetly cast a glance at the esteemed Uncle Zhang. Tang Honggong stood tall and composed, his face betraying no emotion, which provided Qian Duoduo with a slight sense of reassurance. The reason Tang Honggong had come to observe the outer sect competition was known only to Qian Duoduo. He was here to oversee him. Should Qian Duoduo fail to secure a position within the top 5, he would be tasked with collecting snake venom for the sect at Xiaolong Valley on the 8th competition stage. Only 10 contestants remained, and another draw was imminent. Qian Duoduo drew number 3, preparing to face off against number 4. The 4th competitor was a tall, slender youth wielding a flying sword that, like his own, was golden, indicating his formidable cultivation level. However, after a brief duel with their respective swords, Qian Duoduo discerned that the golden sword was noticeably lighter than his Jinyu sword. Recognizing this disparity, the youth attempted to compensate for the lack of weight with speed and cunning ambushes. The golden sword darted about like a headless fly. Qian Duoduo expanded his spiritual awareness, thoroughly mapping the trajectory of the youth's golden sword. The Jinyu sword not only matched the speed of the opponent's weapon but also preemptively intercepted his attacks. Following 2 clashes of swords, the tall youth discovered a crack in his golden blade and promptly conceded defeat. As Qian Duoduo descended from the stage, he noticed that Yu Yixiang from the adjacent stage had also emerged victorious. The nearby spectators erupted into a wave of flattery, each admirer trying to outdo the other in their sycophantic praise. While Yu Yixiang appeared oblivious to the commotion, seemingly deaf to the adulation, which added to her enigmatic allure, truly reminiscent of a phoenix's nobility. Qian Duoduo offered her a silent commendation in his heart. After 3 rounds of eliminations, only 180 individuals remained in the arena, undoubtedly the elite of the outer sect. Elder Hu rose to announce the second segment of the competition, the defending champion round. As soon as he spoke, the audience erupted into a fervor of excitement. Huang Guoran had informed Qian Duoduo that the earlier eliminations were merely an appetizer for the outer sect contest. While the defending champion round would be the most exhilarating segment in this round, a single participant would take the stage to accept challenges from others. If one could defeat 10 challengers in succession without a single loss, they would secure a place among the top 10. Defending required not only courage but also strength. A defeat in defense did not eliminate all chances. However, challengers were limited to a certain number of attempts. 3 failures meant disqualification from further challenges. Uncle Zhang had insisted that Qian Duoduo must enter the top 5. Thus, whether he liked it or not, he had to step up to the challenge sooner rather than later. With determination, Qian Duoduo strode towards the defending stage, declaring, "Here I come." This round allowed for only 10 defenders at a time. Upon reaching the platform, Qian Duoduo surveyed the surroundings and noted that Yu Yixiang was also on stage to defend. However, including her, all 9 other contestants who had taken the stage had cultivation levels surpassing his own, leaving him as the sole 5th-level Qi condensation practitioner. Onlookers pointed at Qian Duoduo, discussing his audacity. There was no doubt that they were praising his boldness. Despite his intentions to avoid the spotlight, he had inadvertently drawn attention. With a sigh, Qian Duoduo considered that this situation might work to his advantage, as having more challengers would expedite his chances of completing his defense. As expected, a 6th-level senior brother bellowed, "I shall challenge." With a sinister grin, he leapt onto the stage. His fists were adorned with golden gauntlets, clearly indicating his elite status. As the referee called for the match to begin, the senior brother lunged forward with a punch, accompanied by a gust of wind that carried a chilling aura. This was a blatant attempt to exploit Qian Duoduo's inferior cultivation level, relying on brute force over finesse. Qian Duoduo, however, responded by directing his Jinyu sword towards the golden fist. The eternal wealth and honor technique had transformed his spiritual veins. He had never feared a direct confrontation. With a resounding crash, the stage reverberated, and the senior brother staggered back, a look of surprise etched on his face. "Don't go. Come again," Qian Duoduo commanded, as his Jinyu sword circled back for another attack, colliding with the senior brother's fist once more. The senior brother winced in pain, his hands trembling as he uttered the words of concession. No sooner had he left the stage than a shifty-eyed challenger stepped forward, introducing himself before wielding a small flying fork and darting around the stage. Qian Duoduo attempted to stab him with the Jinyu sword several times, but the agile man evaded each thrust with ease. His speed was unmatched. Deciding to conserve energy, Qian Duoduo thought, "If I cannot outrun you, I shall watch your performance." He slowed his movements. Observing Qian Duoduo's passive stance, the challenger, eager to capitalize on the situation, tossed the flying fork into the air, creating a dazzling white light that captivated the audience's attention. Many spectators shielded their eyes, curious about the object soaring above. However, Qian Duoduo's spiritual awareness detected a cloud of gray mist descending toward the stage, slowly approaching him. The crafty challenger, with his left hand behind his back and right finger pointed at Qian Duoduo, looked skyward as if controlling a magical artifact from above. Qian Duoduo pointed towards the gray mist with his Jinyu sword. With a sharp thud, the sword pierced the stage, striking the flying fork. which was the true form of the Challenger's weapon. It became clear that this magical fork had a deceptive function. The fork that ascended was merely an illusion, while the true attack emerged from below. With the artifact destroyed, the challenger clasped his hands, choosing to abandon the fork and exit the stage. Qian Duoduo's consecutive victories left the onlookers with no hope of seizing an easy win. After a brief pause, a gaunt senior brother cautiously approached the platform, introducing himself as Niu Dainiu. "Please enlighten me," he requested. The senior brother appeared refined, his skin pale and seemingly harmless. Yet Qian Duoduo knew that anyone who could remain unbeaten in 3 rounds leading to the defending stage was not to be underestimated. "Jin Buhuan, I humbly request your guidance," Qian Duoduo replied with a deep bow, adhering to the etiquette of the contest. Niu Dainiu rubbed his hands together, producing 2 massive black axes that dwarfed his slender arms, making him resemble a giant mantis. Even before the match commenced, his presence was awe-inspiring. With a swift motion, Niu Dainiu positioned the axes behind him and lunged forward. Qian Duoduo, taken aback by the unexpected maneuver, summoned the Jinyu sword and swung it before him. If Niu Dainiu maintained his course, he would be offering his neck to the blade, a fatal mistake he could not blame Qian Duoduo for. As the Jinyu sword neared Niu Dainiu's slender neck, the latter suddenly sprang back, accelerating to a distance of 3 feet. "Not good, Niu Dainiu is toying with me," Qian Duoduo realized, hastily retreating while directing the Jinyu sword towards Niu Dainiu's back. Yet, it was too late. The gaunt senior brother smiled as he swung his axe down upon Qian Duoduo's left shoulder. A dull thud echoed, and Niu Dainiu's smile faltered. The anticipated result of a grievous wound did not materialize. Beneath Qian Duoduo's blue robe lay a layer of golden armor. Some disciples in the audience stood up, pointing at the torn fabric of Qian Duoduo's blue robe, exclaiming that he wore defensive magical armor. Suppressing the discomfort from the impact, Qian Duoduo retaliated with the Jinyu sword. The blade met the axe that Niu Dainiu had positioned behind him, demonstrating the latter's defensive prowess, with his right hand attacking and his left guarding. Despite his slender frame, Niu Dainiu exhibited remarkable tactical acumen. They separated, and although Qian Duoduo's left shoulder remained numb, he couldn't help but admire Niu Dainiu. In all his days in the training grounds, no one had managed to strike him. Niu Dainiu spun his dual axes, creating 2 black rings as he advanced on Qian Duoduo once more. When their weapons clashed, a flash of electricity erupted. Shooting towards Qian Duoduo, the axes appeared to be composed of a peculiar material, reminiscent of thunderstruck ironwood. Qian Duoduo, now fully aware of the stakes, focused intently and evaded the electrical assault. Niu Dainiu grew more formidable with each exchange, as if he harnessed an inexhaustible reservoir of raw strength. Seizing an opportunity, Qian Duoduo severed one of the axe handles, compelling Niu Dainiu to lower his head in concession. Even though Niu Dainiu acknowledged defeat, Qian Duoduo was drenched in sweat, realizing that defending was indeed a strenuous endeavor. A particularly rotund senior brother approached, his face rounder than any he had seen before, exuding an imposing presence that suggested he was also a 6th-level qi condensation practitioner. Qian Duoduo greeted him with bows and formalities, hoping to buy himself a moment to regain his stamina. "I am your senior sister," the plump sister declared, her gaze icy and voice gravelly. With a flick of her fingers, flags soared into position at the corners of the stage, instantly casting a chill over the arena as wisps of black smoke erupted from the banners, obscuring Qian Duoduo's vision. With his spiritual awareness expanded, Qian Duoduo's trepidation subsided. While the smoke could impede the perception of ordinary outer sect disciples, his eternal wealth and honor technique had significantly enhanced his spiritual awareness. This mere smoke could not ensnare him. Within his awareness, Qian Duoduo detected the plump sister stealthily approaching, circling behind him. Her eyes, narrowed and glinting with malice, revealed a long sword that had silently emerged, aimed at Qian Duoduo's throat. The moment the sword reached his neck would signal her victory. Feigning panic, Qian Duoduo waved the Jinyu sword erratically in the air, exclaiming, "I can see you. I see you." The plump sister's face twitched, likely struggling to suppress her amusement, torn between delight and decorum. As she poised to unleash the sword's brilliance less than a foot from Qian Duoduo's back, a chill gripped her neck, and a voice resonated in her ear. "Shall we conclude this?" Chapter 57, Disciple. Exercise caution. The plump senior sister was momentarily stunned, her eyes darting rapidly beneath her eyelids. The golden sword nestled beneath her neck appeared without her knowledge. She shifted slightly, seeking to confirm that the unfolding events were not merely a figment of her imagination. With a forceful exhale, the Jinyu sword unleashed its power, causing a droplet of blood to seep from her skin. "Can you truly see me?" came a hoarse voice, laden with a wounded spirit. "I speak the truth, yet you refuse to believe." Qian Duoduo's words were indeed truthful. 2 tears cascaded down the plump senior sister's cheeks as she gestured to retract 4 banners. The black smoke dissipated, and light returned to the stage. With her head bowed, she stepped down from the platform, treading upon the remnants of her tears. "Rogue, liar," a low female voice echoed from a neighboring table. Qian Duoduo glanced over, but only caught a glimpse of Yu Yixiang's nape. Among that group, she was the only woman. However, upon reflection, Qian Duoduo decided against engaging in a quarrel. At this moment, a mere glance from her red lips could incite her admirers to launch a collective attack on Qian Duoduo. The 5th challenger to the arena resembled a large hedgehog, adorned with an array of disposable magical artifacts, all of them a striking blue, though not be deceived by their single-use nature. Being struck just once meant certain defeat. The first words from this brother were, "Rest assured. All the artifacts I employ are laced with poison, but the antidote is on my person, so you need not fear death." His words carried a toxicity that matched his artifacts. Fortunately, Qian Duoduo deployed her skill in slaying spiritual locusts to counter his poisonous locusts, thus sparing him the use of an entire vial of antidote. When the 6th contender ascended the stage, Qian Duoduo suspected he had dismantled a door to fashion his weapon. The sword he wielded was broad and lengthy, more than sufficient to serve as a door panel. The door panel sword presented considerable challenges for Qian Duoduo. In offense, it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, while in defense, it resembled a boulder obstructing her path. Thankfully, this brother was determined to breach the top 10, and realizing that a prolonged battle would lead to mutual destruction, he wisely chose to withdraw. Though he retreated, others saw this as their opportunity to strike. The 7th brother transformed upon entering the arena, morphing into a golden bull, charging at Qian Duoduo with its formidable horns. Little did he know that Qian Duoduo had diligently studied the weaknesses of spiritual beasts. With a fierce swing of her sword's hilt, she struck the bull's nose. The brother, now in the form of a golden bull, was reduced to tears, his vision blurred as Qian Duoduo delivered a powerful kick to his rear, sending him tumbling off the stage in a cloud of dust. The next brother to ascend bore eyes glowing with a green luminescence, reminiscent of a nocturnal spirit wolf. Upon entering the arena, he tossed a spiritual pill into his mouth, and his already formidable aura surged to unprecedented heights, seemingly reaching the 7th level of qi condensation, an intensity Qian Duoduo had never encountered before. His flying sword, like Qian Duoduo's, was a genuine golden sword, and during their aerial clash, it did not falter in the slightest. 7th level against 5th. Among the spectators, a senior brother watched with rapt attention, his voice booming with excitement. Fortunately, the effects of the pill were swift to manifest but also fleeting. After enduring a barrage from the spirit wolf brother, Qian Duoduo noticed his golden sword wobbling precariously. Seizing the moment, she counterattacked with 3 strikes, sending his golden sword spiraling away, marking this as her most arduous bout yet. Calculating her remaining matches, she realized only 2 contests stood between her and a 10-match victory streak. Qian Duoduo seized the opportunity to pop a spirit-enhancing pill into her mouth. The 7th level contender had failed to best Qian Duoduo, leaving the spectators in a state of contemplation. Should they refrain from stepping up? Qian Duoduo could take the chance to recuperate. However, after merely sitting cross-legged for a brief moment, a brother adorned with a fan approached. He exuded an air of nonchalance, reminiscent of a wealthy heir on a leisurely excursion who had inadvertently wandered into this arena. "Disciple, pardon the interruption, may I engage in a brief spar?" The fan-wielding brother snapped his fan shut with a flourish and bowed. "Brother, let us commence," Qian Duoduo replied, rising to return the gesture. All formalities were mere facades. Behind them lurked the inevitability of confrontation. Should one be deceived by the illusion, they would soon face the consequences. The brother swung his fan towards Qian Duoduo, unleashing a gust of wind that bore both snow and sand, nearly blinding her in the process. With a swift sidestep, Qian Duoduo evaded the strange wind. In her evasion, she noted that the fan's surface bore the words "looking is in vain." This is all a trap. Qian Duoduo mused inwardly. The phrase was an invitation to observe, yet if one truly beheld it, they would be ensnared. Furthermore, the phrase had already cautioned against falling for the ruse. Looking is in vain. If one chose to gaze despite the warning, that was a matter of personal folly. Disciple, exercise utmost caution. The fan-wielding brother implored with a benevolent tone, swiftly tossing a talisman to the ground, which transformed into a serpentine figure. Its tongue flicking menacingly as it slithered towards Qian Duoduo's legs. Ah! Qian Duoduo gasped in fright. This serpentine apparition effectively evoked her deepest fears. The Jin Yu sword shot forth, cleaving the serpent in twain, reducing it to mere scraps of talisman paper. Be careful, disciple. Observing Qian Duoduo's flustered state, the fan-wielding brother smiled as he scattered more talismans, some morphing into eagles, others into venomous snakes, and some into toxic bees. 3 eagles swooped down from above, while several snakes coiled and struck in unison, accompanied by a swarm of buzzing bees that surged towards Qian Duoduo from behind. The arena had transformed into a perilous jungle, rife with threats. The fan-wielding brother danced before Qian Duoduo, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Should she display even the slightest sign of weakness, the blade-like tip of his fan would surely find its mark at her throat. In her mind, Qian Duoduo recognized the ground-bound snakes as her most immediate threat. Channeling her spiritual energy, she unleashed the brilliance of the Jin Yu sword, cleaving through the serpents in a flash. Clad in golden claws and armor, she remained unperturbed by the bees, retracting the Jin Yu sword to shield her face as she struck down the insects with swift, decisive blows. During this interval, the fan-wielding brother's eyes sparkled as he attempted to find an opening, but was met with frustration. The 3 eagles formed a triangular formation, with the central eagle extending its talons to seize Qian Duoduo's crown, while the flanking eagles aimed their beaks at her eyes. The chilling wind announced their approach before they arrived, an ominous portent. The fan-wielding brother unleashed another batch of talismans, seemingly scattering them without care. While bellowing, "If not now, then when?" with a sharp snap, he unfurled his fan, delivering several swift strikes towards Qian Duoduo. Drawing upon her eternal wealth and nobility technique, Qian Duoduo closed her eyes, channeling her full spiritual power. The Jin Yu sword ascended from below, slicing through the talismans before they could unfurl, reducing them to mere shreds of paper. The momentum of the Jin Yu sword remained unyielding as it advanced towards the 3 eagles. With a thunderous crash, the sword's force descended, and the 3 eagles were instantaneously transformed into 6 fragments of talisman paper, drifting downwards. The Jin Yu sword pivoted, aiming directly at the fan-wielding brother in a panic. The brother raised his fan to defend himself. However, he was caught unprepared. The Jin Yu sword pierced through, rendering his fan into a mere broken relic. Qian Duoduo sheathed her sword. A cascade of golden light enveloped her, severing the fan-wielding brother's fan from his grasp. Retreating, the brother placed his hand near his storage pouch, fumbling for a moment before abandoning the effort to produce any more talismans. With a respectful bow, he declared, "Disciple, you are formidable. I shall take my leave." With a vigorous flourish of his blue robe, he departed the stage. "Brother, take care, and walk safely," Qian Duoduo called, retrieving the fan and tossing it to the ground below. Only one challenger remained. With a long sigh, Qian Duoduo summoned her strength, clearing the talismans from the stage. The intricate symbols still pulsed with spiritual energy. "Disciple, do not rush. I shall employ a gradual approach. Once you have fully recovered, we shall resume our contest." A bearded brother, unhurried and composed, ascended the stage, sitting cross-legged before Qian Duoduo, a long sword resting across his lap, signaling his identity as a sword cultivator. Su Fa, that name sounds familiar, Qian Duoduo thought, recalling that he was a close associate of Yu Yixiang. Tio approach at this juncture. Was he not aiming to conclude her defense? Chapter 58. 10 consecutive victories in the blink of an eye. Both Qian Duoduo and Su Fa rose simultaneously. The defending match had afforded them the longest respite thus far. Su Fa gently caressed his long sword, inviting it to vanquish foes. His demeanor suggested a casual conversation with an old friend. With a melodious hum, the sword radiated a golden hue. "Oh, this sword possesses a spirit. What might its rank be?" Qian Duoduo pondered, her curiosity piqued. Could it be a crafted artifact? "Disciple, prepare to receive," Su Fei announced. Swinging his long sword, two streams of white sword energy, forming a hexagram, surged towards Qian Duoduo. Sword energy. Qian Duoduo felt the hairs on her body stand on end. Gasps erupted from the audience, as the other disciples, too, felt the electric tension in the air. Qian Duoduo hastily retreated, commanding the Jin Yu sword to shield her. Bang, 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 bang. The resounding impacts reverberated as the fierce sword energy battered the Jin Yu sword, threatening to send it flying were it not for Qian Duoduo's exertion of maximum spiritual power. Su Fei furrowed his brow, twirling his long sword as a flurry of sword blossoms, resembling a white lotus, surged towards Qian Duoduo. This brother's skill was increasingly formidable. Gritting her teeth, Qian Duoduo steadied the Jin Yu sword and charged into the blossom storm. Allowing the blossoms to close in would prove disastrous. Upon colliding with the sword blossoms, the Jin Yu sword quaked violently, as if it had struck solid rock. Just as Qian Duoduo exhaled in relief upon dispersing the blossoms, she was taken by surprise when a subsequent beam of sword light slipped past the Jin Yu sword and struck her right shoulder with ferocity. The sword blossoms were genuine, and so too was the sword light that followed. Though the blossoms served as a clever ruse, with a thundering impact, it felt as though she had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing her spiritual energy to spiral chaotically. Qian Duoduo staggered back 3 steps, nearly losing control of the Jin Yu sword. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she steadied her spiritual energy and summoned the Jin Yu sword to the forefront. As long as the Jin Yu sword remained intact, victory was still within reach. Simultaneously, Qian Duoduo's left hand grazed her right shoulder. The blue robe was torn extensively, revealing a deep gash on her golden claw armor. Uncertain whether the initial layer of golden rhinoceros hide had been breached, powerful, Qian Duoduo silently raided her opponent for the first time. Had it not been for the high-grade mundane artifact crafted by Master Liu Boli, there is no doubt that I would have already faced defeat. Seeing Qian Duoduo retreat without losing, Su Fei felt a twinge of surprise. He stood tall, his long sword piercing the air 3 times in quick succession. After completing the strikes, his complexion turned slightly pale as he took several steps back, gripping his sword tightly. Although he was retreating, Qian Duoduo felt as though he was being scrutinized by a colossal beast. His heart racing with trepidation, Su Fei's 3 sword strikes were by no means mere feints. Qian Duoduo was utterly convinced, unleashing his spiritual awareness to fully sense the sky above. It appeared that in the direction of the sunlight, a beam of light was approaching him menacingly. Before Qian Duoduo could ascertain its nature, Su Fei propelled his long sword, unleashing waves of sword energy that darted up and down, left and right, forward and backward, like flashes of lightning. Each strike was as formidable as the previous one aimed at him. Qian Duoduo dared not divert even a fraction of his focus. He evaded where possible and employed the Jin Yu sword to block when evasion proved futile. Amidst the resounding impacts, Qian Duoduo was acutely aware that Su Fei's ultimate move resided in the heavens. However, he remained oblivious to the true nature of this lethal attack. Su Fei's expression hardened, as if he had made a resolute decision, and he tossed a pill into his mouth, his aura instantly surging. Qian Duoduo began to sweat profusely. How could he be this powerful yet resort to consuming a pill to enhance his cultivation? Willing to go to such lengths to eliminate himself? Within his spiritual awareness, Qian Duoduo detected 3 beams of sword light swirling in the sky, advancing toward him. After swallowing the pill, Su Fei hurled his long sword skyward. Where it met the 3 beams of sword light, the long sword sliced through the air. A golden copper coin appeared in its wake. With a sound of breaking air, the copper coin swiftly reached Qian Duoduo's line of sight. Spiritual energy transforming into a treasure. This was a technique only achievable by reaching the pinnacle of the Jin Guang technique in the Ling refining sect, typically witnessed only by inner disciples during the sect's grand competition. What secret method had Su Fei employed to execute such a feat beyond his rank? Qian Duoduo's scalp prickled, and he grasped the Jin Yu sword with both hands, channeling spiritual energy into its hilt, producing a crowing sound that resonated directly toward the deadly ingot. The ingot trembled slightly, its momentum waning, yet it still collided with the Jin Yu sword. With a series of thunderous booms, Qian Duoduo gripped the Jin Yu sword tightly, blood oozing from his palms as he stumbled back over 10 steps, almost toppling off the competition platform. The copper coin finally dissipated. Qian Duoduo fixed his gaze on the equally exhausted Su Fa. Advancing step by step. Senior brother, it's my turn. Su Fa, witnessing Qian Duoduo close the distance, continuously activated his long sword, unleashing sword energy like hidden weapons. Qian Duoduo shielded his vital points, enduring the strikes with his golden claw armor. Soon, his blue robe was riddled with gashes from the sword energy. With a resounding clang, Qian Duoduo pressed the Jinyu sword against Su Fa's body, delivering a strike that clashed with Su Fa's long sword. As Su Fa's long sword dropped downward, Qian Duoduo's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, his sword lacked the weight of his own. With the infusion of numerous spiritual chicken claws and the addition of precious materials like gold, Qian Duoduo struck decisively, unleashing a flurry of attacks that left no chance for Su Fa to retaliate with his sword energy. Su Fa's complexion shifted dramatically. He attempted to conceal his long sword. But without it, how could he defend against Qian Duoduo's Jinyu sword? Moreover, using his long sword to block the Jinyu sword would not only be futile, but would also risk damaging his weapon. Su Fa feigned a strike, leaping backward to land on the platform's edge, cupping his fist toward Qian Duoduo. I will remember this day. Upon his defeat, a chorus of cheers erupted from the stands, with Huang Gairen's voice ringing the loudest, drowning out Su Fa's earlier threats. 10 consecutive victories. 10 consecutive victories. 10 consecutive victories. A profound sense of fatigue washed over Qian Duoduo from his feet to the crown of his head. At last, he had triumphed, securing a place among the top 10, but he felt utterly drained as he swayed, intending to collapse onto the competition platform for a moment's rest. The referee below seemed to perceive his intention and quietly reminded him, "Junior brother, the master and elders are watching from above. Please step down to rest." Casting a sidelong glance at the master, Qian Duoduo pondered that he was still a distance from his goal of entering the top 5. It was not yet time to rest. He steeled himself and descended from the platform. A disciple from the mountain gate approached, presenting him with a recuperation pill. Those who made it into the top 10 received one, allowing them to return to peak condition. Qian Duoduo sat cross-legged, swallowed the pill, and closed his eyes to absorb its effects. As for his tattered blue robe, he would change it once his spiritual energy had fully recovered. The competition continued, with both defending and attacking challengers on the stage. Tang Honggong, observing Qian Duoduo's successful advancement, felt a measure of satisfaction. His greatest concern had been that Jian Buhuan would lose his ambition after facing life-and-death trials. Should that occur, his nephew would be rendered entirely useless, fulfilling the wishes of certain individuals within the sect. Yet Tang Honggong was determined not to let such petty minds have their way. He intended to see Jian Buhuan rise again, standing taller than ever, delivering a resounding slap to those who wished him ill. Qian Duoduo gradually entered a state of meditation, immersing himself in his spiritual meridian realm. The recuperation pill acted like a fountain, continuously spewing forth spiritual energy. His nearly depleted spiritual meridians experienced an intoxicating sensation akin to a long-starved individual encountering a feast. Qian Duoduo observed closely. His spiritual meridians were all enveloped in a layer of snow-blue hue. The earlier they opened, the deeper the blue, ranging from being green to plum green. Strictly speaking, the energy flowing within these azure meridians was no longer mere spiritual energy but approached the essence of spiritual water. Without this concentration, Qian Duoduo could never wield the Jinyu sword to contend with cultivators of the 6th or even 7th level with his 5th level cultivation. This was the paradox of enduring hardship yet reaping the rewards. However, to cultivate the first layer of eternal wealth and constant nobility, transforming all 15 primary meridians into deep azure, he still had a considerable distance to cover. Time passed unmeasured, until Qian Duoduo heard Elder Hu's voice proclaiming, "Now begins the top 10 showdown. The outcome will be determined in this battle." Chapter 59. Abundantly rich. Opening his eyes, Qian Duoduo discovered that only 10 individuals remained in the arena, himself included. Each of them was brimming with spiritual energy, clearly having restored their condition. He quickly changed into a fresh blue robe and then realized, aside from Yu Yixiang, he recognized only one other person among the top 10, Su Fa, who had caused him the most trouble. It was evident that he had returned to compete, achieving 10 consecutive victories. As for the others, while Jian Buhuan might recognize them, Qian Duoduo had no such familiarity. Nonetheless, this posed no issue. From Jian Buhuan's jade slip, Qian Duoduo learned that he had no friends within the Ling refining sect. Friends care about your happiness, while mere acquaintances only know your name. Elder, who personally descended to the arena to draw lots for the top 10. Qian Duoduo drew number 5. Set to face number 6. Su Fa was number 1, having triumphed over his opponent, who drew number 2, after a duel lasting over 2/4 of an hour, winning with a sword thrust aimed as a dart, striking his opponent's heart. Number 4 was Yu Yixiang. She competed against the third-ranked senior brother, providing Qian Duoduo with quite the spectacle. In her hand was a silver sword that could actually split into multiple forms, dividing in midair into 2, then 4, and then 8, all shimmering silver and exuding a chilling aura. Her opponent wielded a massive cauldron, showcasing a contest of clumsy versus dexterous. Regardless of how many silver swords came at him, he would block them with the cauldron, which was crafted from an unknown material and produced a whistling sound as he swung it. The third-ranked senior brother met defeat, having exhausted his spiritual energy. Upon descending the platform, he discovered that the cauldron was filled with Yu Yixiang's silver swords, which had been stealthily inserted, ultimately overwhelming him. The sixth-ranked senior brother was a muscular man, towering over Qian Duoduo by a significant margin. Before the match commenced, he repeatedly urged Qian Duoduo to concede. In his mind, Qian Duoduo thought, "Are you jesting? The master is watching from above. If I don't place in the top 5, I'll be sent to the Little Dragon Valley to fetch snake venom." Seeing that Qian Duoduo was unyielding, the muscular senior brother brandished a massive golden hammer, once again asking if he would not surrender. Qian Duoduo, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought the senior brother was muscular yet annoyingly verbose. "Let's begin." With a loud shout, Qian Duoduo formed a hand seal and sent the Jinyu sword flying. Executing 2 rapid passes through the air, he gestured toward the muscular senior brother, beckoning him to come forth. The muscular senior brother snorted through his nostrils, gathering his strength to roar, transform. His stature grew an additional 1/2 meter. Thick fur sprouted from his arms, resembling a great ape. This display of might indicated he had reached the 7th level of qi condensation. He could level up without pills, whether through secret techniques or exceptional talent. It was impressive. The gorilla-like senior brother manipulated the golden hammer, transforming it into 2 golden rings, suggesting that it was still not too late to concede. "You've said too much." Qian Duoduo extended his left pinky finger, gesturing for him to come at him. The gorilla-like senior brother sighed, crashing the 2 golden hammers together in his hands. With a thunderous boom, like 2 massive gongs ringing in his ears, a wave of sound energy surged toward Qian Duoduo. He quickly raised the Jinyu sword before him, but the sound waves flowed past the sides of the sword and struck Qian Duoduo's chest. In an instant, his heart felt as if it had stopped, nearly overwhelming him to the point of fainting. The gorilla-like senior brother was employing underhanded tactics. Qian Duoduo felt a mix of anger and amusement. Despite his brutish demeanor, he resorted to sonic attacks. Had it not been for the 5 layers of the golden claw armor, which significantly mitigated the impact of his sound wave assault, he would have been defeated in one fell swoop. At this point, there was no need for restraint. Qian Duoduo infused spiritual energy into the sword hilt, directing the Jinyu sword to pierce straight at the gorilla-like senior brother. Upon seeing this, the gorilla-like senior brother swung the golden hammer to block the Jinyu sword. Qian Duoduo exerted a forceful grip on the hilt of his sword, unleashing a resounding crow that surged forth, aiming directly at the heart of his elder brother, the gorilla. Startled, the gorilla sensed a disturbance in the air and, in a moment of panic, instinctively raised his golden hammer to shield his chest. It must be said that the golden hammer had its merits. It successfully deflected a significant portion of Qian Duoduo's sonic assault. However, the pallor of his face and the retreat of his steps revealed to Qian Duoduo that enduring such a strike was no easy feat for the gorilla brother. On the competition stage, the 2 exchanged blows, one striking with the hammer, the other crowing fiercely. When possible, they evaded the sound wave attacks. When evasion was not an option, they braced themselves to withstand the force. After approximately 10 exchanges, Qian Duoduo discerned the gorilla's pattern, a strike of the hammer followed by a resonant sound. Yet, the timing of his own golden rooster sword's resonance remained a mystery to the gorilla. Understanding this dynamic, Qian Duoduo maneuvered the golden rooster sword with a blend of proximity and distance, ascending and descending, allowing it to sound when it should not and remaining silent when it ought to resonate. Several solid strikes landed squarely upon the gorilla's chest and back with a cough. The gorilla spat forth a mouthful of blood, a heavy blow from Qian Duoduo striking true to his heart. The gorilla's form began to wither, reverting to its original state, and wiping the blood from his mouth, he declared, "I shall not play with you any longer. My junior is even more devious than I." Qian Duoduo silently swallowed the blood in his mouth. Having been struck by the gorilla several times, he too bore internal injuries. Victory! He had secured a place in the top 5. Qian Duoduo glanced toward the elevated seat where Master Tang sat. Who was observing him? Upon meeting Qian Duoduo's gaze, he nodded, an indication that Qian Duoduo had proven himself worthy, and the matter of collecting snake venom was henceforth dismissed. With the conclusion of the preliminary rounds, the other contestants advancing into the top 5 included Yin Buiyuan and Meng Linyang. Yin Buiyuan was a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of confidence not inferior to Jin Buke, albeit with slightly thicker lips. In contrast, Meng Linyang bore a complexion as dark as charcoal. Observing their match, it was evident that he fought with fervor, unleashing fireballs that left his opponent in disarray. Once all 5 of them had recovered, Elder Hu announced the prizes for the top 10. 10,000 coins, a high-grade mortal artifact, and a reserved cave dwelling in the White Tiger district of the Inner Sect. The first 2 rewards were acceptable, but upon the announcement of the third, a wave of murmurs erupted in the stands. The White Tiger district was second only to the Azure Dragon district. With fewer than 100 cave dwellings, an esteemed location for cultivation atop Mingyuan Mountain. The chatter subsided. Elder Hu's voice resonated across Tianju Peak, declaring, for the top 5, the reward is 50,000 coins. 2 high-grade mortal artifacts, and the cave dwelling remains unchanged, with priority selection rights. For the top 3, the reward is 100,000 coins, 3 high-grade mortal artifacts, and cave dwellings arranged in the Azure Dragon district. Elder Hu raised his voice further, and at the foot of Tianju Peak, tens of thousands of disciples stood in rapt silence, not even a cough to be heard. For the champion of the preliminary rounds, the reward is 200,000 coins, 1 high-grade crafted artifact, and a choice of cave dwelling in the Azure Dragon district. Elder Hu concluded, the atmosphere of Tianju Peak buzzed as if swarming with countless bees. Fervently buzzing with excitement, the rewards for the champion of this preliminary round were exceedingly generous. 200,000 coins equated to 20 years of training expenses for a 6th-level disciple. A high-grade crafted artifact was worth no less than 10,000 coins. The choice of cave dwelling in the Azure Dragon district was priceless, unattainable by mere monetary means. Tang Honggong and Elder Hu maintained their impassive expressions, reveling in the jubilant commotion of the disciples. This spectacle was precisely what they desired. Where ambition is vast, so too is the drive. As the buzzing began to dissipate, Elder Hu lightly cleared his throat and gracefully descended to the arena. Bringing immediate silence to the crowd, in his hand was a blue bamboo tube, from which 5 azure bamboo slips protruded. Each slip bore the emblem of the Lianling sect, with a thick white mist swirling from the opening, obstructing the spiritual senses of all present. Drawing number 0 guarantees a place in the top 3.1 against 2, 3 against 4. Qian Duoduo silently prayed for 0, reaching out to draw, only to find it was number 1. Feeling discontent, he sighed inwardly and turned his gaze to others, wondering who would draw number 2. Yu Yixiang was the last to draw. Upon revealing her slip, she held it aloft, number 0. Seeing her draw the coveted 0, both Yin Buiyuan and Su Fa erupted in joyful laughter, even more elated than if they had drawn it themselves. Qian Duoduo inwardly sent them a single word: shameless. When it came time for Qian Duoduo, Yin Buiyuan, Su Fa, and Meng Linyang to reveal their slips, Qian Duoduo smiled, while Su Fa's expression shifted from sunny to stormy. He had drawn number 2 and would have to face Qian Duoduo once again. Su Fa's forehead throbbed with veins, pulsating with tension. Who is supposed to remember me today? Why can't I recall? Qian Duoduo strained to think, furrowing his brow. Age does take a toll on memory. I shall not dwell on it. He turned to Su Fa, Su Shixiang. Shall we ascend the stage and commence? Let us not keep everyone waiting. Su Fa's hands trembled slightly. All eyes on Tianju Peak were fixed upon them. Master Tang? Elder Hu, my magical artifact is severely damaged. I forfeit this match. After a few deep breaths, Su Fa bowed to Tang Honggong and Elder Hu. Having exhausted all his skills in the previous match against Qian Duoduo, he saw no chance of victory this time. Thus, he chose to concede. preserving his dignity while leaving a favorable impression on Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo was greatly amused. Su Fa was indeed straightforward, able to bow his head, a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. Elder, who looked toward Tang Honggong, who nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Jean Buke wins. Matches 3 and 4 commence. Elder, whose announcement sent another wave of astonishment through the audience. Clearly, no one had anticipated such a swift conclusion to the first match among the top 3. Once Yin Buiyuan and Meng Linyang took the stage, Qian Duoduo immediately sensed who would emerge victorious. The fireball-wielding Meng Linyang was utterly suppressed by Yin Buiyuan's misty water technique. From the gasps in the stands, Qian Duoduo discerned that Yin Buiyuan wielded the Xian water blade. Each strike of the blade carried a mist, drenching the stage as if it were raining, creating a damp atmosphere. Meng Linyang's charcoal-like face appeared even darker in the mist. There was no suspense in this contest. After several exchanges, Meng Linyang exhausted his spiritual energy and was unable to conjure any more fireballs, conceding the match. Thus, the top 3 emerged: Qian Duoduo, Yu Yixiang, and Yin Buiyuan. They prepared to draw lots, with 1 and 2 competing and 3 receiving a bye. Elder, whose blue bamboo tube now held only 3 slips, Yu Yixiang reached out first. Drawing 1 slip without glancing at it, Yin Buiyuan appeared somewhat anxious, urging Qian Duoduo to draw first. Qian Duoduo drew a slip and, to his surprise, it was once again number 1. After Yin Buiyuan drew his slip, he leaned in to ask quietly, "Are you not changing, Shitty? What number did you draw?" Qian Duoduo held the slip up for him to see. Upon recognizing the number, Yin Buiyuan's face flushed with color, and he turned to Yu Yixiang, whispering, "The first place in the preliminary rounds is yours." His words struck a nerve with Qian Duoduo, who inwardly cursed, "Am I merely invisible? You, Yin Buiyuan, are you truly disregarding me?" Yu Yixiang had drawn a stroke of luck with a bye, securing her place in the top 2 effortlessly. Yin Buiyuan was surely destined to win, only to return and shower her with praise. How naive he was! Yu Yixiang kept her eyes lowered, not even fluttering an eyelash at Yin Buiyuan's declaration. This icy demeanor provided some solace to Qian Duoduo. At least, it was merely Yin Buiyuan's one-sided affection. As Qian Duoduo ascended the stage, he called out to the electrifying Yin Buiyuan, "Brother Yin, time is precious. Wasting it is a crime. Come on up, for I have another match to prepare for." Laughter erupted from the stands. As it implied Yin Buiyuan was bound to lose. This laughter brightened Qian Duoduo's spirits, bringing a refreshing sense of relief akin to winning a battle. Yin Buiyuan's complexion darkened, his jaw clenched as he stepped onto the stage. Words require strength, otherwise they become mere jest. Qian Duoduo brandished the golden rooster sword. "Let us not use mere words, for we are capable of wielding blades." The Xian water blade soared forth, unleashing a cloud of mist upon the stage. Qian Duoduo sensed the mist with his spiritual awareness, realizing it was not ordinary water, but rather icy water that could diminish spiritual perception. He reminded himself to avoid the mist as much as possible. There might be hidden tricks within. Bang! Qian Duoduo and Yin Buiyuan clashed with all their might, their weapons colliding violently, each being pushed back 3 feet. Yin Buiyuan's prowess was indeed formidable. Despite his 6th-level cultivation, he wielded the Xian water blade, which was significantly heavier than a wooden sword, displaying a mastery of spiritual power that exceeded that of his peers. The 2 weapons clashed incessantly in the air, while Qian Duoduo remained cautious, skillfully avoiding the mist. In contrast, Yin Buiyuan adopted an aggressive approach, his swordplay bold and expansive, taking the offensive. Suddenly, Qian Duoduo felt his feet slip slightly. He glanced down to find a thin layer of water covering the stage. Observing Qian Duoduo's footing falter, Yin Buiyuan's Xian water blade sprayed forth with a torrent of water, charging at him with relentless ferocity. That move was utterly despicable. Qian Duoduo pondered whether he would be scolded to death by female disciples if he were to spar with them. Struggling to maintain control over the golden rooster sword, Qian Duoduo barely managed to deflect the Xian water blade, only to discover a slight sluggishness in his sword. This sensation of sluggishness was undoubtedly the result of Yin Buiyuan's water technique. The Xian water was indeed not ordinary water. It concealed darkness within. Qian Duoduo summoned back the golden rooster sword, channeling his spiritual energy into the blade. The golden rooster sword, infused with the essence of flame grass, was said to possess the ability to counter such dark waters. As the blade heated up, the Xian water began to evaporate. Seeing Qian Duoduo wield the sword, Yan Buiyuan smirked, believing that Qian Duoduo's spiritual energy was waning. Holding the sword would only rely on physical strength, and physical power could never compare to spiritual prowess in terms of flexibility and might. Qian Shuidao drew close to Qian Duoduo, launching a series of increasingly urgent and rapid assaults. The blade's chill, shrouded in mist, nearly transformed the area around Qian Duoduo into early winter. Sensing that the sword had become dry, Qian Duoduo narrowly evaded an attack from Qian Shuidao and suddenly thrust his sword. Jin Yujian, towards Yan Boyuan. The revitalized Jin Yujian surged forth with remarkable speed, arriving before Yan Boyuan in the blink of an eye. Yan Boyuan raised his long leg with grace, elegantly sidestepping, and wielded Qian Shuidao with a decisive motion, sending a resonant strike toward Qian Duoduo. His demeanor suggested that Qian Duoduo was merely a fish out of water, flailing in a final struggle before destined to be slaughtered. The force of the blade intensified with each passing moment, as if eager to conclude swiftly and present the glory of first place. Like the most resplendent flower, kneeling before you, Yixiong. Yet, where lies such easy fortune? I, Qian Duoduo, shall become the formidable obstacle that thwarts this ambition. Your blade may be swift, but my sword is not slow either. The Jin Yujian sword with newfound vigor, embodying both defense and offense, was then that Yan Boyuan realized the Jin Yujian had transformed into a lively fish, rendering Qian Shui ineffective, a revelation that took him by surprise. The clash between Jin Yujian and Qian Shuidao echoed throughout the arena with each resounding strike. Qian Duoduo was not preoccupied with thoughts of the next match. His sole desire was to shatter Yan Boyuan's heroic illusions. With each blow, Yan Boyuan's humiliation deepened. He had exerted considerable energy in his previous match and, without rest, was now engaged in combat with Qian Duoduo. As the battle progressed, Qian Shui's effectiveness waned. His spiritual energy diminished, and the prospects of victory grew increasingly dim. At this moment, every word he had spoken to you, Yixiong, possessed a greater sting than the injuries inflicted by Qian Duoduo's Jin Yujian. The blade struck his flesh, and though painful, he could endure it. Yet, the weight of his own words pierced his face and heart, and he might endure it, but how would he reconcile with the thoughts of his goddess? Bang! The Jin Yujian caught up with the now unwieldy Qian Shuidao, delivering a heavy blow that sent the blade crashing to the ground. Before Yan Boyuan could summon back Qian Shuidao, the Jin Yujian was already poised before him, its energy pressing against his face. Defeated, Yan Boyuan's expression was as lifeless as still water. Qian Duoduo turned to you, Yixiong, and bowed, inviting his senior sister to the stage for their final match, imploring her to give her all and grant him a defeat. Chapter 61. Something major has occurred. Upon concluding, Qian Duoduo clasped his hands behind his back, puffing out his chest and sweeping his gaze across the audience, deliberately pausing on those disciples who had once surrounded you, Yixiong. At this juncture, any hope of leaving a favorable impression on them was futile. It was time to fight to the end, tearing through all pretense. Yu Yixiong ascended the stage at a measured pace and remarked to Qian Duoduo, "A well-crafted saying leads to a swift demise." With that, her silver sword shot forth like a blinding ray of light, piercing directly towards him. The blade spun at an exhilarating speed, slicing through the air, sending a chill coursing through Qian Duoduo's heart. This woman remained as ruthless as ever, especially towards him, as if harboring a grudge from a past life. Qian Duoduo pointed with his right hand, launching the Jin Yujian to collide with her silver sword, resulting in a shrill clash that reverberated across the arena. The two swords separated, and Qian Duoduo fixed his gaze on Yu Yixiong, her fox-like eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Despite having no discernible advantage, how could this woman maintain such confidence? Qian Duoduo felt a wave of contempt rise within him. Yu Yixiong pushed her palm towards him, summoning another silver sword that soared through the air. After 5 strikes, Qian Duoduo sensed a change. The 5 silver swords, after missing their target, did not return to Yu Yixiong but instead hovered in the air, their tips pointed ominously at him, resembling 5 venomous snakes with silver tongues. Without time for further contemplation, Yu Yixiong unleashed a flurry of strikes, each aimed at Qian Duoduo's vital points. Each sword that he could not parry would surely lead to his demise or grievous injury. With every swing, the audience erupted in cheers. After 9 strikes, Qian Duoduo felt the impending threat peak. The 9 silver swords suspended in the air seemed to resonate with the shared frequency, humming ominously. Though Yu Yixiang demonstrated signs of fatigue from her relentless barrage of 9 heavy strikes, she grit her teeth and pointed her left hand at Qian Duo, commanding, "Kill!" The 9 silver swords began to spin in unison, descending upon Qian Duo with lethal intent. Too powerful. An overwhelming aura of sword intent locked onto Qian Duo. In that moment, he understood he could neither evade nor defend against this unified assault. Since evasion was futile, he would not attempt to block. Qian Duo summoned all his strength and lunged forward, aiming his sword at Yu Yixiang. Simultaneously, he closed the distance, exposing his entire back. Yu Yixiang smirked, having anticipated his desperate move, and swiftly retreated. As her body shifted, Qian Duo channeled all his spiritual energy, commanding the Jin Yu Jian to unleash its mightiest roar towards her. Yu Yixiang's blue robe fluttered violently, clearly struck by the sound waves. She puffed her cheeks, and Qian Duo expected her to spew blood, but instead, she swallowed it down. Her hands trembled slightly as she directed a downward thrust. Qian Duo's eyes widened as he propelled the Jin Yu Jian straight for her throat. Suddenly, a tremendous force enveloped the arena, freezing both Yu Yixiang and Qian Duo in place. Their stance is unwavering. Jin Bu Huan has emerged victorious, echoed Tang Honggong's voice. It appeared he had intervened to halt their lethal clash. Qian Duo clearly saw the Jin Yu Jian was a mere half-foot from Yu Yixiang's throat. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords clattering to the ground resonated from Qian Duo's body. When he turned to look, Yu Yixiang's silver sword was also merely a foot from his back. Even as it fell, the 9 silver swords remained perfectly aligned. Pfft! Yu Yixiang coughed up a mouthful of blood. Swish! In an instant, hundreds of disciples rose from their seats. Qian Duo believed that had it not been for the intervention of the esteemed elder and elder Hu, they would have torn him apart. The turmoil from the outer sect's minor competition lingered for quite some time. Qian Duo's ruthless actions against Yu Yixiang soon became the talk of the refining spirit sect. Echoing across the 5 great mountains, Wang Dahe and his companions approached to congratulate him, primarily praising Qian Duo for his victory, his formidable spiritual energy, and so forth. However, Wang Merua's compliments felt somewhat peculiar. "I don't think my brother's composure is comparable to that of the number 1 in Mengyuan Mountain." Her expression bore the air of a hen that had just laid an egg. "Yu Yixiang is actually quite a decent person. It's just that she's a bit too old." With that, Wang Merua puffed out her chest and placed her hands on her hips, resembling a hen ready to lay more eggs. Considering her status as his benefactor, Qian Duo refrained from making any biting remarks. Though the outer sect disciples who admired Yu Yixiang, and even some inner sect disciples, Jin Bu Huan had become an irredeemable fool. Having hurt their goddess, Qian Duo was naturally viewed as a demon. Outside Qian Duo's courtyard, number 1972, unfamiliar disciples often gathered. They were perceptive enough to recognize that the estate bore the Master's personal inscription, dissuading them from any reckless actions. There was no need to engage in combat at the training grounds, as the odds of overcoming Qian Duo in a one-on-one match were slim. Consequently, they resorted to circling around Qian Duo's courtyard, hoping to find an opportunity to vex him. These individuals displayed menacing expressions as they patrolled the area, causing Huang Guoren to tremble with fear. He worried that they might inadvertently set fire to Qian Duo's residence. He hastily ran to the estate to warn him not to return. Then, he sought out Wu Binghua at the mountain gate. Upon hearing the news, Wu Binghua's face darkened, but he soon devised a plan. He hung a sign on Qian Duo's courtyard door, declaring, "Property of the sect, damages will incur tenfold compensation." While the risk of arson had been mitigated, those seeking revenge remained undeterred. As the saying goes, one need not fear thieves, but rather those who keep a close watch. Qian Duo realized that this was not a long-term solution, so he sought out Huang Guoren. "Don't we have those foul-smelling eggs that won't hatch into chickens? Place them in front of my courtyard and set up a small stall." "Foul eggs? Junior brother, what do you intend to do?" "They merely seek an outlet for their frustrations. Let us provide them with an opportunity." In the following days, Huang Guoren sold thousands of foul eggs. Qian Duo's courtyard was thoroughly covered with them. Since Qian Duo did not reside in the courtyard, he thought it acceptable for them to be discarded. However, Huang Guoren's foul eggs were not cheap, priced at 10 gold coins each. the foul eggs were quickly approaching the value of golden eggs. Eventually, some disciples familiar with Huang Guo'erren realized he was Qian Duoduo's close ally, exposing the scheme behind the foul eggs. Thus, the nickname Jin Quan Huan bestowed upon Qian Duoduo was altered to Jin Chou Huan. Nevertheless, those disgruntled individuals had vented their frustrations and spent their ill-gotten gains, leading to a cessation of harassment towards Qian Duoduo and eliminating any further chances for Huang Guo'erren to sell anything. During this time, Qian Duoduo secluded himself in the estate, diligently studying the third volume of the Encyclopedia of Refining Tools, focusing on the chapter about spiritual birds. The larger ones included various phoenixes, while the smaller ones comprised a range of mosquitoes. The equipment associated with spiritual birds boasted the strongest flying attributes. Enhanced flying attributes translated to greater speed, which in turn meant a higher chance of victory. For instance, he had triumphed over Yu Yixiang in their match. 1 month later, Lu Boli served as the examiner and questioned Qian Duoduo 3 times on the spiritual birds chapter. Satisfied with his performance, Lu Boli planned a covert visit to Wanjingu one night to retrieve a column head. Upon obtaining it, he began to contemplate when to initiate Qian Duoduo's training in crafting tools. However, this initiation needed to be prompted by Qian Duoduo himself. Otherwise, it could lead to resistance. The next morning, Huang Guo'erren rushed in, bursting into the straw hut Qian Duoduo had set up in the estate. Speaking in a hushed, mysterious tone, "Something major has happened. Has someone else been wandering around my courtyard? You've lost your appeal. The hottest topic now is that the Fire Phoenix has been defeated 3 times. Qian Duoduo, who had been half reclining, sprang to his feet at these words. Rumors? Surely they were merely rumors. Huang Guo'erren's remarks were far too suggestive. Realizing that he had displayed some indiscretion, Qian Duoduo swiftly reined in his gossipy emotions. And not a moment too soon. Everyone was watching. Huang Guo'erren wore an expression of genuine surprise. "You noticed too?" he inquired. Huang Guo'erren nodded. "Indeed." Qian Duoduo paced back and forth, contemplating the gravity of the situation. "Elders and masters, are you aware of this?" Chapter 62. Activities outside the sect. The elders of the Wanjin Pavilion had learned of this but said nothing. Qian Duoduo paused. "Wait a moment. Does this matter relate to the Wanjin Pavilion?" The 3 pillars of Huafeng had been usurped, and of course, it was connected to the Wanjin Pavilion. Huang Guo'erren's lips shimmered as he spoke, but Qian Duoduo lay back down. "Is this truly what you mean by being done thrice? Your choice of words is improper. It is the source of rumors." Huang Guo'erren's use of the term done was certainly misplaced. Unlike himself, who employed precise terminology. "Down, what do you think it is?" Huang Guo'erren asked, his eyes wide and clear. "You are akin to a hen that lays eggs. What do you not understand? Do not feign innocence with me. Is there such a usage for done?" Qian Duoduo exposed Huang Guo'erren's pretense of purity. He had long overheard Huang Guo'erren muttering about males and females, roosters and hens, in his soliloquies. This was a professional malady picked up at the Spirit Plant Research Institute, where the primary duty was the propagation of superior breeds, thus making him particularly concerned with matters of reproduction. Huang Guo'erren touched his lips, a glimmer in his eyes. "Did I say done? A slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. I meant to say that on the golden pillars from the 1st to the 3rd volumes of the Wanjin Pavilion." Above the Huafeng, a golden toad appeared from who knows where. Now, the rat-catching team in the square has organized 10 small squads, 2 from each mountain, 1 during the day and 1 at night, vowing not to rest until they capture this mysterious golden toad. Why capture this golden toad? Qian Duoduo chuckled to himself, deciding to continue competing for the pillar of Huafeng. The talent for forging artifacts in Huafeng was widely acknowledged as the best within the sect. The rat-catching team claimed that the golden toad must be cheating. Otherwise, why would it only dare to be assessed under the cover of night? Once they capture the golden toad, they would demand it compete openly against Huafeng. Cheating? The elders of Wanjin Pavilion did not voice any objections, yet they concluded it was cheating. Qian Duoduo snorted disdainfully. Huang Guo'erren, eager to continue, found himself dismissed by Qian Duoduo, who pushed him aside. "We are not interested in the tails of hens. Whether it is this golden toad or a rat, they shall not capture either." Qian Duoduo had just obtained the Encyclopedia of Forging Artifacts concerning spirit minerals and intended to study it well. Aspiring to advance from being a mere artifact apprentice to a true disciple, which was far more advantageous. Compared to the first 3 volumes, the spirit mineral volume was, strictly speaking, merely an outline. listing over 10,000 types of spirit minerals in a rough manner. Of these, only about 6 or 7,000 had illustrations. Within the Artifact Master's Hall, there were merely over 4,000 physical specimens. The overall outline indicated that the bodies of spirit plants, spirit beasts, and spirit birds could all transform into spirit minerals. Moreover, the same spirit beast could yield different properties of spirit minerals depending on its environment. By this reckoning, the quantity of spirit minerals exceeded merely 10,000. It must be counted in the tens of thousands. After more than a month of study, Qian Duoduo recognized this issue. He asked Lu Boli why the spirit minerals in the refining spirit sect were so few. Lu Boli replied that this was already quite a substantial number. What has been found within the sect has been thoroughly recorded. Where are those unrecorded ones? Qian Duoduo pondered, feeling that the currently available content was too scant to compete against Huofeng's Chao Yueying, leaving him with little chance of victory. If he could learn more, he would have a better grasp of the situation. Lu Boli gazed at Qian Duoduo from within the Golden Toad, speaking of the dangers outside the sect. Outside the sect, Qian Duoduo's attention shifted to the immobile Jin Buqian. He had sustained serious injuries while performing tasks outside the sect. Not only did Qian Duoduo have this sworn enemy, but he had also offended Yu Yixiang, placing him firmly in the sights of the rat-catching team. Two factions in the open, one in the dark, 3 groups of adversaries. If he were to venture outside the sect, he could not predict the dangers that might await him. Yet, there was an advantage to leaving the sect. Lu Boli seemed to discern Qian Duoduo's thoughts. What advantage? I can stretch my legs a bit, Lu Boli replied, instantly invigorating Qian Duoduo's spirits. His master was now at the peak of the Golden Core stage, surpassing even the sect masters. As long as he did not encounter a nascent soul cultivator, he could stride confidently. Shall I venture outside the sect then? Qian Duoduo questioned himself and Lu Boli. 3 days later, at the refining spirit sect, as he stepped out of the city gates, Qian Duoduo felt a sudden flutter in his heart, as if it were suspended in midair. This was his first excursion outside the sect. Was this what it felt like to leave home? He turned back to glance at the sect, his heart pounding in rhythm with the anticipation. Tio's claim he was unafraid would be a falsehood. Yet, the predominant feeling was one of eager expectation. The gates of the refining spirit sect were built against the mountain's incline, opening to the south with 2 gates, each spanning 20 to 30 zhang in width. Above the gates loomed a towering wall, 100 zhang high, constructed of immense azure gold stone. Between the stones, golden sap was poured in to connect the formations. The wall extended to the east and west, embracing the 5 celestial mountains, including Mingyuan Mountain and Xiangjin Mountain. Beneath the gates lay the Spirit Martial Avenue, which traversed the entire sect. This avenue continued southward, leading directly to Kongfang City. This sect is truly vast. The refining spirit sect is indeed magnificent. Retracting his gaze, Qian Duoduo realized that this sect, which he had inhabited for over half a year, had become his home. Despite the presence of those who wished him harm, there were even more who cared for him, and whom he cherished in return. Zhangzhu Daijiu, Wang Dake, Wang Merua, Huang Guerin, all treating him quite well at times. Qian Duoduo almost forgot that he was merely a mortal born in a poor village. He believed he was an indigenous inhabitant of the realm of cultivation. Cultivation, too, was enchanting, with spiritual energy flowing through the spirit veins, celestial swords soaring through the air, spirit beasts galloping, and spirit birds flying. As he strolled southward along the Spirit Martial Avenue, Qian Duoduo's mind wandered until Lu Boli reminded him to turn left. On this trip outside the sect, Qian Duoduo had undertaken a mission to explore mineral resources in the Phoenix Mountain Range. At the task hall, he had deliberately allowed Jin Buqian to see him. With Lu Boli present, Qian Duoduo hoped Jin Buqian would personally come over and lead this insignificant creature to explore the path to the land of ultimate bliss. However, he was disappointed to find that Jin Buqian lacked the spirit he had displayed when he had deducted over 100,000 from Huang Guerin. He merely stood at a distance, silently observing Qian Duoduo accept the task, not even moving a muscle. Qian Duoduo speculated that the news of his victory in the small competition had startled him. Perhaps he was questioning whether Jin Buqian was indeed rising again, or perhaps he chose not to come himself and would send someone else in his stead. Regardless of who he sent, Qian Duoduo would extend a warm welcome. Don't stray. You will reach Kongfang City soon? Lu Boli reminded him again. He was trying to intimidate Qian Duoduo, as Kongfang City was still quite distant. Even at full speed in a war chariot, it would take 2 or 3 days to arrive. Qian Duoduo chuckled and promptly turned onto the left fork in the road. The Phoenix Mountain Range lay to the southeast outside the sect. This mountain range, while still within the jurisdiction of the Refining Spirit sect, was at the very edge, bordering the Shangling sect in areas beyond the sect's walls. The Refining Spirit sect typically entrusted management to the families that affiliated with it. Each year, these families were required to remit a certain amount of gold coins or directly deliver local specialties to the sect. Failure to submit these dues punctually and in full would result in the loss of their management rights. The core descendants of these families would be sent to the sect for cultivation, strengthening their ties with the sect and serving as a form of vassal. The Phoenix Mountain Range was managed by the Zhu family. Among the more than 20 families affiliated with the Refining Spirit sect, the Zhu family ranked in the lower tier, possessing average strength. The most accomplished cultivator in their ranks had only reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. However, the foundation establishment stage was already something that the Qi condensation cultivators gazed up at in reverence. 10 Qi condensation 9th level cultivators would not stand a chance against a foundation establishment novice. Despite the Zhu family's mediocre strength, the road from Zhu Manor to the Spirit Marshal Avenue was poorly constructed, barely allowing passage for 2 war chariots, unlike the Spirit Marshal Avenue, which could accommodate 8 chariots simultaneously. Within a quarter of an hour's walk to the Phoenix Mountain Range, Qian Duoduo spotted a red standard war chariot parked ahead. Beside the chariot stood a young man dressed in fine garments, his aura comparable to that of Jin Buqian at the 9th level of Qi condensation. Upon seeing Qian Duoduo, the young man hurriedly performed a salute and called out, "Are you perhaps the esteemed Jin Buqian, senior brother?" Chapter 63, Entering a Dream Without Sleep? I dare not. Qian Duoduo quickly cupped his hands. I am Zhuanshuan, awaiting your arrival as per orders. Though Zhuanshuan was not conventionally handsome, his features were well-defined, and his demeanor was humble, making him seem rather likable. I do not dare to address you as senior brother. Qian Duoduo corrected him once more. It felt somewhat absurd for a 9th level Qi condensation cultivator to refer to him, a 5th level practitioner, as senior brother. Zhuanshuan chuckled lightly. Senior brother has outshone all competitors, claiming the first position in the external sect small competition. You are no ordinary disciple. The news of his victory had spread so far? Qian Duoduo's heart felt as clear as the Spirit Marshal Avenue, yet he humbly replied, it was merely a small contest, a stroke of good fortune. Please, step inside the chariot. My father has prepared a banquet in the castle. Zhuanshuan opened the chariot door, which bore the golden character for Zhu. Inside, there were 2 soft seats made of white spirit fox fur, and a tea table adorned with spirit food, spirit tea, and spirit fruits. Once aboard, Zhuanshuan instructed the charioteer to head directly to the castle hall. The war chariot was pulled by 2 majestic red spirit horses, accompanied by a charioteer. Along the way, Zhuanshuan softly introduced the scenery and local specialties. With such profound knowledge, a demeanor so amiable, and speech so pleasant, one would be hard-pressed to find another cultivator like him in the sect. The journey, which should have taken half a day, seemed to pass in the blink of an eye as they arrived at the castle hall. Standing at the entrance was a formidable middle-aged man, Zhu Pingdao, the patriarch of the Zhu family and Zhuanshuan's father. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats and began the banquet. As the warmth and goodwill rose, Qian Duoduo discovered that Zhuanshuan's elder brother was none other than Zhu Qianan. All the significant news within the sect is conveyed by him. Zhuanshuan's innate talents pale in comparison to those of Zhuanshuan, which is why he has opted for the more leisurely position of a jailer, allowing him to enjoy a carefree existence while serving as the Zhu family's eyes and ears. Qian Duoduo's expedition to the Phoenix Mountain Range in search of minerals is not classified as a secret mission. Thus, it should not be difficult for Zhuanshuan to ascertain. This led to Zhuanshuan preparing to welcome him ahead of time. As the banquet concluded, Zhu Pingdao handed over a storage pouch containing a jade slip with a map of the Phoenix Mountain Range, recovery elixirs, golden wound ointment, and beast repellent balm, wishing the young friend success in accomplishing his mission and returning triumphantly. Qian Duoduo repeatedly declined, but ultimately had no choice but to accept. To his surprise, the Zhu family had discreetly included 100,000 gold coins within the pouch. Although unstated, this sum served as compensation for Zhuanshuan's inability to provide proper care while in prison. After settling into a meticulously curated independent residence provided by the Zhu family, Qian Duoduo found it even more comfortable than Mingyuan Mountain. Had he fallen asleep without realizing it? Lu Boli emerged from the Golden Toad, remarking that he was not foolish enough to overlook the fact that this was due to the favor of the sect leader's uncle. Qian Duoduo felt a slight flush of embarrassment, recognizing that as a mere outer disciple at the 5th level of Qi condensation, it was uncommon for a clan leader to personally host him. There must be another reason for such attention. However, the respect he received was genuinely gratifying, and he could not deny a touch of vanity. For you, the Zhu family seeks merely to cultivate a benevolent connection. Lu Boli produced the map of the Phoenix Mountain Range, perusing it before handing it to Qian Duoduo. He continued, stating that the clan leader was only at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and his cultivation could only allow him to explore the outer areas of the Phoenix Mountain Range, with the inner regions remaining a mystery. To uncover anything substantial, one must rely on their own efforts. The Zhu family had resided here for thousands of years. Why had they not devised a means to venture deeper? Qian Duoduo examined the map, curling his lip in disdain. This mission required him to collect ores from 3 unfamiliar locations further within the Phoenix Mountain Range. To succeed, pleasantries and formalities were of no use. The 3 unfamiliar sites marked on the map lay 300 miles from the castle, depicted either with ancient trees or marked with spiritual beasts. Even if they did exist, the accuracy of their depictions was uncertain. It was not a matter of desire but of capability. The spiritual beasts in the mountains possessed higher cultivation than the clan leader. Who would dare to venture in? Why then had the sect not dispatched anyone? Qian Duoduo recalled that there seemed to be a nascent soul-level grandmaster within the sect. Exploring the underground spiritual mines was no simple task. Unlike the surface, where one could easily discern vegetation and wildlife with a glance, even a grandmaster would not aimlessly scout without a purpose. Generally, they would only seek treasures if an extraordinary item emerged or if the location was inherently a secret realm. Lu Boli's words rang true. Not to mention grandmasters, even Qian Duoduo himself, if he were not eager to comprehend the spiritual minds, would not be wandering aimlessly outside the sect. Treasure hunting? I have no such intentions. Learning about the spiritual minds is my true goal. Qian Duoduo settled onto the spirit platform and began his cultivation. Mornings at the Zhu residence were far more vibrant than those at Menyuan Mountain. The cacophony outside was far more chaotic and boisterous. Upon opening the courtyard door, Zhu Anshuan awaited outside. This surprised Qian Duoduo, regardless of his true intentions or whether it was merely his father's arrangement. This gesture of respect warranted a double return. After breakfast, Zhu Anshuan gazed at Qian Duoduo, stating that the senior brother's task should involve assessing the mineral conditions at several locations, if he did not mind his interference. He wished to accompany Qian Duoduo deep into the Phoenix Mountain Range, creating paths where none existed. Qian Duoduo felt a surge of warmth in his heart and stood to bow, insisting that this was not necessary. I have already caused enough trouble for Brother Zhu that I dare not impose further regarding the task. Zhu Anshuan persisted, while Qian Duoduo repeatedly declined. Seeing Qian Duoduo's firm resolve, Zhu Anshuan produced a talisman and handed it over, explaining that spiritual beasts occasionally appeared in the Phoenix Mountain Range. This was a speed talisman. When affixed to the leg, it would double one's speed for a quarter of an hour. His words were sincere, and his gift was timely, leaving Qian Duoduo unable to refuse while simultaneously fostering a deeper fondness for him. After bidding farewell to Zhu Anshuan, Qian Duoduo set off toward the first exploration site. East of the Zhu family castle lay the Phoenix Mountain Range. 0.5 miles from the mountain's perimeter marked the safe zone. But beyond that, danger and dense foliage began to intertwine. There stood the spirit fir trees, astonishingly reaching heights of 100 feet. Just then, a golden-horned pheasant took flight. Qian Duoduo incessantly recounted the spiritual plants, beasts, and birds he observed to Lu Boli. Such creatures were non-existent within the Wuhuan Manor. Pick up that white stone on your left, Lu Boli suddenly instructed from within the golden toad. The stone was the size of a watermelon. Qian Duoduo examined it closely, finding nothing extraordinary about it, merely a common spirit basalt. Use your sword to carve it. There's something inside, Lu Boli suggested. After reducing the stone to the size of a fist with his sword, Qian Duoduo struck it again, and a blue light emanated from within. Indeed, there's something valuable, he squinted, recognizing it as the transformation spirit or known as Lan Mojing, an excellent material for crafting magical mirrors. This small piece could fetch over 2,000 gold coins at the Wanjin Pavilion. Is there a mine nearby? Qian Duoduo carefully stowed the Lan Mojing, imagining he was standing atop a vein of it. If that were the case, not only would his prospects for accumulating wealth increase as he approached the 9th level of qi condensation, but he might also secure his foundation establishment as well. Flipping through the encyclopedia, Lu Boli's calm voice did not support Qian Duoduo's soaring fantasies. The entry read, Lan Mojing is born from the collision of celestial spiritual energy and mountains. If found alongside spirit basalt, it is considered a scattered, or, if found with spirit copper, it may form a vein, with a chance of being a major mine. He had seen this passage before but had not understood it. Now, juxtaposed with the treasure in his hand, it was nearly impossible for Qian Duoduo to forget. Yin-yang silver, Xian blood iron, various spirit ores vividly appeared before him. Little by little, he saw their pasts, how they formed, who they were found with, whether they fell from mountains or surged from riverbeds. All right, it's time to find a place to hide if you wish to avoid a night of battling wild beasts. Lu Boli's words jolted Qian Duoduo, who abruptly looked up to find the sky nearly black. Having left the Zhu family castle for 50 to 60 miles, the eyes of spiritual beasts in the dense forest shimmered like stars in the sky. Heralding the first night outdoors. Chapter 64. Spiritual Mahjong with you here. What difference is there between night and day? Qian Duoduo, emulating Zhu Anxuan, uttered a heartwarming remark that brought warmth to Lu Boli. Lu Boli chuckled to himself for a moment before regaining his composure. You little rascal, you've learned to flatter. We are not father and son. Do not entertain any notions of reliance. Qian Duoduo was inwardly amused. Thinking, of course, after scouting the area, he discovered a rocky crevice, a perfect spot for setting up camp. Rubbing his fingers together, Qian Duoduo produced a tent and placed it within the crevice. This tent was not an ordinary grass hut he had constructed himself. It was an outdoor treasure crafted by Lu Boli using spirit locust wood for the frame, ghost grass for the covering, and spirit sandalwood for the base. On the 10 sides of the tent, his fellow disciples, including Wang Dahe and Lei Jiaxu, had engraved formations, including stealth formations, golden armor formations, fire prevention formations, and water avoidance formations, covering all conceivable dangers they might encounter in the mountains. Had the material been thick enough, they likely would have engraved even more formations. After completing the engravings, the disciples brainstormed a catchy name for the tent. Qian Duoduo jokingly suggested, why not call it the turtle shell? The disciples readily agreed, dubbing it the turtle shell tent for peace and safety, wishing for swift returns. Qian Duoduo's venture outside the sect on a mission made them the most anxious. With the formations inscribed, Wang Dahe took the lead, and the 8 disciples solemnly imparted various precautions to Qian Duoduo. Wang Dahe concluded with a summary. Always remember, when venturing outside, do not trust anyone, including yourself. The more comfortable something makes you feel, the more vigilant you must be. Those who make you feel at ease could very well be enemies sent to lull you into complacency. Qian Duoduo could not reveal that he had Lu Boli by his side. He obediently listened to their lengthy advisories. If they were to learn of his favorable view of the Zhu family, they would undoubtedly lecture him for an entire day. After setting up the tent, Qian Duoduo stepped outside to assess its effectiveness. As long as no cultivator above the golden core stage was present, they would not detect this tent. True to its name, even if a blind spiritual beast collided with it, it would not pose a significant threat. Sitting cross-legged inside the tent, he began to cultivate the Yongfu Hongguwei technique. After participating in the outer sect competition, he had witnessed the power of the Yongfu Hongguwei technique. With his 5th level cultivation, he could defeat those at the 6th and even 7th levels, largely due to this extravagant technique. The more he compressed his spiritual energy, the greater the power he could unleash. Qian Duoduo even pondered that if he could master the Yongfu Hongguwei technique to a small degree, transforming all 15 main meridians to a blue hue, defeating those at the 9th level of qi condensation would not be merely a dream. In the wild, without a spirit platform to assist him, aside from consuming spiritual food, he could only rely on spirit-enhancing pills to replenish his spiritual energy. With the 20,000 gold coins he had won from the first outer sect competition, Qian Duoduo bit the bullet and purchased all available spirit-enhancing pills. Holding a spirit-enhancing pill in his mouth, he activated the Yongfu Hongguwei technique, channeling spiritual energy towards the meridians. The spiritual energy within the forest gravitated towards him, gradually pouring in from the heavens. After a peaceful night, he felt a tinge of disappointment. With the turtle shell tent and Lu Boli's protection, Why had no foolish beasts or birds come to disturb them? Along a valley, they proceeded towards the first exploration point. Along the way, Qian Duoduo traversed as if wandering through an encyclopedia. Spiritual plants, spiritual beasts, spiritual birds, and spiritual minerals emerged from the front, the back, the sides, and even from beneath the earth, one after another, adorned with colors, imbued with warmth, accompanied by calls and traces, invading his vision. Qian Duoduo expanded his spiritual perception, striving to absorb it all. To his left, behind a dense thicket of spiritual grass, he sensed an extraordinary space. There was something there. He decided to investigate. Lu Boli also discovered it within the golden toad. Cautiously, he parted the spiritual grass, which was documented in the spiritual plant scrolls. As beneath it often lay sand lizards, creatures of deadly poison. A pair of sand lizards, each the size of a palm, flicked their tails and vanished into the earth. Behind the spiritual grass lay a deep hole, its entrance draped with several strands of spiritual vines. The vines were layered with leaves, making the entrance almost invisible unless one approached closely. Inhaling deeply, Qian Duoduo caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance emanating from the cave's mouth. Yet upon closer inspection, he could discern nothing. Venturing inside, Lu Boli's figure floated out, his voice slightly hoarse. The old man seemed rather excited. Qian Duoduo followed closely behind, extending his spiritual perception into the cave, eager to uncover what lay ahead. After walking a few paces, they turned a corner. The interior was surprisingly spacious. Suddenly, several spiritual cats darted from beneath their feet. These wild spiritual cats were the natural enemies of sand lizards. Smaller than those raised in Qian Duoduo's manor, yet teeming with vitality and possessing cultivation levels of 3 to 4. Had they not sensed Lu Boli's overwhelming presence, they would have dared to display their claws before Qian Duoduo. Ling Ma Huang. Lu Boli halted, murmuring to himself. 20 paces ahead, Qian Duoduo spotted over a dozen soil yellow spiritual plants growing at the cave's bottom. Their stalks resembled bamboo joints, crowned with several black blossoms, resembling a cluster of venomous snakes entwined. Flicking their tongues, Ling Ma Huang, bitter in taste, thrived in the shadows. The blossoms were tasteless yet possessed remarkable effects to soothe the soul. Qian Duoduo recalled the records from the spiritual plant scrolls. This Ling Ma Huang was a species absent from his manor. Fortune smiled upon him, and Qian Duoduo rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his joy. Ling Ma Huang was exceedingly rare, with its flowering period unpredictable. Each blossom fetched 2,000 gold coins. With this small cluster, there were likely 20 to 30 blossoms. The Artifact Master Hall and the Spiritual Plant Research Institute lacked the roots of Ling Ma Huang. Qian Duoduo could sell them a few, netting a substantial profit. With the blossoms of Ling Ma Huang secured, if he could also locate the roots of Lunghua Shuiguan grass and the fluff of Erong Ruanziho, he could concoct the Wuyin Huanhuandan with the Wuyin Huanhuandan in hand. His cultivation could make a significant leap. Lu Boli's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Excellent! Should Lu Boli's cultivation advance further, would he not be unafraid even of the sect leader of the Refining Spirit sect? Lu Boli stopped Qian Duoduo, who was eager to pluck the flowers, explaining that the blossoms of Ling Ma Huang needed to be stored in jade boxes. Jade? Where could they find that? Along their journey, they had collected 50 or 60 types of spiritual minerals, yet none were jade. Lu Boli placed his hand against the stone wall, declaring there was indeed jade here. Drawing Qian Duoduo's Jinyu sword, he swiftly sliced through the stone wall as if it were tofu, creating a large opening. Lu Boli then retrieved several rocks the size of water buckets, finally extracting a piece of polished agate. This exemplified the difference in their capabilities. Qian Duoduo's spiritual perception could not penetrate such depths. With a few swift strokes, the agate transformed into a jade box in Lu Boli's hands. Accepting the jade box, Qian Duoduo approached the Ling Ma Huang cautiously. The fragrance of Ling Ma Huang intensified, wafting a delightful aroma that evoked a profound sense of security and comfort, akin to a child nestled in their mother's embrace. Gently, he plucked all the blossoms, placing them into the jade box, yet he did not rise. Master, another jade box, please. This Ling Ma Huang is difficult to cultivate. Your manor likely cannot sustain it. I shall take a few roots to sell to the Spiritual Plant Research Institute. Shortly thereafter, Lu Boli crafted another jade box. Qian Duoduo placed 3 complete Ling Ma Huang roots within it. The two jade boxes were stored side by side in the golden toad, and Qian Duoduo stood up, thoroughly satisfied. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Boli's expression suddenly changed, and Qian Duoduo was swept out of the cave like a Ling Mahuang, racing away into the distance. Chapter 65. Surrounded and ambushed. After running for about 15 minutes, Lu Boli produced a turtle shell tent, swiftly setting it up in a crevice of the rocks. He returned to the golden toad, his demeanor calm. Qian Duoduo did not inquire, instead peering through a small gap in the tent to observe outside. A wisp of light smoke wafted through the valley, appearing to move slowly, yet it was deceptively swift. The smoke surged forward for a while before gradually coalescing into the form of a small dog-like spiritual beast, its long tongue dragging on the ground. This was the demon soul dog. Lu Boli whispered from within the golden toad, explaining it was the manifestation of the soul of a spiritual beast. Although it had yet to awaken its intelligence, it had already reached the early stage of the Yuaning realm. After the golden core stage comes the Yuaning stage. This demon soul dog was now even more formidable than Lu Boli. No wonder the Zhu family dared not venture into the mountains. The demon soul dog sniffed around, searching for something. Where had it just hidden? Qian Duoduo inquired of Lu Boli, beneath the agate mine. Our disturbance of the Ling Mahuang roused it. A chill surged down Qian Duoduo's spine, a cold wave rushing from his tailbone to the nape of his neck. He gripped tightly onto the jade pendant given by his uncle. The Ling Mahuang was this demon soul dog's spiritual plant. It was searching for me. Oh, not be afraid. The formation of this tent is beyond its current intelligence to decipher, Lu Boli reassured him. The demon soul dog sniffed around the valley for quite some time, its tongue brushing against the tent several times, yet it failed to detect Qian Duoduo. It transformed back into a wisp of smoke and retreated, seeming to move slowly yet actually vanishing quickly. After a while, just as Qian Duoduo was about to move, Lu Boli halted him, saying, "Don't move." Only then did Qian Duoduo notice a faint wisp of smoke lingering on the valley floor. Nearly invisible, the wisp wriggled, resembling a worm crawling. After a cup of tea's time, the smoke finally dissipated completely. They waited a while longer, and soon the valley was filled again with the calls of insects and birds. Qian Duoduo exhaled. The demon soul dog had truly departed. After another day and a half of travel, they finally arrived at the first exploration point, Fengtu Mountain, directly east of the Phoenix Mountain Range. Ascending this peak, they mapped the surrounding terrain, collected a rock sample from the mountaintop, and recorded the entire process, thereby completing the exploration task at this site. From the slope to the summit, there were no paths. Qian Duoduo could only climb through the forest towards his goal. Halfway up the mountain, as he turned around a massive boulder, a gray shadow suddenly appeared before him. It was a gigantic spiritual wolf, standing as tall as Qian Duoduo himself. Judging by its aura, it was likely at least at the 6th level of qi condensation. Heavy panting sounds echoed from behind him. When Qian Duoduo turned, two wolf heads emerged behind, their 4 eyes gleaming menacingly, both around the 6th level of qi condensation. Surrounded from both sides, they intended to make a meal of him. Drawing his Jinyu sword, Qian Duoduo advanced cautiously. The wolf in front lowered its body, baring its teeth, claws digging into the ground, ready to leap at Qian Duoduo at any moment. With a swift gesture, Qian Duoduo released the Jinyu sword, thrusting it upward. In his spiritual perception, he had already spotted a wolf hiding above. Despite the front wolf's theatrics, the real danger was lurking above. With a thrust, the Jinyu sword sliced through the wolf's claw, piercing its throat. Qian Duoduo pulled the sword forward, a spurt of wolf blood spraying towards the front wolf, obscuring its vision. He then maneuvered the Jinyu sword to sweep back. The two wolves behind, taken aback by his speed. One barely evaded the sword while the other, unable to escape, could only shield itself with its claws. The clash produced a deafening sound, as one wolf's paw was severely injured, causing it to howl in pain. Infusing his spiritual power, Qian Duoduo, at the 5th level of qi condensation, harbored no fear even against those at the 7th level. The injured spiritual wolf, undeterred, circled around on the ground, launching itself towards Qian Duoduo alongside the other wolf, both attacking from the left and right. The scroll on spiritual beasts stated that spiritual wolves excelled in teamwork, which proved true. Qian Duoduo pivoted right, the Jinyu sword darting back like a beam of light. aimed directly at the uninjured wolf closest to him. Just as the foul stench from the wolf's mouth was about to hit his face, the Jinyu sword struck its waist, slamming it into the ground. The wolf's body bent at a right angle, clearly nearing its end at that moment. The injured spiritual wolf sank its teeth into Qianduoduo's back. Qianduoduo felt as though struck by a boulder. Staggering several steps, nearly losing his balance, the wounded wolf clung to him, its teeth clenching tightly. Unfortunately, its sharp fangs could not penetrate Qianduoduo's golden claw armor. The whirling Jinyu sword flashed, severing the desperate wolf's neck. Before Qianduoduo could catch his breath, a gust of wind rushed towards him. There was the gigantic wolf once more. With a flick of his finger, Qianduoduo's Jinyu sword clashed with the wolf's claw in midair. After a thunderous impact, the sword was knocked back 3 feet, and the giant wolf landed on a stone. Its eyes blazed with a crimson hue, radiating hatred and malice. The air was thick with the scent of blood. By this point, 3 out of the 4 spiritual wolves lay dead, and the ambush had utterly failed. The Jinyu sword hovered before him as Qianduoduo beckoned the unwilling giant wolf to approach once more. The spiritual wolf let out a low growl, sitting back momentarily before preparing to pounce again. Suddenly, its ears twitched, its tail swished, and it leapt off the stone, vanishing into the forest. A golden tiger had arrived. Lu Boli softly remarked within the golden toad, as Qianduoduo's spiritual awareness also sensed, with the gust of a mountain breeze, the emergence of a formidable creature amidst the rocky heights above. He raised his gaze to behold a golden tiger, colossal as a giant bull, standing upon the mountain stone 20 zhang away, its tail swaying gently, and its eyes, as large as lanterns, looking down with an air of indifference and arrogance. This was a fully matured male tiger, and its gaze unmistakably conveyed the message. On this mountain, I reign supreme. You are but mere subordinates. The aura of a 9th-level qi condensation exuded from it, and Qianduoduo instantly felt the weight of pressure upon him. In the days of the outer sex competitions, the mere sight of such a golden tiger would have rendered him weak at the knees, contemplating escape. Yet now, he felt an impulsive urge to confront the creature as he would with Jean Buke, eager for a spirited duel. On his back hung the head of a spiritual wolf, and he could still hear the fresh blood dripping steadily down. The golden tiger paid Qianduoduo no heed, instead glancing into the distance before leaping gracefully, vanishing amongst the rocks. Its departure left Qianduoduo's anticipatory spirit momentarily deflated. Did it look down upon him, or was it simply unprepared to engage? Perhaps it was simply satiated and had no interest in him. Lu Boli offered a third interpretation. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. If Qianduoduo was to ascend Fengtu Mountain, this golden tiger would surely take notice of him. Understanding this, Qianduoduo felt no rush. He first tended to the battlefield. His encounter with the spiritual wolf had been a life-and-death struggle. It was pure instinct honed in the training grounds that had secured his victory. The difference lay in the arenas. In the training ground, one could concede defeat. In the wild, failure meant death if one could not escape. The crux of the matter remained. Strength was paramount. As Qianduoduo pondered. He removed the wolf's head from his back and collected several wolf fangs and claws. These were indeed valuable materials. Adjusting his state, he began to ascend the mountain at a measured pace. An hour later, with only a few hundred meters remaining to the summit, he rounded a massive tree and halted. His fully extended spiritual awareness detected the golden tiger waiting ahead. As Qianduoduo stepped into its territory, although the tiger was not currently hungry, it was prepared to engage him. Master Lu, Qianduoduo called out in his heart. Lu Boli lay half-closed in the golden toad. Emitting soft snores, he never truly slept, nor did he snore. Qianduoduo chuckled, realizing this indicated Lu Boli's unwillingness to serve as his muscle. Master Lu, should I find myself unable to prevail, please do not allow me to become the golden tiger's meal. He earnestly implored. Lu Boli grunted in acknowledgement. Though his response was soft, it felt as if Qianduoduo had swallowed a pill of courage, invigorating his spiritual veins with boiling energy. With a swish, the Jinyu sword soared into the air, a golden arc accompanied by a chilling breeze, aimed directly at the golden tiger's lantern-like eyes. The tiger disdainfully swiped its paw, and with a clang, the sword was sent reeling back. Qianduoduo's spirit surged, The ease with which the tiger deflected his full-force strike indicated that he faced his strongest opponent yet. Indeed formidable. As the Jinyu sword returned, Qian Duoduo infused the hilt with all his spiritual energy. As he approached the golden tiger, he channeled his energy towards the sword's tip, unleashing a sudden piercing cry akin to a rooster's crow. The sound wave struck the tiger's head, causing it to lower its majestic crown, its mane bristling wildly. Before Qian Duoduo could revel in his small victory, the tiger's paw had already batted the Jinyu sword away. A thunderous roar erupted, surging towards him. This roar, fueled by the anger provoked by the rooster's crow, stirred a fierce mountain wind. Under the onslaught of the roar, Qian Duoduo's legs felt weak, his footing faltering, and even his spiritual awareness seemed diminished. So this is the might of a tiger. The king of the mountains truly lives up to its reputation. Taking a few deep breaths, Qian Duoduo steadied the somewhat disoriented Jinyu sword and, with all his might, swung it towards the tiger's head. The golden tiger advanced a step, swaying its head and releasing a low growl, its claws striking down heavily upon the Jinyu sword. With a resounding crash, Qian Duoduo's right arm went numb, and the connection of spiritual energy to the sword nearly dissipated. The Jinyu sword spiraled uncontrollably back towards him, embedding itself into a nearby rock with a dull thud. The golden tiger let out a fierce roar and lunged at Qian Duoduo. "Master!" Qian Duoduo shouted, his back drenched in sweat beneath his blue robe. The golden tiger loomed larger before him, its golden whiskers extending over a foot in length. At that moment, its razor-sharp claws, sharper than the sword's tip, hovered just above his head. Lu Boli appeared out of nowhere, placing a hand upon the golden tiger's forehead. The creature seemed to be momentarily frozen in place, its lantern-sized eyes flickering with uncertainty, its lively spirit akin to that of a small dog caught in a bind. A perfected Golden Core practitioner wielding such power rendered a 9th-level Qi condensation practitioner no more significant than an ant. While admiration swelled within him, Qian Duoduo silently vowed to himself to grow stronger. "Will you submit?" Lu Boli inquired softly. The golden tiger blinked and nodded slightly, indicating it understood Lu Boli's words. With a gentle press of his palm, Lu Boli lowered the tiger to the ground, granting it freedom. The golden tiger swished its thick tail and perched upon the rock, gazing intently at Lu Boli. "This little fellow still possesses potential for growth. How shall you handle it?" Lu Boli turned to Qian Duoduo. The golden tiger cast a sideways glance at Qian Duoduo, its mouth parting to reveal two prominent fangs. "Is this a sign of submission to master? Or is it defiance against me?" Qian Duoduo couldn't help but chuckle. "Though you resist now, you will inevitably submit in the future. Let it come to the estate." Qian Duoduo approached the golden tiger, suppressing the fear that arose from the depths of his heart. The spiritual beast area was in need of a leader. The golden tiger shook its head, casting a pitiful glance at Lu Boli. Lu Boli nodded, and the golden tiger immediately lowered its body, its eyes dimming as it rested its head upon its paws. Qian Duoduo extended his hand, brushing aside the golden tiger's resistance to groom its mane. "Let us make a pact. If I cannot defeat you in a year, I shall release you." The golden tiger raised its head, its eyes sparkling, nodding incessantly. "However, should you lose, you must heed my commands." Upon hearing this, the golden tiger nodded once more. "I shall name you Tiger Brother," signifying the elder brother among tigers. Qian Duoduo patted its back. The golden tiger stiffened, neither nodding nor shaking its head. With a turn, Lu Boli vanished from view, returning to the golden toad. Feeling the absence of pressure, the golden tiger slowly rose, its whiskers extending, and its back arching slightly. "This little tiger brother will guide you to the mountain peak." Lu Boli's voice resonated from his belt. This voice, akin to an incantation, instantly made the golden tiger obedient. He likely could not discern whether the person before it was Lu Boli or the Qian Duoduo, who had once been unable to best it. Before long, following Tiger Brother, Qian Duoduo ascended Fengtu Mountain. At the summit, there lay a tiger-shaped imprint, likely the spiritual platform upon which Tiger Brother cultivated. Qian Duoduo stood upon the imprint, feeling the winds from all directions converge, the spiritual energy gathering around him. This place was indeed a treasure for cultivation, rivaling the inner sex caves. He sat cross-legged, activating the Yongfu Hongguei Gong, allowing his spiritual awareness to spread from the mountaintop downwards. Beside him, Tiger Brother, seeing Qian Duo occupy its space and release his spiritual awareness, refused to be outdone. It shook its massive body, projecting a layer of spiritual might downwards as well. Just like humans, spiritual beasts possess their own spiritual awareness. The higher the level, the more powerful the awareness. Spiritual beasts above the level of golden beasts can even converse with humans. Is there a hint of rivalry here? Qian Duo secretly delighted. He knew that his spiritual awareness was anything but ordinary for a fifth-level Qi condensation practitioner. Feigning nonchalance, he leisurely extended his spiritual awareness downward. At T300 Zhong, Tiger Brother's spiritual might caught up with his awareness and, after a moment, surpassed it. Tiger Brother proudly lifted its head. Qian Duo could sense the creature's large eyes gleaming as they scrutinized him. 500 Zhong, 700 Zhong, 900 Zhong. Qian Duo felt the edge of Tiger Brother's spiritual might. With a swift motion, Qian Duo's awareness surged past. Beside him, Tiger Brother's mane flared wildly, straining to extend its spiritual might further. Yet spiritual might was spiritual might. It could not be forced out. 1000 Zhong. Easily surpassed. 1300 Zhong, 1500 Zhong. Qian Duo's spiritual awareness had reached its limit. Within his awareness, Tiger Brother's spiritual might gradually receded. It seemed to understand that this was not its forte. Or perhaps it believed Lu Boli's presence was the reason. Regardless, it harbored a newfound respect for the spiritual awareness embodied within the blue robe of Qian Duo. Atop Fengtu Mountain, the biodiversity was far less complex than that of the estate. The spiritual beasts and spiritual birds were predominantly diminutive, such as spiritual mice and spiritual sparrows. The variety of spiritual plants was slightly greater, with some medicinal herbs gracing the sunlit slopes to the east. Perhaps due to the abundant spiritual energy or the lack of disturbance, the spiritual plants, beasts, and birds of Fengtu Mountain thrived vibrantly. Of course, apart from the despondent Tiger Brother at his side. Life force, akin to sweet dew, continuously flowed from the heavens into the spiritual veins, transforming into streams of azure spiritual energy, compressed and propelled by the Yongfu Hongui Gong. The once stilled spiritual awareness resumed its activity, gradually unfurling down the mountain. After a considerable time, Qian Duo concluded his cultivation and stood, feeling elated. This treasure of Fengtu Mountain had allowed his spiritual awareness to expand by an additional 100 Zhong. The spiritual veins he had connected had all transformed into the first level, third tier, a striking snow blue. He retrieved the task jade slip, meticulously mapped the terrain surrounding Fengtu Mountain, collected a small sample of the massive stone at the summit as a mineral specimen, and recorded the entire process without error. Thus, Qian Duo completed his first exploratory task. Tiger Brother, let us depart. He embraced Jin Hu's neck and walked down the mountain from the north. Although Jin Hu was somewhat resistant, with a stiff neck, he still took reluctant tiger steps, departing from the summit of Fengtu Mountain, leaving behind his home. Chapter 67. Simple, brutal, fast. The second exploration point was at Fengyu Mountain, located north of Fengtu Mountain. With Brother Hu accompanying him, the journey to Fengyu Mountain progressed more swiftly. Along the way, they encountered several powerful spiritual beasts, but seeing Brother Hu's furious demeanor, they merely turned a blind eye and let them pass. 3 days later, they arrived at Fengyu Mountain, a dark and foreboding hill. The trees atop the hill were devoid of leaves, shrouded in darkness. Though the hill was not particularly high, upon reaching this place, Brother Hu, who usually remained calm and fearless, took hesitant steps, unwilling to ascend further. Standing at the foot of the hill, Qian Duo extended his spiritual awareness into the mound. Within 500 Zhong, he was met with a wave of intense heat, entirely blocking his entry. Lu Boli emerged from the Jin Shan, gazing at the ominous Black Mountain. This place was certainly not simple. After inspecting for a while and testing the stones beneath his feet, he concluded that where there was spiritual fire, there must be stubborn iron. There might be a mineral vein beneath. What sort of iron is stubborn iron? It was said that there were mineral veins underground, and Qian Duo immediately felt a surge of excitement. Since departing from Zhujia Castle until now, he had collected over 100 types of spiritual ores. Yet he had not discovered any mineral veins. If he could find one, the rewards from the sect would likely make him exceedingly wealthy. Lu Boli shook his head, indicating it was not yet discernible. He pointed to a concave area on the left, suggesting, dig down from here and see what you can unearth. Am I to become a miner? Qian Duoduo scratched his head, retrieving a silver sword from the Jin Chan. This silver sword was a prize from the Outer Sect competition, a low-tier crafted weapon. After testing it several times, he found it rather light, less convenient than the Jin Yu sword. Nevertheless, he decided to use it for mining. Seeing Lu Boli assign Qian Duoduo the task, Brother Hu obediently retreated about 10 zhang, finding a good spot to lie down and conserve energy. With a rhythmic sound, the silver sword struck down, chiseling away at the stones, creating a tunnel that slanted downward. However, all that emerged were stubborn stones, not stubborn iron. With hope turning to disappointment, after chiseling for a quarter of an hour, Qian Duoduo paused. Lu Boli suddenly called out, and Brother Hu, who had been lying down, stood up, fixated on the hill. Only then did Qian Duoduo notice 3 fire spirit crows had flown to the edge of the hill, perched on the black trees. These crows, the size of eagles, had crimson beaks from which black flames flickered, resembling the illustrations of spirit birds. These 3 fire spirit crows possessed a presence slightly weaker than Brother Hu, likely at the 8th level of qi condensation. However, collectively, they were not weaker than him. I'll practice with them, Qian Duoduo declared. Sheathing the silver sword and drawing the Jin Yu sword, he formed a hand seal and directed a beam of sword light toward the fire spirit crows. The fire spirit crows remained unfazed. The one in the center spat a jet of black fire at the Jin Yu sword, successfully blocking it. Brother Hu took a step forward, letting out a low growl. As if to say, "You can't handle this. Let me take over, there's no rush," Qian Duoduo quickly replied. "Opportunities to spar with 8th level qi condensers are rare. Let them torment me a bit longer." The Jin Yu sword struck repeatedly, but each time, a fire spirit crow countered with flames, pushing it back. In truth, the fire spirit crows were primarily focused on Brother Hu, neglecting Lu Boli, who concealed his aura. To them, Qian Duoduo was merely a weak and bothersome cultivator. The Jin Yu sword grew increasingly hot, becoming difficult to wield. Qian Duoduo took 2 steps back, and Brother Hu surged forward, unleashing a thunderous roar. The shockwave from his roar visibly surged toward the fire spirit crows perched on the trees. The 3 fire spirit crows spread their wings, dodging to another black tree, pecking at it a few times to reignite the flames at their beaks. Brother Hu lunged forward, ascending the hill and closing the distance with the fire spirit crows. The fire spirit crows spat 3 streams of black fire at Brother Hu. With a flick of his tail, Brother Hu deflected all the black flames. Shaking his head, despite not looking back, Qian Duoduo sensed he was showing off. As if to say, "Look at me, Brother Hu, taking on 3 with ease." The fire spirit crows flapped their wings, forming a formation as they unleashed black flames at Brother Hu. Unperturbed, he alternated between using his claws, tail, and roaring to block their attacks, forcing the fire spirit crows to retreat several dozen zhang. The fire spirit crows emitted peculiar cries. "Little Brother Hu, come back," Lu Boli gently called. Initially, Jin Hu sauntered back slowly, but soon made a few quick leaps, darting down the hill to hide behind Lu Boli. Qian Duoduo then noticed a large swarm of fire spirit crows had appeared behind Brother Hu, numbering around 100. The earlier cries were the fire spirit crows summoning their companions from the hill. If those 100 fire spirit crows surrounded Brother Hu, he would be in dire straits. Each crow could incinerate him in an instant. The fire spirit crows charged out of the hill in a frenzy, their black flames resembling a torrential downpour, descending upon them like a devastating inferno. A wave of heat struck Qian Duoduo's face, causing beads of sweat to form instantly. With a wave of Lu Boli's hand, the black flames cascaded back like a waterfall, returning to the hill and vanishing into the soil. The swarm of fire spirit crows scattered in panic, squawking as they frantically flapped their wings, fleeing toward the hill. What had come in arrogance now retreated in fear. Brother Hu let out a mighty roar, as if calling out, "Come on, burn me, roast me." This Brother Hu certainly enjoyed the theatrics, Qian Duoduo thought to himself, amused. As the fire spirit crows fled, Lu Boli waved his hand, resuming the mining. This time, Brother Hu helped Qian Duoduo, using his claws to clear away the stones that had been unearthed. With a distinct sound, something was unearthed. Qian Duoduo picked up the mineral he had just dug out. The mineral was silvery white. "Light to the touch, yet extraordinarily sturdy, Ming iron," he exclaimed. According to the records, Ming iron was an excellent material for crafting war chariots and was one of the crucial strategic resources in the world of cultivation. Beside him, Lu Boli shook his head. Unfortunately, it's just a small vein. There's not much to it. Qian Duoduo's spiritual awareness dove into the tunnel, and he discovered that the Ming iron mine was at least the size of 3 rooms. Is that what you call not much? Qian Duoduo swallowed hard, his heart racing as if he were being roasted by the fire spirit crows. The silver sword, now akin to a silver thread, sliced through the Ming iron, while he manipulated it with spiritual energy, extracting it from the tunnel. After clearing out all the minerals, he chiseled away 3 feet of stone, confirming there was truly no more left before reluctantly abandoning his mining identity. After starting a savings business and establishing a manor, Qian Duoduo discovered a third avenue for making money: mining spiritual ore. This venture was simple, brutal, and swift. Panting, Qian Duoduo sprawled in a large character on the ground amidst the Ming iron ore. Asking Lu Boli, "How much can I sell this for?" "Direct sale, 300,000. 300,000. That's not worse than the first prize in the outer sect competition. That's excellent. Well, if you sell it directly, there is no other option. These are ores. If refined into Ming iron, it would fetch at least 900,000. 90,000. Qian Duoduo was taken aback, feeling the cool Ming iron in his hands, seemingly hearing the delightful sound of gold coins clinking. Mining required refining, and refining was even more lucrative. After a moment's thought, Qian Duoduo clenched the ore. "Lu Lao, I believe that with my current status as one of the 3 pillars of Wanjiangu, I can embark on a career as a refiner, starting with refining Ming iron." Lu Boli chuckled. "Refining? Do you have a furnace?" Qian Duoduo suddenly felt foolish, realizing he had not brought one. Smack. He slapped his forehead, chiding himself. How could I be so foolish? Coming out to learn about mining without bringing a furnace. How much of this or can you carry back? Lu Boli inquired. Qian Duoduo blinked in realization and felt even more foolish. Right, the Jin Shan has a space the size of a room, and the 2 storage bags are even smaller. Transporting the Ming iron from 3 rooms would require 3 trips in this desolate wilderness. Not to mention the difficulty of transportation, it's also easy to lose. Then I'll just bury them back. Qian Duoduo grimaced, picking up a piece of Ming iron, preparing to toss it back into the hole. Burying it underground should be safer. Enough, Lu Boli stopped him. Fill your storage with her first, and then we'll head up the mountain to take a look. Hey, master, do you have a plan for refining? Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Qian Duoduo ransacked his mind, finding the most flattering words for Lu Lao, and of course, he couldn't let the Jin Shan be overwhelmed with the Ming iron. He instructed Jin Hu, "Brother Hu, keep an eye on this. If a piece goes missing, you'll owe me 10." Brother Hu turned his head and nudged the ore with his paw, his reluctance seemingly expressing, "What a trivial matter, who would bother to steal?" Ascending Fengyu Mountain, Qian Duoduo felt a heat radiating from beneath his feet, as if stepping into a furnace. This environment was a paradise for fire spirit crows and a hell for other spiritual creatures. He surveyed the dark, leafless trees, realizing they were actually spiritual plants transformed into spiritual coal mines. If it weren't for the limited space in the Jin Shan, he would have loved to chop down a few and take them back to sell. Although Fengyu Mountain was not particularly tall, it was quite expansive. After walking for more than a quarter of an hour, they had yet to reach the summit. A few small groups of fire spirit crows spotted their figures, squawking loudly before vanishing. "Lu Lao, how much further do we have to go?" Qian Duoduo inquired, sweat pouring down his body like a river. Continuing onward, there was no need for mining. He directly transformed it into ashes. With a wave of Lu Boli's hand, they were nearing their destination. As he gestured, his spiritual energy enveloped Qian Duoduo in a protective shield. Qian Duoduo felt the warmth separate from him, alleviating the heat that surrounded him. His spiritual awareness returned slightly, revealing that there were indeed living beings on Fengyu Mountain. Among the crevices of the rocks, colorful golden turtles were crawling. Beneath the spiritual coal tree, there were surprisingly black fire ants. After walking for another 200 to 300 zhong, Lu Boli halted. Before him lay a tuft of vibrant blue grass, swaying in the wind. No, that was a flame. There was no need for a furnace. They could simply utilize the fire to mine. Qian Duoduo comprehended Lu Boli's plan. With the intense heat of Fengyu Mountain, there might be an abundant source of fire available. Indeed, they had struck gold. Experience it and see if the temperature of this fire is suitable, Lu Boli suggested. Before Qian Duoduo could revel in his newfound excitement, Lu Boli retracted his protective energy, and the high temperature instantaneously evaporated the moisture in Qian Duoduo's throat. Rendering him speechless, he began to cough violently, waving his hands urgently to signal Lu Boli to restore the protection. Once the spiritual shield was reinstated, Qian Duoduo plopped down onto the ground and hoarsely remarked, "Master, if you find me displeasing, simply pierce my throat with a sword. There's not much flesh on me. Roasting me would be unappetizing. Is this height too much for you to endure? As a weapon craftsman, you will eventually control flames of far greater temperatures than this," Lu Boli replied, his expression still dark. Qian Duoduo harbored serious doubts, suspecting that the darkness of Lu Boli's countenance was a result of being scorched by flames. "Let's not speak of the future. I am not yet even an apprentice. Indeed, I cannot underestimate you. You are now the esteemed third pillar of Wanjin Pavilion, a significant figure whose every stomp sends tremors through Menyuan Mountain." Lu Boli's words were like tossing another ball of black fire into Qian Duoduo's throat, igniting another bout of fierce coughing. Relying solely on his recollection of several encyclopedias, Qian Duoduo mistakenly believed he could become a proficient weapon craftsman, which was evidently a misjudgment. Being a weapon craftsman required both intellect and manual skill. Merely controlling fire was a monumental task. "All right," Qian Duoduo finally regained his composure. "Lu Laoshi, please refrain from taking advantage of my youth. I acknowledge my error and now understand that being a weapon craftsman is no simple feat." Lu Boli nodded slightly. Of course, when a weapon craftsman forges, there is a furnace to insulate the heat, which is somewhat better. However, the spiritual energy entering the furnace must also endure trials. Shortly, I will condense a furnace with spiritual energy, and you will control the flames to mine. Qian Duoduo sat cross-legged and nodded earnestly. Lu Boli formed a hand seal, and the blue flames leaped upward as if entering a semi-enclosed furnace. Just as Qian Duoduo was about to place the dark iron ore into the flames, he suddenly felt a surge of heat on his back. Turning around, he saw hundreds of fire spirit crows densely perched on the black tree, their eyes fixed upon them. This blue flame was likely a treasure they were guarding. "Do not concern yourself with them," Lu Boli instructed Qian Duoduo. He turned to the fire spirit crows and raised his voice, assuring them that using the fire would not result in its removal. The crows seemed to understand, nodding in response, yet they did not depart. If the old fellows from the spirit refining sect were to learn of this, they would surely covet this fire. As a solitary individual, "I have no use for it," Lu Boli seemed to be muttering to himself, as if explaining to the fire spirit crows. "Let us begin." With Lu Boli urging him on, Qian Duoduo set aside thoughts of the fire spirit crows and extended his spiritual energy into the furnace Lu Boli had condensed to control the blue flames. As the spiritual energy entered the furnace and made contact with the flames, it dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Fortunately, spiritual energy lacked consciousness. Had it possessed awareness, he might have fainted from the pain. Qian Duoduo, undeterred, relentlessly intensified his spiritual energy, pouring it into the furnace. However, the blue flames were as slippery as a giant stone, proving impossible to control. If Tiger Brother were by his side, he would undoubtedly be rolling on the ground with laughter. Desperate, Qian Duoduo decided to try using the Yongfu Hongguei technique. Channeling the method, his spiritual energy shifted from white to a deep azure. Pointing his right hand at the furnace, he injected a compressed stream of spiritual energy into it. Instantly, the blue flames dispersed slightly, but as Qian Duoduo continued to infuse azure spiritual energy, he began to gain control over the flames. With a flick of his left hand, a piece of dark iron ore flew into the furnace. Qian Duoduo enveloped it with the flames, and soon a drop of silvery liquid began to flow out, landing at the bottom of the furnace. Haha, it worked. One drop after another, piece after piece. Qian Duoduo lost track of time, only tossing a handful of spirit-enhancing pills into his mouth when his spiritual energy waned. Gradually, the blue flames transformed from an arrogant golden tiger into a docile little kitten, devouring the ore at an increasing pace. After refining the last piece of dark iron ore and pouring the resulting iron from the furnace, Qian Duoduo beheld a round disc the size of a table. The spiritual ore had been transformed into dark iron, reduced to about 1/5 of its original size. "Lao Lu, what do you think? Is it satisfactory?" Qian Duoduo suppressed his joy and asked softly. Lu Boli said nothing, instead waving his hand to toss the disc back into the furnace. The dark iron, once again subjected to the furnace, shrank a circle more. It was acceptable, yet still had room for improvement. He was refining the dark iron once more. The higher the purity, the greater the value. Understood. Qian Duoduo attempted to stand, but his body swayed, nearly toppling over. Rest for a moment. You have been refining for 10 days, Lu Boli commanded as he retracted his hand seal, dissipating the spiritual energy in the furnace. 10 days? Qian Duoduo was taken aback. Lu Boli was extremely pleased with his initial performance, although he later refined it again to temper him, achieving a second or third-tier weapon craftsman level in one go and enduring 10 days without fatigue was a testament to his remarkable talent and perseverance. Chapter 69. The Spiritual Garlic. Why did Qian Duoduo feel that it had only been a brief moment? Reflecting on the house-sized or 10 days seemed about right. Touching his cheek, he discovered he hadn't lost weight, which eased his mind. 10 days of mining also meant 10 days of practicing the Yongfu Hongguwei technique. Had his spiritual energy faltered, he would have been compressed into jerky by it. Nevertheless, he had used up more than half of the returning energy pills he had on him. Rising to stretch, Qian Duoduo felt his spiritual energy was more abundant than before, allowing him to set his mind at ease. Should we retrieve the ore and continue refining? Qian Duoduo proposed to Lu Boli. With 2/3 of the ore remaining, he couldn't suppress his eagerness. He dared not ascend Fengyu Mountain alone. The fire spirit crows were courteous to Lu Boli, yet they might not be the same with him. Lu Boli nodded, and Qian Duoduo turned to descend the mountain. Surrounding them were hundreds of fire spirit crows perched upon the black trees, looking pitifully as if they were leaves sprouting from the dark trunks. As they began their descent, the black leaves fluttered, accompanied by low croaks. They presumed Qian Duoduo and Lu Boli had departed, and when the two returned, they would surely be taken aback from a distance. Qian Duoduo spotted Tiger Brother lazily lounging next to the ore. Remarkably, it hadn't fled over the past 10 days. Whether out of fear or indifference, he couldn't tell. Get up, lazy cat! Qian Duoduo shouted as he jumped down the hill, simultaneously tossing a spiritual chicken. Tiger Brother caught the spiritual chicken and swallowed it whole, humming contentedly. After providing a few more, Qian Duoduo ensured Tiger Brother was well fed, filling his golden toad with dark iron ore. I am heading back up the mountain with Lu Boli. You stay and watch. Qian Duoduo patted Tiger Brother's head. During the second round of mining, Qian Duoduo felt the process was significantly quicker. It took him less than 4 days to finish refining the ore. Upon descending and ascending again, the third round took even less time, merely a day and a half. The blue flames in his hands transformed back into a golden tiger, albeit a remarkably obedient one. As soon as the ore entered the furnace, this golden tiger snapped it apart, dividing it into several pieces for refinement. For the final batch of refined dark iron, Lu Boli did not process it further, indicating that its purity had met the standard. With 900,000 gold coins worth of dark iron secured, Qian Duoduo was pleasantly surprised to discover that the spiritual vein had mostly shifted from snow blue to being green, indicating he was nearing the 4th level of the first layer of the Yongfu Hongguwei technique. His efforts had not been in vain. Though Lu Boli's face remained dark, his heart was filled with joy. At that moment, he was even more delighted than Qian Duoduo. The process of refining materials was the foundation of weapon crafting and also the most tedious task. The sturdier the foundation built, the greater the potential for advancement. As they departed Fengyu Mountain, the fire spirit crows nearly applauded. Even though the blue flames had significantly diminished in vigor due to Qian Duoduo's use, the fire spirit crows seemed unconcerned. Graciously bidding them farewell, Qian Duoduo, being equally loyal, did not record the blue flames into his golden toad. He understood that should the fire be extinguished, Fengyu Mountain would lose its essence, and the fire spirit crows would meet their demise. 300 miles west of Fengyu Mountain lay the final exploration point, Fengwei Mountain. According to the Zhu family, no one had ventured to Fengwei Mountain for over 1,000 years. Having been schooled by the fire spirit crows, Tiger Brother's gait had stabilized considerably, no longer filled with resentment. On the journey, Qian Duoduo began to interrogate Lu Boli about the thousands of types of equipment detailed in the first 4 volumes of the Weapon Crafting Encyclopedia, inquiring about the purification processes in the furnace and the rationale behind various methods. Questions that had previously troubled Qian Duoduo were effortlessly answered by Lu Boli, opening doors of understanding for him. Just as the lethal high temperatures were unbearable for Qian Duoduo, for Lu Boli, they were gentle and manageable. As they made their way to Fengwei Mountain, the terrain became rockier, the trees grew sturdier, and the powerful aura intensified. Thankfully, with Lu Boli's guidance, they either circumvented dangers or took refuge under the turtle shell tent. After 6 days, they arrived at Fengwei Mountain. Described as a mountain, it was, in fact, a vast expanse of red desert. Beneath the lofty branches of a grand tree on the periphery, one can behold the expanse of this desert, which rivals even the illustrious refining spirit sect. It resembles a resplendent crimson phoenix tail, elegantly embedded within a verdant mountainous landscape. Unlike ordinary deserts, the sands of Phoenix Tail Mountain are in a constant state of flux, and within this shifting sea of sand, one can find flocks of astonishing sand cranes. Each of these majestic creatures possesses cultivation levels exceeding the 9th rank of Qi condensation, towering over even the spirit wolves, their long legs surpassing human height, and their sharp beaks extending a remarkable 3 feet in length. Some sand cranes stroll gracefully through the sands, while others remain motionless. Suddenly, they extend their long necks, a glint of cold light flashing as they extract a plump sand mouse from beneath the grains, tossing it about before swallowing it whole with a swift motion. These sand mice, now a feast for the sand cranes, possess cultivation levels akin to Qian Duoduo, at the 5th rank of Qi condensation. Alas, the plight of the sand mice. According to the Tome of Spirit Beasts, sand mice feast upon spirit garlic, a rare spiritual plant with jade-like stems, hollow and rich in the essence of heaven and earth. Manifesting as a viscous spiritual liquid, this coveted spirit garlic is a variety not found in the sect's Botanical Research Institute or the Buhuan Manor. Such a rare specimen, absent from the sect, can fetch no less than 10,000 gold coins. Just as Qian Duoduo was about to rush down in search of spirit garlic, he was halted by Lu Boli, who advised him to remain concealed. In that moment, Qian Duoduo noticed a figure emerging above the desert. The figure was an elderly man, emaciated yet sporting a disproportionately large head, clad in a plain black robe devoid of any insignia, and mounted upon a mysterious celestial crocodile. Judging by the aura he emanated, both he and the celestial crocodile possessed cultivations that were at least on par with, if not superior to, that of the demonic soul hound. This man was undoubtedly not a Yuanian cultivator of the refining spirit sect. Who could he be? What brought him to this place? What were his intentions? Beside him, Hu Gu had curled into a tight ball, suppressing his aura and hiding among a cluster of tall spiritual grasses, rendering him nearly undetectable. The appearance of the gaunt elder sent ripples of panic throughout the desert. The once dominant sand cranes flapped their wings in haste. Retreating far from him, after circling the sky a few times, the celestial crocodile gradually descended, landing in the center of the desert. Its dark green tail swept through the sands, unearthing a patch of pale spiritual plants. So much spirit garlic? Qian Duoduo was left in awe. This cluster of spirit garlic must number in the tens of thousands, explaining the abundance of sand mice beneath the desert. Consuming such a rich source of spiritual energy, the cultivation levels of the sand mice were naturally not to be underestimated. The white tongue of the celestial crocodile flicked through the patch of spirit garlic, driving out 5 or 6 sand mice. With a wide gaping mouth, it snapped its jaws shut, devouring them whole. While the sand mice might have put up some resistance in the beaks of the sand cranes, to the celestial crocodile, they were nothing more than silent morsels, resigned to their fate as prey. Having dismounted from the celestial crocodile, the gaunt elder plucked a stalk of spirit garlic from the ground and tossed it into his mouth. The spiritual liquid contained within spirit garlic is a tremendous boon for those at the Qi condensation stage, yet its effects are negligible for those at the Yuaniing stage. We must leave at once. Qian Duoduo silently prayed. They were not entities to be trifled with, and he could only hope they would depart swiftly. Once they left, the spirit garlic would be his for the taking, as for the sand cranes and sand mice. Lu Boli and Hu Gu would assist in dealing with them. But just then, the gaunt elder stomped one foot down with great force. Even from a considerable distance, Qian Duoduo could see a cloud of dust erupting into the air. This fellow has actually destroyed the entire patch of spirit garlic. All of it represented wealth, all of it vital resources for Qian Duoduo's cultivation. Clenching his fists, Qian Duoduo lightly tapped his thigh in frustration. What was he searching for? Lu boldly communicated through spiritual sense, inquiring about the elder's intentions. Indeed, a gigantic pit appeared beneath the gaunt elder's feet, into which the celestial crocodile burrowed. After an agonizing moment, the celestial crocodile emerged from the earth, shaking its head at the gaunt elder. Undeterred, the elder proceeded to scour other areas of Phoenix Tail Mountain. Before long, 5 or 6 deep pits appeared across the desert. Above each pit lay what had once been a thriving patch of spirit garlic.